What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4GB Chapter 90, The Golden Empire Gurren Tetsolo, Luo Mu Alliance Great Collection. The next evening, as night fell, dark clouds covered the moon and stars behind it, making the entire sky pitch black. The sea was also pitch black, but in the distance, there is a bright golden light, shining like a pearl in the night. And if you listen carefully, you can hear a lot of noisy shouts. If you get a little closer, you will find that this is not a golden pearl, but a supergiant cruise ship that is astonishingly large and 10 kilometers long. The 10-kilometer long hull is entirely made of gold, and it is covered with dense neon lights. And the most surprising thing doesn't stop there. The deck of this 10-kilometer long supergiant cruise ship is not covered with layers of guest rooms, but an entire city. And the buildings in these cities are, without exception, made of gold. This is nowhere else. It is the world-famous, gold-selling cave, Gurren Tetsolo. The world's largest entertainment city, to be precise. This is not a city, but an independent country recognized by the world government, an absolute sanctuary that no one can do at will. Unlike ordinary cities, every building in this golden empire made of gold is an entertainment facility. There are lively songs and dances everywhere, no matter day or night, it is always lively and full of carnival genes. It's here. Everyone completely removed their disguise, released their nature, and immersed themselves in the all-night carnival of neon lights and feasting. Tens of thousands of slot machines and big turntables are scattered in every corner, bringing together the world's most famous hotels, restaurants, shops, and unique performances. It is said that the King of Seoul is also the resident singer here. In short, tours, entertainment, shopping, and eating are all open 24 hours a day. Gurren Tetsolo is definitely a fan equals a veritable golden city that never sleeps, people can't stop. Certainly, there is only one premise, that is, you bring Bailey, enough Bailey. Or, you are the guest of honor of Gilder Tetsolo, the head of this golden empire. There is a very dazzling building near the center of the golden city. The building has an oval appearance and looks like a little dome. This is the music hall where the King of Seoul concert is held. There was a steady stream of people at the door. Unlike the vulgar tourists from other places, the tourists who come to this little dome music hall are very formal and gorgeous. The women wore dignified and luxurious evening dresses, while the men wore tuxedos, British gold glasses, gentlemen, walking sticks, and cocktails in their hands, highlighting an upper class. Even the doorman at the entrance of the palace is in suits and leather shoes, and the leather shoes on his feet are so shiny that they can be used as mirrors. Hello sir, the concert is about to start. Please take your seat as soon as possible. 35. After carefully checking the tickets and confirming that they are correct, the doorman immediately raised his mouth 30 degrees to reveal a most standard smile, and slightly bent his arms and raised his arms to make a gesture of inviting in. Yes, not bad. The man nodded in satisfaction. Golden City's service attitude is absolutely world-class, and even the most discerning person can't pick out a problem. Immediately, the man just pulled up the female companion next to him and prepared to enter the venue to watch the music, his eyes shining with undisguised excitement. This is the concert of the King of Souls. Even at Gurren Tetsolo, the King of Souls show is a once-a-month event. It's hard to get a vote. This is not something that just money can buy. Even the nobles of a small country still have to wait for half a year to finally reserve these 2 tickets in their hands. But just as he opened his legs to walk forward, he suddenly felt his body sink. Boom! The female companion that the man was holding unexpectedly collapsed to the ground for no apparent reason, and her bright eyes also turned into red hearts. Darling? What's wrong with you, darling? The man bent over and shook the woman eagerly, while the 2 doormen in front of him kept their expressions unchanged. One of them picked up the shell walkie-talkie in his hand and began to call. Emergency, emergency. There is a customer in a coma at the entrance of the little arena music hall. Please help the medical team quickly. Repeat. 35. There is a customer in a coma at the entrance of the little arena music hall. Please help the medical team quickly. The other is to speak out to comfort men. Gentlemen, please rest assured that our medical facilities in the Golden City are extremely complete, and your female companion will be able to receive treatment soon. 5. The doorman said confidently. As a service staff of MIT, he has undergone strict vocational training and will not panic even in emergencies. But next second, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a dull sound, the female customers and female staff present all arrived one by one and smashed onto the floor. How is that possible? How did the women all fall down? Originally trying to comfort the man, the indifferent doorman said in surprise. What? Beside, the other doorman also widened his eyes, and there was a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Ah, I can't take it anymore. The stimulation is too strong. Not far away, a female staff member wearing a black gauze mask and dressed as a bunny girl almost groaned, and then her eyes also turned into hearts and slowly fell to the ground. What exactly is going on? Advertisement, darling, wake up, 95. Come here. My darling is the princess of XX country. If something happens to her, can you take responsibility? What the hell happened? The men looked at this bizarre scene in disbelief, and each screamed in anger. Right now. At the end of the road, one after another, red roses suddenly fell from the sky, landing on a tall and thin figure. She wears a cowboy hat embellished with fluff, and has over-the-shoulder blonde curls that cover her bangs. The standard melon seed face looks particularly handsome. He was wearing a white shirt on the upper body, dark blue 7-point pants on the lower body, brown marten boots on his feet, and a white cape behind him. It looks very elegant and aristocratic. That guy is Cavendish. A bald man in the crowd shouted with wide eyes. Cavendish? Could it be that pirate prince from the legendary Rommel Kingdom? 39. Damn. How could he be here? 35. Damn it. Why did I meet Cavendish? I paid 2 million Baileys for this woman. After hearing the name Cavendish, a group of gentlemen gritted their teeth. Obviously, they all recognized Cavendish, the forced king, known as the gorgeous supernova. As this young master recognized again? It's really annoying. 39. Cavendish said a little helplessly, then raised his right arm to gently catch a red rose that fell in the air and held it in his hand. It looks very baggy. If being attractive is also a sin, then this young master is really unforgivable. Say it. Picked a bright rose petal and threw it on the chest of a woman who was still struggling. Boom. Immediately, countless pink hearts appeared all over the woman's body, her legs twitched and she fell to the ground excitedly, and all the women within a radius of 100 meters fell into a coma. Hey, rotten head, can you stop being so disgusting? Just when Cavendish was admiring himself, a discordant voice sounded. Bartolomeo, if you dare to call me rotten again, I will kill you. A shadow suddenly appeared on Cavendish's face, and the famous sword, Durandal, hanging from his waist was instantly held in his right hand. Cut. A man above Cavendish sneered disdainfully and walked past him with his hands in his pockets. He casually kicked a red rose on the ground aside, clasped his nostrils and walked towards the entrance of the little arena music hall. Bartolomeo said as he walked, rotten head, maybe that senior is nearby, you can continue to flirt. 95. When he heard that senior, Cavendish, who was still very angry at the name, Rotten Cato, immediately put away his anger and turned serious. HMPH. 99. I really don't know why that senior would invite such a tasteless B*** D like you. Cavendish sneered back, but he no longer pretended to be forceful, put away Durandal and walked quickly towards the music hall. Bartolomeo ignored Cavendish and stood at the door of the concert hall. A look of hope appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, I, Bartolomeo, will finally be able to meet that senior again today. When he thought of that senior, a blush appeared on Bartolomeo's brutal face. That was when he was a little kid 20 years ago and witnessed the execution of One Piece, Gold D. Roger in Logue Town. That was the first person he admired. Unexpectedly, Roger called out the name of the senior at the last moment before being executed, Luo Mu. Who can make Roger call out his name in his final lesson before he dies? That must be his idol. Bartolomeo was stunned for a while. Roger is his idol. What is the idol of that idol? While he was thinking, a guy named Long actually tied him to the Revolutionary Army headquarters and saw the senior with his own eyes, Luo Mu. He still can't forget that moment. Luo Mu raised his own arm when he was still a child, and gave him a barrier fruit. That could change his fate. What, senior? I'm here. 35 Bartolomeo shouted, ignoring the disgusting eyes of the people around him, and opened his arms and looked intoxicated as he was about to step into the door of the music hall. Ask for flowers, but the next moment, the doorman, who was still calling the medical team, suddenly stood in front of the door and blocked Bartolomeo with his arm. Straightforward. Gentlemen. Irregular clothes will not be entertained here. 995. Heard. Advertisement. Bartolomeo's expression suddenly changed, and he narrowed his eyes and said coldly. What does it mean to be neat? Say it. Yang Yang raised his purple coat tattooed with a skull pattern, and inadvertently revealed the black wing-shaped half-ring tattoo on his chest. Forehead. At least wear a tie. Bartolomeo has a grass-green coxcomb head, an eye pattern under the right eye, a nose ring, and a face like a ghost. Not to mention that the teeth are still sharp, much like the legendary cannibals. Even if the doorboy has a good heart, he can't help but feel a little scared at this moment. Sure enough, hooligans are hooligans. Can't even get in the door. 35. Cavendish also walked to the door at this time, and lowered the white polite yin and yang strange air. At the same time, under the pressure of idle baggage, he showed a standard smile to the doorman he disliked. Can this young master come in? Heard. The doorman asked. Sure, but, sir, please show your concert tickets. Tickets? Cavendish was taken aback. A few days ago, he suddenly received a notice from the man who came to Guren Tetsolo, saying that there was an emergency. Not daring to have any delay, he set off immediately without stopping. Zero after all, he had witnessed that person's terrifying power with his own eyes, and he could shock himself with just one look. Even if he entered the second personality, he would be powerless to fight back. Before him, Cavendish felt like an ant. After going back and forth for a few days, he just arrived at the world's largest entertainment city, and received a notice to gather in the little arena music hall. But I didn't expect to need tickets, excuse me. If you don't have a ticket, you can't enter. Watching Cavendish froze, the doorman stopped him as well. Hey ha ha ha. Seeing that Cavendish was also stopped, Bartolomeo next to him hugged his stomach and let out his own unique laugh. Damn. Cavendish was about to draw his sword to teach this abominable DA lesson, but a tsunami-like shouting sound suddenly erupted in the little dome. King of Souls. My panties are the king of yellow souls. Soul King the first love you. The huge noise even caused the eardrums of everyone on the street to vibrate a little, but no one showed a disgusted expression. Slogans like, King of Souls. It is clear. The concert of the world's most popular and prestigious musician, King of Soul, has begun. Oops, both Bartolomeo and Cavendish snorted at the same time. The time that the senior informed them was just before the King of Souls concert started. They are already late. In this case, the index and ring fingers of Bartolomeo's hands overlapped each other, and a ruthless expression appeared on his fierce face. No solution anymore. Beside, Cavendish saw the gangster's posture and pulled out Durandal as soon as he gritted his teeth. Although I know that it is courting death to do something in this absolute sanctuary, Golden City, but if it is compared to angering the senior, even if he and Gulen Tetsulo's head Gilder Tetsulo directly do it, he will not hesitate. One look can kill him in seconds. That senior is a god-like existence. Rumble. 35 at this time. A zigzag lightning pierced the night sky, followed by a thunderous roar. Loud. Even the fanatical, King of Souls, fans couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and looked up at the sky. I saw a man sitting on the lightning in the dark night sky. Yeah ha ha ha. Noticing the eyes of the crowd, the man laughed and jumped from the lightning bolt into the crowd. Wearing a white headscarf, under the headscarf is the ant's head. The earlobes are long and have earrings. The upper body is bare, with a thunder drum behind him, a gold ring on his hand, and a gold stick in his hand. Wearing bloomers on the lower body, bare feet and rings on the toes. This is Enel. In the crowd, a man who looked rather mild put away the smile on his face and whispered in surprise. A kimono. The chest is embroidered with two crossed red blades, the emblem of the Wanokuni Shimotsuki family. Husband. Chapter 91. Why, all of you were invited by Senior Luo Mu. Koshiro held up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly. 35. It's amazing to meet Enel, the god of thunder, the ruler of Gai Island, here. But soon. The unexpected look on Koshiro's face quickly disappeared, his eyes narrowed, and his trademark faint smile was put on again. Turning his head to look at the door of the little arena music hall, he muttered to himself. Hurry up, otherwise the leader should be angry. The voice fell. Brush, with a dodge, the body disappeared directly in place, and when it reappeared, it appeared at the door. Depend on. Where did you be D come from? Seeing Koshiro suddenly appearing in front of him, Bartolomeo exclaimed exaggeratedly. Beside him, Cavendish also narrowed his eyes suddenly. So strong. Although this man was squinting, with a harmless look on his face, Cavendish's intuition told him that this man with glasses was definitely not simple. Then he turned his head to look at Enel, who was striding towards here, frowned and muttered. What the hell is going on today? How can you encounter so many monsters? He didn't know Enel, but just looking at the ability of Enel to float in the air by stepping on lightning, as long as you are not a fool, you can see that this is also an extremely powerful ability. And obviously, Cavendish is no fool. Taking a long breath, Cavendish shook his head and looked away. If it were changed, he might still have the mind to test the strength of these powerhouses, but he knew that his most important task now was to enter this small dome music hall. 710. If the senior waited in a hurry, he didn't know what serious consequences he would face. And at the same time, the heartless Bartolomeo became interested in Koshiro next to him. Squint your eyes, don't block my way, don't think I won't hit you with a smile on your face. Hey, aren't you a facial paralysis, talking? It turned out that he directly raised his arm and stretched out his finger to gently poke Koshiro's face. Idiot. How can this idiot be valued by that adult? Cavendish cursed inwardly, but he was also interested in seeing what would happen to the gangster Bartolomeo who annoyed the eyed warrior. But to his surprise, Koshiro was still smiling and said gently. This kid, there is something urgent now, so don't be naughty. Kid, peeved ha ha ha. Cavendish laughed and burst into tears. What, if you have the ability, open your eyes and take a good look at this uncle. Bartolomeo was directly attacked by a child, and began to poke Koshiro's face more quickly. Right now. Another thunderclap sounded, and a bright yellow lightning suddenly appeared in front of several people. The dazzling light made several people close their eyes subconsciously. And when they opened their eyes, Enel had already appeared in front of them. Do you still have time to mess around here? The concert has already started, and it's been 1 minute and 47 seconds since the adult's appointed time. Enel yawned and glanced casually at a few people. What? What does he mean? Several people were shocked in their hearts, and they all stopped their movements and stared at Enel with vigilance. Although I don't know who the adult Enel is talking about, but considering the gathering time of the little arena, the adult Enel is talking about is Luo Mu in all likelihood. How did you know the news of that lord? Koshiro's black-rimmed glasses flashed a cold light. His right hand had already been placed on the hilt of the sword, and he meant to do it if there was a disagreement. This statement came out. Bartolomeo and Cavendish next to him were taken aback again, and they glanced back and forth on Enel and Koshiro. Who are you? Bartolomeo jumped back suddenly and asked loudly, while the fingers of both hands overlapped again. Luo Mu is his idol's idol, and he also knows that Luo Mu doesn't want too many people to know his information and identity, so at this moment, he has already killed Koshiro and Enel. At the same time secretly, don't worry, Senior Luo Mu, Xiao Xiao will never let the news of you here leak out. The same goes for Cavendish, advertisement Zheng. The famous sword Durandal around his waist has been unsheathed, and a thick shadow has been cast on his face, ready to forcibly go to sleep to wake up his second personality. Because from his intuition, the two in front of him are definitely not something he can withstand under normal circumstances. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Emergency, emergency. Someone is making trouble at the entrance of the little arena music hall. Repeat. Someone is making trouble at the entrance of the little arena music hall. Ask the security personnel for immediate support. Seeing a few people arguing with swords, the doorman cautiously took 2 steps away and then ran away in a flash. At the same time, he picked up the phone shell in his hand and called for help in extreme panic. The 4 of them didn't pay attention to him, and they were still arguing. Hey, take it easy. Enel still looked lazy. With the special abilities of the powerful observation Haki and Thunderfruit, he had already learned the general thoughts of several people through the HeartNet. We are not enemies. 35. They put down a sentence lightly, and then the 3 of them, ignoring the overall alert, walked directly into the music hall with big strides. See. Koshiro didn't plan to say any more, and the killing intent suddenly surged from his body, which was extremely terrifying. Yo, it's pretty good. Enel also sensed the astonishing killing intent and a sharp knife intent that erupted from Koshiro, and exclaimed in surprise. Shook his head. Reluctantly, he spoke again. I was also summoned by that lord. It wasn't that he was afraid of Koshiro, but he knew that Koshiro was also summoned by Luo Mu and had no intention of fighting against him. In addition, I'm already late now, so I didn't play any guessing games with a few people, just showdown. After speaking, he continued to walk inside while picking his ears. It is very certain that the few people behind him will never have any hostility towards him after hearing these words. Sure enough, the voice fell. After Koshiro cooled down a little, the astonishing killing intent on his body disappeared in an instant. Then, the right hand released the hilt of the sword and held the glasses, and his face returned to the harmless squinting state of humans and animals. Kid, it seems that you are also invited, so let's go together. 35. Say it. Koshiro ignored Bartolomeo and Cavendish, who were still in a daze, and walked towards the music hall with his clogs and Enel. Hey, rotten head. Bartolomeo frowned and poked Cavendish beside him. What these two mean? They were also invited by their seniors. 35. Snapped. Cavendish put away Durandal's disgust and knocked Bartolomeo's finger off his body. There was no reply. I just took a deep look at the figures of Enel and Koshiro in the distance, and thought to myself. How many people did the seniors summon tonight? What is the purpose of summoning so many strong men? All the big events that came in flashed through Cavendish's mind, culminating in Marine's announcement of the public execution of Captain Ace of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Regiment at Marineford. Could it be? The frivolity on his face was immediately put away, replaced by a cautiousness that he had never had before. Ignoring Bartolomeo, who was still making trouble, Cavendish silently pressed the brim of his white top hat and walked in with a heavy step. Rotten head. I didn't expect the seniors to call so many strong people tonight. You can feel it, just how strong the strength of the 2 people just now. Bartolomeo did not notice that Cavendish had also left, and he was the only one left at the door. The not-so-smart head is still slowly combing. It's so cool that the dragon guy can step on the lightning. The other is not bad either. The moment he touched the knife just now, the cold hair on the uncle's back stood up. I think it is definitely much stronger than your half-baked swordsmanship. But even such a strong person, he still has to submit to the feet of his predecessors. Hey ha ha ha. As expected of a senior, as expected of an idol of an idol. You said what posture should I use to meet the senior? Is it a sliding shovel or a summoning barrier to slide down from the sky? Or? I haven't seen my senior for many years, he must miss me too, right? Definitely, I miss senior so much, senior must miss me very much. Hey ha ha ha. Standing at the entrance of the little arena music hall, Bartolomeo laughed arrogantly with his hips on his shoulders. He suffered from social cow syndrome and didn't care about the contempt of passers-by. Completely immersed in the adoration of Luo Mu and all kinds of nonsensical fantasies. Hey, rotten Kato, say something, you. After a good few minutes, Bartolomeo realized that something was not right, and tried to poke the side with his hand. Depend on. What about you, rotten head? After realizing that the place beside him was empty, Bartolomeo suddenly patted his head and exclaimed in surprise. What about you people? Wait for me, advertisement. Say it. Bartolomeo screamed and rushed towards the concert hall. Inside the music hall. A full 200,000 seats, not a single vacant seat. Not all of them are rich, but some have spent all their savings to come to Gulen Tetsolo, the Golden Cave, in order to see the King of Souls. Because according to rumors, the King of Souls will be closed after this concert. That is to say, this is the last concert of the King of Souls, a popular musician all over the world. Therefore, the atmosphere of this concert was hotter and crazier than the concerts in previous years. The concert was still in the heat stage and the scene was still dark, but the cheers from the nearly 100,000 audience were like raging waves, wave after wave. King of Souls. Please don't leave us. King of Souls. King of Souls. How can I live without you? 39. If you must seal the wheat, please take away my fat times. Seeing that the hundreds of meters long red curtain was completely opened, revealing a tall and thin black shadow. Time. All men, women and children stood up and waved the 8 items in their hands towards the silent shadow. Sudden. Chang. Chang chang. A crisp metallic sound of a drum kit suddenly sounded, and the concert officially started. Brush. An unprecedented tsunami erupted in the entire venue immediately. The middle of the audience. Hundreds of pink and tender girls raised their lotus arms and held up a huge poster of more than 100 square meters, crying hysterically, "King of Souls! King of Souls!" Although the concert has only just begun, the atmosphere has clearly reached an unimaginably huge climax. Move, beat, beat, beat. After the sound of the metallic drum kit, a burst of dynamic music just went with the flow. Suddenly, "Come on baby," the tall and thin black figure on the stage roared a powerful and extremely atmospheric voice. Yeah. A full 200,000 audience instantly raised their arms and roared loudly, and the dynamic music in the hundreds of stereo surround speakers directly broke through the sky. Good. 35. Let's party until only a handful of bones are left. The shadowy figure on stage immediately responded to the monstrous enthusiasm of the audience. Bone. The audience cheered again and shouted the fan slogan, "Bone, of the King of Souls." Brush. The next moment, with the heat wave rushing towards the sky, a spotlight 3.4 light was immediately lit on the stage. Cylindrical lights hit the shadow as much as possible, allowing everyone to see his true face. Wearing a golden crown, a head of thick explosive black hair. An exaggerated orange scarf is around his neck, like a flamingo. The upper body is a tight black suit, and the lower body is an orange-red leggings printed with petals. And most surprising, his face turned out to be a skull. It's none other than No Song Brook, but the audience below the stage did not panic at all, but began to roar even more frantically. Jung. Brook raised his skull claws and swept the metal strings of the shark head guitar in his arms, making a very crisp metal sound. This time, 200,000 listeners in the field, totally crazy. Bone. Bone. 35. Bone. 9966. The overwhelming sound of bones is almost comparable to a sonic attack. At the same time, within the SVIP package room number 0, a young man, who looked like he was in his 20s, sat on a huge red flower, touched his chin, and said lightly at the corner of his mouth, "I didn't expect the fans of Pirate World to be more crazy. This battle, I'm afraid Econ is also difficult to compete." Next moment, a glamorous young woman in a kimono walked over with small steps and said sweetly, "Wood, the people you invited have already arrived." Heard. The young man nodded and said calmly, "Let them in. Let's watch the battle song prepared by the King of Souls for the next battle." Chapter 92. Marine's whole family. You said Luo Mu, is it? 2 days passed in a hurry, and there were still the last 3 hours before Ace's execution time. Marineford. Because no one knew what kind of doomsday the big pirates Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido would bring, the Marshal ordered the Marine family members on the island to be transferred 1 day earlier to take refuge on an island more than 10 kilometers away. The noisy and lively streets are all empty on weekdays. Call. A gust of wind blew, and only the leaves on the ground made a faint rustling sound, and the huge town was as silent as death. Before the game, the towering execution platform has been erected, and the square is full of HQ Marine soldiers armed with elite standard weapons. Thousands of heavy artillery pieces lined up to surround the entire fortress. In the sun there was a cold light on the dark barrel. And in the sky, the seagulls had big eyes, video communication bugs hanging from their necks, circling around Marineford, especially the execution platform of the fortress. This was arranged by Morgans, the big newsman Sengoku contacted in advance. After learning that the 5 elders are going to fight, Marine's confidence grows, and they are convinced that this public execution is absolutely foolproof. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku also decided to have an unprecedented, world-synchronous live broadcast. Get in touch with the big news reporter Morgans, and use a large number of video communication bugs to synchronously broadcast the whole process of public executions to news big screens around the world. This time, Marine will completely wash away the shame of 40 years ago. Let the world see how powerful Marine is now after 40 years of development. Use this war to declare, justice is undefeated. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole world was extremely tense. All residents of East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and Grand Line went out of their homes and came to their respective islands to watch the execution live. My god, first didn't expect Marine to make such a big deal this time, live broadcast all over the world. I'm going, this Marine's lineup is so luxurious? Is this the power of justice? Although it is said to be the 3 legendary pirate groups, the deployment of all Marines is too shocking. 35. The young people looked at the screen and were amazed by each of them. They were very shocked by Marine's strength. The sea was originally very wide, but now it is indeed filled with battleships, and it seems to be a bit crowded. At first glance, there are thousands of them. There are so many battleships, not to mention Marine soldiers, who do not know how many people there are. Especially in the square in front of the execution stand. In addition to a row of giant warriors standing like a hill, the most conspicuous is the Shichibukai standing on the city wall. Hawkeye Mahawk, Empress Hancock, Blackbeard Teach, Gecko Moria, Whitebeard 2 Wable, Tyrant Bear, Doflamingo. Everyone stood up against the wind, looking extremely powerful. Not to mention the 3 admirals sitting on the chair just below the execution stand. Such a lineup is no longer simply luxurious, and people can feel a strong sense of oppression even through the screen. The little pirates sweated on their foreheads and trembled. But some elderly people are relatively calm, because they have witnessed the earth-shattering war 40 years ago, and they know that there is such a person who is beyond the legend. At the same time, Straw Hat crew has just escaped impelled down and sailed on the rotating ocean currents on the World ZF dedicated route aboard the marine warship. Cough cough. The clown Buggy, dressed in a black and white prison uniform, stood beside the sturdy mast, coughed twice, narrowed his eyes and said flutteringly. Alright everyone, congratulations to our unheard and unprecedented, impelled down, escape. Saying that, he raised the wine glass in his hand and shouted. Cheers. A group of pirates surrounded him, wearing black and white prison uniforms like him, raised the wine glass in their hands and shouted excitedly. Cheers. Nor did they dream that they would be able to escape from the terrifying Warden Magellan. After the clinking of glasses was completed, these pirates took out all the food on the ship, each with a basket of chicken thighs, barbecued meat and fruits, and opened their stomachs to eat. Yo-hoo! A fat pirate wolf screamed and jumped directly into the barrel. They've been repressed for too long and impelled down, and now everyone is using nonsense and all kinds of crazy behavior to release the excitement and madness of the rest of their lives. Ha ha ha. It's delicious. I didn't expect to actually escape from that damn place. We will also be the big pirates who can escape from impelled down in the future. Hee. It's thanks to that S********** who was able to transform into Magellan. Yes, otherwise how could we escape the door of justice? I don't know how that ladyboy is doing now. Never mind, now that we've escaped from that hellish place, we just have to enjoy it. 6,600 of drunken pirates danced and hugged each other to express the joy of escaping, and the spacious deck had become their party venue. The atmosphere was very lively and enthusiastic, but beside the bulwark at the edge of the deck, there are two people with very solemn expressions. One was wearing a black and white striped prison uniform with black hair tied in the shape of the word, free, while the other was wearing yellow tattered half sleeves and a straw hat on his back. This is not someone else, it is, Mr. 3 Inches Mr. 3 and the son of the new era, Straw Hat, Luffy. In retrospect, advertisement, he's not a bad guy either. Mr. 3 was lying on the bulwark and said in a deep voice. It was not easy to meet again, but he was rescued by him again. Aside, Luffy wiped away tears with his arm, sobbing. He didn't expect Xiao Feng, who was originally an enemy, to risk his life to become a fake Magellan, sending a fake order to Marine to open the door of justice. Now they escaped from impelled down, but Xiao Feng did. Thinking of this, Luffy's tears couldn't stop falling, and his crying eyes were shaped like fried eggs. The same goes for Mr. 3 next to him. He was so moved by Xiao Feng's real man behavior that he burst into tears. Xiao Feng. Brother Feng. 35 The two looked at impelled down, which was gradually disappearing behind them, and cried at the same time. And at this time, ta-ta-ta. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the drunken clown Buggy staggered to the two with a beer mug, burping. Hey, how long are you going to be depressed? Although he is a good man, there is nothing he can do when he dies. 35. Let's have a good time, it's a prison break party. Heard. Luffy and Mr. 3's faces and blacks became the bottom of the pot, but the drunk Buggy didn't notice the murderous aura surging out of them at all, and continued to laugh heartlessly. Ahahaha. Correct, take it as Mr. 2's funeral. Boom. The voice fell. A fist the size of a sandbag hit Buggy's red nose, and the force of the impact made him roll from the gangway to a deck, and blood spurted from the red nose. 99. It hurts, it's bleeding, Buggy screamed. Xiao Feng is not necessarily dead, you have a big nose. 35. Call out. Retracting the rubber arm, Luffy yelled angrily at Buggy, whose nose was bleeding. At this moment, he has regarded Xiao Feng as a friend, and naturally he can't bear Buggy's nonsense here. A hole. Who do you call a big nose? Buggy, a carp, stood up and said angrily, he hates people talking about his nose the most. It's you, red nose, round nose, stupid nose. Luffy dodged in front of Buggy with a swoosh, and scolded directly against Buggy's big nose with smoke in his eyes. You're a rubber face, a long face, a stubborn face. Buggy fought back angrily, grabbing Luffy's rubber face. What did you say? Luffy and the clown Buggy got into a fight, even forgetting that Xiao Feng sacrificed himself to send him out of impelled down's ultimate goal, to rescue Ace. Seeing this scene, Mr. 3 on the second floor said helplessly with a drooping face. Let them go. 39 for these two mindless things, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Brush. 95 The waves kept scouring the warship, and there were waves. I thought it was a special ability for mermaids to talk to fish. I didn't expect you to call a shark, on the barrel. A man said in a low voice. He has a big back, a long scar on his face, a golden barb on his left hand, and a fur coat on his body. Coupled with a cigar in the mouth, it is more like an Italian mafia than a pirate. This is exactly one of the original Shichibukai. Sand fruit ability, sand crocodile. Not far from him, Jinbei, the seaman with all blue body and red cape, responded indifferently while steering the rudder in his hand. Is it strange that Murlocs have a good relationship with fish? In fact, Jinbei didn't have a good impression of Crocodile before, but since knowing that he is also a member of the Luo Mu alliance, his attitude towards him has improved a lot. Woo, Crocodile exhaled a ring of smoke and turned to look in Marineford's direction. Stop talking nonsense and speak directly, did not expect. Actually, I, Crocodile, will have the same opportunity to directly engage Marine as the leader did back then. It's a lot more interesting than some bullshit Shichibukai. Advertisement in different tone. There is even a hint of hope. Due to the appearance of Luo Mu, Crocodile's life goal has changed from defeating Whitebeard in the original world line to following Luo Mu. However, his personality has not changed much. Very egoistic, blatantly declared to the world that he never needed any subordinates, and did not form any pirate group, thinking that he was enough to be Luo Mu's right-hand man. Hearing Crocodile's words, Jinbei's heart also flashed with pride. That's right. What Shichibukai? It was just a tactic to keep the Murloc compatriots comforted by hiding their identities. This time, while the leader is going to declare war with Marine, let's make a big fuss at Marine's headquarters. Up to now, Jinbei knew that there was no need to hide anything, and with the arrogance in his heart, he simply shouted out the battle plan. Hearing Jinbei's bold words, Luffy and Buggy, who were still fighting together, were all stunned. Shichibukai. Luffy frowned and muttered to himself. Marine headquarters? Buggy also mumbled. Next moment. What? The two screamed at the same time, their eyes bulging out in shock. Luffy's body was limp and twisted like a twist, while Buggy's body was directly broken in two. His lower body was hanging on the fence, and his upper body was lying directly on the deck. Hey, I'm not mistaken, so you are Shichibukai. No wonder it's so awesome. Luffy's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the single-celled brain immediately went into chaos. Although he kept saying that he wanted to be the Pirate King, he also knew that his current strength was a rookie. Shichibukai is like a daunting mountain for him now. When Luffy and Buggy were shocked, the others on the boat also heard what Jinbei had just said, and they all gathered 710 here with a solemn expression. Feel sorry, I'm late to introduce myself. Hearing Luffy yelling, Jinbei responded. His tone was very calm. He had seen Luo Mu's power, and felt that Shichibukai was a bit ashamed to say it. At this moment, the clown Buggy, who was split by Chop Fruit, regained his sobriety, pointed at Jinbei and asked loudly in horror. Hey, what does Marine headquarters mean? This ship is not heading for Marine headquarters. Heard. The indifferent expression on Jinbei's face did not change, and he still gave an affirmative reply. What? There's no way you didn't know that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido were going to fight Marine at Marineford, 35. Buggy's spittle was flying around, and almost all of them broke. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack and was told to head to Marine headquarters just after escaping from Impel Down. And it's about to break out a war comparable to Mars hitting the Earth. It's over, it's dead now. In a panic, Buggy snapped in two again, and his prison uniform was soaked in cold sweat. Not only him, the whole ship's mind is blank at this moment, and their eyes are bulging and looking at the front of the sea with fear. There. A huge door loomed. Luffy had the same shocked expression on his face, but he wasn't shocked to go to naval headquarters, because that was what he was going for. He was going to Marineford to save his brother Ace. He was shocked that this Murloc with whom he had a good relationship turned out to be Shichibukai. Seeing the expressions on everyone on board, Jinbei pouted and said indifferently. Isn't that naval headquarters? Nothing to fear, 35. There is leader Luo Mu. This war must be our victory. The voice fell. The pirates in prison uniforms shouted in despair. How is this possible? That was the battle between Marine and the three legendary pirates. We went to court death. How could it be okay? This war is worse than hell. Turn around, I'm going back to Impel Down. What Luo Mu? Never heard of it. The pirates were still full of pain, but the clowns Buggy and Luffy were stunned. Jinbei, aren't you Shichibukai? Someone else is your leader? 99? Luffy said stunned. According to his current vision, Shichibukai is already unattainable, but now he has heard that Jinbei, who is Shichibukai, actually has a leader. The leader of Shichibukai, what kind of existence is that? However, before Jinbei could explain, the clown Buggy on the side had his pupils dilated and his body trembled, and asked tentatively in disbelief. The Blue Man. KR. You said Luo Mu, could it be 40 years ago? Chapter 93. Unprecedented lineup, the five elders are here. Hearing Buggy's words, Jinbei responded curiously with a glance in his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to know the leader, 99. The voice fell. Gudong. Buggy swallowed hard, but he didn't reply Jinbei. The whole person fell into a sluggish state. Luo Mu, he's not dead. How is this possible? His memories instantly went back to the moment when he was a little boy and made money with the video of Luo Mu fighting Marine in the Valley of the Gods. He had seen the video himself. Marine knocked rocks out, but the guy turned the tide on his own. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of 13 people in the end, Luo Mu's highest combat power against those Marines would simply be chopping melons and vegetables. I didn't expect that he was still alive. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Buggy's forehead, and the whole person fell into a deep fear. Because he knows that his Captain Roger and Luo Mu have a great relationship. Hey, big nose. Luffy dodged to Buggy's side, reaching out and poking at Buggy's shoulder. What are you doing? Buggy was startled and jumped back half a step, while Luffy didn't mind Buggy's roar, and continued to ask mysteriously in front of him. Who is this Luo Mu? To be able to be the leader of Shichibukai, that sounds pretty awesome. Heard. The other pirates on the deck also stretched their necks and surrounded Buggy like a group of ducks. Yes, tell me quickly, who is Luo Mu? 35. He's the leader who can be Shichibukai. How come I've never heard his name? 39. The leader of Shichibukai. Then how is his strength? Can he compare to the four emperors? Asked one by one, with eager expressions on their faces. I desperately want to know the specific strength of Luo Mu. After all, their group will soon go to Marineford. If there is one more top combat power in the pirates, their hope of survival will be one more point. But they didn't hold out much hope. That's Marineford after all, it's Marine's home base. Huh, 4 emperors. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Crocodile, who was sitting on the barrel, sneered disdainfully. Although Jinbei at the helm didn't sneer, it was obvious that he and Crocodile had the same opinion. Are the 4 emperors also worthy of their leader? And the clown Buggy put away his usual playful expression and said in a solemn voice. I don't know his strength, but if it's really that person, this battle Marine is probably over. At this time, Buggy is no longer worried about Luo Mu's threat to him. Because he figured it out, if it was Luo Mu, the existence at that level would never see him as a clown Buggy. What? Marine finished. The pirates were puzzled one by one, and Luffy was also confused. Listen to what Buggy means. How could this man named Luo Mu have such a big impact on this terrifying battle? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible, 99 a pirate said directly. Although I don't want to admit it, Marineford is definitely a forbidden place for us pirates. Let Marine finish it all by himself? Impossible, not many 4 emperors have come. I think even if the 4 emperors come, it won't work. The pirates discussed again, looking excited. Their fear of Marineford, naval headquarters is ingrained in their bones. Luffy next to Buggy also frowned, deeply doubting what the big nose said. Although he really wants to rescue his brother Ace, can one man turn the tide of the battle and overturn naval headquarters? He doesn't believe it. He doesn't know the strength of others, but he understands the strength of his grandfather Garp. Unknown. After realizing that Luo Mu shouldn't trouble him, Buggy wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and returned to his usual arrogant appearance. 40 years ago. On the sea there is a man called the Sea Overlord, called Rocks. His Rocks pirate challenge Marine head-on as the norm, and even the world noble Celestial Dragons does not pay attention to it, and directly kills it when he encounters it. Kill. Buggy spoke slowly. Due to the news blockade of the world ZF, these new generation of pirates did not know that there was such a powerful pirate group in the sea. They were stunned. A pirate group dares to challenge Marine head-on? Dared to slaughter Celestial Dragons? Seeing the sluggish looks on everyone's faces, Buggy's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he continued shaking his head. How strong is Rock's pirate? Simply put, the current Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Golden Lion are all crew members of the Rocks regiment. And Captain Rocks is more than extraordinary, more than all of them. Advertisement, but then. Though these people in the Rocks regiment were powerful, they were defeated in the battle with Marine in the World ZF 40 years ago. Captain Rocks died directly, and the pirate regiment was immediately disbanded. What? Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, 3 of the 4 emperors are now Rocks pirate. There is also a legendary pirate Golden Lion who is not inferior to the 4 emperors, and is also one of the crew. And Captain Rocks is even better than these guys. What a terrifying pirate group this is. But even such a shocking super powerful pirate group lost to Marine, wouldn't they be dead today? Even if Luo Mu has the strength of the 4 emperors, it's no use. Humph. Look at this ignorant picture of you. Buggy sneered in his heart, then cleared his throat and said more proudly. But Luo Mu in the blue-skinned population is a more terrifying existence than the Sea Overlord Rocks. With 1 on 9, one move is to lose one of Marine's top combat powers at that time. Afterwards, even if Kong, Sengoku, Garp and other 8 people joined forces, they couldn't help Luo Mu in the slightest, and even got toyed with Luo Mu's applause, 99. As for the current 3 Admiral you mentioned, he is simply not qualified to play. This person's strength is almost invincible, but an unexpected situation has occurred, and 13 combat powers have surpassed the Admiral of Headquarters level. Even so, Luo Mu is still single-handedly. In the end, the 2 sides tried their best to fight against him, and the 13 ghosts disappeared at the same time as Luo Mu, and the world thought that Luo Mu was dead. Listening to Buggy's narration, many pirates were dumbfounded. After a few minutes, guess all calmed down a little and questioned. How is this possible? How can such a pervert appear in the world? If that's true, why haven't we heard even the slightest bit? 35. This news is too exciting. Kong, the current commander-in-chief of the World ZF Army, Sengoku, the current marshal of Naval Headquarters, Garp, although he is a vice admiral, everyone knows that he is a legendary sailor who can compete with Roger, the Pirate King. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, the current 3 admiral not even qualified to play. Luo Mu was able to play these people with applause? This sounds like a fantasy, but Luffy on the side frowned and said after a long time. Big nose. You're bragging too much, aren't you? According to what you said, One Piece should be this Luo Mu, but in fact One Piece is Gold D. Roger. The voice fell. Everyone nodded vigorously. That's right, if there really is such a powerful pirate, then he should be the Pirate King. Ah, this, hearing his captain's name, Buggy was instantly embarrassed. Because of Luo Mu, the scale of the Summit War is more than 1 level higher than the original world line, so Naval Headquarters' attention is placed on Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Kaido. It is simply to subconsciously ignore the Straw Hat crew. Therefore, there has been a slight change from the original world line. In the current world, Naval Headquarters has not spoken to their warship, and Buggy's, great god, identity has not been exposed. And he certainly didn't want to expose it. Buggy's principle is that you can do what you can, and everything is your own life. Again, He himself knew that Roger played a disgraceful role in the Valley of the Gods incident, and as a crew member, he naturally would not expose the dark history of his captain. Therefore, in the face of the doubts of the people, it is impossible to explain. Humph. I'm too lazy to explain to you turkeys, just watch it then. Buggy scolded angrily, and parted his head from his body angrily. And right now, Jinbei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted loudly. It's all ready, the door of justice is coming soon. Time passed slowly amid the preparations and shocks of all parties, and there was less than an hour left before Ace's execution. Marineford. The entire island has become a steel fortress, and every Marine is eager to take on the coming Whitebeard regiment. And on the city walls, the veins on Garp's face burst out, and he lowered his voice and said to Sengoku next to him. Can Ace's execution be cancelled? Although he knew it was impossible, but after all, he was the grandson, raised by himself, and he was still fighting for it in the end. Garp. 99 Sengoku's frog glasses flashed a light and said seriously. The death of this child is very important. This is not only the execution of a pirate, but also a measure that directly affects the future of the entire world. 5. So, although I can understand your feelings, Ace's execution cannot be stopped. Boom. Hearing Sengoku's reply, Garp slammed his fist on the stone pillar next to him. Damn it. At the same time, the faces of the 7 warlords of the sea, who guarded the forefront of Marine's team, were different, especially Hancock, the most arrogant queen who always looked at people with a chin. Advertisement. She bit her lip lightly and looked around at the hundreds of thousands of Marines around her and the 3 extremely oppressive Admiral behind her. Inner secret. Chief Tilda Operator. Even though she knew Luo Mu's strength was very strong, her heart had already been given to Luo Mu. Concern is chaos. Seeing such a lineup, Hancock's bright eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of worry. But soon, the worry in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a touch of determination. Concubine, absolutely do not allow anyone to hurt the leader. He had already thought of sacrificing himself to protect Luo Mu. The beauty is graceful. If Luo Mu finds out, it will definitely be a bad fart. Not much nonsense. To the point. In a dark corridor in the fortress. Dang, with the sound of metal cuffs, 3 people slowly appeared. The first person was slightly embarrassed. At this time, Ace was no longer in high spirits, and his hands and feet were cuffed with chains made of sea stone, which made him unable to exert any strength. He could only bow his head, and, under the escort of 2 sword-wielding soldiers, walked heavily step by step to the end of the dark corridor. Squeak. The door to the execution platform was slowly opened. The dazzling sunlight shone on his body, and Ace narrowed his eyes for a while before getting used to the stimulation of the strong light. He paused for a while, but took a heavy step and walked to the execution platform. It's Fire Fist Ace. Is the execution going to begin? There was a wave-like crowd under the stage. Ace's appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Ace on the high platform in disbelief. It seemed that they didn't quite believe that such a young boy was the director of the upcoming World War. Fuse. Boom. The soldiers on both sides exerted a little force, and Ace, who had lost his strength, knelt on the execution platform. Ace kneeled there calmly with her head lowered. Nothing happens. Da. At this moment, a steady sound of footsteps came. Commander-in-Chief Kong, Marshal Sengoku, and legendary Marine Garp walked to the execution stand and stood in a row. It's the Commander-in-Chief, the Marshal and the Garp Vice Admiral. These 3 people are the souls of Marine, and just one appearance caused the cheers of hundreds of thousands of Marines in the audience. In the sky, dozens of seagulls also sensibly gave the 3 a close-up. Suddenly, the majestic images of the 3 were broadcast live on big screens around the world through video bugs. Wow, it's Marine's 3 souls, the pressure is too strong. Not only them, but also the 3 Admiral just now, have you seen it? That one called, Zhao Dahao, Akainu looks so fierce. Shichibukai is here too. Is that the Empress? How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? 3 Marine souls, 3 Admiral, Shichibukai, and so many giants, more than 100,000 Marines. This is almost all of Marine's family, right? Is this a bit exaggerated? Even the 3 legendary pirates Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido don't need so many people. Marine is sure to win this time. The onlookers were amazed by the luxury of Marine's lineup. And the next moment, something even more shocking happened. I see. In that deep tunnel, 5 mysterious old men actually walked out. 4 were wearing suits of different colors, and the other was wearing a loose kimono with a katana sword in his hand. This is, on the city wall in the distance, the eyelids covered by Doflamingo's sunglasses jumped suddenly. Full of shocking whispers. 5 elders? As celestial dragons, he knows the status of these 5 people in celestial dragons, and he also knows that these 5 people are almost the apostles of the legendary Lord Yim. The strength is unfathomable, and let's talk about Luo Mu. He is still a little distance from Marineford now, but there is a live broadcast from Tetsulo's informant, and he can also see the real-time situation on the scene. Oh, these 5 old guys are here too. 35. He snorted lightly, but his expression didn't change. 40 years ago, he was able to deal with 5 people, not to mention himself, who can now obtain the power of nature and master the Sage mode, which has greatly increased his strength. 5 elders. Just delivering food. Now the only thing that makes him a little dreadful is I am, who he hasn't seen yet. An old monster who has lived for 800 years. Today I'm going to see what you can do. Eyes flicker. Luo Mu muttered to himself. Chapter 94. Whitebeard appears. The battle begins. Marineford, on the towering execution stand. Sengoku and the others looked at the 5 elders standing behind them, with a puzzled expression on their faces. According to the plan, shouldn't you be hiding in the dark waiting for Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and the others to arrive? Sengoku lowered his voice and asked in a voice only a few people could hear. Golden Lion, Kaido, hearing Sengoku's words, Ace, who had lowered his head and closed his eyes, was surprised. What are they two doing? But in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again, and began to regret why he went to fight with Teach carelessly, causing Dad to come to naval headquarters to save him. Aside, the old man in the kimono responded to Sengoku on the right. The plan has changed. According to the CPO, in addition to the 3 big pirates Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido, there will be a group of powerful pirates who will come to disrupt. Heard. Sengoku and Kong both lowered their voices and exclaimed in surprise at the same time. What? Garp glanced at Ace beside him, frowning slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. The latest tip from the CPO, led by Gilder Tetsulo, Enel, Koshiro, the leader Green Pepper. A total of more than a dozen powerful pirates are rushing towards Marineford. And, it seems that the untouchables of the Revolutionary Army are also preparing for this. The old man in the blue suit said solemnly. As soon as the words fell, Kong and Sengoku were immediately stunned. Especially Sengoku. There was already a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. As the Marshal of the War Terrorism Bureau, he knew the names, strengths, and powers of these people very well. The head of the Golden City, the ruler of Gai Island, the warrior of Wano Kuni Shimotsuki, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy. These are all tyrannical and powerful people who look down on each other. Raid on Marineford on a special day. And their naval headquarters informants didn't pass on any information. This is simply incredible. Who would organize it? Guild Tetsulo, the head of the Golden City? This person can have more than 30% of the world's Bailey, black and white, and can even use the power of money to use the power of the world's ZF. He is the Golden Emperor who uses money to dominate the Dark World. Personal strength also has the Admiral level, but even if he can stop these children, what the hell is the Revolutionary Army? Those people weren't organized by Bailey alone. Could it be they want to turn the world upside down? Sengoku's thoughts immediately surged, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. He knows. The 5 elders wouldn't make a 717 joke about this. If these people also intervene, the scale of today's battle will completely surpass that of the Valley of the Gods. Aside. Kong's deep voice. Humph. 35 Seeing the shocked expressions of Kong and Sengoku, the old man in the black suit snorted indignantly. I really don't know what you bastards are doing to eat. If we hadn't known the news ahead of time, wouldn't you have to repeat the mistakes of 40 years ago today? However, he also knew that this was live broadcast all over the world, and the voice of reprimand was very low. Okay. Don't be stunned, we came out to let you wastes prepare in advance. With the 5 of us here, this group of pariahs can't make any waves. The old man in the dark green suit sneered and urged Sengoku to start preparing for the execution. There was no fear at all because he knew that so many strong men would be present. The same goes for the other 4. With the life-returning mystery given by IM, the 5 of them have absolute confidence in themselves. No matter how many people come, as long as there is no existence like Luo Mu, they will kill as many as they come. Sengoku. Aside. Kong took a deep look at the 5 elders and said solemnly. Listen to the 5 elders, let's get started. Although he was shocked that today's battle would take place to such an extent, as the Marine commander, Kong was quite aware of the strength of the 5 elders and had a strong confidence in today's battle. Sengoku nodded slightly, his expression still very heavy. There was a vague feeling of bad foreboding. Not because he was uneasy about the strength of the 5 elders, but because he always felt that these people suddenly united. It must not be that simple. But the matter has come to this point, the arrow has to be sent on the string. Call. Sighing slightly, Sengoku drank the soldiers on both sides, took 2 steps forward and stood on the left side of Ace, picking up a megaphone bug. Said slowly, Ace, tell your father's name, 99. When this question came out, it immediately attracted everyone on the scene and watching the live broadcast. What do you mean? Why ask who this kid's father is? Could it be the bloodline of which big pirate? He must be a powerful character, otherwise he would not have been pulled out by Marine to be publicly executed at such a young age. 5. Advertisement. For a time, people all over the world started to speculate about Ace's identity. And Ace turned his head and glanced at Sengoku, Bede, and said casually after a little hesitation. My dad is Whitebeard. In his opinion, Whitebeard was his own father and he wouldn't change that even if he died. Wrong. Sengoku snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and loudly announced to the world with a loudspeaker. Your father is One Piece, Gold D. Roger, Brush. Suddenly, as Sengoku's voice fell, there was a stunned cry in the square again, and many people were sweating on their foreheads. The news instantly detonated the audience. How is that possible? He turned out to be the bloodline of One Piece. Roger. It's actually a descendant of Roger. First said why Marine sent such a grand lineup to execute a young pirate. He turned out to be a descendant of One Piece. I saw Roger's execution in Logue Town more than 20 years ago, but I didn't expect to see his son's execution today. So surprising. Even if the world knows that Ace's identity is not simple, they never imagined that he is the descendant of Roger, the Pirate King. People were talking about the boy in front of him. The media even took pictures one after another, and no one wanted to miss this shocking news. On the execution stand, Garp clenched his fists tightly. The image of clothes came to mind. It was more than 10 years ago, when Roger, who was in prison, personally entrusted him with his children. Descends as Marine. Garp should have drawn a line from Roger, especially a big pirate like him. But the friendship between friends, especially when Roger went to the Valley of the Gods of War, still made him determined to save Ace and raise him with his grandson Luffy. Years of parenting have given Garp a strong affection for Ace. Unexpectedly, Ace will now face the same fate as his father, and he has to watch it with his own eyes. And then say Ace. After hearing Sengoku reveal his true identity, he bit his lip tightly, his face full of resentment. He didn't want to admit that Roger was his father at all. There is always only one father in his heart, and that is Daddy Whitebeard. Second, Ace was still a little surprised. Over the years, he has always felt that his father, Whitebeard, recognized his ability, and how did he end up becoming a rebellious boy, under the protection of that cheap father he had never met? It's actually Roger's bloodline, City Wall. Blackbeard Teach was also suddenly in his heart. His goal is to become the Pirate King. But he was still very puzzled, even if it was to execute the bloodline of One Piece and fight against his father Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido, there would be no need for those 5 people to be dispatched. As a frequent figure in the underworld, Blackbeard still knows the identity of the 5 elders very well. He knows what these 5 people symbolize, this fight. What's the purpose of Marine? Teach's eyes were fixed on Sengoku, and he whispered sullenly. Next moment, he shook his head slightly and withdrew his gaze, and said with a sinister smile. Whatever your purpose is, 35, as long as my plan goes well, the world will be trampled under my feet. Thief, ha ha ha. Although there was an accident, Marine actually invited the 5 elders to the battlefield, but Blackbeard had no doubt that Whitebeard would come. As a big dutiful son, he knows his father too well. He will definitely come. Dad, come on, come and see your son turn the world upside down. 99. On the execution stand, seeing everyone's reaction, Marshal Sengoku narrowed his eyes at the time and said in a low voice. Whitebeard them, 55, it should be coming soon. The inexplicable tension in my heart grew stronger. Behind Sengoku, Kong nodded slowly, narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. If possible, he would still like to annihilate the Whitebeards before they can get to Marineford. After all, he is a shock fruit capable, a man with the power to destroy the world. If he is allowed to board Marineford, it will be very difficult to defend this island. At the same time, Kong raised his arm and placed it heavily on Garp's shoulder. Garp, 35, you should know that Roger's blood runs through this kid. If he is allowed to continue, he will definitely become the most troublesome existence among the new generation of pirates. We are Marine, never allow this to happen. Advertisement. Hearing the old boss's words, Garp's teeth rattled, and after a long silence, he nodded with great difficulty. And see, time passed by minute. The discussion of the crowd gradually subsided, and there was a trace of sweat on everyone's face. The scene was dull, and the sea was even more calm and scary, but the strong people present, especially the Shichibukai standing on the city wall, could smell a trace of unease. Sudden, Marine, who was on guard with binoculars on the tower, suddenly changed his face. I see. A densely packed giant pirate ship is speeding towards Marineford. Even through the thick mist, the sentinel quickly recognized those standing on the deck of the pirate ship, all of whom were the famous Great Pirate King. All of them are large pirate ships under the Whitebeard group. Although I didn't see Whitebeard, the sentinels were 100% sure that Whitebeard was definitely not far from them. It was slow to say, but he only thought for a few seconds. Snapped. Putting down the telescope, he suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie and roared loudly. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared. Brush. Following the sentinel's warning, the hundreds of thousands of Marines on Marineford Island froze at the same time, and quickly drew their weapons. Either scared or nervous or excited, everyone's body was shaking uncontrollably. At the same time, Shichibukai on the city wall, the 3 Admiral guarding below the execution platform, and Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and 5 elders standing on the execution platform all narrowed their eyes. Looking around for Whitebeard's breath, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't find Whitebeard's main ship. But suddenly, Crescent Bay in the center of Marineford actually slowly rose a huge Uzumaki, which lasted for a few seconds. Boom! The seawater in Crescent Bay suddenly rose dozens of meters high, and a loud roar broke out. A huge pirate ship dozens of meters long split the waves, and then with a huge force, it flew directly into the air, hitting the center of Marineford with a thud. The hull is wrapped in iridescent bubble coating, and the iconic bearded skull pirate flag hangs from the mast. Nothing else. It is the pirate ship of Whitebeard's home team, Moby DK. It turned out to be from the bottom of the sea after coating. On the execution stand, Marshal Sengoku and the others were all taken aback, but they quickly stabilized their positions, picking up the megaphone and ordering loudly. Everyone has it, first level combat readiness. Brush. Following Sengoku's order, all the shocked Marines calmed down and took up arms one by one to stand by in their own positions. And at the same time, the affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard Regiment also traveled to Marineford port. What's going on? How can there be so many warships? How many Marines are there? Even with mental preparation, the pirates in the affiliated groups such as the big Uzumaki spiders still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Marine's defensive strength is simply intimidating. There were so many large warships that surrounded the entire Marineford twice, there were still countless heavy artillery on the shore, and Marines with sharp blades were crowded with people. Boom! There was another roar in Crescent Bay, and the 3 coast ships jumped out of the water and landed next to the Moby DK with great precision. On the deck, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Yoja, Foil Bista, Brahmink, Lakio, Namuil, Blenheim, Coolier, Jinbudo, Hal Pagoda, Atmos, Speedo Keel, Fosa, Izang. Except for Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division on the execution platform. The captains of the 16th Division are all here. The 15 people stood in a row at the forefront of the deck, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the towering execution platform. Next moment, ta-ta-ta, 35 accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a man as strong as a hill gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. Dressed in a white coat, holding a supremely fast knife in his right hand, he cut through the clouds, and his bare chest was covered with all kinds of terrifying wounds. This is the strongest man that makes Marines stunned. Edward Newgate. Boom. Whitebeard stood among the 15 people. Kong Yunchi slammed heavily on the deck, raised his head and stared at the execution platform in the distance. Shen said, "We haven't seen each other in decades, Sengoku." Whitebeard. Beads of sweat formed on Sengoku's forehead. As an old rival, he is even the horror of this man. The rest of the Marines were even more unbearable, their Adam's apples rolling up and down, looking at the imposing Whitebeard with shock. "Who?" Whitebeard snorted softly, ignoring everyone's gaze, and the corners of his mouth raised. "Is my dear son all right?" The voice fell. Ace on the execution platform suddenly raised his head and roared vigorously. "Daddy." Chapter 95. The 3 legendary pirates of rocks are officially here. Hearing Ace's greeting, Whitebeard responded with his own unique smile, and then his eyes began to scan the audience. City Wall. Shichibukai lined up one after the other, and there were 3 admirals sitting on the sofa below. Look further up. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, these 3 are his old acquaintances. At this moment, Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw the 5 familiar old men, and said in surprise, 5 elders. The smile on Whitebeard's face disappeared, and his eyes gradually became firmer. He had heard that the Golden Lion and Kaido would come, and he was quite sure about rescuing Ace, but if these 5 people were there, it might not be so easy to rescue Ace today. Although these 5 people did not participate in the battle in the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago, he knew very well that these 5 people were definitely not good friends. And let's talk about the captains next to Whitebeard. One by one, the complexion was even more solemn and solemn. While it was expected that Naval Headquarters defense should be strong, it was too exaggerated. In addition to the countless battleships and marines, all the legendary forces such as Shichibukai, Sen Admiral, General Commander, Field Marshal, and legendary marines are here. There were even 5 more weird old men whose faces even changed from their father. At the same time, in front of the big screen live broadcast all over the world, the onlookers started to talk. I didn't think so, the Whitebeard pirates actually came. Although they have a lot of people, they still have a huge gap compared to Marine's strength. I don't know if Golden Lion, Kaido and the others will come. If they don't come, Marine should easily win. It is estimated that not to mention saving people, it is impossible for them to leave by themselves. Viewers were talking. Almost no one is optimistic about the Whitebeard pirates. After all, from the current strength comparison, the Marine's strength is really more than the Whitebeard pirates. Marineford hundreds of kilometers away. On a wooden island, Tetsolo, Enel and others looked at Whitebeard appearing on the big screen. As this Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man. Very strong. The real powerhouses are very respectful, and when they saw Whitebeard standing in front of hundreds of thousands of Marines with Kong Yunki, they couldn't help but admire in their hearts. In light of this arrogance, Whitebeard has taken on the title of the strongest man in the world. But there is one thing. That is, they directly excluded Luo Mu behind him. In their opinion, Luo Mu's strength cannot be described by people at all. Newgate. 35 inches Luo Mu muttered. He and Whitebeard hadn't seen each other for 40 years, and seeing the old Whitebeard now is quite emotional. If he hadn't completed the Fruit Awakening and gained a lot of natural life force, I'm afraid he would be a gray-haired old man like Whitebeard. I just don't know what the Golden Lion and Kaido guys are like now. Luo Mu thought to himself. According to Tetsolo's intelligence, the 2 should have already arrived at Marineford. Marineford. On the towering execution stand, Sengoku picked up the megaphone bug and shouted in a deep voice. Whitebeard. Today's execution will never be interrupted by anyone. You should hurry up and capture. All of them, prepare to fight, the voice fell. Hey, ha. Marineford's hundreds of thousands of Marines shouted and killed together, and uniformly aimed their sharp blades and guns at the Moby DK. The aura was astonishing. It has the intention of completely annihilating the Whitebeard pirates. Marco. If the Golden Lion and Kaido don't come after a while, then prepare to evacuate. On the deck of the Moby DK, Whitebeard ignored the shouts of hundreds of thousands of people, stared sharply at the mysterious 5 elders on the fortress, and lowered his voice to Marco beside him. To be frank, for a powerhouse of his level, no matter how many trash fish there are, they're still trash. There is no such thing as quantitative change causing qualitative change. Right now, what worries Whitebeard the most is none other than the 5 arrogant old men. Although Kong, Sengoku, and Garp are strong, he has all played against them and knows their specific strength. But this 5 elders is different. He had never seen these 5 people make a move, and the unknown strength doubled the pressure on Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard has no confidence that he will be able to retreat, and he is already prepared to save Ace desperately. Dad, advertisement. Marco's eyelids jumped, and he instantly understood what Whitebeard meant. But as the most loyal existence among several squad leaders, how could he agree to Whitebeard's request, clenching his teeth, just when he was about to open his mouth to express his determination to live and die together? Call. Suddenly, the originally calm sky suddenly blew bursts of howling winds. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky. I see. Hundreds of meters away, the sky had turned into a dark cloud at some point, like a rolling black cloud, and this huge black cloud was swept toward Marineford at an extraordinary speed. What is this? Could it be that a storm is coming? How is that possible? The sky was still clear just now. The Marines were talking dumbly, but Kong's people standing on the fortress reacted immediately. The black cloud was not a cloud at all, but the people of Golden Lion Shiki. Like the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago, this guy Shiki chose airstrikes. It's still coming. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth in a low voice. Familiar people, the beginning of a familiar battle. This May Day does not remind him of the tragic battle in the Valley of the Gods, but also the figure of Luo Mu. Soon, that large, dark cloud was quickly dispersed and turned into countless black dots. This time, not only the Marines, but also the audience watching the live broadcast had their eyes bulging and their mouths open. They had never experienced the Valley of Gods battle, so they didn't know what it was that suddenly appeared. They just thought it was some kind of punishment from heaven. It wasn't until dozens of seconds later that I realized the whole picture of these black spots. It's the Flying Pirates. It's the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion's pirate fleet. I didn't expect this legendary pirate to actually come. According to legend, the Golden Lion almost wiped out Roger's pirate group in Artwall more than 20 years ago. Hundreds of thousands of pirate ships fell from the sky. This scene is too terrifying. Even if they reacted, everyone was talking in amazement, and Marine raised the musket in his hand and prepared to fire. But it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of pirate ships with skull flags crashed to the ground, and in an instant, the entire Marineford was occupied by densely packed pirate ships, and the number of Marines crushed to death was astonishing. At this time, Sengoku and others on the stage were very surprised to find that the symbols on these skull flags are not all the symbols of the flight control pirates, and many are skulls with animal horns. Golden Lion and Kaido come together. Kong's mountain beard shook suddenly and said in a solemn voice, "I didn't expect them to come together." Aside, Sengoku said in a very deep voice, and Garp's face was also cloudy. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, these are all their old rivals, and they all know each other's strength. And according to the latest information, there are more than 3 of them coming. Tezzolo and Enel are coming soon. Really? Can it be done? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Sengoku's forehead, and he looked at the 5 elders beside him. After seeing that the expressions on the 5 people's faces did not change, he was slightly relieved. And below the execution platform, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji couldn't keep their indifferent appearances. They put away Erlang's legs and silently. Kahahaha. Newgate, I didn't expect you to be a very creative old man, and you actually drilled out from the bottom of the sea. The audience suddenly burst into an incomparable laughter, followed by an even more exaggerated laughter. Ooh, Captain Newgate, I didn't expect you to be so old. I don't think you can't even lift Kong Yunki. You should rest on your Moby DK. This tone is a laugh, let alone a battle cry. The sound was like a thunderbolt, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tremble with pain. No one else. It is the Flying Pirate, Golden Lion, and the strongest creature on the surface, 100 beasts, Kaido. Golden Lion was holding a cigar, clasping his arms in his arms, and his black and gold robes rattled in the wind. And beside him, Kaido, who is 7 meters tall, has black hair and a shawl, and his long beard like a dragon's beard flutters in the wind, and the big thorns resist the iron mace against his shoulders. The 3 legendary pirates of the Rocks era officially debut. See. The squad leaders of the Whitebeard regiment were all abruptly in a low mood, and the little brother wiped his nose and roared at Ace on the stage. Ace. We will never let anyone who hurt you. Diamond Yoja on the side also clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Ace, you wait for me. Advertisement. I'll save you right away. 99 The voice falls. Roar. The pirates in the tens of thousands of regiments shouted in unison, bursting out with an aura that was comparable to the 100,000 Marines who just shouted and killed. With the support of Golden Lion and Kaido, each of them regained their confidence and returned to their previous state of fearlessness. Only the big Uzumaki spider not far away changed its complexion, gritted its teeth and showed a struggling look on its face. Goo la la la. Feeling the raging fighting spirit of his sons, Whitebeard burst into a hearty and heroic laughter. Every cell in the body was cheering, and the hidden illnesses that had been fighting for many years seemed to disappear in an instant. Hearty. Immediately after, he was staring at his friend Golden Lion, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and Kaido, Luo Mu's old subordinate, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He muttered inwardly, since Luo Mu disappeared, I haven't felt so refreshed for a long time. Goo la la la. Another burst of heroic laughter swept the audience. Laughter reverberated. Boom. A fierce and incomparable momentum suddenly erupted from Whitebeard's body, and the majestic hockey energy spurted out, forming a raging airwave on the surface of the body. Like a deep abyss, like a prison, powerful and powerful. The powerful oppressive force even made the surrounding captains couldn't help but step back, while Sengoku and the others on the execution platform suddenly opened their eyes wide. This pose. Not good. 39 with a low voice, he wanted to remind the soldiers to evacuate around Whitebeard, but it was too late. I saw that Whitebeard pushed Kong Yunshu to the side, his right foot slowly took a step out, and then his body was slightly bent, his arms were folded in front of his chest, and his chuje muscles bulged quickly as if alive. Explosive drink. Goo la la la. You two guys. Don't hold me back from Whitebeard. The voice fell, and he slammed his two cast iron arms into the air on both sides. Crack. With a crisp sound, where Whitebeard's fists smashed, the originally invisible space instantly appeared a terrifying crack like a spiderweb. Relying on the ability of shock fruit, this punch actually shattered the space directly. And obviously, the power of this supermarket goes far beyond that. In almost less than a breath, boom, 35 a terrifying power swept across all directions, and the invisible shockwave generated by the fragmentation of the space instantly burst onto the sea surface of Crescent Bay. Brush. The originally calm sea was instantly turbulent, and after a while, two monstrous waves were rolled up by the powerful shockwaves. What is this Whitebeard? It can directly set off huge waves dozens of meters high. This man, he actually took the initiative to attack. For a time, audiences all over the world were dumbfounded, watching this exaggerated scene in disbelief. And in Marineford, the Marines were completely in no mood to be shocked, because the monstrous waves had risen above their heads. All of them opened their mouths, holding their weapons against their inner fear and ran away. If this is hit by a huge wave, it is estimated that it will be shaken to death by the terrifying impact. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, even the Shichibukai on the city wall broke into a cold sweat in unison. They didn't expect Whitebeard to use his fruit power to cause a huge tsunami of such a terrifying scale when he first appeared. Boom boom boom. The effect of the shockwave has not disappeared, and the nearby sea level continues to rise. The first two huge waves have completely covered the sky above Marineford, and the entire island is gray. It's quite energetic. I didn't see it, Captain Newgate, you still have this kind of strength. 35. Seeing that Whitebeard's single blow caused a huge tsunami that was enough to devour the entire Marineford, Golden Lion and Kaido both exclaimed in admiration, and their eyes cast a crazy light. Make trouble. The bigger the noise, the better. Since Luo Mu disappeared, they have worked hard for more than 40 years for this moment. Sink the entire Marineford. But they all know that this matter is definitely not that simple, not to mention the 5 weird old men. Even the power of naval headquarters will not allow Whitebeard to drown Marineford with this trick. As predicted. Call out, in Marine 3 Admiral, who had been silent for a while, Aokiji's figure suddenly disappeared, and in a flash, he jumped up to dozens of meters in the air. Looking at the surging waves, Aokiji's expression did not change and he opened his arms sharply. Rode slowly. Ice Age, Husband. Chapter 96. History that cannot be covered up. Who is Luo Mu? Ice Age. The voice fell. Aokiji's aura was suddenly raised, and 2 indigo blue ice cones that were more than 10 meters long shot out from the palms of both palms, piercing directly into the huge wave that was about to fall at the highest point. Crack. The moment the ice pick touched the huge wave, it made a crisp sound, and the huge wave quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not finished yet. This cold force spreads rapidly like radiation, almost in the blink of an eye. The sea surface within a radius of several kilometers is frozen into ice. With just one blow, the tsunami that threatened the entire Marineford was easily diffused. Hey, a icy chill emerged from the corner of Aokiji's mouth, and the originally loose momentum immediately became fierce. Frozen the entire sea into ice. Is this the power of the Admiral of Headquarters? Horrible. I originally saw him wearing a blindfold and thought he had no strength, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The war is about to begin. Seeing the two randomly set off a tsunami and freeze the sea, the crowd watching the live broadcast instantly exclaimed. And that means Summit War is fully on. The attack was the New World 47 pirate fleet led by Whitebeard, the Golden Lion's air pirates, and Kaido's Beasts pirates. It was the 2 major forces of World ZF, Marine Headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, and the 5 mysterious old men. No matter who dies, the times will change. The audience knew this, but before they could calm down a little, the battle situation on the scene changed again. Marineford. The young Marines standing under the icicles looked up at the sky in disbelief, and said in amazement. Stop, 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 saved, woohoo, July 17th. As expected of Kuzan Admiral, although they escaped the catastrophe, everyone's body was still trembling uncontrollably, and even the timid people had tears and snot running down their faces. On the deck of the Moby DK, seeing that the tsunami he created was frozen, Whitebeard murmured as he stared at Aokiji in the air. Aokiji, you brat. Whizzing. The voice fell, accompanied by 2 broken sounds. Golden Lion and Kaido in the distance appeared beside Whitebeard. I didn't expect it. Those little devils back then have grown to such a level. Golden Lion clucked his lips, quite emotional, humph. That's all. Kaido snorted coldly, as if he didn't take Aokiji's Ice Age seriously. The 3 of them stood side by side with a calm expression on their faces. Seeing the 3 gathered together, Aokiji narrowed his eyes. The ability of frozen fruit was triggered, and the body was covered with layers of frost that was emitting cold air, and several ice spears immediately condensed and formed. 2 thorn spears. With a low voice, these ice spears immediately pierced through the sky, and the cold aura left streaks of hoarfrost in the air. Admiral of Headquarters, is this kind of strength? It's really a generation that's not as good as a generation. 35. Beside Whitebeard, the golden lion exhaled a ring of smoke. Jung, Sakura 10, Withered Wood's 2 sharp blades suddenly unsheathed. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The hand raised the knife and fell, and several golden yellow arc swords the size of a mountain immediately faced the ice spear. Crack. The golden slash wave and the cold ice spear collided in the blink of an eye, and shattered into powder together under the impetus of powerful energy. Hear the sarcasm. Aokiji's expression did not change. At this moment, his entire body had turned into ice crystals, and his whole body was covered with a biting white chill. It's really troublesome. 99 Tukao softly. A wave of air suddenly rolled up on Uzumaki's right arm, and the biting cold air all over his body was instantly condensed together and turned into an ice crystal pheasant. There was a whiff of white air at the corner of his mouth. Low drink. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. 35 Next moment. The ice crystal phoenix wrapped around Aokiji's right arm lit up with a cold light, and a clear and loud bird chirping resounded throughout the battlefield. Brush. Waving the ice crystal wings, the young bird took off and slaughtered the golden lion. But wherever it passes, a cold ice thorn will condense in the air. Meteor volcano. Advertisement. Seeing Aokiji and the golden lion fighting, Akainu no longer remained silent and let out a low voice. His arms suddenly changed into 2 hot lava, aiming at the sky, bang bang bang. One after another scorching breath was inspired by him into the back of the sky. The hot and violent breath directly covered the sky, and the sky above Marineford was dyed red. Boom boom boom. After a while, huge lava fists fell rapidly from the sky, smashing towards the Moby DK like a meteor shower. The fiery energy even made the air seem illusory. We have the most powerful admiral at the marine headquarters here. Pirates like Whitebeard have nothing to fear. Seeing this terrifying power, the elite marines present swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and lifted their muskets to forcibly cheer themselves up. No, that's right, pirates have nothing to fear. Hey-ah, marine next to him also stumblingly spoke. Bombardment. 9. Destroy the Moby DK. Rear Admiral cheered up, suddenly waved the command flag in his hand and ordered to fire. Suddenly, under the command of the command flag, the artillerymen on the fortress immediately began to move. Boom. 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 The muzzles of the heavy artillery immediately flickered with fire snakes, the smoke filled with gunpowder, and the scorching black cannonballs and the huge lava fire fists smashed towards the Moby DK. It's not over yet. Kizaru jumped into the battlefield without knowing when. Cross your arms and pinch your hands into specific shapes. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Suddenly, Kizaru's body immediately turned into photons, hanging like a golden star in the sky, and then bursts of extremely dazzling golden light bombs shot out directly. Directly cover the Moby DK where Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido are located. A time. The scorching lava fire fists, the black cannonballs with a strong smell of gunpowder, and countless golden energy bullets instantly covered the entire sky, blocking all the hundreds of meters around the Moby DK. 360 degrees, there's no dead angle. Hi, 35. This is the power of the Admiral of Headquarters. City Wall. Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, took a deep breath. Although he still looked arrogant on the surface, he was already shocked inside. Although Meteor Volcano and Bachichang Tomo are both large area attack moves, he still smelled a terrifying aura that could endanger his own life. Are you mercilessly firing on all cylinders as soon as you come up? Tisk tisk. Doflamingo stuttered. As a secret member of the Luo Mu alliance, seeing San Admiral's full-strength shot can't help but be a little worried. He also has the same thoughts as Mahawk, the Eagle Eye, and the Queen Hancock. Although I know that the 3 of Whitebeard are very strong, but after all, I have never seen it with my own eyes. I can't help but worry a little when I see the 3 admirals shooting at the same time. As long as the 3 of them can't resist, they will take action. Do not worry. Feeling the movements of the people around him, the pacifist, Shang, who had been silent from beginning to end, suddenly spoke up. The chief said, "Wait as long as possible until he comes." Heard. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and the Empress were all stunned for a moment, and turned their attention to the burly man in the middle wearing a trapezoidal hat. Shang is usually silent, and his identity is very mysterious. I heard that it is Frankenstein Vegapunk's most proud work, but I didn't expect. He is actually under the command of the leader. Leader? What leader? Gecko Moria and Whitebeard too looked puzzled. Blackbeard Teach, who was standing at the very edge, ignored the discussion, but stared at his father, Whitebeard, with no worries in his eyes. Daddy. 35. Let me see the true power of your shock fruit. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. The audience watching the live broadcast raised their hearts to their throats and stared at the big screen without blinking for fear of missing any crucial second. Marine 3 Admiral's terrifying ability made everyone's forehead sweat. All this is long, in fact, it is the blink of an eye. Is that kind of decent? Looking at the dense bombardment of energy, Whitebeard put away his joking expression, and the terrifying energy in his body quickly gathered towards the casserole-sized fists. In an instant, the 2 fists were covered with a layer of bright moonlight. Feeling the irritable energy above, Golden Lion and Kaido beside him couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. If these two punches hit the body firmly, even they would definitely have nothing good to eat. Goo. I said it before, you two don't come to drag me Whitebeard's back. Advertisement. Whitebeard grinned and laughed. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he took a good posture and slammed his fists into the void above his head again. Crack. A suffocating shockwave of terror immediately erupted from the milky white fists, and the invisible space shattered like pieces of unstressed glass, and spread wildly around. The power of vibration exploded. In the sky, the situation changed instantly, and the sea surface frozen by Aokiji around the Moby DK on the land also collapsed. Will my Golden Lion hold me back? Don't be joking, I haven't paid attention to these 3 cucumber eggs. Golden Lion's face was hideous. He took a sharp cigar, raised his right arm and squeezed his palm to death. Immediately, an extremely powerful force surged from his body, and the black gold robe was blown by the hunting sound. Saturated Doctor. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Although he is very contemptuous in his mouth, he is not sloppy in his actions, and he directly uses his big move to fight against the 3 of Akainu. Boom. The ground near the Moby DK began to vibrate violently, and all the hard rocks crumbled. The Marine's eyes bulged out as if they had seen a ghost. Next second, the ground within a few hundred meters of the Golden Lion suddenly swelled. Dozens of tons of rocks escaped gravity and flew into the sky, and quickly collided with Ning. In less than a breath, these boulders were condensed into ferocious stone lions with bloody mouths, who chose people and devoured them. Roar. Accompanied by the roaring of the sky and the earth, the stone lions dozens of meters high restlessly scratched their huge hooves, snorted and charged towards Akainu and others at the execution platform with endless might. Wherever he went, anything that dared to stand in front of him was instantly smashed into powder. Humph. You can't let these 2 old things take up the limelight. Seeing that Whitebeard and Golden Lion were one after the other with greater power, Kaido couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Roar. A mighty dragon roar resounded through the sky. The originally clear skies suddenly began to darken, and the layers of dark clouds rolled together like raging waves. Hum. A zigzag lightning suddenly fell from the clouds, and the sound of rolling thunder and lightning followed one after another. Roar. Another shocking dragon roar, and suddenly 2 cyan claws suddenly pierced out of the clouds, and in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, these 2 claws pulled with all their might, tearing apart the clouds that covered the sky and covered the sun, a 100-meter-long hole. Kaido want to recreate the last glory of Captain Luo Mu. Growl. A divine dragon covered with cyan dragon scales appeared in front of everyone in the world, and the strongest creature on the surface showed his majestic appearance. Boom. A burst of purple lightning struck, and Kaido's whiskers fluttered in waves. With a swipe, he stretched out the cyan dragon claw and held the lightning in his hand, and hatedly threw the iceberg, lava fire fist, and golden energy light projectile at Akainu and others. In an instant, the powerful energies of the 6 paths finally collided. Boom. The people on the island only felt that a suffocating energy fluctuation suddenly burst out over the island, and the scorching rays of light flashed continuously, and the stabbed people couldn't open their eyes. Only Rear Admiral or higher powers can barely see it. In the violent energy fluctuations, the young bird covered in ice crystals sublimated most of it in just an instant. Not melting, but sublimation. In this terrifying energy explosion, the solid ice crystals did not have time to melt, and were directly transformed into tiny gaseous molecules, which formed repeated, white smoke, after liquefaction. More than a dozen giant stone lions kept waving their huge front hooves, smashing the golden energy light bullets into powder, and even a few directly opened their mouths to swallow the lava fire fist issued by the red 3.4 dog, in the stomach. The degree of damage is also very fast, and it took a moment to find a complete stone lion. Then there is the purple lightning thrown by Kaido incarnate as a blue dragon. This energy is the most violent, directly detonating thousands of shells. Just a few minutes. The frightening energy shock of the 6 paths gradually calmed down, revealing a sky full of gunpowder smoke and fog. Is this the strength of the legendary pirates? Kaido of the Beasts turned into a blue dragon holding a thunderbolt. The strongest man in the world, the strongest creature on the surface. I feel like they can destroy the world at will. 35. And the flying pirate Golden Lion, as expected of a powerhouse on the same level as the pirate King Roger, not only invincible in swordsmanship, but also such a terrifying fruit ability. It's too surprising. I thought the 3 Admiral could easily defeat the pirates. Who is Luo Mu? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Luo Mu. Luo Mu. I remember it. The last name Roger called out before his execution more than 20 years ago was Luo Mu. Could it be a person? Who is he? How can the 2 legendary figures be so important? Seeing the terrifying energy created by the 3 Whitebeards, the Marines in the field were all stunned. In their hearts, the 3 Admirals were all invincible existences, but they didn't expect that the combined blow would be easily blocked by the 3 of them. And, after hearing Kaido's roar, everyone became curious about the name, Luo Mu. At the same time, many veterans recalled that Roger also called out the name Luo Mu before his death more than 20 years ago. Who is this man? In an instant, the entire battlefield began to roar. Chapter 97. Luo Mu's story shocked the world. Kahaha. 40 years later, do you still dare not admit the existence of Luo Mu? It seems that justice will shut up one day. Golden Lion floated in the air, clasping his arms in a loud taunt. Whitebeard's main purpose today is to rescue Ace, but Golden Lion and Kaido are different, they're here to make a reckoning with Marine. As soon as this word comes out, the scene that had been somewhat riotous in the first place immediately became an uproar again. Who is this Luo Mu? How does it seem that these legends know him? Yeah, and I feel like Roger, Kaido of the Beasts, Golden Lion Shiki are all very respectful to him? Is there really something hidden up there? 6699? The young Marines became puzzled one by one, but at most they knew that Roger had called Luo Mu's name before he was executed more than 20 years ago, and they didn't know anything about what happened 40 years ago. The few veterans wanted to speak, but in the end they all shook their heads and said nothing. Although from the current situation, it is impossible to hide it, but it can only be said by high-level people. If they say it, they will definitely not escape the punishment. And countless people around the world watching the live broadcast are even more puzzled. Who is this Luo Mu? What is Marine hiding? It must be a big pirate. The big pirate? How big can it be? Goldie Roger is famous enough, right? That said the existence of One Piece, but the news was not blocked. One Piece sucks compared to this one. It's young people, you won't understand if you haven't experienced that era. Damn, how do you say it's mysterious? Unlike the Marines in the battlefield, there are still old people who dare to say a few words in the live broadcast crowd, but looking at the Marines who maintain order around them, most of them only dare to say those two words vaguely, but they don't dare to say it again. More to say. 14. A time. People all over the world are beginning to wonder, who is this Luo Mu? See this scene. On the huge wooden island flying in the sky, a group of people behind Luo Mu couldn't help but open their mouths. Tetsuo said with a sneer while playing with his big gold ring. Look at the embarrassed appearance of those Marines, who dare not even mention the leader's name. If Luo Mu hadn't found him to help him, his wife would have been tortured to death by celestial dragons long ago. He doesn't have any good feelings for World ZF, and naturally he won't miss any chance to ridicule. Ignorant mortals. It's beyond your own power to try to hide the brilliance of God. 35. Enel digs out his ears, his tone indifferent. After meeting Luo Mu, he no longer claims the title of God, and he thinks that only Luo Mu is worthy of this title. According to Marine's urine, the existence of the chief must be denied. 35. Lone Gao Jihong held the umbrella sword in his hand and said slightly elegantly, with a proud expression on his face. After all, it is a lonely red. Except in front of Luo Mu, his arrogance, pretend demeanor, from the bottom of his body cannot be concealed. I just don't know what the expressions of these Marines will be when the leader appears in front of them for a while. Bartolomeo looked excited. Heard, all the lawless tyrants squinted their eyes and laughed. They have all been persecuted by the World ZF more or less, and they can't wait to land in Marineford and tear the existing World ZF to shreds with Luo Mu. Only Brook stared at Momoshage on the big screen. He muttered to himself with a serious face. That Marine girl, Vice Admiral, looks very good. Oppa is very big, but I don't know what color her fat is. As soon as this word comes out, a trace of cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces. They couldn't figure out what this skeleton's brain was thinking about all day. No. He obviously has no brains. Luo Mu was accustomed to it, and only said it after laughing indifferently. Don't worry. I used to read a novel called Do Po. Does the protagonist always appear last? It's not uncomfortable for Marine to erase him from history, after all. He knows that in order to be able to blatantly enjoy privileges, and to make people all over the world still grateful and revered for him, it is not common to hide the truth of history. Means. Meanwhile, Marineford. It's been covered up for so many years, I can't hide it after all. On the execution stand, Sengoku took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn. Advertisement Kong, Garp and even the 5 elders on the side were the same, with serious expressions and fearful eyes. Let's reveal the truth. 35 The old man in kimono hugged first-generation Onatu, and suddenly whispered something. The old man in the black suit immediately widened his eyes, as did the other 3 old men in the suit, turning to look at the old man in the kimono. Luo Mu is dead. Anyway, these stupid pariahs will only remember the victor, we just need to kill the bugs. The old man in the kimono said lukewarmly, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself. Put it on the bright side and solve it completely. In this case, that person can no longer affect my mood. Several people didn't know the real thoughts of the kimono old man, but they all felt that there was nothing wrong with what the kimono old man said. People are forgetful. No matter how powerful Luo Mu was before, he is already dead, and with them here today, the final winner must be them. In this case, the announcement of Luo Mu will not only not bring shame to the world, but will have an unexpected effect. Humph. Just do it like this and announce it directly, completely shatter the illusions in the hearts of these mobs. The old man in the black suit said coldly, after today, I see who else uses the name Luo Mu to talk about the World ZF. The old man in the blue suit stroked his long beard and said in a solemn voice. Aside, Ace kneeling on the execution platform was shocked. Could it be that the legend that Dad said is true? Ever since he got on the ship more than 10 years ago, he knew that Whitebeard would talk to them about someone named Luo Mu whenever he was drunk. Said that was his best brother and the real strongest person in the world. One person can defeat all of Marine's top fighters. However, no one took it seriously, because it was too exaggerated for one person to single out all the Marines. In addition, Whitebeard always talked about this person after he was drunk, and it was just those few words over and over, so they all listened to it as a joke and a legend. But now, judging from the words and expressions of Marine and the 5 mysterious old men, what Dad said seems to be true. One person singled out all the Marine powerhouses. Does such a person really exist? Ace was stunned, even ignoring his own dangerous situation. And in the next moment, Sengoku, who was wearing a seagull hat, nodded, ta-ta-ta. With heavy steps, he walked to the edge of the execution platform again, raised the megaphone bug in his hand, and said loudly with a solemn look. That's right, there is indeed Luo Mu. This statement came out. Not only the Marines were taken aback, but even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and other pirates were also taken aback. Sengoku, on the other hand, did not care about the reactions of the crowd and continued after a pause. 40 years ago, Luo Mu attacked a luxury cruise ship carrying celestial dragons for celestial gold, brutally murdered the celestial dragons on it, and then defeated the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. A heinous crime was committed. Not only that, this villain also hangs the corpses of celestial dragons from the mast, openly provoking the world ZF in the sea of the Hachinosu generation. Speaking of this, Sengoku paused for a while, and the expression on his face became more and more gloomy, as if the 2 young monster appeared in front of them again. The Marines under the stage all had bulging eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Grab the heavenly gold, kill celestial dragons, and parade the dead? Repelled the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. What kind of horrible villain is this? Moment. In the Marines' minds, the terrifying image of the 5-colored 8-gate popped up. 3 heads, 8 legs, 10 arms 50 or 60 meters high, and his face must be full of pockmarks. Because they acquiesced, only such terrifying pockmarked monsters would dare to fight against the world-noble celestial dragons. More than just Marine, even the pirates were dumbfounded. On the Moby DK, the pineapple-headed pony's eyes widened, and the sloppy expression on his face had already changed to stunned, and asked Whitebeard in a low voice in disbelief. Dad, is this the good brother Luo Mu you said when you were drunk? Beside, the same goes for Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta and others, swallowing hard and staring intently at Whitebeard. Although they were mad, they would never dare to hang the bodies of celestial dragons on the mast to demonstrate directly to the world ZF. Advertisement. I didn't even think about it at all. Goo. Whitebeard laughed, turned his head to look at the sluggish sons and said boldly. What is this? That guy has scared the world ZF for 40 years, and it's far more than that. The voice fell. Several people were stunned for a moment, and then they all thought of what Whitebeard had said before. My brother is the world's #1 powerhouse, and one person can overturn the entire Marine. Is what Dad said true? Moment. All of them suddenly raised their heads to look at Sengoku on the execution platform, and they couldn't wait in their hearts. Even the fact that Ace was about to be executed was ignored. It's not that they don't worry about Ace, but something about Luo Mu has completely aroused their curiosity. City Wall. The Shichibukai also had different expressions. There are still such arrogant people in the world? Gecko Moria underestimated a sentence blankly. He is evil by nature, killing ordinary people even if he kills 100,000 without blinking an eye, but he doesn't even dare to think about celestial dragons. After all, if you kill celestial dragons, you will be pursued by the Admiral of Headquarters. He thought that he could not resist Admiral's strength, but he didn't expect that there would be such a madman in the world who directly slaughtered the celestial dragons to hang the corpse. And not only crazy, but also crazy capital. Whitebeard too also thinks the same as Gecko Moria. As for Blackbeard Teach, there was a strange light on his face. Luo Mu, when my plan is completed, I will definitely surpass you by 720 and become the biggest villain in the world. Say it. He just cast his eyes on Father Whitebeard again, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The remaining few, Hawkeye Mahawk, the Empress, Doflamingo, and the Pacifist Bear, all of them couldn't help but raise their mouths. Especially the Queen. Hearing his lover's great achievements, a pair of bright almond eyes have changed into pink love. And right now, Sengoku's solemn voice rang out again. After this, World ZF directly raised the bounty of the villain Luo Mu to 1.5 billion Bailey, 35. However, what is horrifying is that Luo Mu did not restrain himself because of the high bounty warning, but joined the most vicious terrorist organization in the world at that time, Rock's Pirate. Sengoku's frog glasses flashed. Since I want to say it, I simply say it all directly, and there is no need to hide it now. There are 5 elders. They have full confidence to destroy all the pirates present today. As long as these people are all eliminated, I believe that the prestige of the world ZF will not only not decline, but will definitely increase greatly. Think about it here. Sengoku continued without pausing. It went even further, with Captain Rocks of the Rocks Pirate, Kadri Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Bigmom Charlotte Linlin, and John, Ochaku, Silver Axe, and a group of madmen attacking the Celestial Dragon's altar in the Valley of the Gods. After the World ZF defeated Rocks and others, it was crazy, 35. Killed nearly 100,000 World ZF defense forces and killed 80 Celestial Dragons present in one fell swoop. In the end, 9 people including the current Commander-in-Chief Kong, myself, Garp, and several top powerhouses joined forces and were defeated. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, forcing a serious expression on his face. What he said was true or false, and he still didn't say anything about joining forces with the Roger Pirates. Because of that, Marine became a laughing stock, and Marine later killed Roger and talked about justice. Second, he also didn't say that Luo Mu's strength was to beat the 9 of them, let alone the 13 kings of purple gold. But even so, all the Marines at Marineford and the audience watching the live broadcast from around the world were completely shocked. Sengoku's half-truths rang in their ears like thunder. Quiet. It was a strange silence, except for some old people who knew about the incident in the Valley of the Gods. All of them were stunned, as if their brains had shut down, unable to utter a word for a long time. Chapter 98. This world can't be worse than it is now, right? At this moment, the huge Marineford was dead silent, and all those who had never heard of Luo Mu's name were full of shock in their hearts. Even fear. And Sengoku continued. This kind of villain who has turned a deaf ear to the world order, although people have disappeared, it has already caused a bad influence around the world. Countless villains are just around the corner. In order to erase the bad influence brought by Luo Mu and protect the peace and stability of the world government had to block the matter related to the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. 99. Sengoku talked eloquently. At the beginning, when he lied to conceal his alliance with the Roger Pirates and the 13 Purple and Gold Kings, the corners of his mouth twitched. But when it comes to defending justice later, his expression became more and more solemn, and his speech became smoother and smoother, without any stumbling. So that's how it is. No wonder the world ZF would conceal this past. This Luo Mu is too terrifying. Compared with him, Roger, the Pirate King, is simply not worth mentioning. In this way, it doesn't seem so scary anymore to be called the world's most vicious villain, Dragon. I think it's good to block the news, otherwise there must be more pirates than now. No wonder Roger called out this man's name before he was executed, but what did he mean when he said, Luo Mu, you were right. I didn't expect that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Bigmom and Kaido, these people are all related to Luo Mu. 35. After hearing Sengoku's half-truths, both Marine at the scene and the people watching the live broadcast all over the world expressed their understanding of the fact that the world government blocked news and concealed the truth of history. And the name Luo Mu, it has become synonymous with the unforgivable devil. As expected of Martial Marine, you can really say something. If I hadn't traveled all over the world and witnessed with my own eyes how the so-called world ZF is a fishy commoner, I would have almost cried. Wooden Island. Long looked at Sengoku with a righteous face on the big screen, the special lines on his face twitched, and said disdainfully. There was disgust in his eyes, in the original world line. Long was the only soul of the Revolutionary Army, but at the beginning he had no intention of rebelling. After all, who in life is born a rebel? In addition, he is the son of legendary Marine, and Marine hero, Garp. He has been fascinated by him since childhood, and his ideal from the beginning was to be a brave Marine like his father. Maintain world peace and uphold justice, but after the dragon grew up and traveled all over the world, he found that, as the law enforcement machine of the world ZF, the justice maintained by Marine is only relative, not absolute. Even the world ZF itself, self-proclaimed incarnation of justice, but behind his back is doing all kinds of shameful deeds. He has seen the world noble celestial dragons shoot and kill in the street, just because the man did not kneel in time because of fear. He has also seen the CP troops slaughter the entire village in order to hide some of the dark transactions of the world ZF. Not even a child is spared. He has also seen children of all races being branded with shameful slave marks by red-hot irons, dragon hoods. He has seen too much. These things completely collapsed Ishin's longing for justice. Finally joined the rebel army organization and became its leader along the way. The purpose is to overturn this ugly world. In the current timeline, Luo Mu didn't interfere too much with his other affairs except to guide the dragon's strength to grow faster. So the dragons in this timeline are still the same as before. There is only one purpose, and that is to subvert the world. What bullshit justice is, it's all deceitful nonsense. Long stared at the big screen and cursed again, turned his head to look at Brook, and said solemnly. I think this martial Marine sings better than our Soul King. 99. Advertisement. When the voice fell, the people around were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but burst into laughter after they reacted. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be joking, Long. Killing me. But indeed, what Marine says is better than what our world-renowned King of Souls sings. The group of people were already dissatisfied with the world, but at this moment, when they heard that the normal dragon was actually making a bad joke, they all laughed out loud. Since everyone has more or less wounds on their bodies, even if there are no wounds, they're all grotesque. This smile is like a group of demons dancing wildly, and this scene looks extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Long Dun, who was originally full of anger, felt helpless again. He hates hypocritical justice, but there are many real villains among these people. The world is controlled by these people, and it is not what he wants to see. The damn world. Long clenched his fists tightly, frowned and cursed fiercely. Dragon. Seeing Long's discomfort, Luo Mu called out softly. Time. The people who were still dancing with the demons immediately stopped shouting, and they all put away their exaggerated smiles and closed their mouths. No matter how evil they were, Luo Mu had completely conquered them with a strength beyond their comprehension. Regardless of their personalities, they are 100% respectful to Luo Mu. Leader. Long also returned to his normal face, and respectfully responded to Luo Mu. Good people and bad people, as long as the world is overturned today, that's fine. Even if there is a worse situation, that is the mission of the later people. Luo Mu said indifferently, he still values the dragon very much. Luo Mu is not a virgin, but not a pervert who wants to control everyone in the world. There may be a point. He doesn't like those evil pens who are obviously strong but always show their superiority in front of the weak, especially celestial dragons, which reminds him of something in his world. There is nothing he can do in that world, but in this world, if he can't stand it, he will clean up their strength. The way he cleans up is to smash the existing world order, and what will happen next? Feel sorry. Luo Mu admits that he is a layman, not a living bodhisattva who is compassionate and compassionate. What it will be like is what it will be like. It always pays to clear out existing celestial dragons. As long as the world is overturned today, it is good. 55. Long repeated Luo Mu's words to himself, and the whole person fell into contemplation. And at the same time, Marineford, on the execution stand. Sengoku. Kong whispered to Sengoku and gave him a thumbs up without leaving a trace. He didn't expect it. It was originally a matter of concealing the truth and belonged to the most serious black histories in the world, but after Sengoku's words, it turned out to be understood by the world, and even the fighting spirit of many Marines in the audience became stronger. Aside, the folds on Five Elders' face also relaxed a lot. I didn't expect that this bunch of trash still has such a use. The old man in the black suit touched his own waves and said, although it was a compliment, it always sounded a bit strange. Advertisement, humph, it's still useful for you. The other four old men also reluctantly browed a few words. However, although they were still holding their faces on the surface, they were already unstoppably happy inside. The reason is simple. They claim to be the apostles of God, and their purpose is not only to want to ride on the heads of everyone in the pirate world, but also to bow down and respect them from the heart of everyone in the world. The purpose of establishing a world ZF and maintaining a certain order is again. How can you be unhappy when you see that the black material from 40 years ago has turned into a glorious deed that can improve your image? Looking at the Marines who were holding their weapons high and shouting that justice would win, the old man in kimono had his mouth split open and laughed like never before. Said with a holy face, "That's it. Untouchables, thank the God who has given you the life you are living today." 35. Full of enjoyment, however, at this moment, an angry dragon roar stunned Marine, who had reached a climax. Roar. Shit justice. 99, Sengoku. I didn't expect you to be a guy who plays disgusting word games. Those celestial dragons will die. Captain Luo Mu killed them for the sake of heaven. Damn aristocrats, what are the natural nobles in this world? 35. Kaido growled angrily. He was oppressed by the world ZF since he was a child, and after Luo Mu disappeared, he thought the world was boring and destroyed the best. Even if Whitebeard didn't save Ace this time, he would have long wanted to start a top war in the world. Like he said, Kaido doesn't believe in any natural nobility at all. His idea was simple. Joust, that is to bring all those in power who were born aristocrats, and indulge in comfort to the battlefield. This is equality and freedom. Only war can determine the value of everyone. The most important, he will never allow anyone to discredit Luo Mu. Blue Dragon Heat Breath. A stream of fiery energy shot out from the mouth of the Abyss Dragon, forming a red flame column with a radius of nearly 2 meters in the air and blasting towards the Marine troops. The energy is too hot, and the air around it is full of black smoke. Stop talking nonsense there, Akainu's eyes narrowed. In his eyes, whether it is a pirate or someone in the world ZF, that is the target of his execution with absolute justice. But pirates have a higher priority. Boom. The breath on his body suddenly became one, and his arm immediately changed into a state of hot lava. The dog bites the red lotus. With his loud drink, the lava arm immediately erupted into a wild beast's roar, and then the hot lava arm was a windward, and immediately stretched several meters. In the blink of an eye, the huge lava fist turned into a gigantic, hideous dog's head. Roar. Just like the hellhound at the gate of hell, it opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. This is exactly why Sakazuki is called Akainu, one of the Nirvana's dog nip red lotus. Chapter 99. Dutiful Sun Sword, Whitebeard Danger. Just having a mouth is useless, pirates, if you don't have the strength, no amount of nonsense will save you. Seeing that Akainu had already met Kaido, Kizaru lightly touched the orange sunglasses. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Whitebeard standing on the deck of the Moby DK. Shen said, "Speed is weight, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" The voice fell. 35. The tall and thin body immediately shone, and the entire body instantly turned into a golden light that shot out towards Whitebeard. With a sound of shoo, a cylindrical light trail was left in the air. Kizaru's personality is very casual, he often shows weakness in the face of most enemies, and speaks very slowly. But today, facing the three people of Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Kaido, especially now that Luo Mu's historical related time has been pulled out, the battle situation is very serious. Therefore, he also directly put away his usual leisurely appearance and attacked with all his strength. We're not all decorations. On the deck, Marco's pineapple head moved with the wind, and a cyan flame instantly wrapped his body, and in an instant, Marco's whole person had transformed into the form of a phoenix. Call. The several meter-long cyan wings suddenly fluttered, and in a short moment, they rushed in front of Kizaru's trail of light. This guy. Kizaru's eyes widened, and after being absent for a moment, he suddenly stopped, condensing flash energy and attacking Marco. Don't underestimate people. 35. Marco let out a low drink, then narrowed his eyes. I see. At this moment, Marco clearly captured Kizaru's only attack opportunity from elementalization to entity. Without any hesitation, most of the blue flames on his body disappeared, and only his wings were preserved in the form of wings, instantly transforming from the form of a phoenix to a form of human and beast. With a sudden force between the waist and crotch, the body rolled forward in the air, and the strong right leg was raised high. "It's scary." Kizaru said something habitually, and his body glowed with golden light, ready to turn into a flashman again to avoid this blow. But it's too close. Marco's leg whip slashed down like a battle axe. Kizaru, who was not able to complete 720 full elementalization in the future, was kicked upside down by this powerful kick, and his body slashed a trace in the air. He slammed into the rock wall hundreds of meters away. Boom! The rocks shattered and a loud roar erupted. Kicked. The pirates of the Whitebeard group clenched their fists one by one with excitement on their faces, while the rest of the pirates watched in disbelief at the little pony whose arms turned into phoenix wings. Is this the strength of the Whitebeard regiment? Can a squad leader compete with the Admiral of Headquarters? But, whether it was the other squad leaders or Marco himself, their expressions were still very solemn. They know. It's not that simple, really. At the moment when the rock wall shattered, there was a sound of, huh, and a golden light blazed out from it and landed on Marine's position. It's Kizaru. Not only was there no injury, but even the righteous cloak on his body was not stained with any dust. He looked up at Marco in the sky, and at Akainu and Kaido who were fighting together. He lowered his eyes and said slowly, "It doesn't look like we're going to take Whitebeard's head easily." And on the other side of the battlefield, "Marco, why are you a ship doctor hiding in the front every time?" Seeing that Marco actually fought against Kizaru, he couldn't help himself. Boom! The right foot took a step forward, and the hard rock was immediately stepped out of a depression of several centimeters. Then he rolled up his sleeves unhurriedly, and extended his arms directly to hug a piece of ice protruding in front of him. What does he want? Do not know, don't worry about it so much, strike now. Seeing Jose's actions, the surrounding Marines were all sweating on their foreheads, panicking in their hearts, and hurriedly raised their muskets to prepare to shoot. Jose completely ignored the Marine's actions, clasping the ice protruding in front of him with his arms. Advertisement, hey. With a low drink, the muscles on both arms towered high, and immediately, the area began to vibrate violently. Jose burst out in full force. The ice hill with a radius of more than 10 meters in front of him was directly pulled up by him. With a wave of his arms, the huge ice hill was immediately thrown out and shot towards the towering execution platform. There is something to stop it, Joss roared angrily. The terrifying and strange power of pulling the ice hill, coupled with the dark tendon flesh, the whole person seems to be an ancient demon. How is this possible? Damn it, the iceberg is so big that the musket is useless. Run away. 66 The Marines were almost pulling the bolt and smoking, but at most the iceberg fell a few pieces of ice, and the impact speed was not attenuated in the slightest. In just a moment, it was bombarded in front of everyone. If we don't stop it, the execution platform will definitely be smashed to pieces. Bunny. If you want to steal Luo Mu's skin and rob the battlefield, you're still a long way off. A thunderclap suddenly sounded. There was an undisguised anger in Garp's eyes. He didn't want Ace to be executed, but he couldn't stand a group of junior pirates smashing Marine's face in front of the whole world. Brush. Garp jumped down from the execution platform. With a hum sound, the entire right fist was instantly pitch black, and armament hockey was already covered. Break me. With a roar, the entire right arm suddenly swung out, and the black fist the size of a casserole smashed hard on the iceberg that came from the blast. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, the huge iceberg shattered inch by inch like a mirror. It's not over yet. Garp's speed did not decay, and the tower-like body continued to bombard out like a cannonball, and in just a moment, it rushed in front of Jose. Garp. Jose's eyes widened and his teeth gritted. He knows Garp's strength. He is a legendary man who can face off against Dad. His muscles tightened instantly, and he didn't dare to slack off. Sparkling diamond form. A low drink. In an instant, diamond-shaped diamonds appeared on the dark body, and the whole person shone brightly in the sun. This is Jose's strongest defensive skill. Use Paramecia shiny fruit to turn every part of yourself into a transparent and pure diamond, with extremely high defense and attack power. Known by those who know it as the King Kong Shield, the usual physical attacks are almost ineffective. Seeing that Jose was actually posing to pick up his fistbone meteor, Garp's vicissitudes of life showed a smile of praise. Pirates. 39. Your courage is commendable, but that's about it. Boom. 99. The almost pitch-black fist landed on the diamond barrier, and there was a loud noise, and with almost a dazzling effort, Jose's burly body immediately flew out, like a kite with a broken string, bead, and then heaved heavily, smashed onto the ice. Crack. The diamond armor on Jose's body suddenly cracked a gap, and then one by one shattered and embedded in the ice. In the ice. Jose gritted his teeth and trembled slightly, trying to break free, but his entire body was paralyzed, and he didn't need any strength at all. Immediately afterwards, there was a sudden burst of sweetness in the throat. Puff. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out immediately. Is this the true strength of the legendary Marine? Jose's face was pale, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that Garp could break his most proud defense with just one punch. Jose. See. Beasta narrowed his eyes, pulled out the western sword from his waist, and immediately ran towards Jose. Inspired by Garp's one-shot victory over Jose, Marine's side immediately became more aggressive. Fire. Fire. 35 advertisement. The flag bearer frantically waved the command flag in his hand, and the sailors on the fortress also all calmed down and raised their torches to light the lead. Boom. 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 99. The dark gun muzzle flickered with rays of light, and the scorching shells poured out towards the pirates like black raindrops. At the same time, when the captains of the White Regiment saw that Joe's was injured, they no longer hesitated. Little ones, rush for me, kill all these Marines and rescue Ace. Under the leadership of the division captains, the pirates of the 47 pirate ships rushed out waving the machetes in their hands. A time. In the battlefield, the artillery fire continued, and the two sides scuffled into a group, with the harsh sound of swords colliding everywhere. What are you waiting for? Could it be that we have to wait until the people like Tetsolo show up? Go. On the execution platform, the 5 elders saw that the battle between the two sides had started, and directly urged Sengoku and others to join the battlefield. Hey, a hot breath came from the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Although he was dissatisfied with the reprimands from the 5 elders, he also understood that it was time to take action with all his strength, otherwise they would be somewhat passive even with the presence of the 5 elders when the people from Tetsolo arrived. Master Air, take Whitebeard first, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Kong next to him also understood what Sengoku meant, and suddenly raised the momentum with a hum. Although he was close to 100 years old, because he was working within the system, there were not many battles that required him to take action in person on weekdays. So unlike Whitebeard, Kong's body is still very healthy. With a little force, all the muscles in his body knit together, turning into the strongest barrier in Marine. The two looked at each other and nodded slightly. The next moment was to jump at the same time, jumping directly from the high platform of dozens of meters. In midair, Sengoku's body suddenly lit up, and the whole person immediately turned into the form of a great Buddha. Buddha's punishment. 6 styles Kong impact. The two shouted at the same time. Dad. Watching the two Admiral attack Whitebeard, a dozen squad leaders were in a hurry, but they could only be in a hurry. They have now fought against Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, and Gecko Moria and Whitebeard too from Shichibukai have also joined the fight. They simply have no way to free up their hands to go to the rescue. Gula Lala. Seeing Kong and Sengoku attacking him, Whitebeard didn't have any fear on his face, but instead let out a big laugh. Bring it on. Let this old man see if you have made any progress over the years. 55. The words fell, and Whitebeard's face suddenly became solemn. He knew that in the face of the joint attack of the two, if he didn't pay attention, his life might be in danger. The fists were once again covered with a layer of bright moonlight, and the energy of shock fruit was instantly stimulated to ultimate. Turning his waist, Whitebeard assumed his signature pose, and the Hai Wang Guan Tuan on his fists immediately became the size of a disc. Although it has not been waved, the surrounding space is already ringing in Wang Ming. It is clear. Unlike the initial tsunami blow, this time Whitebeard is going all out. Bring it on. Whitebeard let out a low snort, and his bell-like eyes lit up with raging fighting intent. However, just when the three were about to fight together. Laugh. A faint sound suddenly sounded at the scene, and Whitebeard only felt a cold feeling in his abdomen, followed by a sharp pain. This is 9 moment. Whitebeard just reacted and got hurt. But at this time, Kong and Sengoku had already rushed in front of him with wind and thunder, and it was too late to do anything else. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly waved his arms. Smashed hard in the air. Chapter 100. Falling into a disadvantage, Luo Mu is about to debut. Click. With a crisp sound, the ability of open black lens bracket shock fruit close black lens bracket exploded immediately. Under the strong energy fluctuations, the surrounding air suddenly appeared torn apart by spider web cracks, which had been cracked in front of Kong and Sengoku. Kong and Sengoku did not retreat but advanced, each one punched directly to meet Whitebeard's terrifying shattering blow. In an instant, boom. A thunderous bang resounded across the entire Valley of the Gods, and a terrifying energy shockwave burst out from the collision. The enormous pressure actually crushed all the people around Vice Admiral or below, go down. Both Kong and Sengoku couldn't help but stagger backwards. So strong. 35 Sengoku was shocked. He could sense the power of Whitebeard's energy burst this time, which was at least several times stronger than the fluctuations when he fought with him many years ago. Peeved, Whitebeard spurted out a mouthful of blood, and looked down at the long knife stuck in his body. Growl. What a foolish son. Hearing this angry shout, the big Uzumaki spider's face immediately became extremely pale. Immediately after, Whitebeard raised his right arm high and swooped at the big Uzumaki spider. The big Uzumaki spider seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed to freeze, and he couldn't move at all. He could only close his eyes and wait for death on the spot, despairing in his heart. It's over. This is the strongest man in the world, and he will definitely die if he hits him so recently. But at the next moment, boom! The big Uzumaki spider only felt a strong force coming from his body, and his whole body was uncontrollably embraced by a strong arm. But it made him strange, he didn't seem to be hurt in any way. This suddenly opened his eyes. The big Uzumaki spider immediately froze in place. Whitebeard didn't make a move, just simply hugged him in his arms, and he could even feel the warmth of the blood gushing out on his face. Old Dad, the big Uzumaki spider said tremblingly, wondering what Whitebeard meant. In the beginning. 99. This is the scene when you got on the boat. Whitebeard's voice sounded heavy. Brush, advertisement. Suddenly, The eyes of the big Uzumaki spider squinted, and the response was instantaneous. Yes. When I got on the boat, wasn't my father Whitebeard hugged him like this? Daddy. 35 Two lines of tears suddenly fell on the face of the big Uzumaki spider. Before this war, he reached a happy, undercover, agreement with the world's ZF people, giving Whitebeard a heavy blow at the most critical time. But at this moment, when Whitebeard was stabbed by himself without any accusation, he suddenly reflected on the true meaning of the word, Daddy. Get on the boat. It's my child. Whitebeard continued, and immediately threw the big Uzumaki spider to the back, lifted Kong Yunki beside him and slashed forward. Explosive shouted. Earthquake. Ignoring the sword wound on his chest, he once again met the menacing Kong and Zazuo. But in the end, the damage was received, and it was a sick body. The fluctuation of this blow was far less powerful than the previous blow. Idiot. Far away. When Golden Lion saw that Whitebeard was actually stabbed by his own people, he scolded him. The body was rushing towards Whitebeard very urbanely. He knows. In Whitebeard's current state, he simply couldn't resist the combined attack of Kong and Sengoku. A flaw was sold. Turning around as ready to help a Whitebeard. The next moment, pirates, don't be distracted while fighting. Garp didn't know when it rushed over, and with a hum, Ultimate's armament hockey immediately covered it, wrapped in endless power, and mercilessly hit Golden Lion's back with his pitch-black right fist. Damn it. 39 Golden Lion only felt that his body was hit by an ancient beast, and flew backwards into the distance without his own control. Boom. With a loud noise. Rocks crumble. Golden Lion's body was deeply embedded in a fortification not far away. Sigh. Feeling the junior who was still in a state of paralysis, Golden Lion couldn't help but grin and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, the injured Whitebeard barely blocked Kong and Sengoku's combined blow. However, the burly body flew out, boom boom boom, smashing the hard ice surface directly. Advertisement katakana middle flowers. Cough cough. Coughing up a smear of red blood, Whitebeard wiped his mouth indifferently. But at this time, a Marine Vice Admiral from the Giant Clan suddenly attacked, raising the 40-meter-long sword in his hand, and Whitebeard slashed mercilessly. What are you? Whitebeard groaned. Although he is injured, he is not a character who can provoke this kind of existence. Buzz. Clouds cut across the sky, and a bright moon radiance instantly appeared on the sharp blade. Hey! A scorching breath emerged from the corner of his mouth, the knotted muscles on his arms suddenly rose high, and when his right foot touched the ground, the ice surface under his feet immediately shattered. One ride is 1,000. Brush. The knees were slightly bent, and the burly body suddenly jumped into the air. Without any hesitation, Kong Yunki in his hand smashed down like a mountain. Boom. It was almost a dazzling effort, and a blow that contained Whitebeard's anger sent the giant marine straight into the middle. It's not over yet. Boom boom boom. The powerful shock wave condensed and formed, like a sharp blade, easily split the ice surface and slashed towards the execution platform without slowing down. Can't let him succeed. Akainu turned back suddenly, and hit Kaido's dragon breath hard. With the addition of the 5 elders, they know that today's war will be won, but their task today is more than that, they have to defend Marineford. Certainly, both Aokiji and Kizaru responded at the same time. With a bang, they dodged and returned to the execution platform. The 3 of them raised their arms at the same time, and armament hockey instantly released. Next moment, a transparent airwave suddenly appeared, covering the entire fortress like a protective shield. Boom. Whitebeard's blade shockwave and the 3 admirals' external armament hockey slammed together, and a powerful airwave erupted, directly blowing the surrounding marines and pirates into the sky. And let's talk about Luo Mu's side. How long? Seeing that Whitebeard was seriously injured, Golden Lion and Kaido were also in trouble. Luo Mu's eyebrows could not help wrinkling. 10 kilometers left. Tetsolo took out the golden compass in his hand and said respectfully. Husband. Chapter 101. Release the water? The 5 elders do it. Marineford. The original blue and white naval headquarters base is now scorched, with blackened bomb craters and broken ice everywhere. In front of the fortress, 3 admirals stood side by side. Don't hold back any longer, there's a tougher fight ahead. Akainu said in a deep voice. Both Kizaru and Aokiji did not speak, but nodded. Obviously, they all knew what Akainu meant. That is the intelligence of the 5 elders. Besides Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido, many powerful pirates will arrive. Brush. Akainu's body surged with energy, and his arms immediately changed into a red lava form. The scorching energy made the air a bit illusory. Go ahead. The voice fell. Akainu just jumped and charged towards Kaido again. He is not a person with a big belly, 727, he still remembers the blow from Kaido just now. Yet at this moment, a black shadow suddenly floated in the bright sky, and the sound of wolf cries and howls resounded throughout the audience. What? Who? All of a sudden, everyone was attracted by this strange movement, and they all raised their necks and looked towards the sky. I see. In the empty sky, a marine's warship is actually falling. And there are hundreds of black shadows below this warship. The sound of the wolf crying and howling was made by them. Luffy. Garp's eyes darkened. Among the hundreds, he immediately recognized his good grandson, Luffy. That's right, it was none other than the Straw Hat crew who escaped from Impel Down. Luffy, King, Buggy, Jinbei. Ordinary Marines opened their eyes one by one, looking at Luffy and others who appeared in such a strange way as, falling, in disbelief. Sengoku and others are not surprised, because they have long known that Straw Hat Crew will come to support. Stupid kid. Just at this time, Straw Hat Crew also fell to the ground. Luffy stood at the front of the deck of the Marine warship and looked at Ace on the execution platform, and Ace on the execution platform also saw Luffy. 4 eyes facing each other. Luffy was instantly excited, and thought to himself, finally caught up. Advertisement immediately, he stepped to the right with his right leg, leaned back and opened his mouth to take a deep breath, until his belly was sucked into a circle, then he spread his arms and shouted in the direction of the execution platform. Ace. A loud voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and Sengoku gritted his teeth and shouted angrily behind him. Garp. 39. These are your grandsons. It's your B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Luo mad, holding his huge head in his hands and screaming helplessly. 39 He is also very sore. As a senior general of Marine, he trained both grandchildren into pirates. Although my son is not a pirate, in the eyes of the ZF in the world, the Revolutionary Army is more troublesome than a pirate. This strange bloodline of D made him disgraced. City Wall. Shichibukai was also slightly surprised by Luffy's sudden appearance. Especially Doflamingo, he remembered that Luo Mu told him not to underestimate Straw Hat Crew, which was founded by the second generation of the whole world. It's been a long time. Marine. The sand crocodile didn't talk too much nonsense. Half of his body turned into quicksand and rushed towards Aokiji, waving the golden poisonous hook on his hand and stabbed Aokiji fiercely. It's really not a long lesson. 35 Aokiji responded coldly, and the ice crystals behind him immediately grew several meters, tying Crocodile directly in place. And at this moment, Luffy took a stance and lunged at Marine without looking back. Running and shouting, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Some Marines next to him listened and were instantly furious. Pirates, don't be too arrogant, never let him go. 35. Gather. Kill all these pirates for me. 55 nearby Marines gathered into a small group, and charged towards Luffy with the standard long knife in their hands. Get out of the way, Luffy growled. Rubber bazooka. 39. Call out. The two arms immediately stretched to an unbelievable length, and they bombarded the Marine who was blocked in front of them with a powerful force. Boom. With a roar, a misty white smoke appeared on the battlefield, and the Marines were instantly knocked into the sky. The weapons in his hands fell to the ground. Seeing Luffy's brave appearance, the morale of the pirates who had been somewhat decayed soared, and the captains of each division led their subordinates to the Marineford Inner Bay. Advertisement, damn. Garp, look at your wonderful grandson. 99. On the execution stand, Sengoku cursed again, but even though he was scolding, there was still no panic, and he looked confident. After all, Luffy's strength is still rubbish at the moment, and the reason why so many people are paying attention is only because of his bloodline. And this moment, Whitebeard's 13th Division had broken through to Marineford's walls, just as they were about to enter the Inner Bay. Call out. With a soft sound, a yellow flash suddenly lit up. It's Kizaru's flash kick. With a bang, dozens of pirates were kicked away by this golden light, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates of the 13th Division suffered heavy casualties. Kizaru. Damn, is this the strength of Marine Admiral? A time. The pirates all stopped, and only the Luffy pirate ran forward desperately. Yo. Are you still very motivated? Kizaru spoke indifferently. He remembered Luffy and knew it was Garp's grandson. The right foot is slightly raised, a golden flash flashes on the toe, and the flashing foot is fully charged. Different from the previous random, this time is a real big move. The golden cross was dazzlingly flashing, and everyone could feel the danger from it, but even though the charge was finished, Kizaru was still unable to kick out. And Luffy didn't mean to stop at all. 3.4 is still struggling to run forward. Damn it. Kizaru cursed inwardly, but soon he caught sight of Ivankov, the S***********E king of the Revolutionary Army, appearing on the side. Call. Taking a deep breath, Kizaru stopped charging. Flash kick. The voice fell, and the shining golden cross light immediately flew out. Just about to kill Luffy in seconds, death eyebrows. A Drake's voice suddenly remembered, and the invisible airwave instantly knocked Luffy flying from the cross flash. It's okay. Catch up. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Ivankov's forehead. He knew that the Straw Hat Boy was the blood of his boss, Long, and if he died, he would not be able to explain it. Grumbling, do it. On the execution stand, the 5 elders discovered Kizaru's behavior of releasing water, his eyes narrowed, and his body rioted. Chapter 102. Duty and Family. Garp's decision, on the execution stand. After the old man in kimono glanced at Kizaru, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he touched the first-generation Onatu in his hand. Said lightly, looks like Marine isn't just some rubbish. Obviously, Kizaru's actions just now may be able to deceive others, but for a powerhouse of the level of 5 elders, it is simply too easy to see through. Beside him, the other 4 old men also looked bad. It seems that after this battle is over, it will be necessary to rectify Marine. The old man in the black suit said, Humph. I've said before that Marine can be trusted, it's up to us in the end. 39. The old man in the dark green suit said angrily, all right. I'll talk about it after the war is over. Now it's live broadcast all over the world. there's no time to waste, we must take back all the prestige of the world ZF 40 years ago. The old man in the kimono said in a cold voice, call out. With a light sound, his figure has disappeared in place. See. The other 4 old men in suits were also imposing, and they all disappeared in place. So strong. On the execution platform, Ace froze for a moment. 14. Although it was only for a moment, when these 5 people acted, he really felt an extremely powerful force, and even had a feeling that was much stronger than his father Whitebeard. Now Dad, Golden Lion, and Kaido are already at a disadvantage, and if these 5 monsters are added. Damn it. 35. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ace's forehead, and he immediately struggled violently and shouted in the direction of Whitebeard and the others. Daddy, Luffy, leave me alone. 99. Don't throw your life here for me alone. Ace struggled hard, the blue veins on both sides of his cheeks bursting, but because of the sea stone material shackles on his hands, no matter how hard he tried, it would not help. Do not move. Be honest. Seeing Ace's movement, the 2 soldiers who were beside him in charge of execution immediately put the long knife across Ace's neck and scolded him sharply. Hateful. Advertisement. Ace cursed angrily. At the bottom of the execution platform, Garp's complexion instantly turned ashen when he saw the old man in kimono making his move. Because he found out that the target of the kimono old man is none other than his own grandson Luffy. 5 elders. 35. Garp cursed through gritted teeth. Garp, aside. Sengoku hurried forward and grabbed Garp's arm. There was cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, I sighed inwardly that I was lucky to have a quick response. If I didn't do it myself, who knows what this stunned young man would do. This is live worldwide. If the world sees legendary Marines and marine heroes fighting the 5 elders for a pirate, what will Marine's face be? Isn't the justice that the world ZF said become a joke? Garp. We are Marines, keep calm. 35. Sengoku pulled out his nirvana again. Roll. With a thunderclap, Sengoku only felt a sudden force coming from his arm. Because he was unprepared, he was directly thrown out by this huge force, and smashed into the fortress barrier dozens of meters away with a bang. Garp. Sengoku let out a roar of rage. He didn't expect Garp to use his full force directly on him. Damn it. 99. Anger inside. At the same time, golden light appeared on his body, and with a little effort, he broke free from the shackles of the barrier, and turned into a Buddha and ran towards Garp. This is the world live. He absolutely does not allow scenes of marine infighting. However, Garp completely ignored Sengoku's roar behind him, and without any hesitation, he suddenly took a step forward with his right foot. Boom. The huge force made the hard ice surface unable to support it, and it was directly shattered inch by inch. The transparent ice chips flew in all directions, and Garp turned into a black shadow and shot out directly, rushing towards the direction of the old man in the kimono. Ace was sentenced to death and he could endure it. After all, he was his adopted grandson. Combined with taking care of him for so many years, and now that he is an adult, it is not that he has not kept the promise he made to Roger at that time. But Luffy is different. This is his own grandson, the only inheritance of his own D bloodline. He's not inferior to anyone killing Luffy, especially in front of him. Duties and family. Advertisement. This time Garp chose family. Whoosh. His right foot was a little heavier on a marine who was blown away by a shell, and Garp's speed skyrocketed again, turning into a black streamer directly. The speed was so fast that there was even a sonic boom. Oh, feeling the powerful energy behind him, the kimono old man was a little curious, but before he could sense it with observation haki, Garp's figure had already surpassed him. Catch up. Seeing that he had surpassed the old man in the kimono, Garp's tense nerves relaxed most of the time. But feeling that the old man in the kimono didn't want to stop, Garp rolled his eyes and immediately thought of a countermeasure. I saw that his eyebrows were horizontal. He put on a very ferocious face, and raised his fist the size of a casserole. Roared furiously. Wake up, Luffy. The voice fell, and the whole person continued to charge towards Luffy without any deceleration. Grandpa? 55. Seeing that his grandfather was actually blocking his way to save Ace, Luffy was shocked. But then it was the eyes of 727 spitting fire, hateful. He couldn't figure out why Grandpa not only didn't save Ace, but also stopped himself to save Ace. Ace is his elder brother and the grandson he raised since he was a child. Second gear. Suddenly, Luffy's aura skyrocketed, his body surface turned blood red, and traces of scorching white gas rose up. Dog model no. Bazooka, rubber, bazooka. Next moment. As Luffy's voice fell, his red arms stretched out more than 10 meters behind him like a wire, and then bounced back instantly, slamming towards Garp's black face in front of him. Iron Fist of Love. Without any dodging, Garp let out a loud snort and swung his casserole-sized fist towards Luffy's rubber face. Boom. There was a loud roar, and a huge cloud of white smoke immediately appeared between the two. In less than a millisecond, there were 2 muffled noises in a row, and 2 black figures flew out from the white smoke, real steel wires. Garp and Luffy. What? Garp Vice Admiral was kicked out by the Straw Hat. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the Straw Hat Boy have such a powerful strength? 9. Seeing that Luffy actually had a fight with Garp, the surrounding Marines immediately widened their eyes and looked like they had seen a ghost. Chapter 103. Luo Mu debuts. Like a god, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Garp's figure smashed directly into the wall. And Luffy flew straight towards Whitebeard. Boom. Next second, Two loud noises rang out at the same time. The dull-eyed Marines were awakened by the sound, and looked at Luffy, who was knocked away by Garp. I saw him with a big bag on his head, his eyes were white, and he fainted beside Whitebeard. On the other side, among the collapsed stones, Garp patted the dust on his body and walked out slowly. Looking at Luffy, who was knocked unconscious by his own punch, he breathed a sigh of relief. Such a battle is not something Luffy can participate in now. If it wasn't for his quick eyes and quick hands, if the five elders made a move, the consequences would be 100 times more serious. Humph. The old man in kimono glanced at Garp, who was approaching, and snorted coldly. He had just discovered Garp's water release behavior. A legendary marine with strength above Admiral was knocked off by a pirate who didn't enter the current. Even Marine could find something unusual, how could he deceive his eyes? But since his grandson has lost his combat ability, he doesn't care about such a small role. Looking at the pirate in front, the old man in the kimono narrowed his eyes and touched the saber on his waist. Next second, I saw his right foot tiptoe lightly. Boom! With a loud noise, his figure disappeared directly. And at the place where he stood just now, a huge pit with a radius of tens of meters burst open. The cracks spread around like spider webs. It turned into a streamer and aimed directly at Whitebeard, who was seriously injured. Sengoku and Kong's expressions softened a lot when they saw the old man in the kimono. With the five elders, they will win this battle. Five elders shot. This is terrifying too. It's so fast, I can't see his shot at all. It's just a light touch. There's such a powerful force. The sound is like thunder. 55. Not only the Marines, but the viewers watching the live broadcast at the moment couldn't help but sigh. The strength of naval headquarters is simply too strong. This is only one of the five elders shot. They all agreed at the moment that the pirates were doomed to fail this time. Advertisement the other side. Whitebeard, who was standing on the deck, found himself locked by a chi machine the moment the old man in the kimono disappeared. The next moment, the momentum on Whitebeard suddenly exploded, and a monstrous fighting intent surged in his eyes. Holding Kong Yunki's arm tightly, the blue veins burst out at this moment, and a milky white halo appeared on the blade. With a rounded right hand, with a low shout, Kong Yunki, who was waiting for the taller man, slashed straight ahead. Take it easy. Chong! A sound of metal clashing came out, which was deafening. At the moment when the two fought, an invisible airflow swept up, blowing in all directions, like a white sharp blade, slashing all around. Crack. The sound of glass breaking came out, cracks appeared in the empty space, and a huge impact followed. The sea surface that was originally frozen by Aokiji was completely cracked at this moment, and the surging seawater poured down towards Marineford like a tsunami. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped up lightly, covering the frost with one hand, freezing the waves more than 10 meters high again. Hee. Remnants of the old times. I didn't expect to look like this, and still have such power. 39. There was a sneer at the corner of the old man's mouth in the kimono, and the impact of Whitebeard's agitation just now seemed to have no effect on him, except that the corners of his clothes were blown. If that's the case, then you can die. As soon as he finished speaking, the kimono old man's eyes narrowed, his body jumped back, and the first generation in his hand rose. Next second, a huge purple-black sword energy slashed towards the Whitebeard, carrying terrifying energy and swept forward. In the place where the sword energy swept, a huge ravine appeared. The seawater in Crescent Bay is now divided into two halves. What a powerful sword! With a big sword on his back, his eagle-eyed eyes were as sharp as those of an eagle, watching this move of the old man in the kimono, and sighed inwardly. Is this the five elders? This world stands for the top people in terms of power and power? As the world's #1 swordsman, no one in the world can surpass himself in this respect, but now he finds that he still has too much to pursue. If it was himself, he would definitely not be able to wield such a domineering sword chi. Not only him, but also Golden Lion and Kaido's expressions changed slightly. Whitebeard, who was seriously injured, might not be able to survive such a fierce attack. Looking at each other, the momentum of the two exploded. Advertisement, however, the other 4-5 elders behind the kimono elders showed a sneer at the corners of their mouths. It's you who are waiting. As soon as the words fell, their figures disappeared in place. But at this moment, Marine on the side seemed to feel the ground shaking, and then, the entire Crescent Bay seemed to be shaking slightly. And the purple-black sword energy split by the old man in the kimono could not enter halfway through the air. Because Marine, who was looking around, found that in front of Jianqi, a huge wooden tablet composed of green vines suddenly appeared. What is this? How can vines appear in the sea? The huge sword energy of the five elders is blocked by these green woods? FK. What the hell is going on here? Noodle. At this time, the audience before the live broadcast saw that the sword chi of the five elders was blocked like this, and their faces were full of shock. In addition to being shocked, there were also the old kimono present at the scene. Because the moment he saw the vines appear, a bad premonition appeared in his mind. When the 4-5 elders discovered the vines, they all stopped attacking Kaido and Golden Lion, and retreated directly to the kimono old man's side. They sensed a tinge of danger. The five tacitly released observation haki and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Several people looked at each other and frowned. In their hearts, there was a name that they didn't want to mention. At this time, the seawater in the entire Crescent Bay is boiling, Zhao Hao Hao, and in the middle of Marine and the pirates, the seawater begins to swell to both sides frantically. First, the deepest part of the seafloor began to surge, then the middle layer, and then the sea surface. It's like being fueled by a pair of giant hands. The entire sea immediately set off two turbulent waves in completely different directions. There was a gust of wind on the sea, and the clouds in the sky began to roll. Seeing this tumultuous scene, everyone's eyes widened, especially those senior generals of naval headquarters. They have a bad feeling in their hearts. Next second, in the midst of the water that parted to the sides, a huge green wall appeared, casting shadows that covered the entirety of Marineford. On the wall, a huge red flower was extremely eye-catching. A man with a toothpick and a green pattern on his face stood in the middle of the stamens and looked at the people below with a look of contempt, like a god. Luo Mu. 35 Pregnant Chapter 104. Luo Mu is still alive, the man is back. This huge green wall is actually full of plant vines. 99. It's too big. Why is there such a bizarre scene all of a sudden? Look at the enchanting red flower on the wall, there seems to be a person standing on it. My god, did he make this wall? Who is this person? Looks so strange. The huge green wall fills the entire screen of the audience in the live broadcast room, as if to break the screen and squeeze it out from the inside. But the audience watching the live broadcast can still clearly see through the screen, on the coquettish red flower on the wall. There was a man with strange lines on his face. Some young viewers have speculated who this person is. The pirate's lifesaver? Or the secret figure of the world government? However, those old people who have gone through the battle of the Valley of the Gods. At this moment, my heart is like the piece of seawater on the screen, which is turning the river and the sea. Luo Mu. The moment this person appeared, they recognized him at the first sight of his face. Although more than 40 years ago had passed, this face has always been imprinted in their hearts. The Luo Mu who fought against Marine's main force with one person, he is still alive. Didn't Marine 733 say that he was dead? This is Luo Mu. 9. This is Luo Mu. Among the audience watching the live broadcast, there were a few old men with gray hair and old faces, who murmured to themselves. His eyes fixed on the man on the screen, his face full of disbelief. And there is not only one place like this now. At this time, in front of the screens in various places, people are chanting this name. Some old pirates who have experienced the Battle of the Valley of God and survived the battle are even more excited at this moment. Luo Mu didn't die, the pirates won the battle in the Valley of the Gods. What? This is Luo Mu. This person is the Luo Mu that Sengoku mentioned just now. One against Kong, myself, Sengoku, and 9 people including top powerhouses. Advertisement, didn't Marshal Sengoku say just now that he was already dead in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? Why in Marineford now? Some younger people heard some old people next to them calling out Luo Mu's name. Bede couldn't help but think of the man Sengoku mentioned earlier. Kill celestial dragons and kill celestial dragons by looting the sky gold, and parade the dead, and repel the former Marine Admiral Black-Armed Zephyr. Moreover, in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he fought against Marine's 9 top powerhouses by himself. And now, these old people who have lived for 50 or 60 years have actually told them that the person in front of the screen is Luo Mu. Didn't he die in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? Survive under the double team of Marine's 9 top formers. Is this still human? Did you read it wrong? The Battle of the Valley of the Gods was more than 40 years ago. But look at this man now, he's in his 20s at most. Yes, 99. Shouldn't such a terrifying person have 3 heads, 8 legs, 10 arms 50 or 60 meters tall, and his face is full of pockmarks? 35. Even if not, it should be an old man like Sengoku. Hearing the people around who were spreading Luo Mu's name, some young people couldn't help but murmured in shock. 40 years have passed, look at the powerhouses in naval headquarters, as well as the top powerhouses among pirates. Which one has not been marked by the years on the face? But now this person is really too young, completely different from the person they imagined. You people who haven't seen the world, this person is Luo Mu. This face, even if it turns to ashes, I will never forget it. An old man gritted his teeth and stared at the man on the screen and said. The shabby marine uniform he was wearing was a reminder of who he was before. Soon, the news that the man was Luo Mu spread in the mouths of some old people all over the world. Although some people still don't believe it, most of them now believe that the young man in front of the screen is Luo Mu who just died in the battle according to Marine. Because only a man like him who was still alive under the siege of Marine's rescue could make such a miraculous scene. And just as shocked as the spectators were the Marines in Marineford. Marineford. Advertisement on the fortress wall of naval headquarters, nearly 100,000 Marines looked at the huge green vine wall that appeared, and the man standing on the red flower, his face was extremely solemn. The musket in his hand, the weapon tightly clenched in his hand, the sweat on his face kept dripping from his cheeks, his eyes staring straight ahead. Who is this person? Is it a pirate? Why does it feel stronger than the pressure of the 4 emperors? 55. This terrifying sense of coercion is simply not something that humans can have. I've never heard of this character at sea. As soon as the sea swelled, Marine was ready to face the big terror. But the next second, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The sea was split in half by force, and a wall large enough to cover the entire Marineford slowly rose from the sea. And what surprised them the most was the man standing on the wall. That king-like attitude and the oncoming oppression made people feel suffocated. Even when facing Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido in the form of a blue dragon just now. They have never felt this way. At this time, they were like ants at the feet of the king, and the only thing that could make them feel a little bit more secure was the weapon they held tightly in their hands. What's next? Do you fire directly? With so many of us firing together, we should be able to shoot down this mysterious man. Don't act rashly, and obey the orders of Marshal Sengoku and the admirals. The Marines swallowed and tried to attack directly. Because they felt that if this continued, this huge coercion would make them lose their courage to fight directly. But they can't make their own decisions and need high-level decisions. So they all looked away from the mysterious man and looked at the Marine generals beside the execution platform. Brush. All Marines' expressions changed again, because they found that the Marine generals didn't do anything and were staring blankly at the mysterious man in front of them. The shock and disbelief were beyond words. It seems, they knew the same thing before. Chapter 105. Marineford's shock. This man is Luo Mu. Looking at the huge wall in front of him and the familiar face. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the Marines who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. All of them had their pupils trembling, and they stared blankly at the man on the red flower. Luo Mu isn't dead? Kong seemed to be drained by something in an instant, and his expression was a little dazed. For 40 years, this person's name has been lingering in their hearts. Although the person is dead, the imprint he left is lingering for a long time. But now, the person who was thought to be dead actually appeared in front of them alive. At this moment, all the details of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods rushed into his mind like a tide. That scene in countless days and nights, every time I think of it, I would break out in a cold sweat, even more so. Moreover, now he seems to be stronger than before. How could it be? How could you possibly be alive? Not only Kong, but Sengoku on the side was completely engulfed by panic. In order to defend against the attacks of the pirates, he has devoted himself to the arrangement these days, and has almost built Marineford into an iron barrel. In order to prevent any accidents in front of the world's human life, the number of people, weapons, and high-end combat power range this time are even more than the Battle of the Valley of God. But the only thing he hadn't thought of was, Luo Mu, actually alive. And get involved at this time. He personally fought against Luo Mu in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and really felt his power. He knew what it meant when the person in front of him appeared, a naval headquarters. This is not a joke. Let me die, it's up to you? Luo Mu spat out the toothpick in his mouth, sat cross-legged in the center of the huge red flower, and said contemptuously. There was an indescribable playfulness on his face. Luo Mu's indifferent look caught Akainu's eyes, next second. His body was shaking uncontrollably, and the fruit ability on his body was revealed uncontrollably. In an instant, Akainu became a magma man, Akainu. Kizaru and Aokiji, who were closest to him, felt Akainu's change and shouted at the same time. Their inner shock was no less than Akainu's, but Marine's sanity still supported them. But they didn't expect that this admiral, who always implements justice and is absolutely rational, will lose control. Akainu turned a deaf ear to the calls of the two. Luo Mu is not dead, advertisement Akainu whispered. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, any so-called four emperors, legendary pirates, he can ignore them. But only Luo Mu is different. Luo Mu, this pirate is not dead. Then what is the justice that I have insisted on all these years? Suddenly, the whispering Akainu raised his head sharply, looked at Luo Mu on the wall, and roared. Luo Mu, brush. The moment he called out the name, Marineford fell silent. Zizi. The lava from Akainu's arm, the sizzling sound of dripping on the ground, could be heard. Buzz. After a brief silence, a heated discussion broke out in the crowd. No matter who it is, at this moment, they have withdrawn their weapons and stopped fighting. What? Akainu Admiral just called this person Luo Mu. Is this person Luo Mu? How is it possible? Didn't Sengoku just say that this person is dead? What is the problem? Luo Mu didn't die. 35. The Marines, who held their weapons tightly, had more fear on their faces than before. That dusty man. Not dead. On the execution platform, Ace, who was tortured by Seastone, looked at the man who looked like a god. Is this person Luo Mu? The man who single-handedly challenged Marine's 9 top powerhouses. How could such a man die so easily? He was so shocked in his heart that he had completely forgotten his own safety. The aura displayed by this man had never been seen in his father. On the Moby DK, the pineapple-headed Marco widened his eyes again, and the shocked expression on his face couldn't be further added. He flew to Whitebeard in disbelief and asked. Dad, is this person really Luo Mu? The good brother you used to say when you were drunk? Beside, Mason Jors, Foil Beasta and others were the same, and Marco asked what they wanted to say. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot advertisement. All eyes were fixed on Whitebeard at the moment. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the supreme powerhouse, who had played out 9 of them, was still alive after 40 years. This is really an unbelievable thing. Although Akainu himself said it just now, he still wants to check with Whitebeard again. Goo, I know this guy, 40 years, I knew he didn't die so easily. He's Luo Mu. Whitebeard looked at Luo Mu and said with a big smile. Due to being too excited, the wound that was pierced by the stupid son just now was oozing blood. However, he didn't care about that at all. Hearing his father's words, Marco and the others finally confirmed that it was Luo Mu. The strong man who was deliberately concealed by the world government. City Wall. The Shichibukai also had different expressions. Unexpectedly, Sengoku just said that Luo Mu is dead, and it poses no threat to Marine at all. Next, people will appear alive, Gecko Moria muttered. He has now figured out how to run. Because if Luo Mu is really like what Sengoku said, if one person can duel 9 people, then Marine's advantage will disappear immediately. He was just Shichibukai, but he didn't have the determination to fight to the end for Marine. And he thinks the same as Whitebeard too. However, Blackbeard Teach next to them laughed coldly. When Sengoku said this name before, he thought that he must surpass him. Now the real person is not dead, and appears later. Not only did it not make him feel the slightest fear, on the contrary, it further stimulated his ambition. Luo Mu, be my stepping stone to dominate the world. Apart from these 3 people, there are a few remaining people. Hawkeye Mahawk, the Empress, Doflamingo, and the pacifist Bear, all of them couldn't help but raise their mouths. Especially the Empress Hancock. Seeing Luo Mu appearing in this way, a pair of eyes have become heart-shaped. Hands folded together, the whole person fell into a fantasy. Husband. Chapter 106, Kaido, the King of Beasts? Luo Mu's younger brother. And when Luo Mu appeared, the most excited was the Admiral of Beasts Pirates, Kaido. The younger brother of Luo Mu's back then had been brooding over Luo Mu's death over the years. He had repeatedly remembered Luo Mu's figure in his dreams and his indignation at his lack of strength. If it weren't for the fact that he was too weak in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Luo Mu might not have fallen there. At this moment, I saw that familiar figure appearing on the huge wall, and the 100-meter green dragon soaring in the clouds, tossed for a while. The next moment, Kaido takes on a human form. Instead of going in the direction of his pirate group, he landed directly on the huge vine wall. Run towards Luo Mu, shouting while running, team leader. A strong and powerful voice resounded throughout Marineford. Hearing the sound, Luo Mu turned to look at Kaido who was running towards him with 7 Sanchi. He raised his brows slightly and secretly said in his heart, why is this scene so familiar? But on the surface, Shinzi didn't want to give Kaido, such a muscular man, a big hug. I saw Luo Mu's right hand flipped and light green light lingered from his fingertips. In front of Kaido, a huge vine spears out from the wrapped plant wall, surrounded by a crystal green light. Seeing the huge vine that suddenly appeared, Kaido didn't show the slightest panic on his face, because he knew Luo Mu would not hurt him. Indeed, green vines circled Kaido's body and wrapped him around him. Next second, he became conscious and sent Kaido to Shinzi's side. And all this, through the screen, all intuitively displayed in front of the people of the world. FK. This person is really Luo Mu. Did you hear it just now? The governor of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido, one of the 4 emperor's strongest creatures in the New World, was actually called Luo Mu, captain. Luo Mu is actually Kaido's captain. How many things we don't know? Yeah, what the hell are Marine and the world government hiding? The audience before the live broadcast watched this terrifying scene, and their faces were full of shock. Those who were skeptical that the man on the screen was Luo Mu just now, after Akainu's personal identification, they finally believed them all. And what shocked them even more was that advertisement. The most powerful creature in the sea, land and air, with a bounty of 4.61111 billion Bailey, one of the 4 emperors in the New World, and Kaido, who leads more than 30,000 subordinates on the bright side. When I saw this young man from Luo Mu appear, he actually acted like a young man who was still childish. And call him captain. This is too much for you to think about. Those old people who had experienced the Valley of the Gods era in front of the screen looked at the shocked expressions of these young people with contempt. It was as if he was saying in his heart, this group of people who have never seen the world is really pitiful. But on the surface, they cleared their throats and began to explain to the people around them. Luo Mu was the youngest captain of Rock's pirate before. And the so-called strongest creature, Kaido, was Luo Mu's younger brother 40 years ago. At the beginning, he was deeply impressed by Luo Mu's strength and personality. The news of Luo Mu's death was the one he cried the most. 39 The onlookers listened to the detailed explanations of these old men. The shock on their faces became more and more intense, and they nodded as they listened. No one was suspicious of what the old man said at the moment, because what he said before and what happened next had proved that they did not lie. Along with the explanations of several elderly people, the crowd was also deeply attracted by Luo Mu. Hearing the end, those people's faces were full of unfinished expressions, and at the same time, they sighed Luo Mu's power and the terrifying talent. I didn't expect Luo Mu to be Kaido's captain. The so-called strongest creature in the sea, land and air is actually overwhelmed by the strength of Luo Mu, who is in his 20s. Luo Mu is too scary, so he was only in his 20s at the time. Not to mention being the captain of the Rock's pirate at such a young age, he single-handedly took on Marine's 9 high-ranking fighters, 5. Then these 40 years have passed, and his current strength. Crazy thinking of this, the audience in front of the screen all gasped. As the application that was covered up by the world government was slowly uncovered, people realized his power more and more. 40 years ago, he was able to fight against 9 powerhouses without dying, so how far will his current strength increase? Can 5 elders really beat Luo Mu? In the bottom of everyone's heart at this moment, such a question can't help but raise. Now they are more and more curious about this dusty history, and they are even more looking forward to what will happen next. Advertisement seeing everyone's reactions and expressions, the old men were very satisfied. At this moment, they felt like they were the focus of this battle. and automatically brought himself into the role of Luo Mu, enjoying the pursuit of the people around him. In fact, they have said these words to others before, but no one is willing to believe them. It can be seen how important it is to speak in what's seen. Cough cough. After the onlookers discussed for a while, one of the old men cleared his throat and looked at the crowd proudly. Standing on the highest point of this area, slowly said, "Finally, there is one important news." Hearing this, the people who were noisy just now were all quiet at this moment, and their eyes turned to the sparsely haired old man, waiting for him to reveal the news. Feeling everyone's attention, the old man was deeply relieved, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he roared loudly. Kaido's fish and fruits were actually given to him by Luo Mu. These words were deafening, and the old man seemed to roar out all the strength he had accumulated for several years. Brush. At this moment, the onlookers were silent. The next second, they burst into a warm voice. Kaido's fruit was actually given to him by Luo 3.4 Wood. This fruit is worth at least 1 billion Baileys, 55. What more? Look at Kaido's ability to become the 4 emperors now. The ability of that fruit is extraordinary. This is not something that billions of Baileys can measure. Luo Mu gave away something so precious like this? What a great hand and mind. Face 99. Just the fact that the fish and fish fruit turns into a blue dragon is enough to make people drool. But now such a precious fruit was actually sent out by Luo Mu. While they sighed at Luo Mu's mind, they finally understood Kaido's behavior just now. How many people are there in this world who treat team members like this? At this moment, people looked at the man on the screen, an array of light flashed in their eyes. An admiration rises in my heart. Chapter 107. The War That Is Gradually Revealed. 13 Kings of Purple and Gold. Not only the pre-live audience, but also the crew of the Beast's pirates were shocked. When they saw the highly respected Admiral, he desperately ran to the man named Luo Mu and called him the captain. All petrified in place. Luo Mu is the captain of Lord Admiral. This, said Jin, who was wearing a black double-breasted shirt. Although wearing a mask and goggles helmet, his shock can still be seen from his words. He is extremely loyal to Kaido, and he is also convinced of Kaido's strength from the bottom of his heart. The Admiral, who was usually very dignified, now not only calls Luo Mu the captain, but also acts like a little brother. It really subverted his understanding of the Admiral. Lord Admiral seems to respect that man named Luo Mu. I don't know what happened 40 years ago. Jack, tall and with a ponytail and 2 braids, said. Although Lord Admiral's behavior shocked him, but while he was shocked, he was very curious about those past events. Ha ha ha, Luo Mu is the captain of our Admiral, then Luo Mu is from our side. Quinn, who was wearing sunglasses, purple lips and a fat body, said with joy on his face after being shocked. He was timid, and when he saw the 5 elders take action, he felt a huge coercion. There was a sudden rush in my heart, and I felt like I was going to die in Marineford. However, Lord Admiral actually has such a relationship with Luo Mu, so with such a strong person covering him, there is no need to think about fishing at any time. You can fish openly. What Sengoku said just now, Luo Mu is fighting 9 by himself, he will definitely be able to beat these Marines by himself, 39. Quinn put the knife in his hand back into his waist, his face full of excitement. Hearing this, Jin and Jack, who were standing beside him, were speechless. Damn it. You coward, with the strength of our Beast's pirates, do we still need the assistance of others? This Quinn, at this time, was still thinking about finding a backer. Even Jack couldn't stand it, and said to the older brother who usually treated him as a child, the strength of others is fake, only when you become stronger is true, 35. When Quinn heard Jin and Jack's words, the yellow beard on his face trembled and scolded angrily. You two know shit, no brainers, I'm not scared anymore. Advertisement, then why are you putting away the knife? Jin said, looking at the saber on his waist. You sadist, you know shit. After saying that, Quinn turned his head directly, didn't bother to pay attention to Jin, and looked at Lord Admiral on the huge wall. The other two also turned their attention to that side. At this moment, Kaido, who was standing next to Luo Mu, was a little restrained. Compared with Luo Mu's thin body, he was like a meat tower. But in terms of momentum, he was a lot shorter than Luo Mu. Looking at Luo Mu, Kaido had 1,000 words to say to the captain, but he chose to shut up in the end. Because he knew, now is not the time to say this, the 5 elders below are still staring at Captain Luo Mu. You 5 old men, I didn't expect you to be willing to climb out of that kennel this time, Luo Mu sneered as he looked at the 5 old men standing together. Over the years, the 5 elders have never laughed Mariajoy. Luo Mu was also a little surprised when he first saw them in Marineford through the video. The old man in the kimono turned a deaf ear to Chinzi's ridicule, staring at Luo Mu. His eyes couldn't be more shocked, and there was a hint of fear in the depths. It's just that he covered it up very well and didn't show it at all. The moment Luo Mu appeared, he locked his breath on the 5 of them. At this moment, the pressure faced by the 5 elders is tens of thousands of times more terrifying than others. And the expressions of the other 4 old men were surprisingly consistent with his, they never thought of it. The person who has been deeply imprinted in their hearts and who has died and become a memory will suddenly appear in front of their eyes on this day. In the past 40 years, they haven't received any news at all, which is too good to hide. Luo Mu. The white curly-haired old man gritted his teeth, his voice full of disbelief. Why are you still alive? Why? He thought there might be a lot of accidents in Marineford, but it just didn't happen. Luo Mu will appear. He deeply understands how powerful the person in front of him is. When he was in his 20s, he overpowered rocks and his strength was terrifying. What's more, they have no idea what Luo Mu's strength has reached in the past 40 years. Advertisement, but it can be speculated that with the speed of Luo Mu's rise at that time and the potential it showed, it must be several times stronger than before. The aura he exudes now is the best proof. This originally crushing battle, because of the emergence of Luo Mu, is developing in an uncontrollable direction. Do you think that the so-called 13 kings of purple gold can kill me in the Valley of the Gods? In the lines on Luo Mu's face, green rays of light are wandering, and the energy seems to be overflowing. As soon as the words fell, Luo Mu's aura burst out. A powerful coercion spread around Luo Mu with Luo Mu as the center. After a while, it swept the entire Crescent Bay. The seawater kept surging at this moment, and invisible airwaves were shrouded in the strong. What a mighty coercion! At the execution platform, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and other strong men were all in awe. Luo Mu's coercion just now, the more powerful 737 is, the deeper he feels. Those ordinary soldiers, on the contrary, don't feel much. The 5 elders felt the deepest, silently resisting the pressure coming like a tidal wave, and their frowning frowns showed that they were not at ease now. This is not conqueror's hockey. The old man in kimono clenched first-generation Goosh with his right hand and said solemnly. Conqueror's hockey, they are all too familiar with it, they can completely stun the ants. But none of these dense ants fell down. Could it be? Is this just a mere coercion? The yellow-haired old man exclaimed, this is like a king's aura, a targeted attack. His voice just fell. The other 4 old men were all shocked. Did they condense their momentum into a single body? What kind of means is this? And there is such a sense of oppression just by exuding the momentum. If you really use conqueror's hockey, what kind of scene will it be? Has Luo Mu's strength been so strong? However, unlike the reactions of the superpowers, the Marines and pirates on the other side were stunned. Because they are all recalling what Luo Mu said at the moment. The 13 Purple Gold Kings. What is this? Chapter 108. Arrangements for the 5 elders. Let me speak for you. Marine, pirates, and the audience in front of the live broadcast screen were not actually influenced by Luo Mu. At this moment, I was whispering in my heart the 13 Purple and Gold Kings that Luo Mu had just mentioned. Didn't Sengoku say that at the last moment it was the 9 of them who fought against Luo Mu? What happened to the 13 Purple Gold Kings who suddenly popped out? Which one is right? 5 Before this war, everyone's trust in the world government and Marine was unconditional. Because they are the party representing justice, the responsibility is to protect the safety of the people of the world. But before Sengoku said Luo Mu was killed by them, and Luo Mu reappeared in front of them. Their trust in the world government began to shake a little bit. But in their hearts, they still prefer Marine and world government. At this time, everyone unanimously turned their attention to Sengoku on the edge of the execution platform, hoping that he could give a reasonable explanation. Feeling everyone's attention, Sengoku's face turned extremely gloomy. Not so long ago, he was proud to have replaced his humiliating history with a statement that would increase Marine's prestige. But now, with the emergence of Luo Mu, all the hidden history will be revealed. This is more bloody than directly exposing those past events to the public. Because he, as Marshal Marine, had just deceived them in front of the whole world. He didn't expect that the flexible rhetoric just now would actually bury such a big hole for himself, for Marine, and for the world government. Gluck cluck. Feeling the tremendous pressure from Luo Mu, and the gazes of others, Sengoku's teeth rattled. He knew that everyone wanted an explanation from him, but he would rather die than speak. For the sake of justice in his heart, Sengoku will never let these humiliating histories come out of his mouth. It was worse than killing him. Your Marine's justice is really flexible. When it's good for you, deceive the people and do it all. When it hurts one's own reputation, but keep silent. Advertisement. Luo Mu glanced at those Marine executives with disgusted eyes and said indifferently. These words seemed to be instilled directly into their minds. Even though Luo Mu's voice was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. The world government deceived us. 35. Could it be that what Sengoku said before is true or false? It is possible that the world government has been hiding a truth from us for the past 40 years. The public's comments are getting louder and louder. Before the live broadcast, some people saw that Sengoku had been silent, and they all looked at the old men, hoping that they could get the answer to what Luo Mu said. However, the old man also waved his hand, indicating that these things really do not know. They are also looking forward to what else is buried. Luo Mu's purpose in doing this is simple. He just wants to expose all the things that the world government has covered up in front of people all over the world naked. Let the prestige they have built over the past 40 years collapse at this moment. It's more fun than just beating them. Murder is to be punished. The other side. When the 5 elders heard Luo Mu say the 13 silver-armored knights, their expressions changed. The final scene of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods suddenly appeared in their minds. A conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, covered in pitch black, looks like a ghostly-colored giant Buddha from hell. Hundreds of thousands of star-like energy balls around it smashed at the 13 silver-armored knights. Immediately, the monstrous aura spread, and the power like a scourge spewed out. The entire Valley of the Gods sank in this confrontation. And Luo Mu and the 13 knights in silver armor disappeared. Luo Mu obviously died in that bombardment. Why is this happening? The white curly-haired old man's face was full of viciousness, and he could not wait to cut Luo Mu into pieces. Luo Mu appears. These are no longer important. The kimono old man tried hard to calm down his inner emotions, and said sharply. The appearance of Luo Mu alone has made Marine's army unstable. He must maintain enough composure, or he can surrender directly. Luo Mu will definitely make those dusty things public in the future. We must not let the prestige of the world government be criticized in front of the people all over the world. The kimono old man put his hand on the first-generation ghost and said solemnly. Advertisement. Take advantage of it and disrupt his rhythm. Hearing this, the other 4 old men nodded. The next moment, the aura on them suddenly exploded. Wait a minute. The old man in the kimono suddenly shouted in a low voice, looking down at his feet. In the position of his calf, there are 2 green palms, which are firmly fixing him in place. The palm of the hand is completely transparent, and it is impossible to find it without looking closely. If it is looming, you can see that the energy inside is constantly circulating, just like the stars in the Milky Way. Not only the old man in the kimono, but the other 4 old men also changed slightly. Their situation is exactly the same as the old kimono. Thinking of something, they suddenly raised their heads to look at Luo Mu, only to see that he was looking at them with contempt with a faint smile on his face. When Luo Mu appeared, he took advantage of the shock of the 5 elders and placed a trap on their location by surprise. Normally, it wouldn't be so easy, but Luo Mu knew that his appearance would definitely distract them in an instant. And this time is enough for Luo Mu. However, because it was arranged in an extremely fast time, the 5 elders could not be trapped for long, but it was enough for him to confuse the people with these truths. The 5 elders poured all their strength into their feet and tried to break free, but it was not so easy at all. 40 years of growth, Luo Mu's strength has reached, Jiao, to the point where they can't match. Ignoring the 5 elders, Qin Zi looked at the Marines. And among those who made eye contact with Luo Mu, all of them felt like falling into an ice cellar, with a snake crawling over their backs, and a feeling of hovering on the edge of life and death. Why haven't the 5 elders started? Sengoku said solemnly, his face extremely ugly. If this continues, the world government will continue to develop in an unfavorable direction. He can think of this, and the 5 elders must be able to think of it, and he doesn't understand why the 5 elders are standing there and don't shoot directly. The 5 elders may be waiting for an opportunity. Kong analyzed with his remaining sanity. Don't take it lightly, lest you break the 5 elders' plan. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded. Now only this explanation can make sense. Since you all choose to be silent, then I will do it for you, Luo Mu said slowly with the corners of his mouth rising slightly. 66 Song. Chapter 109. The Crimes of the Celestial Dragons. Roger is not perfect. Under the control of Luo Mu's mind, the red flower under him rose slowly. On the huge green wall, this red flower is extremely strange. This moment, Luo Mu stood in the middle, with his hands behind his back. That aura of contempt for the world appeared, not angered and arrogant. Looking at the tens of thousands of people underground, Luo Mu's calm and powerful voice came out slowly. Not only did he tell the story of the 13 Zijin kings, but he also told the Valley of the Gods completely. As Luo Mu's words came out of his mouth, the expressions of Marine, pirates and the audience in front of the screen changed little by little. According to the timeline of the Valley of the Gods, it was first informed by Luo Mu and known by the people of the world. It was the celestial dragons who sacrificed the maiden alive in the presence of these marine generals and burned them to please the so-called creator. When he said this, Qin Zi paused for a while. Brush. At this moment, whether it is the pirates or these marine soldiers, or the audience in front of the live broadcast screen outside, there was an uproar. The fresh life was actually regarded by celestial dragons as chicken, duck and fish meat 740, sacrificed to the non-existent creator. Moreover, it is still in an extremely cruel way of burning, which is simply inhumane. The most annoying thing is that those senior generals of Marine are still standing by. This is simply a beast. Those girls were actually used as sacrifices alive. That's the way the celestial dragons are. Their actions are inherently atrocious. The most irritating thing is those Marines, who actually looked at those people being dragged to the sacrificial altar. Are they still human? What dog skin justice? Sure enough, Marine is the lackey of the celestial dragons. That's right. Don't go to rescue like this. Don't take the people seriously at all. Such a biased justice is really terrifying. Those in the audience in front of the screen changed their expressions when they heard what Luo Mu said. They knew that the chatter outside wouldn't make its way to Marineford in the opposite direction. So when they learned about this, their first reaction was directly translated into words and scolded. No one doubted that what Luo Mu said would be false, because in their understanding, it was not surprising that celestial dragons would do such a thing. But what they spurned even more was Marine's behavior. Advertisement dressed in the garb of justice, doing things for the celestial dragons. Seeing these girls, they knew they were going to be burnt to death, but they didn't even have the will to stop them. What is the use of such justice? Some of the girls outside the arena all turned pale at the moment. Because the celestial dragons still exist, they haven't disappeared, and their behavior has not been restrained in the slightest. They wondered if one day, they would become one of those sacrificed by Luo Mu. Ha 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 ha. That's interesting. 35. Everyone said we pirates are cruel, but first didn't expect Marine to be so cold-blooded. 55. Blackbeard Teach sighed inwardly at this moment. He's now a member of the Shichibukai, and he won't show disrespect to Marine until the fight is over. But inwardly, he was still open to Marine's behavior. Moreover, he found himself more and more appreciative of Luo Mu. This person just standing there has the urge to surrender. Blackbeard felt that such a person must be pulled into his team. His arrogance will not think that he will be inferior to Luo Mu in the future. Ace on the execution stand, now listening to the actions of celestial dragons and Marine's indifference. In my heart, I hated Marine's hypocritical justice, and I was even more grateful for the choice in my heart. Kahahaha, Luo Mu, you actually said such a thing publicly. 39. You let the sea, bead, army and the people of the world government, where will they put their face? Are they going to get justice again? This omnipotent shield has been used. Golden Lion was suspended in midair with a cigar in his mouth, his arms folded around his chest and he laughed loudly. On the execution platform, Sengoku, Kong, and others all turned ashen. There's no question that it's a slap in the face of their Marines when something like this is published. Marine's justice, without any attack, but Luo Mu's words were directly torn to shreds. This is more lethal than killing General Marine. Among these people, only Garp looked slightly different. He had personally experienced such a thing and wanted to do it for a while, but he was stopped in the end. Advertisement, perhaps such a thing, being exposed, can make Marine realize something. Garp sighed and murmured in words that only he could hear. Fart. How can you pirate know what justice is? At this moment, Akainu, who had turned into magma, continued to emit hot air and shouted angrily. He was also one of those who witnessed the battle of the Valley of the Gods. Celestial Dragon's approach is a bit cruel, but so what? Obeying the orders of the world government is Marine's duty. What are these little things compared to the exalted justice? But even with Akainu's words, the public's perception of Marine has changed. Even those Marine soldiers were very throbbing at this time. Only the weapons clenched in their hands could give them a little comfort. They ignored what Akainu said and looked at Luo Mu on the huge red flower. They knew that the matter was not over, and there was a follow-up to the battle of the Valley of the Gods. Feeling everyone's attention, Luo Mu knew that it was almost there. Eyebrows lowered, thin lips slightly parted, and he spoke in an eloquent manner. This time, Marine teamed up with the Roger pirates, and Roger teamed up with Garp to kill rocks in the Valley of the Gods. Luo Mu's voice just fell. People from the Whitebeard pirates, people from the Beasts pirates, and people from the Sky pirates. It's all about hearing amazing things. Former One Piece, Gold D. Roger actually joined forces with Marine. This is simply a great stain on him. You know, why they choose to be pirates, a large part of them are for the One Piece in Roger's mouth. But more people also regard Roger as their idol. The first pirate to reach the final island, Raftel, the first pirate to read the historical text. So many honors in one, mysterious and powerful man. In order to destroy another more powerful pirate group, he joined forces with Marine. Isn't this the traitor among the pirates? Chapter 110. The whole story of the Valley of the Gods. The five elders break free. Luo Mu just said that Roger once teamed up with Marine. How is this possible? I didn't expect that in this dusty history, Marine and pirates, who have always been mortal enemies, would be twisted together because of a rocks pirate. Damn it, I've always regarded Roger as a real man, as an idol. No wonder Roger can go to Raftel and become One Piece. I suspect there's Marine's intentional waterproofing in it. In the pirate camp, those pirates who have seen Roger's execution, or who have heard the name of Roger, are now commenting on the deceased One Piece. The man who once stood at the top of the pirate world was pulled down from the altar of God, after Luo Mu's remarks. In their opinion, it is unacceptable that the man who was the representative of their pirates and the spiritual support had cooperated with Marine when he was young, and it was to suppress another pirate group. Although some people thought Luo Mu's words were too absurd, the expressions on the faces of the senior generals in Marine and the words that could not refute Luo Mu's words could not be found. It all tells them that this is true. Humph, even with Roger, so what? The notoriety of your rocks pirate is known to everyone. Encircling and suppressing you is also in line with the general trend. Sengoku spoke with a thunderous voice. He knew he couldn't let Luo Mu expose all the history so smoothly. We should try our best to pull the wind comment to the side of the world government. However, this statement came out. Not only the Marines were surprised, but even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and other pirates were also taken aback. They didn't expect that Sengoku would admit it directly. But they also understand that even now, they can't hide it. On the execution platform, Ace laughed out loud after hearing Sengoku's words. He doesn't know what he's feeling now, and he doesn't have the slightest affection for the so-called biological father Roger that he hates. But at this moment, after hearing about him doing such a thing, my heart is full of mixed feelings. What Luo Mu said was right, Roger really had an affair with Marine before. I didn't expect the Rocks pirate to be so powerful that it would take Roger and Marine to join forces to defeat it. Advertisement, no. According to the present, Luo Mu is not defeated at all, it was Marine's side words before. Luo Mu, what kind of existence is this person? The audience in front of the live broadcast screen, after hearing Sengoku's confession, were all talking about it. There is contempt for Marine and reverence for Luo Mu. Regardless of strength, as long as you are willing to restore the true history as it is a respectable thing. Back to Sengoku. Without caring about everyone's reaction, he continued after a pause. Rock's pirate, its crew is extremely powerful. Among the 4 emperors now, 3 are from that pirate group. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Golden Lion, John, Ochaku, Silver Axe. These are all Rock's pirate characters, including Luo Mu. With such a powerful strength, if we do not unite with the Roger pirates, if we let the Rock's pirate dominate, it will be a disaster for the entire world. Speaking of this, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, his face became more and more gloomy, as if everyone from that pirate group appeared in front of him again. So that's why you abandoned justice? Luo Mu faintly Kaido. Without continuing to dwell on this matter, Luo Mu knew that it was enough to tell the truth. As for the rest, someone will naturally judge, he doesn't have the spare time to argue with Sengoku. After a brief silence, Luo Mu continued to tell everything after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods in one breath. So far, the whole process of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods was revealed naked in front of people's eyes. Celestial dragons sacrifice girls to life, naval headquarters united pirates. The world government treats the people as vile ants and cleans them up. Luo Mu finally fought against the 13 kings of purple and gold by one person. In this fierce battle, he disappeared together with them, and finally survived. It turns out that this is the real Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and this is the true face of the history that was covered in dust. For Flower's advertisement, what Sengoku said before was completely selective and covered up some facts, leading to a complete distortion of the facts. It turns out that for the past 40 years, we have been kept in the dark by the world government. No wonder the world government will dust off this piece of history, thinking that they are doing it for our own good, and the feelings are a big embarrassment here. Is this the world government? Is this the Marine? How do I feel like I've been treating us like fools? What the hell is the Marine powerhouse beating Luo Mu and beheading him? He was pressed and beaten at all. In the end, the terrifying 13 kings of purple and gold were all defeated by Luo Mu. How strong he must be. 0. If Luo Mu hadn't awakened this piece of history, how long did the world government lie to us, and he let us see the true face of the world government? 9. I declare that from now on, Roger is no longer my idol, Luo Mu is. Yes, Luo Mu should be the man who became One Piece, Roger is nothing at all. Whether it's the pirates in Marineford or the audience before the live broadcast. And all the Marines in Marineford were completely shocked. Sengoku's words were still ringing in his ears, and now they're combined with Luo Mu's words. It's enough to prove that Sengoku is lying, half true and half false. They did not expect that Marshall Naval Headquarters would actually make up a lie for everyone. The faith of some young Marines was shaking a little at this time. They feel that the justice they uphold is not so absolute. On the execution stand, Akainu felt that Marines' military spirit was becoming impetuous at this moment. Immediately scolded. All Marines, hold the weapons in your hands. You are Marines, don't be easily swayed by what others say. The voice just fell. Those Marines' eyes became a little more determined, but compared to the beginning of the war, it was quite different. Call out. At this moment, the 5 elders, who had been trapped for a long time, finally broke free. The sound of breaking the air sounded, and there was a trace of afterimage in the air. Husband. Chapter 111. The Abacus of the 5 Elders. A good show is coming. The disappearing 5 elders did not go in the direction of Luo Mu. After breaking free, he fell directly beside Marines' high-ranking generals. Around the execution platform, seeing the sudden appearance of the 5 elders, Kong frowned slightly and glanced at them suspiciously. With the same expression as him was Sengoku, who thought that the 5 elders would look for an opportunity and then shot Luo Mu directly. And they can take advantage of Luo Mu's fight with the 5 elders, surround the entire Crescent Bay with a steel siege prepared in advance, and destroy other pirates at the fastest speed. But they did not expect that 5 elders did not achieve any substantial results after Luo Mu appeared. However, although they were suspicious, they were only a little puzzled in their hearts. And having this thought as fleeting, how did the 5 elders go back? Just now, when 740 and the others shot, they didn't pay attention to the pirates at all, and the old man with that sword pressed Whitebeard even more. 35. Why did they retreat after Luo Mu appeared? The 5 elders wouldn't be scared. 66 inches. It's not just Marine who was in doubt. Those pirates were also speculating about the actions of the 5 elders. In the end, they came to a conclusion. The 5 elders have a deep fear of Luo Mu. Some powerful pirates who saw the strength of the 5 elders even flashed strange colors in their eyes. Just appearing, but it can make the old monster who has lived for hundreds of years give up. How powerful is Luo Mu? What's next? Sengoku asked, looking at the 5 elders. Although Marines commander-in-chief, but the 5 elders are here, he can't control the situation of the entire battle by himself. So you have to ask the 5 elders first. It's just that Sengoku's face was very ugly. What Luo Mu said just now had a great impact on Marines' morale. And this is very unfavorable for the development of the war situation, and they are tired of dealing with them before they really take action. This Luo Mu is not only extremely terrifying in strength, but also has a very complicated mind. Hearing Sengoku's question, the kimono old man said solemnly. Beat. Advertisement. Our world government has lost all face, only fists can restore our majesty. While speaking, he glanced at the other 4 old men, and took the first-generation ghost in his hands back to his waist. When the other 4 old men heard the words of the kimono old man, they all restrained their breath when they looked at him. Because they understand the meaning behind the words of the kimono old man. Of course, all these pirates must be suppressed by force, so that the prestige of the world government will be re-established. Because history is always on the side of the victor. But now is not the time. They need some time to tune up and make a battle plan. When breaking loose from Luo Mu's shackles just now, the kimono old man's physical condition dropped a lot, and so did the other 4 old men. Because Luo Mu's previous strength in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, and the deterrent he just gave them were too terrifying. So they have to remain in full bloom to play against Luo Mu. Moreover, as the 5 elders, they may be completely crushed by Luo Mu individually, but the 5 of them can use the battle plan to bring out the greatest strength. And there is the last trump card. Hearing that, Kong and Sengoku both swayed, and they looked at each other, and they could see the high-spirited fighting spirit in each other's eyes. At this point, there is no way out. They are waiting for this moment. Let us deal with Luo Mu, and you will remove those miscellaneous soldiers. The old man in kimono said in a deep voice, and the language revealed Haki who could not be rejected. They knew that Luo Mu's strength was not on the same level as these people at all, and Marine's so-called powerhouse was purely courting death, and could not pose any threat to him at all. Although Marine is a bit of waste, it can still have an effect on other pirates. While speaking, he looked up at Luo Mu on the red flower, with a rare fear in his eyes. Because Luo Mu stood on the coquettish red flower, his expression was still very indifferent, giving him a feeling of winning. And it's not in a hurry at all, it seems that I'm still watching a good show. Luo Mu, what else do you have that I don't know? The kimono-like eyes of the old man became sharper, and he murmured in his heart. Sengoku, who received the orders of the 5 elders, lost his anxious expression and was replaced by calm. Since we're going to fight, there's nothing to say. Just do it well. Advertisement at this time, as the former the resourceful general and now the marshal, he transformed all his emotions into his adherence to justice. Buzz. Sengoku's body burst out suddenly, and the powerful Haki rushed, rolling up an invisible wave around him. However, among the many powerhouses, there is one faster than him. Akainu. The Marine Admiral couldn't bear the anger in his heart, and if the 5 elders hadn't acted, he would have turned his anger into lava and burned the pirate ships. At this moment, after receiving the instructions from the 5 elders, he did not hesitate and made a bold move, wanting to pour out the absolute justice in his heart with his own hands. I saw Akainu, who had turned into a magma man. The momentum of his body had already climbed to the extreme, and the red magma kept rolling outside his body. Even his face was completely covered by magma at this moment, and the magma of Do-Da was constantly flowing down. The drops fell on the floor with a sizzling sound, and the thick smoke rose from the ground, and the smoke filled the air. The mighty Logia fruit possessed by Marine Admiral now reveals its horrors. Accompanied by a muffled sound, in an instant, Akainu's figure disappeared in place, and the direction was directed at Whitebeard, who was in the worst state of the 3 pirates. In the position where he stood just now, a small magma pool appeared leisurely, and the tumbling red sticky substance was constantly bubbling hot bubbles outward. Kahahaha. Marine seems to be in a hurry for 3.4. When Akainu shot, the golden lion floating in the air sensed it. Seeing that Akainu wanted to take advantage of Whitebeard's weakness to trouble him, he couldn't help laughing. It's really picky, but it's not that easy, after all. Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and he spit out the bending cigar in his mouth. In the violent breath, his long golden hair of first-class height fluttered. Although his appearance was no longer the same as before, the Haki on his body did not weaken in the slightest. With the sword as the foot in the lower body, Sakura Ten and Muku crossed, glowing with a cold light under the scorching sun. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. With a low voice, 2 sword chi, enough to cut through the thick waters like mountains, shot out towards Akainu. Chapter 112. Magma Imps. Shichibukai's backstab. 2 swords with terrifying aura were about to hit Akainu in the blink of an eye. However, the latter didn't even blink his eyelids, and his body didn't even pause. Because through observation Haki, Akainu has already sensed that Sengoku from the rear has shot. Next moment. Boom! A loud bang came out, as if the long silent bell in the temple had been struck, and it was deafening. Accompanied by a dazzling ray of light, the 2 fierce sword chi cut out by the golden lion were instantly engulfed. After the light disappeared, the figure of Sengoku appeared in the middle of Akainu and golden lion. He crossed his arms in front of him, and 2 light white marks appeared on his arms that were glowing with Buddha light. Golden Lion, your opponent is me. Sengoku, incarnated as a golden Buddha, has a loud voice that seems to be coming from all directions. Old guy, before you had an account with Garp and me, I'll ask you to settle it today. Having said that, the golden lion directly slashed at Sengoku. While they were fighting, 14 Akainu had already appeared in front of Whitebeard. The magma in his hand skyrocketed, and the billowing magma on his right arm turned into a ferocious, vicious dog, and the scorching temperature burned the surrounding air. The dog bites the red lotus. 5 with a low growl. The rock dog suddenly took shape when Akainu shot, biting Whitebeard with a monstrous aura. However, Whitebeard stood up the moment he shot, and after a period of recovery just now, his current state has improved a little. I saw that his eyes suddenly condensed, the muscles on his body bulged high, and the supremely fast knife Kong Yunki was caught in his hand. The momentum suddenly exploded, the airwaves rushed, and the clouds in the sky were blown away at this moment. In an instant, a mass of milky white halo appeared on the blade, and the trembling blade was trembling slightly. Just as Akainu attacked, Whitebeard's single arm slammed violently, as if rolling a vast river, and as if shaking a mountain, slashing towards Akainu. Akainu. Kong's anxious voice came, and he realized that Whitebeard's slash was not easy, and shouted with great concern. However, Akainu had no intention of stopping at all. Advertisement next moment. Akainu turned into Dark Hound's right fist and slammed straight into Whitebeard's blade. Suddenly, the milky white halo on Kong Yunchi disappeared. Instead, cracks in space appeared, spreading outward from the blade. Crack clap. Leisurely, the entire space is now covered with glass-like cracks. The next moment. Boom. The space shattered like glass, and a loud noise came out, no less than a giant cannonball being detonated. In the direction of Akainu, a huge energy surged out from the position of the cloud cut. Immediately, the entire ground was trembling at this moment, cracks appeared in the fortresses of naval headquarters, and huge energy ruthlessly ravaged the land. The dust rises, obscuring the sky. The expressions of those marines standing in the square suddenly change. What a terrible ability, is this an earthquake? Is this the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard's strength? The power of this blow is even greater than before. 5 Akainu, who was confronting Whitebeard, felt the huge energy coming to his face, and the whole person felt shocked. At the moment when the energy spurted out, his body shot straight back. In the next instant, it slammed into the wall. Akainu Admiral was knocked back by Whitebeard. So strong, this strength is terrifying. 55, the strongest man in the world, even at this age, with a lot of injuries, can still show such strength. 55. The marine soldiers holding weapons couldn't help but marvel. But after a while, there was a strange movement after being smashed into the wall. Akainu came out and returned to his normal form, but there was an eye-catching bloodstain on his face. Seeing that Akainu was okay, Kong's heart finally fell. Is that so? You're getting old after all, Whitebeard? You half-dead old fellow, don't come out and be embarrassed. Advertisement. Akainu twisted his neck, his fingers crackled, looked at Whitebeard with blood flowing below his chest, and sneered. Akainu didn't suffer much damage from Whitebeard's blow just now. Instead, it was Whitebeard's wound that was stopped, and blood began to flow out again. Is your attack on this level? Go and light candles for the birthday cake, Magma Kid. 35. Whitebeard took a deep breath, turned his head and blew at Kong Yunchi, and the magma that was still burning violently on the handle of the knife instantly extinguished. On the execution platform, the trimmed 5 elders looked at Whitebeard's state, all eyes fixed, urging Kong and others to join the battlefield quickly. Kong, who was older than Whitebeard, nodded. The next moment, a humming sound suddenly lifted, and the muscles all over his body knotted together, turning into the strongest barrier within Marine. At the same time, Aokiji and Kizaru, who had been watching the game, also started to move at this moment. Moria in Shichibukai, can't wait even more at this time. Ha 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 ha. Let more people die in this battle. It's best if Whitebeard is dead. If his body is made into a zombie, 747 must be very powerful. 35. Moria secretly said, the body is taller than the tyrant bear, full of oppression. The huge scissors in his hands kept opening and closing in his hands, with his terrifying laughter, extremely strange. Let's go to 99. Take the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard and solve the battle. Moria turned to look at Shichibukai's companions who were standing aside, and laughed. Hearing this, Blackbeard Teach sneered, and Whitebeard too Wable nodded. Hawkeye Mahawk, Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, and Empress Hancock all looked at him silently. Seeing that no one responded, Moria couldn't help but hesitate, but the temptation to go down and collect the corpses made him impatient. The next moment, Moria's aura was suddenly raised, and black shadows shot out from his body, like a ghost, wandering in the air, and then all these shadows entered his body again. In the next instant, Moria was about to jump down, but suddenly, he felt a pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw an extremely fine line appearing in front of him. Dark red blood appeared on that thin line. At the same time, a cold voice sounded behind him. Don't move. Gecko Moria. Chapter 113. Marine's Fury. Shichibukai's infighting. Moria turned her head and looked back, only to see a man wearing a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and sunglasses less than a meter away from him. It was Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sigh, aren't you surprised? Doflamingo grinned, his white teeth reflecting in the sun, but he looked eerily ominous. The moment Moria was about to shoot, he launched an attack directly, using the ability of string fruit to pierce his body. And this is not a thread, but a dense transparent thin thread that runs through his body. At this moment Moria is completely controlled by Doflamingo. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Why? Moriya's voice was shrill, unbelievable. He never imagined that Doflamingo, who was also Shichibukai and both worked for Marine, would attack him. Suddenly, he thought of the reaction of those 4 people to his words when he turned back. An icy chill rose from the soles of his feet. Could it be that the 4 of them had been united long ago? Hearing this, Doflamingo didn't answer, just sneered, his fingers manipulating the thin line. Boom. 35 at this time, there was another loud noise, and at a position not far from Moriya, Whitebeard 2 Wable was unprepared and was suddenly blown out. Only this time, not because of Doflamingo, but because of another Shichibukai, Tyrant Bear. At the same time as Doflamingo shot, his hands were already rubbing the air. When Whitebeard 2 Wable was stunned, a white bear paw-shaped ball of light shot towards Wable's back. The huge power and sound directly smashed him off the high platform. After the loud noise, everyone turned their attention to where Shichibukai was standing. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What's the matter? Why did Shichibukai start fighting infighting? That was Doflamingo just now. How did he control Moria? Whitebeard 2 Wable was also beaten. It seems to be the hand of the tyrant bear. This pirate hasn't been eliminated yet. How come problems started to appear inside Marine? Advertisement, don't these Shichibukai want to stand on the sea in the future? Jing, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates, the Beasts pirates, the Fikong pirates, or the Marine soldiers with weapons, they are all staring bosses at the moment. But their moods are completely different. Such a mutation, for the current Marine, is simply adding fuel to the fire. 1 second, Marine's side was still organizing an attack, but the next second, a mutation struck. At this critical moment, Shichibukai not only did not help Marine to attack the pirates, but also attacked his own people. This is really incomprehensible. You must know that although Shichibukai are pirates, they are recognized by Marine and have members. In addition to accepting the mandatory summons of the world government and paying a certain amount of income to the government, they can move freely in peacetime and are completely free from government interference. This kind of advantage can be said to be very great, because the tasks in the sea do not have to be pursued by Marine. And they became Shichibukai, not because they were oppressed, or just for fun, they all had their own purposes. For example, Gecko Moria, in order to fight Kaido again, became the 7 warlords of the sea, developed forces in the Devil's Sea, and recharged. But doing this now is tantamount to completely destroying his purpose and not leaving a way out for himself. Could it be that when these Shichibukai joined, they actually had 2 hearts in mind? And then at this time, did it blow itself up? Some people have speculation in their hearts. Not only did they notice Shichibukai's mutation, but those of Marine's powerhouses also saw it. Even when Doflamingo made his move, he noticed a change in things. At this moment, the powerhouses who were already preparing to attack the pirates turned their attention there. Kahahaha, Sengoku, there seems to be something wrong with you. The Golden Lion, who was still fighting against Sengoku, noticed Doflamingo and Tyrant Bear's sudden attack, and taunted Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku's face turned ashen. Without Golden Lion reminding him, he knew there was something wrong with Shichibukai. I saw his eyes condensed, and in the next second, his body suddenly retreated, and he directly distanced himself from the Golden Lion. When Golden Lion saw this, he sneered, knowing that he was going to run away now, but he didn't take the opportunity to pursue him. Advertisement, because in the battle just now, he knew that he couldn't take Sengoku in a short time, and he was still at a disadvantage. Might as well watch the show. The other side. Not only Sengoku, but Akainu also stopped taking action at this time, and he still knew the truth that one must be safe before fighting the outside world. And Aokiji and Kizaru all retreated to the execution stand. He looked at Shichibukai's position, and his facial features were twisted together. Bastards, these Shichibukai really can't be trusted. At a critical moment, he actually shot at his companions. The 5 elders stood around the execution platform, and the old man in kimono scolded. At this critical moment, a major force on the sea was disintegrated from the inside like this, which was a huge loss for their world government. Aren't you afraid of being settled by us after the fall? The anger on Sengoku's face seemed to condense into reality, and he shouted at the rest of Shichibukai. Sigh, you old man Sengoku, do you still want to use your marines to crush me? Doflamingo laughed out loud, his words full of disdain for Marine and mockery for Sengoku. When he said, Jiao ma jiao, the thin line in his hand was pulled up sharply, and Moria, who was under control, suddenly burst into blood. Although it is a thin line, the damage is surprisingly large. I saw Moria's huge body nearly 7 meters high, covered with extremely tiny holes. These are all Doflamingo's unexpected moments, made with string fruit. Sengoku, what can you do to me? Doflamingo's voice sounded again, full of provocation. On the other hand, Moria's body was shaken. He lost too much blood and was completely enveloped by the feeling of collapse. Next moment, Doflamingo raised his legs, bent his knees, and kicked him directly on the A. Immediately, Moria felt a sense of weightlessness followed by the pain. Immediately there was a close contact between his face and the ground. Boom. The sound of the collision between the body and the ground came out, and the smoke filled the air. Chapter 114. The 5 Elders Guess. Luo Mu's gradually emerging power. Not far away, Blackbeard Teach, seeing Gecko Moria, was solved just like that, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Before Doflamingo shot just now, he realized something was wrong. Because there is a sharp eagle-like eye staring at him all the time, just like looking at a prey, but it is not obvious, so he can't detect who it is. It can only be judged that this person must have bad intentions towards him. At first he thought it was a strong man on the pirate side, but when Doflamingo made his move, the chi machine locked on him suddenly soared. At this moment, he realized that it was Mihawk, who was also one of the Shichibukai not far away. Without any hesitation, Blackbeard fled directly into the distance and came to Marine's high-ranking general. Then Whitebeard 2 Wable was dealt with by Tyrant Bear. In this Shichibukai, there are actually 4 people with ghosts. Marine is so stupid. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the 4 people standing in the distance, and cursed in his heart. He only felt a chill down his spine now, and if he hesitated for a second at that time, he felt that he would have to be chopped off by Hawkeye's sword. Not to mention the great future of the future, which must fall in Marineford today. On the other side, Sengoku saw that Moria was directly rescued by Doflamingo, and 747 trembled with anger. Such behavior is simply a blatant provocation to Marine. And there is more than one provocative person, Hawkeye Mahawk, Tyrant Bear, Empress Hancock, all three of them are rebels. Because it is obvious that they are standing together now, they have not shot each other, they must be standing on the same front. Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mahawk, Tyrant Bear, Empress Hancock. The four of you will be hunted down by the world government after today and become the most wanted criminals. This is the price of your defections. Sengoku stared at the four of them, gritted his teeth and said, the joints on his fists were turned white by his pinching. In the current situation, Shichibukai is completely unreliable, because the attack is so straightforward, it is obviously not a temporary intention, but a long-term plan. Only by doing so can it play a deterrent role in front of the people of the world. Otherwise, it is easy to cause instability in the military, and more people will have such thoughts in their hearts. So he had to send a message. Rebellion is okay, but it must be paid in blood. Advertisement, look, Sengoku has removed those Shichibukai and listed them as wanted, bead. Ha ha ha, I don't understand, what are they doing this for? But they deserve it. The outcome of Marine and Pirates is still unknown. You are so anxious to be the best with the world government. Yeah. The 5 elders haven't shot yet, 35. They're so stupid that they're just Shichibukai with this IQ. The strength of the world government has been greatly weakened. Could it be because of Luo Mu? It seems that the whole situation has changed since he appeared. The audience before the live broadcast was shocked when they saw Shichibukai's sudden infighting. The situation was changing so fast that they didn't understand. Because most of them are civilians, but they also know what Shichibukai means. One of the 3 great powers on the sea alongside Marine, the 4 emperors, has always been blessed by Marine and stood on Marine's side. But now there is nothing left to say, and it seems to have turned into an enemy. They can't help but wonder, why is this? And the same as them, and the 5 elders, also frowning. They looked down upon the so-called 7 warlords of the sea, but now was the time for manpower. So this incident made them feel very angry. If it was normal, they would just go up and kill them. The establishment of Shichibukai is not as simple as it seems, now it's actually a group betrayal. These inferior creatures, said the white curly-haired old man, his eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at the other 4. They can only become members of the Shichibukai after being strictly scrutinized. Such a large-scale mutiny must be instructed by someone behind the scenes, the yellow-haired old man said in a deep voice. Is it possible that they joined Shichibukai at the beginning? It was a mission, and this is their purpose. The long-bearded old man frowned. Saying this, the 5 looked at each other, and suddenly, their pupils shrank, thinking of a person. Luo Mu, 35. He's behind it all. The brains of the 5 people seemed to be struck by lightning at this time, causing a brief blank. Luo Mu has been secretly making arrangements all these years to develop his strength? The old man in the kimono murmured incredulously with his eyes wide open. While speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Luo Mu. Advertisement I saw that he was not surprised by the changes in Shichibukai, and he was still a confident victory. Luo Mu's reaction made him completely convinced of his inner guess. He knew why before, after several of them broke free and retreated, why Luo Mu still looked like a good show. It turns out, these are all in his master. It's terrifying. This Luo Mu is simply too terrifying, the kimono old man whispered. He has always set a high position for Luo Mu in his heart, but he still underestimated this person. Hearing this, the other 4 old men were also horrified. I'm afraid. His power is not only these, maybe many of us have been infiltrated by him. Over the years, maybe he has been secretly making arrangements, trying to master the power of this world. On the other side, the 4 of Shichibukai looked at the angry Sengoku with disdain on their faces. What Sengoku said to them just now didn't have the slightest fear of them. Most wanted. Sounds scary, but so what? Can it be compared to our leader? I don't think it's worthy to carry shoes. When Doflamingo heard Sengoku's threat, his face was full of contempt. I don't care at all about being wanted by the world government. After all, it's just trash compared to the leader. Not only him, but the other 3 as well. Hawkeye Mahawk didn't speak, and looked at Sengoku with interest, but he could see 2 words in his eyes, ridiculous. The same is true of the Tyrant Bear, with a look of indifference, as if he didn't hear it at all. And Empress Hancock, not to mention, when she heard Doflamingo say the leader's name, she couldn't help but imagine. However, the expressions of the 4 were different. Those pirates, Marine, and the viewers watching the live broadcast. They looked at Doflamingo now, brows knitting together. Leader. What does it mean? Chapter 115. Luo Mu is the leader. What power does he have? Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After several confrontations, the entire Crescent Bay was in a mess. The sea is covered with huge ice cubes, and many pirate ships of different shapes and different flags are docked on it. On the ice block frozen by Aokiji's fruit power, the bodies of Marine and the pirates were lying on the side, and the surrounding area was stained with blood. Fissures appeared on the top of the fortress, and some parts of the walls that were like iron paths were also shattered. But now no one pays attention to these, because at the moment they are all attracted by 2 words. Leader. Marines, pirates, and even the powerhouses in the world government are all thinking about the meaning of these 2 words. And the characters he represents. Just heard what Doflamingo said, did you, boss? This is the name of a person, and Shichibukai is called the leader, how powerful this person is. The point is not this, but these Shichibukai would rather abandon the world government, but obey that leader, against the whole world. Hey, listening to you, how powerful this person must be. Isn't it that these people standing behind Shichibukai are stronger than the mighty power of the world government? It's too scary. People couldn't help but talk after hearing what Doflamingo said about the leader. By the beast's pirates, the three plagues are lost in thought. Chief, why haven't I heard him mention it before? Beneath Yan Zhanxin's black mask, his handsome face frowned and said slowly. They beasts pirates and Doflamingo had a lot of cooperation before, and he sold artificial fruit to Lord Admiral behind the marine government's back. But they never thought Doflamingo was a loner, always a loner. After all, with his reckless personality, he would not obey anyone. Unexpectedly, such a leader has appeared now, and it sounds like TV seems to respect this person very much. It's hidden deep enough. It seems that we still underestimated him before. Quinn's two yellow beards trembled and said in a deep voice. You said, who might this leader be? Jack was silent for a while, then asked. Hearing this, the other two big signboards turned to look at Jack, thinking about it in their hearts. Advertisement suddenly, their eyes lit up at the same time, and invariably looked at Luo Mu next to the Admiral in the distance. For some reason, a bold guess popped up in his mind. When Jack saw this, he also looked sideways, as if he understood what the two eldest brothers were thinking at this time. Could the leader in Doflamingo's mouth be Luo Mu? Jin said slowly, dragging his chin with one hand. Those who can be admired by their admiral, Kaido, are sought after by Shichibukai. Most likely the same person. After all, in this world, whether it is a marine or a pirate, the known powerhouses are well known in the world and have long been known. Only Luo Mu, who has great strength, but has been hiding himself all these years, has suddenly appeared. This so-called leader, not who else could he be? I think it's very possible, Quinn replied, nodding her neck, which was almost without a neck. No wonder this Doflamingo is willing to sell us artificial animal fruits at a very low price. It turns out that Luo Mu is behind it. Jin stared at Luo Mu, and seemed to say suddenly. In previous deals with Doflamingo, they often bought artificial animal fruit at below market prices. They were also very puzzled at first, and then thought that this should be convinced by the charm of the Admiral, so they did not set the price too high. But now it seems that this is actually just a secret arrangement by Luo Mu. And they had the same guess, as well as those strong men in Marine. Especially those old guys who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, in the moment when Doflamingo said the leader. Their hearts froze for a while, and a very bad premonition suddenly arose. Because they have already guessed, this so-called leader is likely to be Luo Mu. Sengoku, Kong, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked up at Luo Mu, who was standing on the eerie red flower, their faces gloomy. Feeling everyone's attention, Luo Mu smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the crowd of nearly 200,000 people under the huge wall, and then withdrew his gaze. Turning his head to look at the position of Shichibukai's four people, he slowly raised his right arm and hooked his fingers lightly. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Next moment, Hawkeye Mahawk seemed to have received some instructions, and his aura spread out. Advertisement: bend your knee with one leg, and kick your right foot down hard. Boom. With a muffled sound coming out, his body swept straight to the heights. The direction is exactly where Luo Mu is now. In a few breaths, Hawkeye Mahawk appeared on the huge wall, standing side by side with Kaido. In addition to him, Doflamingo and Tyrant Bear also flashed at the same time. Appeared behind Luo Mu, and the Empress Hancock has long been unable to bear it. Since Luo Mu appeared, she couldn't wait to go to the leader's side, but she didn't get Luo Mu's order and didn't dare to act without authorization. At this moment, the leader signaled. Hancock's pair of beautiful long legs slammed hard, with a perfect figure of golden ratio, like a vigorous female leopard, jumped out. Flying towards Luo Mu. It's just that unlike several other seven warlords of the sea, Hancock did not choose to stand behind Luo Mu, but appeared directly on the huge red flower, standing with Luo Mu. It was not easy to get close contact with the leader. She didn't want to stand with those stinky men. However, the people who saw this scene at this moment were once again stunned. Although there is no verbal explanation, Shichibukai's actions just now have fully explained who this leader is. Luo Mu. At this moment, everyone is excited. Some people feel extremely shocked, some people feel that it is so, and some people feel that it is expected. This leader is actually Luo Mu. God, could it be that he has arranged all this in secret? Shichibukai turned out to be his. I should have guessed it long ago. Who else has such strength besides him? Shichibukai calls Luo Mu the leader. Does that mean he has other members? After all, it's definitely not just a few people who can be called the leader. I can't wait to find out who else is under Luo Mu. Husband Chapter 116. The 8 treasures Marines are here. Let the storm come more violently. Marineford, on the towering execution stand. Sengoku, Kong and several others all looked extremely ugly. The result they didn't want to see the most in their hearts was finally confirmed. Luo Mu, it seems that you have been secretly planning for the past 40 years, 35. Sengoku stared at Luo Mu on the green wall and said through gritted teeth. There, Kaido, Hawkeye Mahawk, Empress Hancock, Doflamingo, and Tyrant Bear stood there, full of oppression. Sengoku's heart was full of mixed emotions, as if he and Marine had been like a clown all these years. Because in the years following the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the world government has been trying to cover up the news of Marine's defeat, and has been erasing the name Luo Mu from history. During this period, there has never been any resistance. 750. Luo Mu, who suddenly popped up now, and the forces he secretly supported. All of them illustrate a problem. We see what you are doing, but don't interfere, don't stop it, because at some point in the future, all of this will be overturned, and everything you do will only be exchanged for a bigger joke. At this time, Sengoku had this thought in his heart. Sengoku, you don't think I've only slept in 40 years? Luo Mu's mouth rose and he sneered. This time, he will rub the prestige and face of the world government on the ground. You are really hiding deep enough, and there is no news for so many years. Hearing this, Sengoku replied casually. While speaking, his eyes glanced at the location of the five elders, intentionally or unintentionally. He now wants to deliberately delay time through dialogue, because at this moment Shichibukai's betrayal has made Marine's frontal advanced combat power out of proportion to the pirate's side. The two Shichibukai facing them were instantly eliminated, and the other four became enemies directly. There's also a Blackbeard teach, and Sengoku doesn't think he's going to work for Marine at the moment. The only hope is on the five elders. If they can get rid of Luo Mu, then the others will not be afraid. Advertisement. Feeling Sengoku's gaze, the five elders naturally understood what he meant. At the first moment of Shichibukai's betrayal, they thought that Luo Mu would be the leader, and at this moment just verified their thoughts. The five people looked at each other, and the tacit understanding of the five people could understand the meaning of each other without words. Boom. But at this moment, a huge sound came from the outermost position of Crescent Moon Bay, and the fire was soaring into the sky. Looking at the sound, everyone in the square now turned their attention to the place where the explosion sounded. I saw that at the entrance of Crescent Bay, 8 huge pirate ships suddenly appeared, and in front of them, several warships were slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Obviously, the artillery fire just now sank the warship of the pirate ship. As the huge ships got closer and closer, people finally saw the appearance of these pirate ships. On a super large pirate ship headed, 3 people are standing. The one in the middle is wearing a green shirt, yellow trousers, and a white beard that grows wildly, completely covering the entire lower part of his face, and his flesh cone-like head is extremely conspicuous. The one on his left, also wearing a green coat, held a large knife in his hand. The one on the right has long hair, a skull-like tattoo on his left arm, and 2 battle axes on his back. It is the former pillar of the 8 treasures Navy Qingjiao, the current 13th pillar Lao Kai and Fu pillar Abu. Look, why did the people from the 8 treasures Navy also come here? What's going on here? The news didn't say that the 8 treasures Marines were going to attack Marineford. The purpose of coming to Marine headquarters at this time must not be simple. The 8 treasures Navy has always had nothing to do with the 3 big pirates. How could they appear at such a time and stand on the same front as them? Could it be Luo Mu? 55 Through the huge screen, people recognized the identity of the crew at the first sight of the pirate ship. The 8 treasures Marine Corps is one of the official pirate forces in the Land of Flowers. Although its strength is much different from that of Whitebeard in the ocean, it is also a force that can occupy one side in the ocean. Advertisement. But what left them wondering was why they were in Marineford at this time. Because they not only have no intersection with Ace, but also have no interest in Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido. As a violent team, there is not enough motivation to make such actions at all. However, some people think that Luo Mu was the so-called leader before, and some people think that it may be related to him. Ha ha ha. It's not too late to see, the battle is not over yet. Green Pepper, who was the leader, folded his arms in front of his chest, looked at the top Marine on the execution platform, and laughed. 8 treasures Marines. How dare you come here? 35. Kong was not surprised when he saw the pirates appearing. Before coming to Marineford, the CP Secret Intelligence Department had already reported to them the news that the 8 treasures Navy had assembled overseas. And this kind of force is not only this one, there are other pirates who will participate. On the other hand, the 5 elders, who saw these pirates appear, had a bad face. These marine wastes. It's really useless. It didn't have the slightest deterrent effect on the pirates. The white curly-haired old man had a gloomy face and scolded. In his opinion, although he had received the news of the gathering of the 8 treasures Marine Corps before, they really appeared at this time. This is Marines' usual inaction, which is why these pirates still exist here today. And they don't have the slightest reverence for the world government, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come here today. It's not just them. Are there any forces that haven't appeared? The kimono old man's eyes were sharp, staring at the 3 main members standing at the bow, and said Lee 3.4. Let's take action now and kill them directly. The old man in the dark green suit flashed a cold light in his eyes and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the kimono old man shook his head and looked up at Luo Mu. No, do you think Luo Mu is a decoration? When the 8 treasures army appears at this time, it must be inextricably linked with Luo Mu. We shouldn't focus on them. For us, there is always only one person who can really pose a threat, so there is always only one person we have to deal with. And there are forces to come. Hearing this, the other 4 old men looked at each other, and after a while, the white curly-haired old man's eyes flashed fiercely. Then let the storm come harder. Chapter 117. Enel appears, personnel trained by Luo Mu. The idea of 5 elders is simple. Since these people want to take the opportunity to sink Marineford, let them all gather here. In front of the people of the world, there will be a big justice trial. Just when the people in the square thought and were shocked at why the 8 treasures Navy came. A zigzag lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. Everyone followed the sound, and in the northern position of Crescent Bay, a man was sitting on the lightning. I saw that he was wearing a white turban, and under the turban was the ant's head. The earlobes are long and have earrings. The upper body is bare, with a thunder drum behind him, a gold ring on his hand, and a gold stick in his hand. Wearing bloomers on the lower body, bare feet and rings on the toes. Feeling the eyes of everyone, the man laughed and jumped down from the lightning. He landed lightly on a clearing. Enel is the ruler of Sky Island, Enel. Y-14 he is here too. I thought that the forces on both sides had already assembled in this battle, but I didn't expect that there were still forces that were not present. It's too bad for you to think, why would these people join in? 35. The people in front of the live broadcast screen recognized the ruler of Sky Island. This is a godlike existence, and he rarely wanders in other parts of Sky Island. But this time he was uncharacteristically, came to Marineford, and had to face the many powerhouses of naval headquarters. Not only them, but also the people of the three big pirate groups are also confused. How could he be here? The pineapple-headed Marco frowned slightly and murmured as he looked at Enel, who was standing high on the city wall. Could it be Daddy that you invited here? Mason Yoja asked tentatively, looking at Daddy standing on the bow. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled and did not respond to his son's question. But his eyes already said everything. At this time he looked away from Enel and looked at his old friend Luo Mu. Seeing this, Marco and Joes both smiled knowingly and understood. And the other side. Advertisement noticing the appearance of Enel after the appearance of the 8 Treasures Marines, he immediately felt that things became more interesting. Kahahaha. It's interesting. Golden Lion had long since retracted his 2 knives to his waist, clasped his hands on his chest and laughed loudly as he watched what happened. The cigar, which was relit, kept falling down with burning ashes in his laughter. Like Whitebeard, when he saw the 8 Treasures Marines and Enel, he guessed that they were Luo Mu's men. In the Rocks era, after all, they had been companions with Luo Mu, and they still had a certain understanding of Luo Mu's personality. However, those pirates were dumbfounded. They came with the captain to attack Marineford, completely unannounced, and joined by other forces. Seeing the appearance of Enel at this moment, it is impossible to judge whether it is an enemy or a friend for a while. After all, Enel is not the same as the 8 Treasures Navy. He is not a pirate, but the ruler of Sky Island. However, it's not over yet. Just as Enel was about to greet the leader, a huge vine extended from the far left position of the wall, like a python parading in the air. Next moment, the vine stopped not far from Luo Mu. I saw that on the green vines, there were actually red roses falling from the sky one by one, and they all landed on a tall and thin figure. He wears a cowboy hat embellished with fluff, and has blonde curls over the shoulders that cover his bangs. The standard melon seed face looks particularly handsome. He was wearing a white shirt on the upper body, dark blue 7-point pants on the lower body, brown marten boots on his feet, and a white cape behind him. It looks very elegant and aristocratic. Beside him, stood a man with a grass-green coxcomb head, eyelines painted under his right eye, a nose ring, and a face like a ghost. Cavendish and Bartolomeo, 2 supernovae also appeared. That huge vine was made by Luo Mu. These 2 were the big pirates who have risen recently, and the bounty is over 100 million, 35. Aren't they also Luo Mu's people? 46. Seeing that 2 more pirates appeared, people were discussing intensely. Advertisement in the square, the marine soldiers looked at the new forces that were emerging, but their faces became more and more ugly. The 8 treasures are shown, then the Sky Island Enel, then Bartolomeo and Cavendish. These people, without exception, do not belong to naval headquarters. Because before they set off for pre-war deployment, the generals above did not mention this to them at all. Therefore, these people must be hostile to them. This was a huge blow to the morale of these marine soldiers. After all, due to Shichibukai's betrayal, the current situation was already tilted towards the pirates, and now it is even worse. At this moment, the weapons clenched in the hands of these ordinary soldiers were trembling slightly, and the sweat on their bodies soaked marine uniforms. Originally full of confidence in marine, they couldn't help being a little scared with the appearance of Luo Mu and the appearance of a supernova. And the fact is as they expected. After Bartolomeo and Cavendish appeared, they disappeared directly from the huge vine and appeared behind Luo Mu in the next second. Leader. The 2 stood beside Shichibukai, put away the joking expressions just now, and shouted respectfully to Luo Mu, who had his hands behind him. Hearing this, Luo Mu responded indifferently, without looking back at them. His eyes still looked at the marines below. Before Marine was fighting the pirates, Luo Mu couldn't wait a little longer when he and his subordinates were still more than 10 kilometers away. So use your own ability to reach the Crescent Bay in Marineford first. And they were a bit late. At this moment, on the huge wall, with the arrival of Bartolomeo and Cavendish, there were 8 people standing behind Luo Mu. And each of them is a strong man whose strength can stand on one side of the sea. But these don't stop there. Shortly after Bartolomeo and Cavendish came to Luo Mu, there were 2 more cracking sounds in the distance. Standing in an open space, Enel and the former leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, Green Pepper, suddenly disappeared in place. The 2 figures flew past in the air like 2 lightning bolts. Next second, they appeared behind Luo Mu. Chapter 118. The still young and lonely Red, the strength of the 4 emperors level. Enel and Qingjiao, the former leader of the 8 Treasures Marine Army, were secretly cultivated by Luo Mu. No wonder they dared to come to the naval headquarters, which is full of nets at this time. It didn't take long for Luo Mu's side to become so powerful. BWGB, B, could it be? He still has a power that doesn't appear? 99. People are amazed at the power of Luo Mu's secret power, but they are also thinking about a question, will what he shows now be all? Thinking of this, the audience in front of the screen couldn't help but throb. Looking at Luo Mu with an indifferent face on the screen, they were even more shocked at this moment. But the next moment, beside Luo Mu, there was another person suddenly, and the audience who saw such a scene couldn't help wiping their eyes. After confirming that there was really one more person, they were all puzzled. Hey, who is this man? It wasn't there just now, how could I see someone standing there in the blink of an eye? Wearing a red dress, looks like a pirate too, it's so weird, it just appeared unexpectedly. People were still immersed in the power of Luo Mu's secret power just now, but in the blink of an eye, there was one more person standing behind Luo Mu. The man was tall and thin, with white hair and two braids hanging over his shoulders, wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers. He wears black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet, a large blood red cloak with plaid on the inside, a blue rose on his neck, and a slender bat-handled umbrella in his hand. A wicked smile. It is the Lonely Red. This person seems to be a Lonely Red. Bararik Redfield. In the crowd, an old man's eyes suddenly changed and he said falteringly. He once saw this person in a tavern, when he beheaded several people with one move, which left a deep impression on him. Advertisement, so even after so many years, the memory is still fresh. Lonely Red. Who is this man? Is he great? If you can stand by Luo Mu's side, your strength is not as good as Shichibukai, so it shouldn't be too bad, at least it's a supernova. Since he didn't show too many traces outside, he has always been very low-key, unlike other pirates, so most people don't say they've seen it, or even listened to it. But it can be vaguely guessed that this person's strength is at least as powerful as a supernova, otherwise, how could he be unknowingly and qualified to stand behind Luo Mu? Cough cough. Hearing this, the old man coughed twice and calmed down. After everyone quieted down a bit, he opened his mouth and said, Lonely Red's strength is very powerful, much more powerful than Shichibukai. In the era of rocks, it was as famous as the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Compared with these big pirates, their strength is only strong but not weak. The old man's voice was very light, but when he heard everyone's ears, it was extremely heavy. In the rocks era, it was as famous as Whitebeard and Golden Lion. The strength is not inferior to these big pirates. It means that this solitary red actually has the combat power of the four emperors level. For a while, there was an uproar. How much power does Luo Mu have in the dark? Comparable to the level of the four emperors, I can only be your subordinate. B****************. D. How did Lonely Red appear? On the execution platform, unlike the crowd who needed to be explained, the senior marine recognized him the first time he appeared in Lonely Red. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, with shock and anxiety on his face. Enel, the 8 treasures marines, he was mentally prepared when these people would come to Marineford, but he never thought about loneliness. For a while, he almost forgot the existence of this person. This is an existence that can wrestle with the powerful like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, etc. He was actually Luo Mu's subordinate. Advertisement. Sengoku couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what kind of charm and means does Luo Mu have to make this person who hates humans and is extremely lonely, willing to work under him? In addition to him, Garp and Kong, as well as Marine 3 Admiral are also microscopic. The appearance of Lonely Red has undoubtedly reduced their strength passively. Another remnant of the old times. Oh, these people are really haunted. 99. The old man in kimono and 5 elders looked cold and cold, looking at the solitary red in red. He seems to have eaten devil fruit. He has not left many traces on his face for 40 years. The yellow-haired old man also stared at Lonely Red and murmured. And the breath on his body. Logically, 40 years have passed, and even if Lonely Red is not as old as Whitebeard, it has to look similar to the Golden Lion. However, in fact, although he has white hair, his face is very young, and he has a special aura. This aura was all too familiar to the 5 elders, and it was obvious at a glance. It turns out that the amazing and brilliant swordsman has actually become a fruit person. The long-bearded old man looked at him silently, another tough guy. Marine, these wastes, haven't heard any news reports about Lonely Red recently, I really don't know what they're doing. The white curly-haired old man started complaining about Marine again. Leader. Lonely Gao Jihong stood beside Kaido and bowed to Luo Mu's back, respectfully. Lonely Red. You guy, after so many years, you are still so young, so much better than that old guy from Whitebeard. Kaido looked at Lonely Red and said slowly. After that, he glanced at Whitebeard who was standing on the Moby DK. Zhao Li's. He didn't expect that this fellow of Whitebeard's generation would be so young, which made him a little surprised. Thank you so much for the devil fruit that the leader gave me, Lonely Red said slowly with a calm face. In the past few years, with his aging body, Lonely Red thought his end was approaching. But on an ordinary day, Luo Mu gave him the devil fruit he secretly collected. Bat fruit, phantom species, vampire form. That's why he has remained so young over the years. You're actually a demon fruit power. Kaido was a little stunned when he heard his words, but soon returned to normal. In his impression, Lone Gao Jihong is a powerful swordsman, but he did not expect that after decades, he has become a capable person. It's really the 3 days of Shibe, you should look at it with admiration. Chapter 119. The Revolutionary Army appears. He is the dragon. I haven't seen you for many years, Kaido. You are now on your own. Lonely Red looked at Kaido and said, you can be on an equal footing with Whitebeard. Over the years, although he seldom walks outside, he has been secretly observing the changes in the situation. Kaido became the four emperors, and that was what he paid attention to all the way. Hearing this, the two supernovas standing on the other side and Enel frowned slightly. They don't actually know the character of Lonely Red. But listening to this, it is certain that this person has known them since the Rocks era. The members of the alliance of the leader Luo Mu are indeed not simple characters. 35. Several people said secretly in their hearts, "Boss, are we going to fight directly now?" Lonely Red looked at the Marines below who were nervous to ultimate, and said respectfully to Luo Mu. As the top powerhouse of observation hockey, he can see what people think from a young age, which also causes him to hate getting along with people since he was a child, forming a withdrawn character. But only Luo Mu, he couldn't see through, not urgent. "There's no one here yet." 35 Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at a location on the horizon, and said silently. On the other side, the golden lion was floating in the air, with his hands clasped in front of his chest. "Hey, Lonely Red, you old fellow is still alive." 35. The golden lion saw 753 suddenly appear on the huge wall, and stood in the Lonely Red behind Luo Mu, and shouted loudly. Over the years, he had not heard any news about him, and once thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he is still alive, and it seems that he is living better than himself, which makes him very resentful. Hearing this, Lone Gao Jihong glanced at him and said jokingly, "Golden Lion, I'm alive and well, but you're still as good as you were back then. The way you play is always so arrogant." 35. In addition, I have to say that the thing on your head is quite suitable for you. Hearing Lonely Red's words, Golden Lion's expression suddenly changed. What he hated most was that someone talked about his rudder. Originally, I wanted to draw a sword to make a good gesture with this former great swordsman, but thinking that this was a special moment, I retracted the hand on my waist. Advertisement. You still have to learn from Edward. How calm. Lone Gao Jihong added another sentence when he saw that he wanted to fight. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked at him with a smile in his heart, too lazy to get involved. But the words of Lonely Red made the pirates present uneasy. Who is this guy? How dare you make fun of Golden Lion and Whitebeard? How dare you? This is the existence of the four emperors level. Listen to what Golden Lion said. He seems to be called Lonely Red. 5. He's not a character from the Rocks era too. Lonely Red, a familiar name. Take the Golden Lion and Whitebeard jokes, such people are either extremely powerful or have a hole in their head. But judging from where he stood and the content of the conversation, the former was more likely. Lonely Red. I remembered it, no wonder the name is so familiar. He is the great pirate of the Rocks era, as famous as Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Hearing this, the pirates were in an uproar. They thought that the strength of Lonely Red must not be simple, but they did not expect to be as strong as their captain. When he looked at Lonely Red again, his eyes became different. What's even more amazing is that such a strong person can only be Luo Mu's subordinate. Boom. While people were still in surprise, a sound suddenly came from not far from the island. Everyone followed the sound and saw that on the sea level on the horizon, through the gray mist, they could vaguely see a huge team of ships, densely heading towards Marineford. Everyone's hearts are wrinkled at this moment, and an idea pops up in their minds. Are there any big forces coming? In their astonishment, after a while, these ships broke through the fog and gradually appeared in front of people from far to near. Brush. Bead. Everyone who saw the true face of the ship had their mouths wide open with disbelief on their faces. At this moment in the square, it was deadly silent, as if someone had deliberately silenced it. Advertisement. The newsbird in the sky, wearing a videophone worm, flew over these ships with interest, and aimed the camera at this huge team. I saw the ship at the head, with 4 huge poles standing on the deck, and the sails hanging on it moved forward quickly under the strong wind. The jet-black hull seemed to be made of fine iron. The most striking thing is that on the side of the ship, a huge blue dragon seems to be inlaid on it, like the bow of the dragon's head breaking through the wind. It is the mothership of the Revolutionary Army, the Winter Grammar. On the deck of the bow stood a middle-aged man. He was wearing a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on his left cheek, short black hair neatly combed back, a ferocious expression, no eyebrows, and a stubble on his chin. No one else, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. And beside him, stood a group of the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. The first on the left is Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and the first on the right is Ivankov, Commander of the Grand Line. Those who appeared in other positions were the heads of various military regions. Lightning, Belo Beatty, Ashilo, Lindbergh, Mori, Raven, Koala, Terikildeo, Haku, Barney Joe. Everyone was wearing a dark green coat, looking at Marineford with burning eyes, with a very solemn expression. And beside the mothership, above the many ships, the deck of the bow was full of uniformed soldiers. This is the assembled force of the Revolutionary Army. This is the Revolutionary Army. Why did the Revolutionary Army come? Shouldn't this be a battle between pirates and marine? What the heck is going on? This Marineford battle is even bigger than imagined. That's the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. 35. It looks really majestic. Just this aura makes people feel that he is powerful. The people in front of the screen were all staring at the Revolutionary Army troops appearing in Marineford. The emergence of the Revolutionary Army is really shocking. Want to know what the Revolutionary Army is? He is an anti-government organization whose purpose is to overthrow the unequal rule of the celestial dragons who dominate the world government. And now there is a public rallying of troops to Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Could it be? Want to overthrow the government? Advertisement Chapter 120. Grandpa and Grandson Third Generation. That's a different identity. Kahahaha. How did the Revolutionary Army come here? Are you also trying to get a piece of the pie and take the opportunity to destroy Naval Headquarters? Golden Lion was surprised when he saw that the Revolutionary Army actually appeared. As one of the best figures in this era, he should let him know what the Revolutionary Army means to the world government, and also understand the meaning of their existence. The choice appears at this point in time, and the purpose is self-evident. Golden Lion's words seemed like a joke, but for Marine, it was a huge blow. At this moment, the Marine soldiers in the square looked at the Revolutionary Army troops parked outside the ice on the sea, and their faces were full of horror. Not only them, but Marine's many high-level faces are also extremely ugly. Garp. This is your eldest son. Sengoku's body was trembling slightly. He looked at the man on the revolutionary warship, and said through gritted teeth. Others may not know it, but he knows it well. Garp's son is the man standing on the bow now, the world's most wanted criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this, Garp lowered his head and said nothing. But from the cracks under his feet that were shaken by a huge force, it could be seen that he was in a worse mood than anyone else. The arrival of the dragon doubled his pressure. Originally Ace and Luffy were enough to give him a headache, and now the dragon is even more so. Don't say shoot at them, just look at them. Garp doesn't want to raise his head. Sengoku. Kong put his hand on Garp's body, looked at Sengoku and shouted helplessly, motioning him to stop talking. He knew that Garp was the worst offender right now, and complaining like this would have no effect on the current situation, and would only add to the pain. Hey, 55. Hearing Kong's words, Sengoku glanced at Garp, sighed and said nothing. The other side. The 5 elders looked at the new forces that appeared, and they all looked bad. Humph. The CPO's information is true. I didn't expect that these revolutionary troops would dare to come. 35. Are you wanting to overthrow the world government? Are these inferior pariahs worthy? Advertisement. The sharp eyes of the kimono old man focused on the Revolutionary Army that appeared, and his face was more gloomy than before. Pirates do a lot of evil in this sea, and often do some robbery and murder on the islands along the road. But for the world government, it doesn't care at all. Because these people are nothing but violent thugs. And those inferior people killed are simply not worth giving them a second look. Moreover, the appearance of these pirates can also stimulate those countries to pay the heavenly gold every year, which can also have some benefits for the world government. But the Revolutionary Army is different. Their purpose is to overthrow the world government and change the minds of the inferior. This is what they are most afraid of. Come on. I've been searching secretly before, but I haven't found the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. This time, we don't have to look for them, but they themselves appeared in front of us. It saved a lot of trouble. The yellow-haired old man crossed his hands on his chest and said in a cold voice. I'll kill these Revolutionary Army people first, and then target the pirates. The old man in the kimono pulled the first-generation ghost out an inch. Immediately, the cold light splashed, and the chilling air swept out. Just pulling out a little, you can have such power. You can see how many strong people died on this knife. And the movements of the kimono old man also showed one thing: he has almost recovered. At this moment, he is at his peak. Well, these Revolutionary Army people must die, the white curly-haired old man pondered. After a pause, he frowned, thinking of something. Speaking of which, this Revolutionary Army is not a Luo Mu's. Hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 old men changed again. He glanced at Luo Mu, who was standing high, and then looked at Long, who was standing on the mothership. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. City Wall. Blackbeard Teach looked at the Revolutionary Army that appeared, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, he laughed. Ha ha ha, interesting. The family of 3 has gathered together at this time, and they are from different forces from 3 parties. It's really a big happy family. Advertisement. After speaking, his eyes swept to Luffy lying behind Whitebeard, and Garp on the execution stand. Immediately, the moment Blackbeard's words reached everyone's ears, the entire square was stunned. Katakana middle dot for flowers, katakana middle dot a family of 3. What does this mean? Not only were the people in the square a little stunned, but even those spectators outside the screen were dazed. Of all the people present, only a few dozen or so people knew the reason for this sentence. People can't help but turn their eyes to Blackbeard now, waiting for his further explanation. Seeing everyone's reaction and feeling everyone's attention, Blackbeard's eyeballs rolled. Ha 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 ha. That new supernova pirate Luffy is Garp's grandson. And the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, is the son of marine hero Garp. Brush. The moment he finished speaking, the entire square fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the news, and everyone opened their eyes and mouths wide. The degree of surprise is no less than that of Ace's identity being revealed before. And after a brief silence, the news directly detonated the audience. How is that possible? Dragon is the son of marine hero Garp, and that pirate Luffy is Garp's grandson. 35. My god. What the hell is going on in this world? Why does such an outrageous thing happen to a family? First, I'm a marine hero, my son is the world's most wanted criminal, and my grandson is a great pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Garp Vice Admiral. It's too difficult. It's another big news. Hurry up and notify the headquarters, and another issue. 35. 66. It's such a blast of news, it's unbelievable. No one will believe the organizational structure of such family members. But when they looked at Marine Vice Admiral Garp and saw that he didn't mean to refute it, there was no doubt that Blackbeard's words were true. Marine Vice Admiral, honored as a hero by Marine soldiers, let alone his grandson as a pirate, his son is actually the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most wanted criminal in the world. People were talking about their grandfather and grandson, and the media, who were waiting for the big event, immediately returned to the headquarters to write the manuscript. No one wanted to miss this shocking news. At this moment, the whole world was once again immersed in shocking news. Husband. Chapter 121. The Revolutionary Army wants to be a sparrow? Just a cicada? On the Moby DK. Whitebeard turned his head to look at Luffy lying on the deck, and thought to himself that this was the case. They're all characters from the D character generation. Sure enough, it's not a simple sense roll. After a pause on Luffy's body, Whitebeard looked away. And just as Whitebeard turned his head, Luffy's fingers moved slightly. On the other side, the golden lion floating in the air. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is actually the son of this old guy Garp. What a strange story. 39. When Golden Lion heard the news, he couldn't help being taken aback. He knew that Garp, unlike himself, wasn't single. But he thought Garp's son would be one of the Marines too. After all, he was a Marine hero. The outside world has not revealed their identity, because they are afraid of being targeted by other pirates for revenge, so, 753, is secretly cultivated. But really did not expect to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This Blackbeard teach really broke a big news. He is not afraid of being killed on the spot. 99. Golden Lion looked at the beard on the city wall and murmured. However, on the city wall, Blackbeard didn't think about it at all. Hey, that's it. Shock the world. It's better to stir the world. 99. Blackbeard Teach thought to himself as he looked at the newsbirds in the sky and the raucous people in Marineford. He announced this news to make things bigger and deepen the contradictions between different forces. And he is a secret secretary. But just when Blackbeard was secretly happy with his actions, suddenly, he felt two chi machines locked on him, murderous. Suddenly, Blackbeard was startled. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him, only to see Garp's eyes locked on him. And except him. In the front position, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was also staring at himself with cold eyes. For a time, a layer of fine sea beads appeared on Blackbeard Teach's face, and he felt a chill rise directly from the soles of his feet, as if Lion Majesty had crawled across his back. Not good. Advertisement. Blackbeard felt bad. Although he is arrogant, he doesn't think he has the strength to compete with Garp now, let alone a Revolutionary Army leader. But soon, after thinking for a while, he stabilized. The reason is simple. He is still Shichibukai, and now Marine is lacking in combat power, so Marine should not attack him, and this is live broadcast all over the world. As for the dragon, if you want to attack yourself, you have to consider whether the pirates will attack him. As for how the two will avenge themselves after the war is over. Blackbeard is not worried at all, because as long as he gets that fruit and forms his own power, he can become the strongest man in the world. This is his confidence in himself. Thinking of this, Blackbeard regained his composure, his eyes swept over Whitebeard again unconsciously, and there was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. And the reality is just as he expected. On the execution stand, Garp clenched his fists tightly, and once wanted to go up and beat Blackbeard, but he didn't. Because Sengoku next to him was holding his shoulder tightly. It's live all over the world now, Sengoku pondered in a low voice and said helplessly. Taking action against the unbetrayed Shichibukai in front of the people of the whole world would do enormous damage to Marine's credibility. What's more, Marine's combat power is already in short supply, and at this moment, he can't fight his own people. As for after the war, he will personally abolish the damn Shichibukai system and capture Blackbeard into impel down. Hearing this, Garp had mixed feelings in his heart, thinking of being Marine's boss. Slowly letting go of his fist, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Sengoku calmly. He has decided now. After the war, he submitted his resignation to the headquarters and completely gave up the identity of Marine. And Long didn't make a move, so he didn't have so many thoughts, just because the leader Luo Mu hadn't moved. However, when Luo Mu shoots, he will kill Blackbeard immediately. So far, the entire Marineford battlefield is occupied by three forces. Marines, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. And this battle, from the rescue of Ace, the battle between Marine and the pirates, has gradually escalated to the battle between the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. Hey, Dragon, is it? Where are you standing? Do you stand on the same front as our pirates, or do you want to compete with Snipe and Muscles for the fisherman's profit? 35. If you think so, we don't mind killing you first. Golden Lion folded his arms in front of his chest and looked at the dragon standing on the revolutionary warship, said coldly. Now the Revolutionary Army has appeared, and although their goal has always been to overthrow the world government, they are not on the same front as the pirates. Not to mention his relationship with Garp. With such a force watching, the Golden Lion would not let them take advantage. When Golden Lion's words came out, all the pirates looked at the Revolutionary Army. Their idea is exactly the same as that of the Golden Lion. If these revolutionary troops want to get a piece of the pie, they will not be merciful. It's not on Marine's side, and it's not on your side either. Long's voice was hoarse and low, unhurried. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and he looked at the Golden Lion, the meaning of which was self-evident. Damn, I really want to pick it up. Wait, let the Revolutionary Army do it first. When Golden Lion heard Long's words, he said cursingly. And the pirates under his banner are all looking at the troops of the Revolutionary Army at this moment, and the anger on their faces must be turned into reality. Damn it. I thought it would be a helper, but I didn't expect it to cause trouble. I want to be a sparrow, right? Then I will send you to be a cicada first. 9. Not only them, but also the subordinates of the Whitebeard 3.4 pirates, and the crew of the Beast's pirates, were very displeased. Marco, Joes, Jin, Quinn, Jack, for the Revolutionary Army, they have no feelings. Although it is said that the enemy of the enemy is a friend, what Long said just now clearly did not mean that. A time. The atmosphere in Marineford became more solemn, a state of three-way rivalry. The Revolutionary Army and the pirates are going to fight? Ha ha ha. The three forces are going to fight. I didn't expect that the arrival of the Revolutionary Army would benefit the world government. It takes a lot of pressure on them now. Hey, Revolutionary Army leader, why are you looking at Luo Mu? Advertisement Chapter 122. Luo Mu's terrifying layout. The Revolutionary Army turned out to be 2. The people of the world in front of the screen looked at the Revolutionary Army troops on the screen and had a heated discussion. Even if they were not in Marineford at the moment, the dignified atmosphere of the three forces could still be seen. However, someone in the crowd noticed that since he appeared, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had not given any orders to attack. As if waiting for someone to issue an order, following Long's line of sight, you can see that he is looking at Luo Mu on the huge wall. Of course, the dragon standing on the mothership doesn't know about the voices from the outside world. But he could hear clearly the voices of these pirates. I saw a sneer on the corner of his cold mouth, and his aura suddenly exploded. Ivankov, get ready for battle, falling down with an exclamation. The figure of the dragon disappeared directly on the spot, and then suddenly a gust of wind swept, blowing towards Marineford surrounded by ships. Some pirate ships on the ice were all squeaked. Next moment, I saw the green figure passing by in the air, heading towards Luo Mu. Suddenly, 14 Long then stood behind Luo Mu, standing side by side with lonely Gao Jihong. Brush. Seeing this scene, the entire square suddenly became silent. Just now, they were still talking about the pirates that the Revolutionary Army wanted to take advantage of, but their voices stopped abruptly. His eyes stared like copper bells, the boss with a long mouth, his face full of incredulity. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, stand behind Luo Mu. This is how the same thing. No way, the dragon is also Luo Mu's subordinate. The Revolutionary Army also belongs to Luo Mu's forces? My god, it's unbelievable, but the dragon is standing with those people, and that's the only way to explain it. What exactly has Luo Mu arranged in secret all these years? The Revolutionary Army was actually established by Luo Mu secretly. It's really big news. Come on, let's put the matter of the dragon's identity for the time being, notify the headquarters, and immediately publish this matter in the headlines, immediately publish it. Noodle everyone, looking at Long's behavior at the moment, is stunned. Even if they don't understand, they can understand what it means when they contact what happened before. Advertisement. This means that I, like these Shichibukai, supernovas, 4 emperors, and great pirates, are Luo Mu's subordinates. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of Long's previous words. Not on Marine's side, and not on your side either. This sentence is not intended to oppose the forces of the two parties, but it is true. He belongs to Luo Mu's banner. As for whether to go to Marine or pirate, it all depends on the meaning of their leader Luo Mu. However, everyone who knew the Battle of the Valley of the Gods understood it. Given the inexorable relationship between Luo Mu and the world government, it must be on the side of the pirates. By the execution platform. Seeing this scene, Marine executives' faces turned green. They thought that the arrival of the Revolutionary Army could attract some firepower to themselves and relieve some pressure. But I didn't expect that the Revolutionary Army would be Luo Mu's subordinate. This news made them feel extremely absurd. The Revolutionary Army was actually a pirate subordinate, and it was the CPO secret force that reported such news to them, and they would hesitate whether the news was fake. However, now it actually happened, and it was the last result they didn't want to see. It was secretly cultivated by the nemesis Luo Mu. Garp. Look at your son, he recognizes the pirates as the leader, and he is Luo Mu. How on earth did you educate your son? Sengoku's face was ashen, his whole body was shaking, and the beard left on his chest was shaking violently. This time, Kong next to him didn't say anything for Garp because he wanted to know too. The son of a marine hero, even if he became a Revolutionary Army, actually recognized a pirate as the leader, and this pirate was Luo Mu, who had a great hatred with Marine 40 years ago. What exactly does Garp teach his son? Garp wanted to defend himself a few words, but nothing came out of his mouth. He remembered that when Long was a child, he still admired Marine very much. This is especially true for his father, who is called a marine hero. To this end, he brought dragons to naval headquarters to train them since he was a child, hoping that he could become a qualified marine in the future and protect the lives of the people. Advertisement. But in the days that followed, with the passage of time, Long became more and more disappointed with Marine, and gradually became disgusted with Marine, and even more disgusted with world government. Eventually, he resigned from Marine. When Garp waited until the next time he saw his son, Long had already become the leader of the Revolutionary Army. During this period, Garp had no idea what was going on here, or even why the dragon became like this. But now Garp understands. It's because of Luo Mu. Oh, forget it. It's no good talking about it now. 35. Com saw that Garp couldn't say a word, so he didn't put any pressure on him. Because the current situation has reached the worst level, what can I do if I know it? It will not benefit the war situation in the slightest. On the other hand, Sengoku looked at Luo Mu coldly. The anger in his heart seemed to be sprayed out. It's scary. The Revolutionary Army is actually Luo Mu's force. Under the execution platform, Kizaru saw Long go behind Luo Mu. His face was full of fear, but his tone was lazy. Luo Mu, it's all because of him. 753 Akainu stared at the man on his mouth, wishing to kill him directly with his eyes. The Golden Lion and Kaido fought in this battle at Marineford. The mutiny of those Shichibukai, the arrival of the supernova, and the Revolutionary Army that has been fighting against the world government. It's all because of Luo Mu. He knew that in order to maintain absolute justice in his heart, Luo Mu must die. Only by killing Luo Mu, the world will return to peace. Marine justice can be re-erected. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, the magma power on his body was slowly overflowing. Calm down. Luo Mu doesn't die so easily. Aokiji exhaled a cold breath and said slowly. Compared with Akainu, Aokiji is not self-sufficient because of what is called justice. Before the Battle of Marineford, he was dissatisfied with many of Marine's actions and was ashamed of Naval Headquarters' rhetoric of justice, but its actual deeds swaying. After listening to Luo Mu's story about the Valley of the Gods, he was extremely disappointed with Marine and the world government. He has already thought about it, no matter what the outcome of this battle is. After that, be sure to fight for the result of Sengoku's Marshal, and then make a big change to the Naval Headquarters. If you don't get the position of Marshal in the end, you can apply for resignation directly. 5GB Chapter 123. Everyone's shocked. The war is about to break out. Thinking of this, he glanced at Akainu. He knows that there is only this person who will compete with himself for this position. Kizaru's Buddhist character would not have the slightest interest in this position. Hey, let's deal with this crisis first, Aokiji murmured in his heart. Hearing Aokiji calming him down, Akainu snorted, humph. The 5 elders are still there, we just need to clear the miscellaneous soldiers, and then wait for the opportunity to strike Luo Mu with a fatal blow. Akainu glanced at the 5 elders and said solemnly. Hearing that, Kizaru and Aokiji looked at the location of the 5 elders and saw that the 5 did not make any moves because the identity of the dragon was exposed. As expected, the Revolutionary Army is really Luo Mu's subordinates. The kimono old man's eyes dropped, and he was not surprised when he saw the scene just now. They had guessed this before, but now it just confirmed the conjecture in their hearts. Do these despicable pariahs think that they can turn over by holding a powerful person? It's ridiculous, the yellow-haired old man said contemptuously. 40 years, I didn't expect Luo Mu's power in the dark to be so huge. Our odds of winning this time are getting lower and lower. Can we really win? Hearing this, the other old men frowned and surprisingly did not refute. If this were normal, if the old man dared to say such a thing, they would jump out and scold him and refute him like a scolding. Because they are the pinnacle of existence in this world, no one pays attention to them, even the feared celestial dragons can only obey orders in front of them. But this time, they felt the pressure. Not because of Shichibukai's mutiny, nor because of those so-called 4 emperors, nor because of the Revolutionary Army. There is only one person, and that is Luo Mu. When these forces were all under Luo Mu's hands, everything changed. They already understand that this is a big picture, and the cultivation of these forces is to overthrow the world government. Go ahead, the Revolutionary Army has all come in. Even if we can't kill all the pirates this time, we must first wipe out all the people of the Revolutionary Army. The white curly-haired old man shouted in a low voice. He knew that this time was bound to be a bloody battle. The pirates could live, but the Revolutionary Army had to die, including Luo Mu's forces of course. Luo Mu is very strong, but as long as we seize the opportunity, the 5 together can still kill Luo Mu with one blow. The kimono old man touched the first-generation goosh in his hand and said solemnly. It's almost recovered, get ready to do it, advertisement. On the other side, huge vines on the wall. Seeing the Revolutionary Army dragon coming here, except for the few people who had known for a long time, the expressions of everyone else changed slightly. Leader of the Revolutionary Army? Dragon, 35? You are actually one of the leader's subordinates? Bartolomeo exclaimed. At this moment he felt that his whole person had fallen into unreality. The Revolutionary Army, who had been fighting against the world government and wanted to overthrow their rule, was actually a subordinate of the leader Luo Mu. Not only him, but the rulers of Sky Island, Enel and Cavendish, were also shocked. As members of the Luo Mu alliance, they actually do not know how many people are in this alliance and what their identities are. I only know the identities of a few people who are more closely connected. But if they were asked to guess the identities of the members, no matter what, they would never have thought that the leader of the Revolutionary Army would be a member of the alliance. No, it should be said that the entire Revolutionary Army is. This is really appalling. Garp's son Dragon. Interesting, Kaido said with a big laugh. He was not surprised that Long was the subordinate of the Captain Luo Mu. On the contrary, he was quite shocked that he was Garp's son. Because in his opinion, with Luo Mu's strength and his secret arrangements over the years, it is possible for him to secretly support any kind of person. But Marine Hero's son became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and he wondered what was going on here. Hearing everyone's surprise at his identity, Long's expression did not change in the slightest. Everyone. Marine seems to be about to do it. His eyes turned to the naval headquarters execution platform, especially the 5 elders who were ready to go, and said indifferently. The old guy can't stand it anymore. Luo Mu felt that the 5 powerful chi machines were locking on him. Hearing this, everyone immediately put away other emotions, and everyone's face was extremely solemn at the moment. Because they knew that the battle was about to start, and now they were waiting for the leader's orders. 5 elders, here I come. As for the others, it's time to show your strength. Luo Mu turned to look at the people standing behind him and said slowly. Advertisement. He originally wanted to wait for Tetsulo and the others, but since the other side couldn't bear it any longer, of course, it was better to strike first. Follow orders, Chief. Hearing Luo Mu's words, everyone on the huge vine wall shouted neatly. Only Kaido was stunned, and after they finished shouting, he weakly followed. Next moment, the momentum of the crowd erupted suddenly. Nearly 10 huge breaths covered the audience, the swept airflow went straight into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were scattered at this moment. At this moment, everyone is focusing on their opponents. Kahahaha. Are you going to do it at last? 35? Edward, don't be brave when you're old, hide behind. Golden Lion laughed as he looked at the crowd floating in the air and felt the momentum on the wall soaring. Goo la la la. Golden Lion, I've said it before, don't hold back. Whitebeard looked at the Golden Lion who was laughing in the air, and a vibrating sound came out. Then, he looked at his family. Zhao Lihao rescued Ace and destroyed Marineford. Brush. The voices of the two resounded throughout the naval headquarters. This moment, the Whitebeard pirates, the Beasts pirates, the Flying Sky pirates, the 8 Treasures Marines, and the Revolutionary Army all held their breaths. Even from different forces, but at this moment they also know. There is only one opponent standing in front of them, that is Marine and the world government. Roar. After being silent for a while, all the pirates raised their weapons, and a chilling roar resounded throughout Marineford. On the execution platform, Ace looked at the roaring companions. His face was already covered with tears. Looking at Luo Mu in the distance, a little gratitude suddenly rose in his heart. However, Sengoku, who was standing beside him, had a big change in expression. His Adam's apple rolled, and he shouted aloud. Quick, raise the steel wall. Chapter 124. Steel encirclement. Pacifists are here. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In a small hut under the huge fortress, a few Marine soldiers were closely watching what was going on inside the crescent dig. In front of them, there is a huge vertical machine with various buttons, but a rocker on the far left is quite conspicuous. This is the joystick that controls the steel wall. In front of the Marines, there was a huge screen, and the figure of Sengoku was impressively on the screen. The moment they heard Sengoku's order, the expressions of several Marines suddenly changed, and then one of them held a joystick in front of him, and then pushed up hard. Squeak. 35. The sound of metal friction sounded, and along with the electric sparks generated by the friction, the rocker was directly pushed to the other side. This is to turn the power to the maximum. Next moment, the ground shook violently, and the entire Crescent Bay was shaking at this moment. Boom boom boom. A huge roar came from the ground, and the ice layer covering the Crescent Bay was completely shattered at this moment. The Marines in the square looked at the situation below, their eyes widened. Although they are Marines, they have never seen any so-called steel walls, and when they hear Sengoku's words, they are all covered in circles. But they know that this wall must be used to surround the pirates. And those pirates who were ready to attack Marine had a trace of panic on their faces. Soon, the ice cubes under their feet were shattered by a huge force, and they were on the verge of shattering at any time. Some pirates saw this and hurriedly boarded the ship. On the inner wall of Yuyan Bay, a larger and thicker wall slowly rose from the bottom of the water. On the top of the wall, there were huge heavy artillery pieces, so many that they almost filled the entire wall. In the middle of the wall, there are square holes. There is no artillery force in these holes, but there are burly people standing there, nearly 7 meters tall. On his head he wears a trapezoidal white hat with scattered brown spots and 2 bare ears. With black wool curly hair. Unsmiling, he wears a black jacket with a front crosshair pattern on the front. It is the pacifist developed by Vegapunk. Boom. After a loud noise, the huge steel wall completely rose from the bottom of the sea, surrounding the entire Crescent Bay. A huge barrier was drawn between I.B.'s execution platform and the pirates. Advertisement. This steel wall is exactly the same as the one Luo Mu made with his vines, but it is much smaller. The wall is up. Damn it, this Crescent Bay is surrounded. What the hell are the people standing in these walls? Isn't this the Tyrant Bear, one of the Shichibukai? How come so many appeared all at once? That's what you're thinking. How come there are so many Shichibukai? What is going on? In Crescent Moon Bay, many pirates looked at the steel wall that suddenly appeared, and their expressions changed greatly. An action like Marines couldn't be more obvious, to trap them directly inside, and then directly cover the entire field with firepower. But compared to this, they were even more surprised. Shichibukai that appears in these walls, Tyrant Bear. As one of Shichibukai's Tyrant Bears, how can there be so many? It is really incomprehensible. Don't talk about them, those Marines in the square are also frowning at the moment. They had no idea that there was such a thing inside the Marine. However, they were obviously more excited than Marine, because the Shichibukai, who appeared inside the walls, were definitely on their side. 3 on the other wall, the members of the Luo Mu alliance looked at the huge steel wall that appeared, as well as the so-called pacifists. Their expressions froze. Tyrant Bear, how come these things look exactly like you? Is your look so popular on Marine's side? Enel, the ruler of Sky Island, was slightly surprised and said lightly. Not only him, but some uninformed people looked at him sideways with a little doubt. Fur. This is a scientific weapon developed by Vegapunk according to his body, 99. The power of this thing is not small, as Shichibukai, he knows this. Not only does he have the appearance of a bear, but he can also fire a laser cannon like Kizaru, which is extremely powerful. A few fake households of this can be compared with a warship. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least 30 pieces that appeared in the walls. Advertisement, that is to say, it is equivalent to the appearance of the 30 Sioux warships here, and it is more flexible and changeable than them. It's just that he thought that Marine would not have this thing in this battle. Because after all, there is no scheduling power for this Marine, and he has not come forward for so long. Vegapunk's work. They can fire laser cannons with great power. The tyrant bear looked at the scientific weapons that were exactly the same as himself, and said slowly. During his time as Shichibukai, he kept hiding in Marine's side. He agreed to Vegapunk to calculate and measure various indicators of his body. At the time, he didn't know what they were doing, and he didn't understand it until he saw these scientific products later. It's all a pile of scrap metal. Luo Mu put his hands behind his back and looked at the rising steel wall with disdain in his eyes. In the steel wall, a sound of activation sounded. Brush. Those pacifists seemed to be suddenly awakened by something, and their eyes lit up. The next moment, I saw their mouths slowly open, and the sound of laser power charging sounded. And there is this voice everywhere, and these pacifists are doing this at the same time. Inside their mouths, the yellow light is constantly flashing, and the energy is constantly accumulating. The next moment, one after another, beams of yellow light blazed out of their mouths at an astonishing speed. The target is directed at the crew of the 3 pirate groups. In an instant, the ships docked in the entire Crescent Bay were covered under terrifying laser cannons. However, just when the pacifists are gathering strength, Luo Mu, who was on the huge red flower ground, used observation hockey to know what was going to happen next. I saw that he just raised his arm slightly, and then shook it on the side of the boat in Crescent Bay. Immediately, a mysterious force emerges from the ice, but unlike the devastating attack of a laser cannon. This mysterious power contains a majestic vitality. Chapter 125. Luo Mu shot. Thorns shield. Soon, smears of green quietly appeared on the hard and cold ice, and the people on the boat could feel the violent shaking around them. It was as if there was another steel wall rising from the long ground. Immediately afterwards, the smear of green became more and more obvious, and soon it became a dark green. The pirates next to the ship looked at the crystal clear ice surface, but turned into a dark green, and they were all terrified. Because they don't know what these sudden things are. Fear comes from the unknown. Next moment, in the horrified eyes of the pirates, the smear of green just now suddenly turned into a thorny tree thicker than a waist. It's like an old tree in the deep mountains. These trees continued to bulge from the bottom of Crescent Bay, breaking huge ice blocks, and instantly surrounded the nearby pirate ship. And on the tree with no thorns, there are also some strange red flowers, which are exactly the same as the one under Luo Mu's feet, but they are much inferior in size and color. And inside, there is black visible to the naked eye, which is faintly covered by the dark green color. Soon, these flowers bloomed directly against the wind, with countless tiny pollen wafting out of them. As soon as it was blown by the wind, it immediately floated towards the surrounding walls, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the wall. And those thorny trees are rising against the storm, growing at an incredible speed in the air, and spreading around with their full vitality. The branches at the top of the trees are constantly exploring, like a silk ribbon, and like they have their own consciousness, they keep swaying. In the next moment, these trees covered the entire Crescent Bay and rapidly formed in the air. In an instant, these wild trees became a huge green shield, like a big green bowl upside down on the ice. The expressions on the faces of the pirates who were detained inside changed suddenly. He kept slashing at these trees that didn't know where they came from, but these seemingly fragile plants were stronger than steel. Some of the pirates' weapons were directly shaken off, and their living mouths were shaken to the point of pain. Damn, you talented people, this is the protective cover Luo Mu put on us. Golden Lion looked at the panicked expressions of these pirates, as well as those antics, and cursed loudly. Hearing this, these pirates woke up like a dream. Thinking of the huge vine walls that Luo Mu had made before, they were all embarrassed. Advertisement. Boom. Right now. The huge beams of those pacifists slammed into the huge protective wall formed by the thorn trees, and a loud noise erupted, comparable to the explosion of a cannonball on a warship. And this is not one sound, but dozens of sounds, these sounds intertwined in a short period of time, earth-shattering. And when the beam exploded, the huge energy that erupted also raged outside the trees, flickering constantly. Even inside the protective wall, the pirates can feel the firepower of the secret collection outside. Those powerful pirates are not afraid, but ordinary crew members are definitely killed and injured. Boom. Boom. 39. The bombardment of the beam continued, and the ground was shaking slightly under the huge energy pouring out, but no matter how intense the firepower outside was. This protective cover composed of trees has always remained motionless, and there is no trace of destruction. What's the matter? How come there are so many trees here, and they are growing so fast? 99. And this tree is too hard. With such a dense coverage of firepower and powerful energy fluctuations, let alone destruction, these plants are not damaged in the slightest. 35. Too exaggerated. Harder than steel. Is this made by Luo Mu? This tree seems to be similar to that huge wall. Seems to be. The Marines in the square were stunned when they saw the huge plant shield that appeared in Crescent Bay. It is unbelievable that such plants are full of life on the ice in Crescent Bay. Moreover, the hardness of these trees is terrifying. Such a powerful artillery attack did not shake at all. Didn't you say that what plants are most afraid of is fire? Why did the fire from these explosions fail to ignite these plants at all? Cold sweat broke out on the Marines' heads, and fear rose in their hearts. For flowers in this way, trees that are comparable to steel can not only be formed in an instant, but also can withstand high temperatures, which is simply beyond the scope of common sense. They looked at Luo Mu on the wall, with deep fear hidden in their eyes. Because such a thing, only the person who made the vine wall can do it. Brush. Advertisement. The pacifist can only scan the system, find that such an attack has no effect on this, and stop the attack. Next moment, they moved slightly, jumped for life, and jumped down from the steel wall. A continuous roar sounded in the Crescent Bay, and one after another huge body fell to the ground under the action of gravity. The ice cubes were smashed into cracks, and the small pieces of ice slag splashed and shot in all directions, like a sharp blade being shot. In a moment, these scientific weapons entered the Crescent Bay. Buzz. On the green wall, Luo Mu flipped his wrist, and the huge tree shield disappeared directly in place. The pirate ship and many pirates immediately appeared in people's field of vision. It's a bootleg Shichibukai. FK them. The moment the protective cover disappeared, these pirates saw the pacifist appearing not far from them. Immediately, pirates are like a formidable enemy. Kahahaha. These bastards are just rubbish. The Golden Lion completely ignored the weapons made by Vegapunk. The voice just fell. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, and the two crossed swords slashed towards the pacifist. Feeling the huge energy of the fast approaching, the scanner in the eyes of the pacifist wanted to capture the sword energy that was rushing in at a rapid pace, but it was too late to lock on. Hearing a loud noise, the golden sword Chi stood on a pacifist fiercely. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and two terrifying knife marks appeared on its chest. Zzzz. Among the knife marks that were cut out, sparks continued to rise outside. The wound is full of electrical circuits and mechanical hardware, and it is extremely cold. Husband. Chapter 126. Indestructible Steel Wall. Luffy awakens. With the Golden Lion taking the lead, the fighting spirits of those pirates were all mobilized. Regardless of their strength, pirates from different forces are slaughtering the pacifists at this moment. At the same time, the Marines in the square showed no sign of weakness. Having reached this point, they also know that there is no way out. Either live, or die. For a time, the entire Crescent Bay turned into a melee. But the pirate crew knew it wasn't enough to defeat the Marines and the pacifists, because of the massive steel wall. Make it impossible for them to get one step closer to the execution platform. What ordinary pirates can think of course Whitebeard understands. Like the Golden Lion, he also did not take these so-called pacifists in his eyes, but this steel wall, 760s, had to be broken, otherwise everyone inside would be a living target. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura swept the audience. His right arm burst into blue veins, and his shoe knot muscles rose high, his palms as large as palms clenched into fists. Next moment, a white light like the radiance of the moon covered the entire fist, followed by Whitebeard's body slightly to one side, and his arms raised a 60-degree arc. In the next instant, I saw Whitebeard let out a low voice, and a punch full of explosive power swung directly into the circle and slammed into the air in front of him. Click. The space trembled violently, and the place where the fist was smashed continued to shatter, and it soon shattered directly. Boom. The huge energy was ejected, like the gas compressed to the ultimate was suddenly released. The violent energy rolled up layers of airwaves, and the ice cubes under the feet were slowly cracking. Some Marines were directly blown away by such violent airwaves, and fluttered in the air without gravity. The gray-white airwaves were like clouds falling from the sky, and the visibility was poor. Chong. Soon, a thunderous metal clash sounded, and the potential energy spurted by the Whitebeard shock fruit ability slammed into the steel wall abruptly. Immediately, the turbulent energy spread out, and the gray-white airwaves in the Crescent Bay were directly scattered, and the vision was restored. It can be seen that on the wall in front of Whitebeard, there is a huge fist mark appearing on the steel wall. It sunk deep into it, but it didn't break the wall. Old Dad's moves don't work either. Advertisement. That's not an ordinary wall. What material is this made of? The pirates who were battling the Marines were full of joy when they saw Whitebeard's attack. But what happened next caught them by surprise. The Four Emperors Whitebeard, who has never missed a shot, has the top-matching Logia shock fruit, but he didn't break the wall with a hard blow. Suddenly, an idea popped up in the pirate's heart. The material of this wall must be not simple. Kahahaha. Edward, you are still old. A wall can't be broken, so look at me, 39. The voice just fell. The Golden Lion's aura suddenly soared again, and the two famous swords in his hand were shimmering with chills in the sunlight. His arms were crossed across his chest, and a huge sword chi shot out. At the same time, the three plagues of the Beast's pirates, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They are all showing their magical powers and want to break the wall. Chong. Soon, Golden Lion's sword energy carrying terrifying energy slashed on the wall in front of him. A loud noise shook the entire wall. However, the pirates took a closer look and saw only 2 huge sword marks on the wall, and the depth of the depression was not as deep as Whitebeard's punch. The walls still show no signs of being destroyed. Activate the artillery on the city wall and aim at the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. 39. Fire. 35 Sengoku on the execution platform saw that the pirates' attack did not break the steel wall, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. When he started the walls, he knew that this would be the result, because the building materials of these walls were not ordinary steel, but mixed with the materials in meteorites. And Vegapunk personally configures and supervises large-scale production in accordance with scientific proportions. Advertisement seeing these pirates, it was like catching a turtle in an urn at the moment. Sengoku's face was very excited. He quickly instructed the artillerymen on the city wall to cover the area of the pirates' ships with vitality. The soldiers who were preparing on the city wall heard Sengoku's order and quickly completed the familiar set of operations. Chirp. Chirp. Heavy artillery shells, dark shells flew out of the huge barrel, and shot towards the Whitebeard main ship, densely packed and overwhelming. See. Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others used the fruit power, and the pirates took action one after another, dissolving most of the firepower. However, because there were too many shells in all directions, some shells were still unable to be cleared in time, and crossed several arcs in the air towards the ship. Rubber balloons. Suddenly, a sound came from the Moby Dick, followed by a huge human-shaped balloon on the deck of the ship. And floated in midair. It was Luffy who woke up. The shells that flew towards the ship all hit Luffy's swollen belly now. Next moment, I saw Luffy bowed back, and the swarty cannonball submerged in his belly received an elastic force in the opposite direction and flew straight in the opposite direction. Boom. Boom. The extremely fast cannonball smashed into the gravity artillery on the city wall in the blink of an eye. The fire was blazing, the temperature was scorching, and the energy from the 3.4 explosion directly blew up these cannons, and the Marines who were standing behind also suffered heavy casualties. Sure enough, the son of the plane, 35 Luo Mu couldn't help sighing when he saw that Luffy was knocked out by his grandfather's full blow, and then stood up again without being affected at all. Say it, Luo Mu's fingers moved slightly, and there was a sudden creaking sound on the steel wall, as if something was about to come out. Soon, the pirates and Marines in Crescent Bay noticed the changes in the wall. This kind of sound was too harsh, and it came from all directions. Some people covered their ears and stared at the wall that made the sound. Next second, I saw a touch of green in the indestructible wall. Chapter 127. The steel wall collapses. Luo Mu's power. In the eyes of everyone, the green color goes from shallow to deep, and the peculiar smell of general plants permeates the air. The smell of gunpowder produced by those artillery fires was washed away at this moment. The sound of metal friction continued, and slowly, the sound gradually became smaller and calmer. Next moment, I saw that in the green-covered wall, every position of the steel wall, a branch of a branch was drilled out from it, like mushrooms after a rain. Like a water snake, it kept climbing up the wall for a few breaths. These branches covered the entire steel wall, and then at the place where the branches were initially stretched out, the thick trees suddenly rushed out. Squeak squeak. And the shrill sound that had disappeared began to sound again, and then these trees began to grow wildly. The ever-growing tree body smashed through the steel doped with meteorites and rolled outwards continuously, as if it had been forcibly twisted by some huge force. Soon, these trees filled the walls of the entire Crescent Bay, and those indestructible steel walls were completely covered under the 14 green branches, and no trace was visible. The trees that have grown have not stopped growing, and the lush green has begun to grow from the branches, growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dilapidated Crescent Bay, which was originally damaged by the war, suddenly became like a virgin forest. The plants not only covered the surrounding area, but even radiated to the ice surface. And at the top of those trees, huge red flowers bloomed, like seductive elves, and their appearance was exactly the same as the red flowers on the previous green protective cover. What's the matter? Why all of a sudden the walls are covered with plants? These flowers look familiar. Luo Mu, he must have made it. Oh my god, how did he do it? Even though he was not here, he covered the entire wall with his abilities. 35. 35 The pirates exclaimed the changes in front of them one by one, stunned. If it wasn't for Luo Mu doing a similar operation in front of them just now, they would really think it was some kind of miracle. Kahahaha, advertisement. I haven't seen each other for years. Luo Mu's strength is stronger than 40 years ago. Golden Lion was floating in the air with a cigar in his mouth, looking at these growing trees and said, at such a fast speed, and covering the Crescent Bay with plants at will, requires strong strength as a backing support. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago, although Luo Mu's ability could also do this, he felt that it would not be so easy. Goo la la la. Luo Mu's strength has become stronger, then these Marines will have to panic. Whitebeard said with a big smile, holding the cloud cut. On the other side, Luo Mu looked at the steel wall covered by his ability, and a smile crossed his face. In the previous construction of the protective cover, the red pollen was scattered in the wind and disappeared into the wall. At that time, the pollen had already destructive power to these walls, and now it grows savagely directly from the steel walls through its own traction. Next moment, I saw Luo Mu's wrist flipped. Those plants seemed to be consciously dancing on the wall, and the harsh sound appeared again. Hum. Suddenly, those plants stopped directly and disappeared into the air at once. However, if you look closely, you can find that in the empty air, there are some green light with crystal-shaved heads floating, and they are pulled by a strange force. The direction is exactly Luo Mu's position. The green light disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the strange lines on Luo Mu's face flickered slightly. Boom! At the moment when the green light disappeared, the steel wall collapsed, and the sound shook the entire Marineford, smashing the ground and splashing iron filings. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the huge wall that could not be destroyed by many pirates turned into ruins in an instant after Luo Mu shot. Damn it! What happened? There was no powerful attack, and I didn't see Luo Mu's real shot. Why did this wall collapse like this? 35. This is steel that Whitebeard can't break with shock fruit. It was destroyed by Luo Mu's hands. How strong is this man? These plants are definitely not ordinary trees. They suddenly grow and disappear suddenly, just like ghosts, really scary. Advertisement. Is this the one who defeated the 9 Marines with 1 person at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? The power is unfathomable. It's outrageous. It seems that he didn't make a move, but it is always affecting the battle. What will Marine do now? The walls are broken, and they will face the wrath of the pirates. 95. 35 in front of the live broadcast screen. The audience all over the world watched the scene just now. All of them were the bosses with their mouths open. Huge green walls, plants that are not afraid of fire, branches covered with steel walls. All the signs were made by the man named Luo Mu, and every time he makes a move, it can play a key role. The most important thing is that it looks like the wind is light and the clouds are calm, and 760 has done a lot. The green wall at the beginning blocked the attack of the 5 elders, allowing the pirates to escape from danger. As for the previous green protective cover, all Marines' firepower was isolated, so that the pirates in Crescent Bay would not suffer heavy casualties under the artillery fire. And then to the green plants just now, the steel walls that the big pirates had no choice but to shatter, making Marines' encirclement a fantasy. Since this person appeared, it has been affecting the war situation. At the same time, those people were also thinking about what the Marines would do at this time. Not only did the wall not exist, but the gravity artillery placed on it also disappeared with the collapse of the wall. Not being able to suppress the pirates with long-range firepower is undoubtedly a huge loss for Marine. This is indeed the case. Luo Mu, Sengoku on the execution platform, his face was extremely gloomy. The steel wall that could have trapped the pirates was actually solved by Luo Mu so easily. This is a huge loss. Kong and Garp next to him were equally ugly. Luo Mu is more difficult than expected. 35, what a goddamn fellow. The old man in kimono looked at Luo Mu and gritted his teeth. With a crisp sound of clang, first-generation Goosh has already pulled out of his waist. Chapter 128. Hockey of the 5 Elders. Shocking. The fun begins. Luo Mu looked at the 5 elders above the high wall and said lightly. The voice just fell. The alliance members behind him jumped and appeared in the battlefield of Crescent Bay. And almost at the same time, the momentum of the kimono elders in the 5 elders suddenly skyrocketed, as did the other 4 elders. The momentum of the 5 elders continued to rise, and they didn't shoot, but the power they exuded made people feel a huge sense of oppression. At this time, the 5 people were standing together, as if a blower had been placed there. With the 5 people at the center, the airwaves continued to spread out, layer by layer. It was just an invisible color at first, but in just a few breaths it turned into 5 different colors. This is the degree to which hockey has been trained to the ultimate level and can be released. In this world, only Rocks in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods has seen it. At that time, when his top hockey was released, there would be a purple-black airwave. 5 torrential weather waves climbed to the ultimate in a moment, and they were intertwined with each other, as if there were colorful clouds, appearing above the city wall. Next second. After a short period of lingering, the burst of airwaves went straight to the sky. The clouds in the sky were all shaken at this moment, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The airwaves inside kept surging, and the clouds that had been scattered by the shock were all absorbed at this moment, and soon merged with the vortex. The violent aura swept the audience, as if to suck everything in. FK. Is this the power of the 5 elders? It's ridiculously strong. Just the aura emanating from it has already reached such a terrifying level, and it has caused a vision before taking any action. Is this Conqueror's hockey? How can it be so powerful? The strength of the 5 elders is really unfathomable. No wonder they can become the top leaders of the world government and control the world for 800 years. I admit that Luo Mu's strength is also very strong, but it's okay to say that against one person, with these 5 people, does Luo Mu really have a chance of winning? At this time, the audience in front of the screen were stunned when they saw Marineford's appearance. They were extremely surprised. They knew that the strength of the 5 elders was bound to be incomparably powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Just their outward aura could cause a certain disaster. Advertisement. Each of them has supreme strength. With such a sense of coercion, even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, can't be compared to terror. While people are surprised, they are also thinking about one thing. With 5 such powerful people, can Luo Mu really win? Previously, people had great confidence in Luo Mu's strength because of Luo Mu's achievements in the Valley of the Gods and the strength he just showed. But I don't think so at the moment. After all, the 5 elders have never shot. Maybe they are Luo Mu's nemesis. It's like all kinds of amazing and brilliant pirates that have appeared in the past 800 years will eventually fall in front of them. Not only them, but even the pirates and Marines in Marineford were dumbfounded. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, the 3 Marine legends, looked at the 5 elders in full swing. The shock in the depths of their eyes is describing their current mood. As the people who have the most contact with the five elders in this world, they have entered Mariejoy more than once and met several of them. In their impression, the strength of the five elders must be very strong, but they just think that they are stronger than them. They didn't realize they were wrong until today. The strength of the five elders is simply not something they can guess. The last pillar of the world government, the strength is really extraordinary. 35. Sengoku looked at the five elders and murmured in a voice only he could hear. It's scary. That's the power of the five elders. 9. Akainu in Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral said slowly with a rare solemn expression. This time, he felt terrible from the bottom of his heart. Beside him, Aokiji and Akainu also stared blankly at the five elders. This hockey. It's suffocating. Akainu looked at the airwaves on the city wall. The figure of the five elders was reflected in his pupils, and said involuntarily. As a strong person in this world, he fully understands how difficult it is to exercise momentum. It's like his current strength can be said to be at the top level, but he still hasn't been able to awaken Conqueror's hockey. Although it is said that this is related to personal beliefs, as long as there is an invincible heart, then awakening will be much easier. Advertisement. But Sengoku, who is also Marine, can awaken Conqueror's hockey, which makes Akainu feel a certain sense of frustration. He could have used the word faith to convince himself before, but now sees Conqueror's hockey at the height of the five elders. He knew that this was actually the reason why his strength was still too weak. Five elders. This is the first time anyone has seen them make a move. Golden Lion floated in midair, his face extremely solemn, and deep fear was hidden in his pupils. Although he is arrogant and confident, after seeing this scene, he also understands that he is not the opponent of these guys at all, although he is very reluctant to admit this fact. I didn't see them at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but I didn't expect to see them at the Battle of Marineford. Looks really good. Kaido, who had come down from the huge green wall, said slowly. This battle is even more tragic than the Valley of the Gods. Whitebeard glanced at the five elders, and then at Ace, who was still on the execution stand. At this point, Marine no longer cared about his execution. Because now only, Zhao Wang's, behead Luo Mu, then the world government can save face, otherwise everything else is meaningless. Kahahaha. I really don't want to be a rival to such a person. Golden Lion laughed and said, although he said so, but the famous sword in his hand and the high fighting intent in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. Goo la la la. 9. Isn't it just a few old men, what's the big deal? Whitebeard looked at the pirate behind him and said boldly. And the pirates behind him all looked ugly at the moment. The appearance of the five elders and the monstrous aura, even though they were separated by a long distance, had already made them feel great pressure. The morale of the pirates was much lower than before. Don't worry, Tail. Isn't Luo Mu still here? Chapter 129. Breath of God. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Kaido held the mace on his shoulder with one hand and said indifferently. Although these old guys are very strong, can they be stronger than the captain? From Kaido's point of view, there is no one who can surpass the captain in this world yet. Hearing Chin Zi's two names, the pirates were obviously shaken. They all turned their attention to the position by the sea. The slightly thin figure was incomparably tall at this time. Yup. We also have Luo Mu. Isn't it just 5 old men, with the strength of Luo Mu? I don't care about it at all. That's right. Luo Mu's strength just now has proven his strength, plus his performance in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. He's just 5 elders, don't be afraid at all. The pirates present looked at Luo Mu, as if they saw great hope. With Luo Mu's strength in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, there must be a huge improvement after 40 years. And it was indeed the case. Just now, they had escaped Marine's threats several times under Luo Mu's attack. Now, the sluggish morale of the pirates, because of Luo Mu, was rekindled again, and it was even more enthusiastic than before. Immediately, every pirate's eyes are full of burning fighting intent. It's like an angered lion. Guys, FK Marine, with Luo Mu here, we will win this time. Yes, we will win. The pirates raised their weapons high, and fierce shouts resounded throughout Marineford. In no time, the pirates with fierce fighting spirit rushed into the interior of the square with their shouts, approaching the execution platform. Those broken steel walls could no longer hinder the pirates' progress, and tens of thousands of pirates poured into the port. For a moment, the Crescent Bay was safely occupied, and the pirates filed into the naval headquarters. The battlefield shifted directly, and the marine soldiers in the square mingled with the pirates. The sound of fighting, the clash of weapons, and the screams were incessant. And the many powerhouses on both sides are also locking their eyes on the opposite person at this moment. Advertisement, almost. The kimono old man in the 5 elders moved his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. I didn't expect it to go well. That guy Luo Mu didn't interrupt us. The yellow-haired old man nodded. Humph, he probably didn't notice it at all. The white curly-haired old man glanced at Luo Mu and muttered. The aura they just exuded was not just to enhance their combat power. The more important purpose is to arrange the backhand in advance. Before that, Lord Yimu returned with his life, and once left them the breaths of 5 gods, and the different colors just now were the embodiment of their respective gods' breaths. It's just that the startup process is very slow, it cannot be triggered in an instant, and requires 5 people's chi machine fusion, so it must be arranged in advance in order to maximize the power of a blow with divine nature. Fortunately, the process went very smoothly and there were no surprises. With this backhand, I don't believe Luo Mu can survive. This is an existence that is several times more terrifying than the 13 capital kings in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and it is a blow from the real god. The old man in the kimono murmured with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Using Conqueror's Haki as a cover for the air, it really works. As long as it starts, it is impossible to interrupt. 99. Next, it's time for us to perform. Luo Mu, on the other side, saw the monstrous aura of the 5 people, as well as the 5 different colors. A playful smile crossed his face. After awakening Sage Mode, his perception range is in kilometers, and his ability to perceive is extremely fine. The so-called secret arrangements of the 5 elders are all in Luo Mu's eyes. Good. Then I'll play with you first. 35 Luo Mu looked at the torrential weather caused by the 5 elders' lock, and said something lightly. Bead. There is no fear in the words, but it is like watching some insignificant characters. After living for 800 years, even a pig can cultivate incomparably powerful. I hope you don't let me down. The voice just fell. Advertisement. Luo Mu's figure immediately disappeared in place. At the same time, the 5 elders' brows twitched violently. Come on. 9 The kimono old man's first-generation Onatu held tightly in his hands, his expression extremely solemn. Although just now he thought that Luo Mu would definitely not be able to withstand the final fatal blow, but now Luo Mu is close to him. In the Valley of the Gods, they had seen Luo Mu's strength, and even they couldn't handle it, let alone 40 years had passed. Like him, there are 4 other old men, however, it was not Luo Mu who greeted them. Boom. At this moment, the ground beneath the feet of the 5 elders began to vibrate, with the Crescent Bay as the vibration source, and the fluctuations continued to spread outward from the inside out. First the broken steel walls, then the square of naval headquarters, then the castle of naval headquarters, and finally the resident towns. In the end the whole Marineford was shaking. Even the seawater outside the island began to boil, constantly surging outwards. Huge waves formed under the shock and were the same height as Whitebeard's shock fruit, only not 2, but several. Thankfully, the waves showed no sign of heading towards Marineford. My god! Is this Whitebeard using Shock Fruit's ability again? Such a huge wave is simply terrifying. 35. No, Whitebeard didn't shoot, he was fighting with Kong. It's not Whitebeard, who else has this ability? Golden Lion. No, he's fighting Sengoku. It's Luo Mu. The people of the world watched the scene like a natural disaster, and everyone was horrified. Such momentum is several times bigger than the previous Whitebeard. People have speculated that this is the effect of which powerhouse is elicited. After excluding Whitebeard and Golden Lion, there is only one answer in people's minds. Luo Mu. The facts are as they expected. In the Crescent Bay, the ice surface was completely broken, and the pirate ships floated on the sea. Suddenly, in the sea, a huge head slowly came out from the inside. And just a head is already unimaginably big. Those pirate ships on the water, compared to them, are not as big as an eye. The green light above his head is Luo Mu's wooden golem. Chapter 130. 5 Elders Take Action. The Ability of Wooden Golem. Boom. Boom. With the violent shaking, the entire Marineford felt as if an earthquake had occurred at the moment, and the huge wooden golem head continued to rise. The huge waves that were set off constantly scoured the surrounding walls, fearing that there would be bursts of noise. Below the huge head is the torso, followed by the lower body. As the whole body appeared in people's field of vision, the huge waves set off by wooden golem made the overflowing seawater keep pouring back towards the execution platform. In a short period of time, the accumulation of seawater was about to flood the square. At this time, Marine Admiral Aokiji disappeared from the spot with a bang, and immediately spread his hands, freezing the seawater that was pushed into the air by wooden golem, and then Kizaru appeared. 8 feet Joan Tomo. With a light drink, the beam particles formed around him, and then he waved his hands forward. Those beams carrying violent energy were like sharp arrows shot out towards the frozen seawater. Boom. The huge ice wave broke into pieces under the terrifying energy of Kizaru, and then fell into the Crescent Bay. The short shot of the 2 Admiral directly resolved the short-term crisis. During this time, wooden golem appeared completely in Crescent Bay in Marineford. The huge body almost filled the space in the entire bay. Even those Marine Vice Admiral can only sigh of their own insignificance in front of this wooden golem. In wooden golem's body, crystal energy circulates in it, and in the limbs and bones, it seems like a steady stream of vitality roams in it. It looks like a miracle. People looked at the huge wooden golem that appeared, and felt a sense of surrender in their hearts. This kind of feeling is like facing a god who transcends the rules, and there is no resistance at all. Not to mention these ordinary Marine soldiers, those high-level Marines also feel this way. Damn it. This wooden golem is nothing like the one that appeared in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. What the hell is going on with this divine aura? The blue veins on Sengoku's face burst out, looking at the ridiculously large wooden golem, and said viciously. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Luo Mu also used the wooden golem trick. But the wooden golem at that time was very large, but it was definitely not so huge, which was no less than the super-large Sea Kings. Advertisement. What's more, in this wooden golem, there is this divine aura, which is a feeling of being under the king's court and despising everything. This feeling was only vaguely felt by Luo Mu's last move during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but now they felt extremely deep. Luo Mu has grown so fast, in these 40 years. I'm afraid his strength has reached an incredible level. Kong's face was extremely gloomy, looking at the huge wooden golem in front of him, the sense of oppression made his heart panic. Even though he is constantly controlling his breathing, he can still feel the confusion of his own breath. Garp. You should understand the seriousness of the situation by now, and when it's time for marine life and death, don't hold back anymore. Even if your grandson is in Crescent Bay, 99 Sengoku said in a deep voice, the meaning is self-evident. Hearing this, Garp sighed deeply and nodded. He was all too familiar with this scene, just like in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Marine's many strong men once again joined forces to deal with a pirate. 40 years ago it was Luo Mu, 40 years later, still Luo Mu. It's just that they failed last time, and will they succeed this time? Garp suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, and in front of Luo Mu, the marine hero had a feeling that he couldn't win no matter what. But he knows that he can't back down no matter what, even if he wants to quit marine later, but now wearing this dress, he must fulfill his responsibilities as marine. At this moment, a small sound came out. Luo Mu's figure fell lightly on the shoulders of wooden golem. Compared to its huge body, it was like an ant lying there. But everyone present could not ignore Luo Mu's existence at this moment. Because of his aura that looks down on the world, nothing can cover it up. And at the moment wooden golem appeared, everyone in front of the live broadcast screen was in an uproar. What kind of monster is this? This wooden golem is too big, it's going to burst the Crescent Bay. Is this the trick Luo Mu made? No, before he made the move, he was already feeling coercive. Although Luo Mu looks very small in this wooden golem, he is very imposing and feels like a god. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot. I now doubt that the 5 elders can really fight. This Luo Mu is an existence that overwhelms everything. Advertisement, I feel like it's going to change. 35 Before the live broadcast, the people of the world were stunned and shocked when they looked at this huge wooden golem. Even more shocking than when the vision was triggered in the 5 elders before. Luo Mu has fully mastered the power of the field. 35. No, this is more terrifying than the power of the realm. It seems that the old man in the kimono said finally, swallowed his throat and did not continue. He feels more deeply than others, and he is the strongest among these people except Luo Mu. But also the most oppressed. He had only seen a trace of such terrifying coercion in Lord Yimu. The other 4 old men also took a deep breath at this time, and then spit it out fiercely. Next moment, the 5 looked at each other, and after seeing the solemn expressions on each other's faces, they did not speak too much, but suddenly exerted their strength in tacit understanding. The figure flickered continuously, and the 5 people disappeared directly in place. At the same time, 5 terrifying breaths were emitted at the same time, bypassing wooden golem from different directions, and the target meeting point was only one. Luo Mu. However, just as the 5 figures flickered, wooden golem's closed eyes slowly opened. Boom. At the moment when its giant eyes opened, a powerful force gathered in them, causing bursts of tremors. The crystal energy that circulated in it frantically moved in the body, as if it had been stimulated by something. Continued to gather towards the eyes. In an instant, the full green energy covered under the eyes, and a rich vitality seemed to tilt out at this moment. Next moment, the energy in the eyes slanted out, and 2 thick green light beams shot out from the dark green pupils, and came to the 2 5 elders in an instant. At the same time, wooden golem's arms were raised suddenly, and the violent green energy flowed under the vines, filling between the 2 palms. It's like a crystal clear emerald. Husband. Chapter 131. The power of wooden golem. The power of destruction and vitality. Immediately after that, 2 huge palms quickly stirred in the air, their hands clasped together, and a huge sound came from between the palms. Snapped. Just slapped both hands in the air, and a green energy ripple spread out from the middle of the palm. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it spreads around. Layer upon layer, ripples appeared in the air, and even the entire space was shaking. Crack. 39 In the middle of wooden golem's palms, the space was directly smashed, and green cracks continued to spread, like a spider web. It's like using Shockfruit's ability to force a blow in space. It's just that this energy is stronger than Whitebeard's vibration. Luo Mu didn't need Shockfruit, it was entirely because the power reached a terrifying level, shattering the space. Boom. 763. The majestic power was released from it, and a sound no less than the detonation of a giant cannonball came out. This was the sound of the green lasers shooting out of wooden golem's eyes, and as the figures of the 2 5 elders swept through the air, they felt wooden golem's 2 green lasers coming towards them. They did not choose to fight hard, because they, who were at their peak of strength, felt a strong vitality from this laser, and in addition, there was an aura of destruction. This is the breath that can seriously injure them or even kill them. So the 2 turned their bodies to the side, but it was more difficult for the body in the air to change direction than on the ground, and the speed of the laser was too fast. Although the 2 tried their best to dodge, they were still rubbed by the green light on their arms. Immediately, the 2 arms of the white curly-haired old man and the long-bearded old man withered away in an instant, and turned into 2 dead trees the moment they touched the green light. And the 2 beams did not stop, and in the blink of an eye, they shot towards the iconic fortress of naval headquarters. But strangely, there was no sound of an explosion. The 2 beams instantly turned the 5 elders' arms into dry lasers, the moment they touched the fortress. Life was overflowing, trees and vines grew wildly on the walls, and suddenly the entire marine castle was covered in green vegetation, then the town next to it, and finally turned into a forest. Vitality and destruction, only in an instant. This is Luo Mu's strange ability. As long as there is life, if it is hit by this green laser, all the flesh and blood will be instantly sucked up. And inanimate objects, hit by this green laser, will be full of vitality and lush. Advertisement and the other side. The other 5 elders, at the moment when they were about to approach Luo Mu. It was pulled by a huge force, and then it was shaken and flew out. It was the force of wooden golem's palms. It's terrifying. Just to face, the 5 elders fell into a disadvantage. How can this wooden golem be so powerful? My god! What's up with those 2 lasers that shot out of wooden golem's eyes, sucking the 5 elders' arms dry? And these 2 lasers don't seem to be purely destroying. In the fortress of naval headquarters, there is a forest. It's more than that. Just a few pictures of wooden golem in the air just shattered the space. Isn't this an ability that only Whitebeard has? How can? Shockfruit is happy to watch Whitebeard, but if you really want to learn, you have to watch Luo Mu. The moment the 5 elders and wooden golem meet, the situation on both sides becomes clear. 5 elders fell behind. Everyone looked at the scene on the screen in a demented way, and they were deeply shocked by the confrontation just now. The wooden golem didn't just look powerful, but when they did, they found it was more powerful than they thought. And that strange energy can not only eat away the flesh and blood of others, but also can turn an area without any vegetation into a forest in an instant. And the terrifying power that shatters the space. Such strength is simply unheard of. Surprised not only by his audience in front of the screen, but also by those at the Marineford scene. Everyone stopped and looked at the terrifying scene just now. Is this Luo Mu's power? It's just a wooden golem made by him? Marco, who has always only played high-end games, was deeply shocked by the scene just now. The power that destroyed the world, but was full of vitality, made him amazed. Not to mention his power that belongs to Dad's broken space. At this time, he really felt the horror of Luo Mu, who was simply an invincible god. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates who had the same thoughts as him stared blankly at Luo Mu, speechless for a long time. Goo. Advertisement. Actually, the space was shattered by the power of domineering alone. He is indeed my good brother. I'm ashamed of myself as a shockfruit. Whitebeard was surprised when he saw Luo Mu's great strength, but he was more than happy. Luo Mu. How did these 40 years come here? This is too outrageous. The arrogant golden lion felt deeply shocked when he saw this scene, although he knew that Luo Mu's strength must be extremely terrifying, and he was definitely not comparable. But the ability displayed by a wooden golem made him unmatched. This was a big blow to him. Originally, he thought that the wooden golem would be a little bigger, and if he wanted to, he could use all the power of lion fruit to destroy it, but now it seems to be obviously whimsical. Sure enough, it's Captain Luo Mu. The shot is earth-shattering. Kaido is not too surprised. He has absolute confidence in Luo Mu's strength. This confidence is several times more than that of myself. Leader. Really strong. Hawkeye Mahawk, Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, Enel and others all felt a shock in their hearts. They have always known that the leader's strength is very strong, but in fact, they have never seen his 3.4 Junger Bajing take action. At this moment, they know what the difference between clouds and mud is. At the same time, the respect for the leader has reached the ultimate. The Empress Hancock, on the other hand, was elated, watching Luo Mu standing on the wooden golem, her heart fluttering. Chief. 35 Hancock's cheeks flushed, and he muttered. In front of her was a group of petrified marine soldiers. What a horrible guy. Suddenly found shock fruit, it's not very fragrant. Luo Mu. How much have you surpassed this era? Blackbeard Teach looked at Luo Mu with a look of fear in his eyes. He has always been arrogant, but this time in Luo Mu, he actually felt his own insignificance. This made his heart to the top of the world, covered with a layer of grey. Chapter 132. The main force of both parties. The style of the strong. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** slightly and said through gritted teeth. He thought that Luo Mu's strength would be stronger than before, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even the 5 elders were knocked back by one move, and 2 were even seriously injured. Get rid of these pirates as soon as possible and get out of your way to help the 5 elders. Kong's 3 mustaches trembled, his tone was full of determination, his eyes fixed on Luo Mu on wooden golem, as if he was going to kill him with his eyes. He fought against Luo Mu in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and knew that wooden golem was just a trick of Luo Mu, not all of its strength. Now the wooden golem must be destroyed before Luo Mu can be dealt with. But the premise is that these annoying pirates must be dealt with. Hearing this, Garp's face froze. At this moment, even if he doesn't want to make a move, he must do his best. At the same time, Marine 3 Admiral and CP0 Special Forces are also on guard. They also understand that the current Luo Mu is not their target for the time being, but the pirates in the Crescent Bay and the Square are. However, don't wait for Marine to make a move. The pirates have already started their actions, the morale is high, and the screams of killing are shocking. After seeing Luo Mu's performance just now, their morale, which had been aroused, reached its peak now. Kahahaha. The 5 elders have Luo Mu to deal with temporarily, 95. Our task is to clean up these trash fish. Golden Lion was holding a cigar of his life, and withdrew 2 famous knives in both hands, and then the momentum on his body suddenly skyrocketed. This time, he no longer has the slightest bit of holding back, and will kill with all his strength. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. The voice fell. The land under the town suddenly swelled high, and then dozens of hundreds of tons of land broke away from gravity and suspended in the air. The huge roar was continuously transmitted to Marineford's main battlefield. Soon, those huge earth and stones changed their forms quickly under the fruitability of Golden Lion, and the next moment, a dozen earth lions suddenly took shape. Carrying a monstrous aura, he rushed towards the square occupied by Marine. Even the ground was rumbling under the stampede of the earth lion. Advertisement, 8 feet Joan Tomo. At this moment, a brisk sound came out, followed by a shining light that covered the sky. Kizaru in the light crossed his hands and put his fingers together. The next moment, he waved his hands forward, and immediately shot towards the earth lion with a curtain of time overwhelming. At the same time, Whitebeard, not far away, is not to be outdone. Luo Mu is fighting the 5 elders. We can't hold back, 55. After saying that, Whitebeard's eyes flashed a stern look. Shock fruit started, and Haoyu's brilliance instantly attached to his fist, and his muscle-knotted arm slammed forward fiercely. Accompanied by a clicking sound, violent energy spewed out, sweeping up boundless airwaves, pushing them all the way. Some of the weaker marine soldiers were directly involved in the air, and then fell straight to the ground, vomiting blood. And this power has not disappeared. The ground is cracking, the sea is being divided, and the island is shaking. Boom. The violent force rushed directly into the fortress of naval headquarters, and the buildings inside collapsed without crouching. However, the forest created by Luo Mu wooden golem is intact, as if the safety of this force has no effect on it. Whitebeard. Your opponent is me. Marine Admiral Akainu flickered, disappeared from under the execution stand, and appeared directly in front of Whitebeard. He took off his hat, touched the standard flat head, and put it on again. Immediately, his aura suddenly erupted, his arms turned into scorching magma, and the high temperature continued to spread around with the thick fog, and even the surrounding air was burned and distorted. Dark Hound. Accompanied by a low drink, Akainu's lava arm turned into an instant, and the speed was extremely fast, like a mad dog slaughtered towards Whitebeard. However, the Whitebeard at the moment is not the one who was pierced by Akainu in the original book, and his strength is still there. The moment Akainu's Dark Hound slammed into him, the supremely fast knife in Whitebeard's hand, Kong Yunchi, slammed into front of him. Boom. The scorching magma bombarded the blade, and the huge impact made Whitebeard's iron tower body back a few steps. Stepping on deep footprints on the ground, he stumbled a bit before he stabilized. Advertisement, Little Devil, your strength is not bad. Whitebeard crossed his fists in front of his chest and said something lightly. Then, he slammed the hammer forward directly. The figures of the two were intertwined again, and the sound of the battle resounded through the heavens and the earth. The shots of the two big pirates made the battlefield suddenly become hot. And Kaido, at this time, looked at the high-level marines with burning eyes, and immediately displayed his devil fruit ability. 100-meter-long giant dragon flew into the air, and the dark clouds were densely covered at this moment. Lightning and strong winds swept through, constantly gathering around Kaido. Tornado. 9A dragon roar came out, shaking the world, as if the explosion of thunder sounded in the ear. The loud roar made some marine soldiers lose their ability to fight, their ears were bloodshot, they kept shaking on the ground, and then they collapsed. The dragon body rolled in the dark clouds, making a circular rotation like a top and releasing the bad wind, and the blade-like wind kept slashing towards the bottom of the execution platform. The violent power of 763 seemed to tear the air apart. Fistbone meteor cluster. Garp roared, fist covering armament hockey. Immediately, the right fist slammed out, and the casserole-sized fist slammed on the white gangfang blade. The muscles kept twitching, the black fist wind contained afterimages, and the explosive force would tear everything to shreds. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the blade wind shattered as much as possible. Next moment, Garp's right foot slammed on the ground, and his body shot towards Kaido in the air like a cannonball. Boom. Garp's black fist, wrapped in enormous force, smashed straight on Kaido's body covered with dragon scales. In an instant, on Kaido's dragon-like body, the blue scales collapsed, the skin ripped apart, and the 100-meter-long body curled into a ball under the bombardment of the violent force. Fire Dragon Torch Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido was immediately stunned by this move, and a dragon roared out, and a huge fire dragon wrapped his body beside him, and the things touched by the flames would be instantly melted. Immediately, a powerful breath covered the sky, wrapped around Conqueror's Hockey's head, and slammed into Garp with a strong impact. The momentum is terrifying, like a mountain attacking. Chapter 133. The battle is in full swing. The fruit ability of the 5 elders. Fistbone Eye of the Storm. Garp let out a low voice, followed by Qinglong's body, and tapped one foot to take advantage of it. The blue veins of the right arm burst out, the muscles kept twitching, and the violent force gathered at the fist, causing the surrounding space to undergo subtle changes. In the next instant, the gust of wind around Kaido slammed into Garp's fist, and even the surrounding air was absorbed by him at the moment. It doesn't take a few breaths. On Garp's brown iron fist, a small eye was formed, and majestic energy circulated in it. One punch. Under Garp's iron fist, the power of this eye reached ultimate, slamming into Kaido's huge dragon head. Boom. 35. A loud bang came out, the astral wind burst, the fire dragon with a body of dozens of meters was blown away, the wind raged in the sky, the dark clouds were blown away, and Kaido's body was completely displayed outside. And Kaido covered the head of Conqueror's Hockey, and under Garp's iron fist, he was briefly confused by the shock. On the other hand, Garp's state is not much better at the moment. The huge impact of Qinglong's oncoming force made his fist feel faintly paralyzed. Like a kite with a broken string, its body flew backwards dozens of meters and smashed into a building in a town. Immediately, the house collapsed, smoke and dust filled the air, and a human-shaped earth pit appeared at the bottom of the house. The collapsed rubble covered it, and there was not a trace of light. But the next moment, there was a sound, and Garp's body flew straight out from the inside, covered with armament hockey, like a piece of fine iron. Under the sun, it glows with a metallic color. Come again. With a low voice, Garp flew away from the sky, heading towards Kaido. 35. As expected of a marine hero, he is indeed strong. Blackbeard Teach hid in a place on the city wall. His eyes were on and off, watching the changes in the situation on the battlefield. As a person who likes to take advantage of the fishermen, he would not choose to make a rash move at this time. Only at the critical moment, to give those strong ones a fatal blow, can the greatest result be exchanged for the least cost. However, at this moment, Blackbeard suddenly felt a chill in his body. There was a powerful chi that locked him. Advertisement. Before he could react, a figure appeared behind Blackbeard like a ghost. Wearing a light green coat, the red square tattoo on his left face is very eye-catching. It is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Blackbeard, right? Watching you for a long time. Long's voice was hoarse and low, and there was a strong sense of oppression in it. Hearing the sound that suddenly sounded in his ear, Blackbeard's hair stood up, and goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. Dangerous. Dangerous. In Blackbeard Teach's mind now, there are only these two characters left. This is the result of the Revolutionary Army dragon looking for him. This is the consequence of the big mouth just now. However, soon, he stabilized his body and mind, and then his aura exploded and Dark Fruit's ability was activated. Immediately under his feet, a circle of black ultimate was formed, and it was constantly expanding. At the same time, the dragon's fist smashed towards Blackbeard's head with the wind and the drizzle. Boom! A dull sound came out, approaching Ultimate's fist at close range, and Blackbeard couldn't dodge at all. Under the powerful fist, the body was directly smashed out dozens of meters away, and everything was destroyed on the path it flew past. It wasn't until it broke through a boulder that the body slowly stopped. Blackbeard just stopped, his hands were holding his head, and he kept rolling on the ground. At the same time, the expression on his face was also twisted together, like a pain piercing the sky. This is one of Dark Fruit's abilities, doubling the pain of foreign damage, but the damage is completely engulfed. Seeing that the blow did not kill Blackbeard, the dragon frowned slightly. As soon as his body moves, he has to continue to make up for the knife. However, at this moment, Sengoku's figure suddenly appeared beside him. The clash of Buddhas. A huge Buddha, like a male rhino in heat, rampaged and slammed into the dragon fiercely. Seeing this, Long's eyes narrowed slightly, so he could only give up chasing Blackbeard and turn to face Sengoku. At this time, the pain in Blackbeard Teach's head also gradually diminished, and the body that kept thrashing on the ground slowly stopped. Advertisement immediately afterwards, he got up from the ground, looked at the Revolutionary Army dragon fighting with Sengoku, and cursed secretly. Immediately disappeared. Except for them, Marine and the rest of the pirates' forces also tangled together. Lonely Red versus Aokiji, Cavendish, Bartolomeo, Green Pepper, Enel versus Marine Vice Admiral and those Rear Admiral who are harassing or not. Hawkeye and Doflamingo battle Kong. Hancock and Tyrant Bear face off against Vice Admiral of the Giants. Captains such as Marco and Joes fought with the CP Special Unit, while Jin, Quinn and the CPO captain fought together. The rest are either dealing with ordinary soldiers or providing cover for their own personnel. And Luffy stared blankly at 5 elders and Luo Mu. The red nose really didn't lie to me, this person named Luo Mu is so strong. But I'm the man who wants to become One Piece. It will definitely surpass you in the future. Luffy's face was full of confidence, and he thought secretly in his heart. Then he ran towards the execution platform at full speed without looking back. Now he doesn't want to fight too much with the enemy, he just wants to rescue Ace first. Jinbei, who is beside him, has been covering for him. At this point, the total war begins. On the other side, the 5 elders, Zhao Wang Zhao, immediately retreated to the city wall after losing in the first confrontation with Wooden Golem. This Wooden Golem is not only huge, but also has such strange powers. The white curly-haired old man looked at his dry arms and said with a very solemn expression. Immediately, his aura was suddenly raised, and the dry arm immediately swelled up, followed by the frantic growth of flesh and blood inside, and within a few breaths, it became a normal state. This is the life force contained in their bodies, and it is also the reliance on which they can live for 800 years. A gift from Lord I Am. I thought I could bypass Wooden Golem and shoot Luo Mu directly. It seems that the Wooden Golem still needs to be solved first. The long-bearded old man said in a low voice, while speaking, his withered arm also recovered as before. Don't hide your clumsiness, use your fruit power. Get rid of Wooden Golem first. Chapter 134. One of the original fruits of the 5 elders, Fruit of Power. The voice fell. The other 5 elders nodded tacitly. The strength of this Wooden Golem is very strong, I will deal with it head-on, and you are waiting for the opportunity to find out the flaws. And then shoot. The yellow-haired old man in a red suit had eyes as sharp as an eagle, and his killing intent was monstrous. Say it. The old man activated the Devil Fruit ability, the muscles on his body towered high, and the manic power continued to spread out from the body, and even the space became a little distorted. The red suit on the upper body had cracks under the growing body, and then a tearing sound came out, and the whole suit was torn into pieces. Such as the steel-poured body is exposed, the muscles are clearly defined, not like an old man at all, but a young man who exercises regularly. Especially the scar on the chest is particularly eye-catching at this moment. However, his huge body did not end because of the explosion of the clothes, and his muscles were beating rhythmically, as if breathing. It continued to expand, and within a few breaths, it was several times larger than before. The old-fashioned look on his face disappeared, but instead, it was like a ray of light, full of life and madness. This is one of the original devil fruit, power fruit. It has overwhelming power, and the ability person also has the highest defense against 767, and can even copy all the physical fruit ability to a certain extent. Oh, interesting. Luo Mu on Wooden Golem's shoulders, sensing the change of the yellow-haired old man, raised his brows and murmured. As Luo Mu who has awakened sage mode, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. But he was also a little curious about the strength of the five elders. After all, they had lived for more than 800 years, and they must have surpassed existences like the four emperors. Seeing the change of the yellow-haired old man now, he is quite surprised. Maybe this kind of change seems to others, it's just that the muscles and body on the body have become bigger, and it has become several times the original, but for Luo Mu, whose perception has reached an astonishing level. You can clearly feel the full vitality of life from its surroundings, as well as the power like a vast sea. Advertisement: is this the fruit power of the five elders? Luo Mu's eyes burst with light, and he secretly said in his heart. Although the aura of the yellow-haired old man was much more terrifying than before, the devil fruit aura still existed on his body. Very subtle, but still can see the similarities with bead, other abilities. It's just, it has a perceptible strength. While Luo Mu was still thinking, the yellow-haired old man started to move. When he stepped on the ground with his left foot, as if the power to shake the mountains spread, the ground under his feet was cracked inch by inch, and in an instant even the ground with a radius of 100 meters sank by dozens of centimeters. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. Immediately afterwards, in the gray air, a figure like a cannonball shot out from it, but compared to the cannonball, this figure was much stronger in terms of speed and coercion. However, in the moment when the smoke filled the air, Luo Mu's perception ability detected every move of the yellow-haired old man. Wooden Golem's body began to move under the impulse of his consciousness. For example, on the right arm of the giant version, the energy flowed wildly, and a crystal-clear green cotton-like fluid was continuously transported in the vines, converging towards the top fist. In an instant, Wooden Golem's fist turned into a giant green light, like a shining light on the dome. This is the performance of too much energy and outgoing. Next moment, carrying a punch with violent force, it slammed straight forward, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, and it had a speed that did not match this huge body. The target was the yellow-haired old man who came very fast towards Wooden Golem. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided. Boom! 99 a loud explosion sound no less than the detonation of a nuclear bomb came from the place where the yellow-haired old man collided with the huge arm of Wooden Golem. The space was shattered directly, and circles of light green light circles continued to spread out, like ripples that don't splash on the water. Immediately after, the two figures stagnated for a few breaths, then separated directly under the force of violence. The yellow-haired old man's body flew upside down, and after a rapid arc in the air, he was directly hit by the broken steel city wall. Advertisement in this wall, originally made of rare metal on the meteorite, was like crisp paper at the moment, and was smashed into pieces by the yellow-haired old man in the blink of an eye, and the huge impact force has not subsided. Pushing everything horizontally, sliding on the ground, leaving a deep ravine, the figure barely stopped. Puff! A mouthful of scarlet blood spat out of his mouth. With just one punch from Wooden Golem, the five elders who had been high for over 800 years were severely injured. After the fierce bombardment of the opponent, Wooden Golem also took a few steps back, setting off majestic waves under his feet, constantly rushing around. The arm was hit by the huge force of the yellow-haired old man, and dense cracks appeared, just like the cracks on the burnt porcelain. Crack. With a sound, the huge crack in the arm got bigger and bigger, and it broke directly in a few breaths, and the vine arms kept falling down one by one, smashing a huge hole in the seawater of Crescent Bay. Spray. And it's not over yet, after the two bodies are separated. The space crack that was collided by the huge force creaked continuously, followed by a snap, and it shattered like glass. Immediately, the violent force swept through, and the bursting aura caused it to roll up the clouds above, and the blue sky appeared. Huge pressure poured into Marineford's people, and for a while, people stopped their movements and tried their best to resist the energy that suddenly fell from the sky. At the same time, they all looked up at the sky, and the energy slowly dissipated between heaven and earth after this violent agitation. Wooden Golem's arm is broken. Is that majestic coercion and wanton energy just the aftermath of the confrontation between the five elders and Wooden Golem? The five elders seem to be different than before, the suits are gone, and the body has played several times more than before. What the hell just happened? It's terrifying too. Marine and the pirates exclaimed. The changes in front of them were so fast that they didn't even know what happened just now, they could only see the aftermath of the shock. But what is certain is that there must be a terrifying ability collision. Sure enough, Demon Fruit Power, Chapter 135, the five elders strike together, terrifying fruit ability. Luo Mu stood on the shoulders of Wooden Golem, looked at the yellow-haired old man who flew out, and said lightly. The power generated by the old man's blow just now can definitely be described as terrifying, and it is more than one level stronger than the previous shot. Although the created wooden golem is not a big killer move for Luo Mu, it is just a foreplay, but wooden golem is definitely more than enough to deal with the average powerhouse in this world. Being able to shatter wooden golem's arm with a single blow would be enough to inflict heavy damage on the so-called 4 emperors. The 5 elders are taking, it doesn't look like the ordinary devil fruit. Luo Mu said with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. No wonder you can rule this world for more than 800 years? That so-called I am will be even stronger. At this moment, a few voices suddenly sounded around Luo Mu. After seeing the yellow-haired old man being driven back, the other 4 or 5 elders did not hesitate, and the moment wooden golem was killed with an arm, their bodies moved. I saw 4 people, and in the blink of an eye, they fell in the 4 directions of Luo Mu. It just formed an encircling circle and surrounded Luo Mu. On Luo Mu's left is the old man in a black suit, with curly white hair and a fluffy white beard. The old man on the right is wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard. The one in the back was wearing a dark green suit, bald, with a splayed beard and a birthmark on his forehead. The person in front of Luo Mu was the old man wearing a kimono holding the first-generation ghost. At this time, the knife in his hand had been completely pulled out, and the sharp blade flashed a strange luster under the sun's light, which was a strong murderous aura. Brush. Suddenly, 4 incomparably powerful auras came over the sky and covered the earth, like galloping airwaves, sweeping the entire sky, and still rising continuously. After a while, a huge airwave was formed in the sky. Seen from a distance, these 4 different airwaves are like 4 eye formations, arranged in 4 directions of wooden golem. And the rising torrential weather waves were intertwined in the air, the clouds were completely dispersed at this moment, the blue sky appeared, and then disappeared immediately under the transpiration of the airwaves, and the sweeping airflow went straight to the sky. Advertisement, boom. The entire sky was obscured by shadows at the moment, and the momentum that erupted from the 4 old men actually formed a layer of black fog in the sky. It was as if the sky was covered with thick dark clouds, constantly surging above the dome, and among these dark clouds, there were actually some cries coming out, which was extremely strange. At the same time, the movements of the 4 old men did not stop. The first thing that catches the eye is the white curly-haired old man on the left. His body is constantly agitating, the wind is raging, and the clothes kakuzu is blown. I saw that his hands didn't know when, from flesh color to purple, as if someone had painted his arms with paint. A mysterious fruit energy surged around him, power of soul carnival. Immediately afterwards, his hands were lifted up sharply, and then he swung down with all his might, and the sound of ghost crying and wolf howling suddenly resounded throughout the world. On the other side, the eyes of the old man with long hair on the right suddenly became extremely sharp, and the long beard was blown in a mess in the strong wind, but he couldn't control it at the moment. The hands were crossed in front of him, the muscles in the palms became extremely tight, the god fingers made a special posture, and the mysterious power lingered on his fingertips. The power of elements Hanabi Bunchi. With a low voice, the sea surface became boiling directly, and the vast white water vapor rose in the air, like a white fog. However, in the next second, these rising mists suddenly changed into a flame like Wang Yang, which kept moving upwards, slaughtering towards Luo Mu and wooden golem. At the same time, behind wooden golem, there was an old man with a splayed beard and a striking birthmark on his forehead, without any hesitation. I saw his beard trembling violently and his eyes widened in anger. The next moment, the old man with the birthmark stretched out one hand to the sky, his 5 fingers were formed, and he grabbed Luo Mu violently, the terrifying energy was dumping, and then condensed. The power of space cage, a low shout sounded, instantly forming a transparent and invisible cage around Luo Mu. For flowers. Advertisement just by looking at it with the naked eye, it is impossible to notice that there is a cage around Luo Mu. Interesting. A slight smile hung on the corner of Luo Mu's mouth. He sensed the glass-enclosed cage beside him, and whispered softly. At the same time, the seawater beneath him was churning continuously. But it's not over yet. The old man in kimono in front of Luo Mu, his eyes locked on Luo Mu. Immediately, the first-generation goosh in his hand quickly became pitch black, and the blade, which was originally black, couldn't even penetrate the sun's rays at this moment. Like a black hole attached to the blade of a knife, it absorbs all the rays of light. Next moment, when he saw that he was holding the handle of the knife with both hands, a terrifying coercion burst out from him, as if he had the will to cut off everything. Silence cut. 35 with a roar, the kimono old man raised the first-generation goosh with both hands, and then slammed down. Moment. A sword chi that was the best in the world shot out from his position, full of the aura of destruction, and where this sword chi passed, the space was constantly distorted. The incomparably dark sword energy seemed to absorb all the light, and Marineford's vision became dim. The eagle eye on the square, at this time, noticed this huge sword energy, his eyelids twitched violently, and his face was full of shock. As the greatest swordsman in the world, he has always regarded himself as a swordsman, but at this moment he deeply felt the terror of the black sword energy, which was a sword full of destructive aura. At this moment, he really realized the power of the 5 elders, the kimono old man's attainments in swordsmanship, and decided to dump him for several streets. At the same time, he was also worried about his leader. Although he saw that the word leader already represented invincibility, he was still a little worried about such a fierce attack. And this is not one person shot, but 4. The sky, the ground, the front and the back. It can be said to be a net of heaven and earth. Husband. Chapter 136. Luo Mu's domain power. 5 elders shot. It can be described as earth-shattering. The Marines and pirates who fought in Marineford were attracted by the huge momentum. While they were fighting with each other, Yu Guang was also paying attention to the situation in Crescent Moon Bay. From their point of view, in between the layers of rolling black mist in the sky, arm after arm protruded from the black cloud. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the ghost crying and wolf howling was even more shrill, as if it had received great oppression. In an instant, under the black surging clouds, densely packed ghostly figures appeared. Any kind of race. From the outline of the foreign trade, it can be judged that the giant family, the small human family, the long-handed and long-footed family, and so on. And these ghostly figures, all of the same color, 770s, suddenly real and empty, fluttering their teeth and claws, slaughtered towards Luo Mu below. This is the fruit power of the white curly-haired old man, soul power. And these souls are the so-called various rebels and powerful pirates killed by the 5 elders in the past 800 years. At the moment of death of these people, use the ability of soul fruit to directly collect them and modify them. The power in their soul state directly acts on the soul of the other party. Soul fruit. The ability person can steal, manipulate or modify the soul, which is different from the ability of the ant, because it can not only control the soul of life, but even reorganize these souls. Form a whole new species or a killing machine on the soul. It can even directly enter the soul consciousness of other people and forcibly tamper with it. You must know that in this world, the ability of the soul is originally poor, and the strong are almost all cultivating other abilities. This ability can be said to be the pinnacle of existence. And at the bottom, it was the blazing flame that covered the entire water surface of Crescent Bay. It has reached the position of wooden golem's knees, and layers of heat waves continued to pile up. As these flames continued to rise, the scorching aura became more and more obvious, and even the wooden golem could not resist. The vines flashing with green light were slowly turning black. Advertisement in the broken city wall next to the inner wall of Crescent Moon Bay was directly melted into magma by the high temperature, and it continued to flow into the seawater, making a sizzling sound. And the water vapor that was transpired by the high temperature turned into that strange flame. Its high temperature is terrifying. Ace's Mara Mara fruit is completely incomparable with it, and even Akainu's Lava Lava fruit cannot reach this level of horror. And this is the fruit power of the bearded old man, elemental power. Elemental fruit. 5 natural elements can be freely manipulated, which are the common metal, wood, water, fire, and soil. Those who are capable can replace these 5 elements to a certain extent. This sea of fire is the ability of the long-bearded old man to control elemental water first, and directly replace the water vapor on the sea surface into fire element. Has the power of origin beyond any kind of logia. And the old man with the birthmark behind Luo Mu is the one with the ability of space fruit. That invisible cage is the ability attached to his space fruit. Space fruit. A person with ability can move objects or themselves to any space at will in an instant, and can also distort or reorder the space according to their own will, or even hide themselves directly in the space. My God, is this the true power of the 5 elders? This terrifying sight is too scary. Those voices of howling ghosts and wolves make me horrified just listening to them, and I get goosebumps. Not to mention those ghostly ghosts. And the steaming flames that even the steel walls couldn't resist, were melted into magma. 35. And that monstrous sword energy, it feels like it will tear the world apart. Luo Mu can really survive such an attack. The people of the world watched this terrifying scene in front of the screen, and everyone's faces were full of shock. The shot of 5 elders is simply earth-shattering, and the powerful sense of majesty can be deeply felt by them in front of the screen. It is completely beyond the combat power of the 4 emperors level, and even the 3 legendary figures of Marine may only be small roles in front of them. At the same time, they are also thinking about how Luo Mu will deal with it next. All of this, it's a long time to say, but it's actually in the blink of an eye. Advertisement under everyone's gaze, Luo Mu only smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. The moment before the 5 elders shot, Luo Mu's observation hockey had already sensed what was going to happen in the next second. Something, but still too much, as a whisper came out, Luo Mu's hands formed a special mark. Next moment, violent energy erupted from his body, and the dark green airwave was like a laser, shooting straight into the sky, and immediately, the thick black mist that was tumbling was directly dispersed by the shock. And those ghostly figures were even more like seeing a big horror. The illusory body was directly defeated by the filling energy, and turned into wisps of black smoke that dissipated between the sky and the earth. However, this is far from over. After this majestic momentum is released, whether it is the layer of black fog in the sky, the earth, or even the projected sun rays. At this moment, it has become a crystal emerald green like that airwave. Immediately afterwards, those green ons gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the entire space of Marineford was filled with this green light. Field Ginseng World. With Luo Mu's soft drink, the entire space began to thicken, as if it was immersed in the sea. In it, people's actions began to slow down, as if they were slowed down several times. Even the attacks of the 5 elders are slowing down in this space. The dark sword energy in front of Luo Mu stopped in the air when it was about to touch Luo Mu. Only Luo Mu himself was completely unaffected. Next second, I saw Luo Mu smiled contemptuously, and then his aura suddenly condensed, the strange lines on his face suddenly flashed, and a green light appeared. At the same time, a green light spot was instantly formed on his fingertips, and then Luo Mu raised his hand and flicked on the empty space. Suddenly a powerful force spewed out from his fingertips. The invisible cage that was imprisoned around Luo Mu seemed to have been severely hit by a violent force. Chapter 137. Domain Power, or the Power of Gods. Crack. With the sound of glass breaking, the cage in front of Luo Mu, from where the fingertips touched, there were dense cracks. Immediately afterwards, these cracks continued to spread around, and soon the space around Luo Mu was covered with cracked lines, just like a cage. The next moment, with a snap, the space cage was instantly shattered, and the surroundings of Luo Mu suddenly became pitch black, but soon, the repairing ability of space repaired it. While the space was shattering, Luo Mu's fingers didn't stop there. He pressed his two fingers together and jabbed forward sharply. The incomparably pitch black sword chi, where Luo Mu's fingers touched, suddenly turned into a dark green, looking extremely dazzling. What's even weirder is that this green is not limited to this. In the next moment, the green color seems to have self-consciousness, constantly spreading to other places of the sword chi, like a creeping tiger produced on the wall. In the blink of an eye, it covers the entire huge sword chi. Thus, the dark sword energy that was full of destructive aura turned into a dark green sword energy with a light touch of Luo Mu's fingers, and it was full of vitality. Boom! A loud bang exploded, and the incomparably sharp sword energy exploded directly. However, there was no terrifying energy fluctuations that rushed towards the face as imagined, and the whole process was as beautiful and dazzling as the fireworks blooming in the sky. How is this possible? The body of the kimono old man wanted to rush up at this moment, but he found that his movements had become extremely slow, and he couldn't move at all. But even though he couldn't move, his eyesight was not affected. Luo Mu's shot just now was unreservedly seen by the old kimono. It made his pupils tremble, as if he saw something incredible. No one knew better than him how powerful the sword energy he had just now was. In these 800 years, even though there are many so-called geniuses and strong people, they are bound to be seriously injured or directly killed by their own blow. Although he knew that judging from Luo Mu's battle in the Valley of the Gods, this blow would not cause much damage to Luo Mu, but he also decided that it could not be resolved so easily. Besides, there was still room for confinement to hold Luo Mu's body in place. But it's not over yet. Advertisement. I saw Luo Mu's palm flipped in the air, and then grabbed it sharply. The thick green in the space quickly gathered together at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered together. I saw that at the position of wooden golem's chest, a green energy disk of 10 meters was formed. Next moment, the disk began to rotate rapidly, creating a cylindrical light curtain. And those flames with scorching high temperature were absorbed into the disk at this moment, like a dragon absorbing water, and these flames completely disappeared in the air above the sea in a few breaths. And the green disk, after absorbing the flame, did not have any burning phenomenon at all, as if the flame that was sucked in just now was not a flame that could melt the steel walls. Immediately afterwards, the green energy disk flickered violently, and then a little green light dissipated in the surrounding space. Make that thick green a little thicker. At this time, not only the old man in the kimono, the old man with white curly hair, the old man with the birthmark on his forehead, and the old man with a long beard were all shocked. They used the offensive created by devil fruit, but they were diffused the moment Luo Mu shot. Whether it was those ghostly souls in the sky or those fiery flames, even the space was shattered instantly, and during this process, Luo Mu was extremely calm. It doesn't seem to use much power, even though they overestimated Luo Mu's strength for a while, but now they realized that they still underestimated this young man. So strong. The yellow-haired old man of the Fruit of Strength stood up, his eyes burst with light, and he said solemnly. He recovered from wooden golem's blow, and his wounds were healed quickly by the power of return of life. Next moment, his body trembled violently, and a force like a wilderness quickly swam through his body, and the ground under his feet seemed to be under 10,000 jins of force at the moment, and it was constantly cracking. 1,000 domes. The yellow-haired old man slammed forward, like a rocket launched, and charged straight towards Luo Mu. However, at the previous distance, the yellow-haired old man's speed was as fast as ultimate, and he passed by in less than a breath. But just after he touched Luo Mu's domain power, his body seemed to be filled with lead, and his speed suddenly dropped sharply. Although in the eyes of others, the speed of the yellow-haired old man is still not slow compared with their own thoughts, but compared to the lightning-fast speed just now, it is impossible to see it all. Advertisement, the old man is quite reckless. Luo Mu smiled lightly as he looked at the yellow-haired old man who was rushing towards him. Immediately, Luo Mu raised his hand, and at the position in front of the yellow-haired old man, several vines suddenly appeared from the empty space. In the blink of an eye, these vines danced wildly in the air, and then formed a huge sawdust. Grab it straight at the yellow-haired old man. Boom. A loud noise came out, and the yellow-haired old man's head hit the wooden shield. It felt as if 773 was an inexperienced DK headbutting a green-painted iron body. The yellow-haired old man only felt his head dizzy. The huge reaction force made him feel like he was hit by a wild beast. This is the power of the realm. The long-bearded old man's pupils trembled violently, and exclaimed when he looked at the wooden shield that was born out of thin air in the space. Hearing this, the expressions of the other old men changed. No, not just fields. This is beyond the power of the realm. The space is clear. When Luo Mu waved one hand, the green light in the space disappeared instantly, and everyone returned to their normal state. Is the field, however, it wasn't until Luo Mu made another shot just now that the sword chi was dissolved with a few random attacks, and he understood that it was definitely not that simple. Could it be? Have already touched the power of the gods? Hearing the words of the old man in the kimono, the white curly-haired old man on Luo Mu's side was full of shock and murmured. The forehead of the old man in the kimono was densely covered with sweat, and he said in a low voice. From the moment he fell into the space arranged by Luo Mu, he already understood the power he just displayed in his heart. And right now, Chapter 138, Everyone's Shock, Luo Mu's Power. In Marineford's battlefield, Marine and pirates were relieved. As the space became clear for a while, the feeling that his essential consciousness was clearly not affected, but his movements seemed to be filled dozens of times, suddenly disappeared. Everyone was panting heavily and their bodies were soaked with sweat. The scene just now was too weird, but they felt like they were ants and could be manipulated at will. Compared with the people at Marineford, those in front of the live screen were shocked. Because they saw the whole process of the five elders and Luo Mu's fight, with Luo Mu's continuous shooting, those seemingly destructive crisis pictures were resolved. Is this Luo Mu's true strength? Those terrifying ghosts were shaken away? And the flame that can scorch steel is easily absorbed by Luo Mu, and the sword energy that seems to destroy the world is directly assimilated. Compared with this, the sluggish movements of the five elders and the others just now are more amazing. Obviously 1 second is normal, and the next second, the whole person's movements are slowing down. Luo Mu. Is he still human? He can affect a large space? That green square space is like a magic trick. The five elders shot just now, and I was sweating for Luo Mu. Now it seems that these fierce attacks can't pose any threat at all. 55. This level is simply beyond human resistance. 35. Those who are close to the vermilion are red and those who are close to the ink are black, and what is displayed on the screen is more clearly than what is seen in person. After Luo Mu made a special mark with his hands, the space in the central area of Marineford immediately formed a square space, and the inside turned completely light green. As long as it is within this space, the speed will slow down. And the green air is some energy source. Luo Mu can instantly detonate the energy source at any point in the space at any time. Immediately, huge vines or trees will form, and these plants can form any shape and move with the mind. As this Luo Mu's current strength, Sengoku's voice revealed deep fear, and the strength Luo Mu showed just now made him feel hopeless. How can you measure the strength of the leader? Long, the leader of the revolutionary army, said indifferently. His words were full of praise for Shinzi and disdain for Sengoku. Dragon. I don't know what you've been through, but you're Marine Garp's son. Go back to Marine. 35. Advertisement. Following Shinzi's rebellion is impossible. It is doomed to fail. Sengoku put on a charitable face and spoke to the dragon earnestly. At this time, Sengoku was thinking of turning Shinzi's men against him. Although he knew the hope was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. However, as the leader of the revolutionary army, how could the dragon be touched by a few words? Hearing this, Long sneered. You have your justice as Marine and I have mine too. Don't talk too much, let's fight. 35. The voice fell. The dragon rushed directly over, and appeared in front of Sengoku with the gust of wind, and the violent fist shook the gust of wind and fell on Sengoku's body. However, Sengoku's conqueror's haki opened, and the dragon's attack was dispelled in an instant. This time, on the other side. After the five elders suddenly lost the sense of weight, their faces fused, and they distanced themselves from Luo Mu at the fastest speed. Luo Mu's strength is so powerful that he can't even get close to it. The yellow-haired old man's face was extremely ugly, and this time he felt a sense of powerlessness. It's useless to talk too much. Organize the next attack, come to the front in the next attack, and strive for a hit. We will try our best to create conditions for you. 5. The old kimono sounded a little tired, but still insisted. The yellow-haired old man nodded when he heard the words of the kimono old man. From the fight just now, it is not difficult to see that Luo Mu is good at controlling a wide range of skills, but his ability to fight in close quarters is not that strong. And that might be a point where they won and could overcome. Using your fruit of strength, one blow is enough to shatter the space. I don't believe that Luo Mu's long-range skills are so powerful. How strong is it in melee combat? Go on. The voice just fell. The momentum of the five people was suddenly mentioned, and a monstrous momentum was formed around them in an instant. Advertisement. Huge pressure, as if to crush this space. Seeing this, Luo Mu raised his brows slightly, looking at the rushing airwaves in front of him. His expression remained calm. It must be said that the strength of the five elders is really strong, and it can be said that they are the top existences in this world. Even the four emperors do not have such combat power as them. It's no wonder that these five old men, dealing with that scene, have been sitting at the top of the world government for so many years. And the strengths of these five people do not have too many overlapping parts. They have their own strengths, and each person is good at different places. From the brief fight just now, Luo Mu could almost see the abilities they were leaning towards. One is a master swordsman, the old man in kimono. This is in Luo Mu's expectation. After all, he never leaves his sword. First-generation Gush has never left his field of vision. So before the fight, Luo Mu knew that he was a master of swordsmanship, and he was several grades stronger than Mahawk. The other four are demon fruit power. One is good at space, one is good at soul power, one is good at manipulating water and fire, and the other is full of power, like a wild beast. As for the ones shown in the battle just now, Luo Mu knows that it is not all of their abilities, and there must be more wonderful moves in the future. This, Jiao Jiaohao, aroused Luo Mu's curiosity. For the next confrontation, Luo Mu did not have the slightest fear, because he knew too much about his own strength. Based on what the 5 elders are showing now, he doesn't even have the qualifications to play Sage mode. At this moment, Luo Mu's super senses noticed that the 5 elders moved. And the speed is extremely fast. In that airwave, the figures of 5 people disappeared in an instant. Next second, Luo Mu found himself under control. At this time, the power of space of the birthmarked old man. Hasn't this trick been used before? It's boring. However, in the next second, Luo Mu realized that he was wrong. The space around Luo Mu was in a trance, and his position shifted instantly, directly from wooden golem to another position. And there is no wooden golem there, only Wang Yangai. Chapter 139. The Cooperation of the 5 Elders, the Woodcrack Heavy Armor. Oh, transformation of space. Luo Mu muttered a few words after realizing that his position had suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, he waved down with one hand. Boom. Immediately, a huge roar came out, and even if there was seawater below, you could still feel the ground shaking. The next moment, the seawater kept boiling and rolling, and the huge waves were affected by the mysterious power, and then swept toward both sides. It was as if some force was rolling the vast river, and soon a green vine surface with a radius of several kilometers was formed on the sea below. It extends to the crescent bay not far away. Immediately, these green vines continued to climb the broken city walls and the main battlefield. Some marines found that these strange vines changed their faces suddenly, because they knew that these were the abilities that Luo Mu displayed. Marine, who had fought fiercely with the pirates, stared at these vines in a stunned manner, and these huge green vines were like tentacles with life and wisdom. Only attack the marines on the battlefield, and avoid those pirates that are dead. What's the matter? How did these vines come to us? 780 damn, isn't Luo Mu being held back by the 5 elders? God, these vines can't be chopped down at all, it's too hard. Look over there are several corpses strung on that vine, 95. While the marines are dealing with pirates, they also have to deal with this weird vine. This made them physically and mentally exhausted, and they were in a hurry for a while, and they didn't know how to deal with it. And these seemingly fragile plants, no matter how the marines use the weapons in their hands, they cannot be cut off. Moreover, the marine he touched would instantly turn into a mummified corpse, and all his flesh and life would be sucked up. And then strung together. For a time, just because of the aftermath of Luo Mu's battle, the pirates ushered in a small victory. Next moment, the morale of the pirates skyrocketed, and their cohesion was instantly formed, and they slashed at the panicked marine. And let's go back to Luo Mu. The huge vine surface below Luo Mu is slowly rising upwards, and inside there is a huge red flower blooming. Advertisement, and in an instant, it grew into shape and swept towards Luo Mu. And right now, those tumbling waters suddenly stopped, and strange changes were taking place. The originally clear blue water surface slowly turned from blue to yellow under a mysterious force. In the beginning, this change was a point in the seawater next to Luo Mu's vine surface, but it didn't take long for that point to radiate continuously to the surrounding. In a few breaths, the water on the entire sea surface turned yellow, just wrapping Luo Mu's green rattan wall. It's metal. 9 Luo Mu muttered to himself as he looked at the mutation that happened below. The yellow objects surrounding the vines are the solid golden metal. And this kind of change is not over yet. The waves sweeping on both sides are also changing at the moment. Driven by the strange ability, the huge waves quickly condense in the air. In the blink of an eye, it became 2 huge water column cones. Next moment, these water column cones instantly turned into 2 huge metal drill bits as if they were turned into gold. Zzzz. The drill bit spun wildly in the air, and the sound of metal cutting continued to come out, and even the surrounding air was squeezed by this powerful force, making bursts of explosions. And the speed of metal drills is getting faster and faster. And kept approaching Luo Mu. It turned out to be the power of the elements, 35. Luo Mu saw that the seawater instantly turned into metal, and his heart froze, and he thought of the transpiring seawater that had turned into flames, and immediately understood. The ability that the old man controlled was not the power of water and fire, but the power of elements. In addition to this, bead, it should be able to control soil and wood. In fact, as Luo Mu had expected, the huge red flower that was constantly climbing seemed to be restricted by something at the moment. Stopped for a while. The color of the petals on the red flower is changing, but it quickly returns to its original state. In an instant, Luo Mu, who was falling down, was caught. I am not just wood, 35 Luo Mu whispered silently. Immediately afterwards, Luo Mu's hands were spread out, and dozens of trees appeared out of nowhere, and wrapped around his arms, forming a wooden dragon in an instant. Then he raised his arm and blasted it out with a little power. Advertisement: when the fist was swung out, the empty space in front suddenly appeared a strange distortion visible to the naked eye, as if the space had been distorted. Boom. Those 2 huge metal drills collided fiercely with Luo Mu's fists. Under the violent energy pouring out, the huge drill bit started from the very tip, and a fine crack appeared. Soon, these cracks kept looking back. Crack. The sound of shattering came out, followed by a bang. The metal drill was broken inch by inch, and it fell on the metal ground below, making a huge sound. It's now, fast, 35 suddenly, just before Luo Mu's arms were retracted, an old and majestic voice sounded, resounding in this world. The voice just fell. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Qinzi, a fist as big as a sandbag wrapped around the wind, only 2 meters away from Luo Mu. The yellow hair, the crimson suit, and the scary scar on his chest. It was the man with the power of the fruit of power, the yellow-haired old man. And at the same time, 2 meters behind Luo Mu, the old man in kimono also appeared out of thin air, as if he had suddenly emerged from the space. Weird. And the first-generation goosh in his hand has also been raised high in the air at this moment. At the moment when he appeared, he slammed down directly and fiercely towards the front. A powerful sword energy suddenly appeared, rushing towards Luo Mu's back like lightning. 2 violent sounds sounded at the same time, and huge energy raged out. Before the words fell, a dark green armor appeared out of thin air on Luo Mu's body. And at Luo Mu's position, a dazzling brilliance erupted. On the surface of the armor, green crystal energy circulated wildly, making the entire armor seem to be exuding light. Brilliant. From the toe cover to the tinling cover, all are covered under this armor formed by plants. Awakening. Wood crack heavy armor. 99. Boom. Chang. Brush. Chapter 140. Powerful soul power. Luo Mu's close combat. In that group of brilliance, black and green were intertwined with each other, and after a while, the purple-black light was completely swallowed by green, and the entire light group completely turned green. Just like the dazzling sun hanging in the sky, but it emits a green brilliance. Next moment, this group of rays of light exploded directly, and in the middle of the old man in the kimono and the old man with yellow hair, a wave of air surged out layer by layer. And the sound of the explosion shook the sky, and a majestic airflow went straight to the Lantern Festival. Under the violent energy sweeping, even the surrounding space was distorted. The yellow-haired old man and the old man in the kimono frowned, and then their bodies suddenly flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. After a while, the light disappeared, and the dark green armor was still intact on Luo Mu's body. It's just that there is a faintly concave fist mark on the armor on the chest, but it quickly recovers as before under the flow of green crystal energy. The same is true for the shallow scar behind him, which was caught by the sword chi. Withdrawing his hands, Luo Mu looked around. There was no one in this space, even the old man with yellow hair and the old man in kimono who had just appeared disappeared. Obviously, this is the birthmark old man who used the ability of the space fruit to hide the other 4 old men in the space. The 2 old men who suddenly appeared in front of and behind Luo Mu just now were teleportation of the power of space. Thinking of this, Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he rolled his eyelids up and down. Yet at this moment, Luo Mu suddenly felt that his soul was being pulled by someone, and then a terrifying phantom appeared in his consciousness. Non-human and non-ghost, it seems to be a monster composed of many different creature souls. The head grows on the chest, a pinch of white hair extends from the eyebrows to the back, the eyes on the head only have dark pupils, and the position next to it is full of pupils. The mouth on the head is open to a great extent, almost occupying more than half of the cheek, and there are no teeth. On the limbs and belly, there are various heads, with different status and different varieties. And the most terrifying thing is that the tentacles on this monster extend out from the body and keep dancing. The monster wandered around in Luo Mu's consciousness, as if looking for something. Soon, the monster stopped, and a human-like excited expression appeared on the inhuman face. Because in a dark space, he saw a figure standing there, as if it was true. Advertisement immediately, the tentacles on the monster's body suddenly stretched out, and at the same time, the dark pupils burst into a bright light. The next second, he came to the front of the figure. However, in the next instant, the face of the monster changed suddenly, as if he saw something extraordinary. Above this figure, there is a huge illusory figure suspended above its head, exuding a faint green light, like smoke. The power of the soul is like a sea, like a god. The virtual shadow formed a special mark with both hands and blasted forward directly. What? A scream came out, the monster disappeared, and Luo Mu's consciousness became clear. There is such a way. Luo Mu was very surprised by this form of attack. It didn't feel like a method in this pirate world at all. The awakened soul fruit is really a bug-like existence for the rest of the world. 35. Obviously, the monster just now was formed by the old man with the birthmark using the fruit ability to smash and reorganize the souls of different powerhouses. The role should be to specifically capture people's souls. But it is a pity that such a thing has encountered itself, and the awakened sage mode has not only made a qualitative leap in energy, but also in soul. This is the total ascension of Luo Mu brought by the absorbed life force. Luo Mu took a long breath, the green armor on his cheek shook violently, and a fluorescent green light suddenly appeared. Under the closed eyes, the perception spread to the surrounding at this moment. With him as the center, in a very large space, all the surrounding situations are included in Luo Mu's eyes. The entire Marineford is covered by Luo Mu's perception. The Golden Lion is fighting with Kizaru, Whitebeard is facing a Kainu, Kaido is transformed into a dragon, and Garp is constantly fighting. Lonely Red uses his super powerful observation haki to avoid Aokiji's various moves, and draws a few lethal swords. For flowers, the collision between the dragon and Sengoku was fierce, and the raging wind continued to skyrocket under the Buddha of Sengoku. Advertisement in the Son of Plain Luffy, under the cover of Jinbei, was constantly approaching the execution platform. The battle between Marine and the pirates has entered a heated moment. In the square, the Crescent Bay, and by the execution platform, tragic scenes can be seen everywhere, blood and flesh are blurred. In addition to what happens on the surface, Luo Mu's perception is also at work in the entire space covered. Although he did not understand the power of space, the subtle energy fluctuations in the five elders would not disappear completely because of concealment. With precise perception, Luo Mu quickly found their hiding place. 0 at 5 o'clock, there is one, the breath is the weakest. Next moment, I saw Luo Mu's mouth draw a strange arc, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. The wooden cracked heavy armor on his body burst into dazzling rays, and the violent energy filled Luo Mu's limbs. In an instant, Luo Mu's figure disappeared in place, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, almost like teleportation, and appeared in the next place in an instant. I saw his arm trembling violently, and the wooden armor above was crackling, constantly growing and deforming, and growing several times in an instant. Immediately, he charged and slammed into the void space. The old man with the birthmark flew out by Loon like a kite with a broken string. Luo Mu's arm flickered with green light, his body twisted slightly, and his right hand swung round and slammed forward. Then Luo Mu grabbed it violently, and an old man in a black suit with curly hair was pulled out from the inside. Next moment. Crack. 35. Husband. In an instant, the space was directly shattered by the giant force, as if a piece of glass was broken, and a crisp sound came out. Immediately afterwards, the armor on Luo Mu's arm continued to extend forward, and at the same time, the combination was constantly changing, and in an instant, it became a huge dragon claw, reaching into the dark and broken space. The violent force came out from Luo Mu's arm, hit his fist, and then transmitted to the void space. Chapter 141. The Despair of the Five Elders, the Wood-Cracking Heavy Kai. Under Luo Mu's powerful throw, the yellow-haired old man's body kept bursting in the air, and the speed was so fast that he passed a large distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the old man's body smashed into Marineford, pushing him all the way. After crossing a distance of several hundred meters, the figure barely stabilized, a deep gully appeared in front of him, and behind it was a curtain of water. 3 o'clock, Luo Mu sensed the water curtain behind the birthmark old man, and knew that the elemental old man had used his power. The moment he shot, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared, and the position was immediately exposed. Brush. Luo Mu's body suddenly stepped on the vines under his feet, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Then he punched hard into the void. Boom! Another loud noise came out, the space was shattered, and a huge metal wall appeared under Luo Mu's right fist. And at this time, in the space behind Luo Mu, a figure suddenly appeared, an old man with yellow hair. I saw his right fist agitating, and the power penetrated from his back, flooded into the muscle-knotted arm, and then gathered into the fist. Then slammed it towards Luo Mu. Seeing this, Luo Mu just smiled coldly. With his super-perceptual ability, he had already discovered the violent fluctuation of energy behind him. It seems to have been prepared for a long time. The armor on the left hand seems to be breathing on its own at this moment, and it is constantly swallowing green mist. Then the color of these green rays of light suddenly changed, turning into dark black, like a dense fog. In an instant, that arm also turned black. Under the sun, it exudes a metallic luster. I saw Luo Mu clench his fist with one hand, violent power poured out of his body, injected into his arm, and then swung the fist towards the yellow-haired old man. With a loud bang, the yellow-haired old man's body flew out. Next moment, Luo Mu's left hand vibrated again, charging a hammer towards the metal wall on the right. Advertisement, crack. The metal wall shattered, turned into a mass of water and fell, and the elemental fruit person appeared behind the wall. Luo Mu put his hands together, grabbed the bearded old man, and pulled him out of the space. Then the black light on the left hand suddenly appeared, deliberately punching and slamming the old man's face violently, and at this moment, a thin layer of gold covered the old man's face. Chong! Luo Mu's fist fell, and there was a sound of metal slamming, and the gold thin on the face of the bearded old man was directly shattered under the tremendous force. However, the dumping power was not offset by this, and the violent energy rushed towards the facade of the old man. Puff! With a muffled sound, the old man's blood surged, and his body burst back under the impact of powerful force. But it's not over yet. Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his perception ability was catching the trajectory of the remaining two of the five elders. Still hiding, I saw Luo Mu sneer, the strange lines on his face flickering slightly. Awakening wood crack heavy armor cracked wood. With a low voice, the dark green armor on Luo Mu's body kept shaking, as if it had received some strange energy impulse. From the top position above the head, the armor suddenly cracked from the middle, a crack appeared in the middle, and this crack kept looking down. From the tinling guide to the root of the thigh, the crack became bigger and bigger, and in a few breaths, the armor seemed to have been slashed from the middle, and it was divided into two halves. Next moment, the armor, which was divided into two halves, suddenly seemed to have life, and the vines on the remaining half of the armor suddenly grew wildly, constantly filling the vacancy on the other side. In the blink of an eye, the other side of the missing piece was filled up, and the armor that had been split in half turned into two complete sets of armor. As soon as Luo Mu's thoughts moved, the two sets of armor disappeared instantly. Huh! Huh! Two air-breaking sounds sounded, and under Luo Mu's mind, the two sets of armor swept in two different directions, reaching the ultimate speed. The sound of sonic booms came out continuously, and beside them, the airwaves were rolling without crouching, and even the space was a little distorted. Next moment. Advertisement: the two armors stopped suddenly in an open space, one left and one right. Almost at the same time, the arms of the two armors instantly increased in size, and the violent power was no weaker than any of the five elders. In an instant, they slammed their fists into the space in front of them. Suddenly, the space shattered. At the left position, a shocking sword energy swept out at the moment when the space was broken and slashed straight on the armor. Boom! The sword energy hit the front door of the armor, and a huge sound came out, a black light suddenly appeared, and the violent ability raged in this space. Huge air waves swept out, and in the rapid rotation of power, they instantly condensed together, forming a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the swept airwaves, revealing a blue sky. On the armor, there was a terrifying sword mark, but the self-healing ability of the armor quickly reattached the deep scar that almost cut the armor in half. And the old man in kimono was smashed into this hidden space by the power of the armor. Chong! As the sound came out, the body of the kimono old man was directly smashed out, and his body swept straight into the distance. The situation on the other side is even worse than this. The old man of the space fruit, after being located by Luo Mu, had no means of defense under the attack of the armor. Although his body is constantly moving freely in the word space, he can't escape Luo Mu's perception range at all. The more frequently he moves, the greater the fluctuation of his ability, and the easier it is for Luo Mu to catch. In the end, at a position a few kilometers away from Luo Mu, he was directly smashed by the armored man with 2 punches. Boom! A loud 3.4 sound came out at the same time, and the space old man slammed into the shore of Marineford. Under the huge inertial energy, the whole person fell into the soil. And not far from him, the other 4 old men were scattered in 4 different places, and everyone was extremely embarrassed. Among them, the right arm of the old man with the yellow-haired power fruit was twisted and deformed, and the blood-colored bones were faintly visible. The eyes of the white curly-haired soul fruit old man kept bleeding from his eyes, and his back was even more bloody. Among them, the least injured was the kimono old man, who received no other injuries except for the tiger's mouth to crack. But at this moment, no matter who it is, the expression on his face is surprisingly consistent, not because of pain, but despair. Chapter 142. Unrecoverable Injuries, the Power of Life That Was Swallowed. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** at Luo Mu, who was standing on a huge red flower in the distance, and his heart was full of shock and fear. As a capable person of the fruit of power, he has always used force to advance, and there are countless strong people who have died in his hands over the years. Among these people, there is no one who dares to confront him head-on and compete for strength. As long as he is close to him, then this person will definitely be killed with a punch, and there is no room for resistance. He used the violent force of the fruit ability that instantly poured out, and could instantly destroy all defenses. However, in this head-to-head encounter with Luo Mu, he thought that with the help of the space fruit, he could kill with one hit just now, but he didn't expect the opponent's strength to be stronger. The armor that appeared suddenly could not be penetrated at all. Instead, it was blown away by a punch, and even the arm was completely twisted and deformed. Cough cough, I didn't expect Luo Mu's remote control to be so powerful, and close combat so terrifying. The kimono old man coughed violently and said in a deep voice. Although he received the lowest damage among the warriors, Luo Mu's 14 armored punch was very powerful, even if he blocked it with the sword of first-generation Goosh. But the huge force from the armor still poured in from the ghost, and then poured into his arms, until it rushed into his limbs. Why did you just pass us to Luo Mu's side 2 meters away? If it reaches Luo Mu, maybe it will hit him before the weird armor appears. The old man in the kimono looked coldly as he disappeared from the ground, and the old man with the birthmark who appeared beside him said coldly. With the cooperation of the previous 5, they had a chance to hit Luo Mu directly. But when he and the yellow-haired old man were teleported by the power of space, they were only teleported to a position 2 meters in front of Luo Mu and behind him. And this just gave Luo Mu the time to react, causing the strange armor to appear suddenly, and then he was brutally abused by Luo Mu. The words of the old man in kimono are also what the other old men want to ask. Hearing that, the old man with the birthmark who had just emerged from the soil had a very pale face, and his chest was deeply sunken. Luo Mu heavy armor's punch directly knocked him down. But in the face of the questioning of the kimono old man, he needs to give a reasonable explanation. I'm not going to do this, it's the 2-meter space around Luo Mu, which can't be touched at all. That's the realm. Advertisement. Hearing the words of the old man with the birthmark, the expressions of the other 4 changed suddenly. Has it gotten to this point? The power of the domain does not need to be exerted deliberately, and it can already isolate the space. 9. The old man in the kimono muttered, and the despair on his face was even worse. On the other side, the white curly-haired old man's eyes were still dripping with blood, and his spirit was lethargic, as if he had been directly drained of his energy and lost his soul. You. What's the matter? Noticing the expression of the white curly-haired old man, the yellow-haired old man exclaimed. As his companion for 800 years, he had never seen him like this. I used the power of my soul to enter Luo Mu's consciousness, trying to pull his soul. But I saw a very terrifying scene. Luo Mu's soul is like a god, it is impossible to capture. This kind of soul power may only be possessed by Lord Yimu. The white curly-haired old man was arrogant in the past, and his tone was full of powerlessness. The soul monster he cultivated was a creature that specialized in capturing the souls of others. It is an illusory creature formed by using some of the souls scattered by himself as the main body, and then combining the souls of other strong people who died in his hands as components. In this world with an overwhelming power system, this ability of his can be said to be invincible. But this time it was damaged in Luo Mu's hands, and even his own soul was shaken a lot. The two eyes kept dripping blood because they saw Luo Mu's phantom like a god. Are you sure? Same as Lord I Am? The kimono old man asked anxiously when he heard the words of the soul old man. As the most calm person in the five elders, after hearing the words of the old soul, he couldn't calm down. That's Lord I Am. It is the god who gave them these powers and infinite lifespan. He has always been invincible and mysterious. No matter how strong Luo Mu is, can he still compare with the immortal Lord Mu? The other people are also the same as the expression of the old man in the kimono. Advertisement, I'm just guessing, after all, how dare I spy on Lord Mu? The old soul said weakly. Hearing this, the expressions of the four old men softened slightly. Heal the injury first. Next moment, I saw a sudden mention of their aura, and the injuries on the five old men were slowly improving. The bloody facial features of the elemental old man slowly became clear, the skin regrew on the face, and the strength of the old man's arm was also recovering, and the bones that were turned out slowly returned to the arm. And the others are the same, the power of Lord Mu has made their injuries gradually improve. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The ability on his body seemed to be being swallowed by something, and 783's recovered injuries came to an abrupt end. How is this possible? The life force given by I Am Sama is fading away. At this moment, the five elders panicked, because they found that the injury would never recover. And the life force is being ruthlessly swallowed and absorbed. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** kimono was extremely gloomy, and the blue veins burst out on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and pulled to the position of the spine behind him, and he grabbed a dragon-like rattan in his hand. It was very slender, and the size was about the size of an earthworm. Seeing this scene, the faces of the other old men were shocked, and they immediately raised their hands and grabbed their backs. Just like the old man in the kimono, 4 vines were caught in their hands. In their hands, those vine dragons the size of earthworms were constantly twisting their bodies. I saw the expressions of the 5 old men were extremely angry, the blue veins on the palms burst out, and they shook violently. Next second, these earthworm-like things dissipated in their palms. And at the moment when these vine dragons were destroyed, the majestic vitality suddenly spread out, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Damn things. The 5 elders watched the dissipated vitality, their bodies were shaking uncontrollably, and their facial features were twisted to the extreme. Chapter 143. Loss of Recovery Ability. The last card of the 5 elders. It is as expected. Luo Mu stood on top of the huge red flower, and the metal below had been snapped by the plant vines. At the moment of the fight with the 5 elders, wooden golem instantly maimed the arms of the 2 5 elders and became dry. But in an instant, the withered arms still recovered. Luo Mu was very curious about what kind of power these 5 old guys had, so that they could have such a strong vitality. So at the moment of the fight just now, Luo Mu planted some of his own seeds on their backs. This seed does not have any attack power, nor does it take the initiative to absorb the life force of the host, but it will absorb the life force higher than the host. And the stronger the life force, the faster it is absorbed. Therefore, when the 5 elders used that life force, they were cut off by the dragon parasitized by Luo Mu, and they were quickly sucked up. Judging from the situation just now, these 5 elders themselves do not have the ability to live forever, because their so-called Lord Yimu gave them life. But I have to say that the strength of the 5 elders is strong enough, and in less than a few seconds, they discovered their little tricks. And quickly wiped it out, and in terms of hard power, it is also extremely powerful. The 4 old men are those with fruit ability. One is the number 1 swordsman in the world at present, and it may be the number 1 swordsman in the past 800 years. The abilities of the 5 people do not overlap in the slightest, and they all have their own strengths and complement each other's advantages. It is conceivable that if they face not themselves, but any so-called powerhouse in this world, such as Whitebeard Kaido, or the deceased One Piece Roger, the ending will be a failure. The strength gap of a single person is already big enough, let alone 5 people together. Then, it's your time of death. Luo Mu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he secretly said in his heart. Now I understand all their details, and their cards all come from I am, the real ruler of this world. And also roughly understand Im's life energy. There is no need to fight with these 5 old guys. However, at this moment, the momentum of the 5 elders suddenly rose sharply. Advertisement, Luo Mu sensed this change, raised his eyebrows slightly, and hummed lightly. Looking at the line of sight, I saw that the injury on the 5 elders that had stopped at half recovery was actually recovering slowly, but it was much slower than before. In less than a minute, it turned into what it looked like at the beginning and completely healed. Damn it, fortunately, it was discovered in time. There is still some life force left. He didn't expect that the life ability bestowed by Lord Yimu would be destroyed by Luo Mu's little tricks, which was the most unacceptable thing for him. At this moment, in addition to hatred, there is also fear, which is the fear engraved in the bones. Because in the previous battle, he had these powers, so he knew that no matter how badly he was injured, he would eventually recover and return to normal. But now it's different. Luo Mu's operation just now makes him no different from ordinary people, and the damage he receives will not have any instant reversal power. With our ability, we can't take Luo Mu down, and we can't even hurt him. 35. Luo Mu has completely surpassed our strength and is the biggest opponent our world government has encountered in the past 800 years. 99. When several other people heard his words, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. With the cooperation of the 5 people, no matter what kind of moves they use, they have no effect at all in front of Luo Mu. Just like a chicken and a dog, it will shatter at the touch of a button. Use that ability, success or failure is here. The old man in the kimono swept the other old men, and the battle was fierce in his eyes, and he said firmly. Since Luo Mu cannot be taken down by his own ability, he can only rely on Lord Yimu. Hearing the words of the kimono old man, the eyes of the other 4 old men were full of determination. Silence is the best answer. The next moment, the momentum of the 5 people suddenly soared, and violent energy erupted from their bodies. In the world around them, at this moment, they seemed to freeze in an instant, and 5 terrifying powers swept the audience instantly. The 5 chi machines converged from their limbs and bones, gathered together to the position of the tinling guy, and then poured out directly from the top of their heads. Advertisement at the moment when these chi machines left their bodies, the 5 people felt like they were rapidly aging by their teens, and their already old faces were now even more wrinkled. Even the straight waist is slightly hunched, and the spirit is completely incomparable to before. And the 5 chi machines, when they left them, directly submerged into the sky. Immediately, there was a violent explosion in the sky, as if the gods were roaring in anger above the clouds, and this sound seemed to not only surround the ears. Those who were fighting in Marineford at the moment noticed the explosion in the sky, and when they heard this sound, it seemed that their souls were shaken by some inexplicable force. Everyone's eyes grow slightly, and it seems like a sculpture looking up at the sky. And these people are all in a state of embarrassment in the battle of these times. In the battle of many strong men, Sengoku, Garp, Kong, and Marine 3 Admiral, as well as the CPO captain, were all covered with wounds, and their robes were stained with blood. Among them are their own and others, and those marine soldiers were even more miserable than them, with countless casualties, some of them lacking arms and legs, but still stood up and looked up at the sky. In the crescent moon bay below the square, Zhao Qianhao, there are also corpses lying on the ground everywhere, and the blood that flows has re-dyed the broken ice surface with another layer of color. Incomparably bright red, and the pacifist's body is everywhere, torn and destroyed by the entire opposite. And the pirates and the revolutionary army, the casualties are much smaller than for Marine. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates, as well as the Sky pirates, also died a lot, like Marine, there were corpses everywhere. But those main crew members, already the forces within the Luo Mu alliance, suffered less than 20% casualties. This is the result of the huge disparity in power between the two sides. There is no doubt that if the fight goes on, Marine's side will definitely lose. But no one cares about that at the moment, because in the sky, they seem to see something incredible. Chapter 144. Changes in the world. The shock of the remnants of the old era. I saw that in the field of vision of Marine and pirates, the clouds in the sky were slowly changing. Starting from the most central position of Marineford, the clouds above were slightly rotating, and a small vortex appeared, and the speed of the rotation was getting faster and faster, as if someone was deliberately stirring it. And with the rotation of the vortex, it continues to spread to the surrounding. Just like radiation, the clouds in a radius of tens of kilometers are changing, slowly approaching the center of the vortex. The huge suction is constantly pulling, and after a while, the layers and layers that people can see in their field of vision are all moving towards the middle under this powerful suction. And the vortex in the middle is also slowly getting bigger. The vortex that was originally only the size of a small room has now become thousands of meters. The huge suction force was continuously transmitted to the surrounding at high altitude. At this moment, the clouds had all gathered to the most central position. Following the continuous rotation of the vortex, a vast white circle was formed, and the speed of rotation had reached a terrifying level. And the pole in the center is in sharp contrast with the surrounding clouds. The black can't be black anymore, as if there is a black hole in it. Not only that, at this moment, the clouds in a radius of dozens of miles have been sucked away by this giant vortex, and the blue sky of 783 should be reflected in people's pupils. But the truth is that it is only gray. Because of the sun's light, the spin vortex appeared, and it disappeared strangely. More precisely, it was slowly sucked away by the huge suction force of the vortex. The sun had lost its power at the moment, and the whole of Marineford was in gray, with only a few signs in the sky. Boom! In the swirling clouds, loud noises rang out from time to time, and lightning flashes appeared in the vortex clouds, illuminating people's faces and illuminating the world. What's the matter? Why did a vision suddenly occur? My God! Is this a disaster coming? How can it be so terrifying? What's going on with the giant swirling clouds in the sky? Isn't it terrifying? 55. The whole world has turned gray. Is there a god who is going to bring disaster? In Marineford, those pirates and marine soldiers looked at the vision that appeared in the sky, their faces changed suddenly, and their pupils continued to dilate. Such a terrifying sight is too terrifying, and they have never seen, such a scene in their lives. Advertisement. It can be said that the world is eclipsed, and everything seems to be worthless in front of this vortex. Not to mention those ordinary crew members, those who participated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, their expressions were full of astonishment. And Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Marine 3 Admiral, in addition to each one's surprise, there is uncontrollable excitement in their eyes. Because they knew that such an astonishing scene had also appeared in the Valley of the Gods. This was a change in the world before the war, and someone must be preparing a shocking blow. And at this level, and without that annoying green glow, there's only one possibility that the 5 elders are shooting. 5 elders finally played their cards. Sengoku looked at the huge cloud layer in the sky and the super large vortex, and the excitement in his eyes was beyond words. It's finally over, Garp on the other side murmured as he looked at the vision of heaven and earth that appeared. There is no doubt that after the 5 elders used this last hole card, no matter what the result was, the Battle of Marineford would come to an end. Just the reason for which side wins. And judging from the current scene, he felt that no matter how talented Luo Mu was, he would be defeated in the end. Luo Mu, die, this time, you will know that your presence was a mistake. With anger in his eyes, Akainu gritted his teeth. Compared to Marine, the pirates who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods also knew at this moment that it was the 5 elders. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, the Lonely Red are all pale. Such a scene is really too terrifying. Others may not be able to sense it. These strong people can sense something entrenched in those clouds. Even they felt that their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. The sense of oppression was too strong, and their bodies seemed to be being pulled by something. This is to decide the outcome. This powerful coercion and pulling force is really terrifying. Advertisement Kaido's voice was like Hong Zhong, and his tone was a little tired. At this moment, he has come down from the sky, transformed from a blue dragon into a normal appearance. Because not long after the vortex appeared, he felt a burst of power pulling him, as if he was about to pull himself into the vortex. 5 elders backhands. You know they are not that simple. Golden Lion also fell from the air. At this moment, he put away his rebelliousness and said with a heavy expression. Luo Mu doesn't know. Can you stop it? Whitebeard said at this moment, looking in Luo Mu's direction with worry in his eyes. He knew that this time, the outcome of the battle was entirely determined by the battle between the 5 elders and Luo Mu, and it was time for the final decision. With such a terrifying scene in front of him, he had to worry about Luo Mu in his heart. Trust Luo Mu, he can always create miracles for us. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, if you can win, this time it must be the same. Kaido spoke at this moment, his voice full of determination. In this world, if you want to ask who the person he admires the most, it must be his captain Luo Mu, who can always surprise people at the most critical moments. With the strength of the leader, even if you lose to the enemy, you will definitely have no problem protecting yourself. Taking the bat umbrella back to his waist, Lonely Red said slowly. Hearing this, Golden Lion and Whitebeard nodded slightly, admitting that what they said was right. But the worry in his eyes is still there. However, at this moment, an extremely strange scene suddenly occurred around everyone. I saw that filling the bodies lying beside them, there was actually a very faint light on their bodies. This light, a corpse may not be easy to detect, but in this Marineford, the most important thing is the corpse. After such a long battle, Marine's people lost nearly 60%, and even the pirates lost 40% of their power. In the Crescent Bay, on the square, at the city wall, by the island, on the warship. There are faint rays of light everywhere, in this dark world, like fireflies, illuminating the whole night. Chapter 145. Take the power of life, powerful mystery. After these faint rays of light appeared on the corpses, they escaped from the corpses in less than half a sound. Tens of thousands of rays of light floated from all directions, and then floated into the sky. Under the strong pull of the huge vortex, they instantly gathered into a huge beam. However, this is not over yet. In Marineford, those who are seriously injured and those who lack arms and legs are now being pulled by some strange force. After a while, this strange light also appeared. It's just that compared to those floating out of the corpses, it is brighter, and these rays of light are separated from their bodies in the blink of an eye. And the bodies of these people, the moment the light left, the body fell backwards and turned into a cold corpse. The bright brilliance is the same as the faint brilliance, and after a few breaths, it merges into the beam. The power of vitality inside is abnormally surging, and it is faintly spreading around, but under the huge suction, it is pulled back again. Om. A sound came out, and after those faint rays of light turned into a beam of light, they were swallowed by the rotating clouds, and disappeared without a trace in this world. At the same time, it was accompanied by a contented hum, from the clouds. In Marineford, everything just now seemed as if it had never happened. The sky and the earth had turned gray again, and only the clouds in the sky were scattered with a faint light. God! What just happened? What is the matter with these faint rays of light, and how these corpses have become bloodless in an instant? And the people who just stood beside me died in an instant, as if they were forcibly deprived of their lives. It's horrible. This is hell. What on earth is there in the sky? Something was making a noise just now. The people in Marineford, whether it was Marine or a pirate at the moment, were all shocked, and there was deep fear in their eyes. They stared at the corpses that fell to the ground, and there was a faint light on their bodies, and then at the moment when those bright lights left the body, the corpses with residual warmth on their faces and a little bit of red on their faces instantly turned pale. It was as if the flesh and blood had been sucked out in an instant. Advertisement. What's even more terrifying is that those strange rays of light not only appeared on those corpses, but also the comrades who were standing beside them just now. After the bright light appeared and left, they instantly turned into icy corpses, and their faces were extremely defeated, as if they had been painted with a layer of white paint. Such a strange scene made Marine and the pirates tremble. They are not afraid of the enemy facing head-on, and the terrifying force they can see, but they are afraid of this mysterious and unpredictable ability to be instantly robbed of life in the unknown. In that short period of time, nearly 20% of the people died unexpectedly, and they didn't even know how they died. On the other side, the 5 elders. After the power of Lord Yimu has been stimulated at this moment, plus these absorbed life forces, I believe that even Luo Mu can fight. The long-bearded old man touched his mustache and said in a deep voice. The look on his face was exhausted at the moment, and so were the other four, and this was the price of activating this power. These rays of light wafting from the corpses, as well as those of those who were seriously injured, were the power of life. Although a corpse is said to be dead in a certain sense, it is only for ordinary people, and the life force in their body does not completely flow away when they die. There will still be some residues, but these life forces are very weak. After the body becomes completely cold, they all dissipate between the heavens and the earth. As for those who were seriously injured, the life force of their bodies was already fading away, and under the forcible pulling of the power of Lord Mu, they were already dead. Of course, these are only for weaker people. If they are like those strong people, even if they are seriously injured, they will never become like this. This power is stronger than before, and it is an honor for these inferior people to be a part of Lord Yumu's power. The white curly-haired old man snorted coldly. Those who were absorbed the life force, not only the pirates, but also the marine soldiers, and even those of the CP0 special forces. For flowers. But for the deaths of these people, the 5 elders will not have the slightest sympathy and heartache, but consider it the pride of their lives. After all, in their view, not everyone has this qualification to be able to gather with the power of God. Advertisement, humph. Being able to die under such power is already the greatest honor for Luo Mu, the yellow-haired old man said with resentment in his eyes. On the side, the old man in the kimono narrowed his eyes into a line, and did not speak, but silently looked at the huge vortex. Coming. The voice just fell. Just heard a loud noise coming from the vortex cloud layer, as if a meteorite hit the ground, as if someone was roaring, deafening, directly hitting the soul. After the sound, the clouds around Uzumaki changed, and the speed of rotation gradually slowed down. As the speed slowed down, the suction gradually became smaller, the sun's light escaped from the black hole at this moment, and the gray color between heaven and earth disappeared instantly. People's field of vision became clear, the blue sky appeared, and the huge vortex stopped turning. Woo, accompanied by a light hum, in the center of the cloud layer, a huge figure slowly fell from it, like a god from the sky. And at the moment he appeared, all the surrounding clouds collapsed in an instant. The speed of dispersal is extremely fast, like a living animal fleeing desperately after encountering a natural enemy. Even the golden light of the Buddha of Sengoku can only be a little starlight in front of him. People finally saw what just happened, the existence behind it. It was an incomparably huge figure. It was hundreds of meters high, with wide eyes, and a strange light flashed on its body, which was extremely dazzling. It was enough to make everyone in Marineford shudder. And around him, there are some black balls all over the place, and there are hundreds of them. Husband. In the space around him, because of his appearance, it is slightly twisted, and the strong oppressive force is even separated by the distance between the sky and the earth. So far, each ball is black to ultimate, and is slowly spinning. Chapter 146. The Power of I Am. The beam of light that destroys the world. What is this? It's too scary. Does this kind of thing still exist in our world? Just seeing this figure, the sense of coercion seems to be transmitted through the screen. This is the coming of a god. I feel like I am an ant in front of this creature. How do you fight this? Is this the trump card of world government, 5 elders? No wonder they can master the world for 800 years. It's simply not an existence that humans can contend with. At this time, the people of the world were speechless in shock. If the previous visions of heaven and earth made them horrified, then this huge figure with a height of 100 meters appeared now. They didn't even have any emotions that terrified them, only the idea of surrendering. For them, the 4 emperors, 787, Marine Admiral are already the top existences in this world. What appeared on the screen was not an existence that they could understand, and it was an existence that could not be defeated. Compared with the audience in front of the screen, the people in Marineford feel the most profound at this time. Looking at the huge figures suspended in midair, with their feet not touching the ground, everyone's pupils were sharply enlarged, their eyes stared like copper bells, and their faces were sluggish. And those small black holes beside that body gave them a full sense of oppression. Just feeling the breath that leaked out of it made them feel a little hard to breathe. They couldn't imagine that if something like this attacked them, they would definitely be unable to escape, and they would turn into a corpse in an instant. Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Mariajoy, I Am woke up straight from his slumber. He felt a very familiar aura appear in this world, and it was his own ability. Did you force the 5 elders to do this? 35 feet, Luo Mu? Im's slender eyes revealed a trace of fear, and the red pupils were full of killing intent. The power he gave to the 5 elders could be regarded as a clone of himself, and it was the trump card of the world government after the 5 elders. Advertisement in all these years, never used it, didn't expect it to be Luo Mu again this time. I don't know if I can take over the power that I gave? Being like the geniuses of the past will only be short-lived after all. I Am whispered in a voice that only he could hear, his eyes full of cold light. Over Marineford. The 100-meter body directly ignored everyone in Marineford below it, and focused all of its attention on Luo Mu on the sea. In his opinion, there is only one opponent here, and the others are ants. Next moment, the body of 100 meters snorted softly, the sound was like a thunderbolt, and then the brilliance that shone on his body was fiercely bright. A little radiance fell from him, just like the light falling from the sky, gentle and dazzling. And those brilliance fell on Marineford, but it seemed like a 10,000-pound force fell, and the ground was crushed with a burst of roars. The city wall in the Crescent Bay was crushed, The ice surface was completely broken, and even the wooden golem had faint traces of cracking after being smeared with these brilliants. You can see how powerful it is. In the next instant, the body of 100 meters moved slightly, two pairs of big hands waved forward, and the slowly rotating black balls around him spun frantically. The violent power was projected from the inside, the surrounding space was distorted, and the scattered clouds were rapidly approaching here. In the blink of an eye, these black spheres reached a terrifying rotational speed, and even the space closer to them was producing cracks, on the verge of shattering. Next moment, these spheres seemed to have reached a critical point, and suddenly their rotation stopped. And such beams are not only in Tao, but hundreds of Tao. Each beam is full of the breath of death. Even if people don't touch it, they can still feel the destructive power of these beams. In front of this, those lasers of Kizaru are simply what little pirates play at home. The next moment, these hundreds of beams of light converged together in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge beam of light, carrying the aura of annihilation. On the space path he swept through, he could see some fine cracks in space. Although the space itself was able to repair it, it would soon be intact, but it could still be seen with the naked eye. My God! The power of this beam of light is too powerful, the energy leaked out is enough to shatter space. Advertisement. It's terrifying. On the shores of Marineford, sensing the terrifying force of the blow, the decadent look of the five elders finally took a turn for the better. Under such power, Luo Mu should be seriously injured. Even if a few of us resisted together, we would definitely not be able to hold on. The white curly-haired old man had a cold light in his eyes. Humph. I admit that Luo Mu's strength is very strong, but if you want to compare with Lord Yimu, it's still a little worse. The words of the yellow-haired old man are full of confidence, and he has infinite admiration and trust for Lord Yimu. After this blow, Luo Mu will realize his stupidity. The long-bearded old man stroked his beard, his expression full of resentment. The kimono old man and the birthmark old man were both silent, just silently watching the crucial battle on the field. But for the words of the three, the two of them agreed in their hearts. In their opinion, even if Luo Mu didn't die this time, he definitely wouldn't have the ease in the duel with him. And within Marineford, Captain Luo Mu, what are you doing there? 35. Hurry up and dodge. Seeing that Luo Mu was still motionless when faced with this destructive beam of light, as if he was stalked by something, Kaido stood up and roared at Luo Mu. Oops. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned for a moment, and they used observation hockey to sense it a little, and they really wanted to be like what Lonely Red said. Look, Luo Mu's momentum is changing. 99. This discovery made them a little surprised, but they were still worried, because they had absolutely no idea what happened to Luo Mu, and whether this change could resist the powerful black beam of light. 3.4 Not only Kaido, Golden Lion and Whitebeard also clearly felt the horror of this power. Around him, space seems to be collapsing. The energy around Luo Mu seemed to be undergoing some kind of strange change. But just when everyone felt extremely anxious for Luo Mu, Lone Gao Jihong suddenly said in a low voice. The power of this beam is too great, Luo Mu, hurry up and dodge. Chapter 147. Sage Mode. Absolute Domain. And just at the moment when several people were stunned, the black beam of light in the sky finally reached Luo Mu, less than a few meters away. Crack. 99. The space around the beam of light was constantly being shattered, and then re-stitched together. On the beam of incomparably powerful light, the black violent energy kept flashing and jumping. It was as if the filth from hell had been brought to the ground. It was Luo Mu's body that was aimed at. In this scene, everyone was shocked, whether it was Marine, pirates, or members of the Luo Mu alliance, they only had one thought. The Battle of Marineford is over, Luo Mu is dying. Luo Mu, leader, worried shouts sounded, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido all roared. And the members of Luo Mu's alliance, Hancock, Long and others can't be completely suppressed at this moment. How can they care about the danger or not, or the changes around Luo Mu just now? The next moment, the aura of his body suddenly exploded. 14 In an instant, he was about to transform into a giant dragon, slaying towards the black beam. And Hancock even more, his face was full of determination, his long legs slammed directly to the ground, and he was about to go to Luo Mu's side. In her opinion, if the leader died, she would rather resist this shocking blow together. The dragon and the others are also showing their magical powers at this moment, and they want to resist together with the leader. But just as they were about to leave, the figure of Lonely Red suddenly appeared, blocking their movement, and said solemnly, "Look at it." At the same time, Lonely Red's eyes stared at the thin figure that announced the light beam money in the air. In his vision, a strange green flashed across Luo Mu's eyes, staring at the black beam of light that was about to engulf it, without the slightest panic. Instead he had the confidence that everything is in the master. And a group of cold eyes that are like gods, without any emotion. Advertisement. Everything is ignored. In the ancient city of Pan. When Yimu saw the terrifying beam of light and was about to hit Shin-Zi, he was relieved and the stone was finally released. You're just a flash in the pan. However, just when Yimu was all relaxed and everything was completely resolved, the strange lines on Luo Mu's face suddenly lit up, and the space in front of him lit up with a green light. In the sky, there were hundreds of black spheres blazing out, and the energy beam formed by the pure power of destruction was nearly 100 meters long, and the energy behind and around was shattered by these overflowing energy. Above Marineford, half the space was shattered by this beam of energy. This is a true light of extinction that can destroy everything along the way, including the void. Compared with this light speed, Luo Mu's thin body is like an ant, an existence that can be pinched to death at will. But at this moment, everyone present was surprised to find that the black beam of light that was supposed to destroy Luo Mu, pushing everything horizontally, and destroying Luo Mu in an instant, actually stopped 1 meter in front of Luo Mu. No further half points allowed. Stop, stop, how come? Who was completely relaxed at first, became tense once again, and shock showed in his red pupils. No one knows the power of this blow better than him, and it can be said that his full blow is not too much. On the battlefield of Marineford just now, the power he gave absorbed the life force of tens of thousands of people, and its power was terrifying. And Luo Mu actually blocked this fatal blow, and he hadn't even seen his shot. A hole. Im's corrugated eyes kept flickering, and panic appeared in his heart for the first time. This was the first time in the world of his master in 800 years that such a feeling appeared. That attack was blocked by Luo Mu, which means that he is fully qualified to compete with him. Advertisement this made him, an old monster who had lived for 800 years, feel a huge sense of threat in his heart. But soon he calmed down, the battle was not over yet, there was still that 100-meter body. Sage Mode Ginseng World Absolute Realm. 55 The sound was not loud, but the whole world seemed to freeze. A force that seemed not to belong to this world instantly swept the audience. In the sky, the clouds that were absorbed by the black sphere were moving slowly. On the sea surface, the waves were also slowed down by dozens of times, and the white water curtain on the top of the waves was suspended in the air, slowly falling down at an extremely slow speed. Except for the sky and the sea, the personnel and affairs of this side of the world are already there. The strange lines on Luo Mu's face flashed green light at this moment. Green eye shadow appeared at the corners of his eyes, the sides of his face resembled fang-like lines, and there was a green bullseye on his forehead. Under the flow of crystal green, these lines appear clearer. The green light flickered, and whether it was Kong, Sengoku, Garp, or a group of people such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion who were far away from them, or even the huge 100-meter figure, they could all feel their speed slowing down. And there is a very strange energy circulating around, full of vitality, making people feel a little warm. This physical movement slowed down, and the power to touch the soul resurfaced. It's just that this time is different from the last time, this time is more terrifying and powerless. However, this kind of power disappeared without a trace the moment the explosion came out, as if it was swallowed up by something in the space. It seems that in this space, he is like an ant being played with at will, but there is no way. Immediately, the clone of Im was stunned, and the cold eyes full of pride changed, and it was a shocked expression. In his eyes, the black beam of light was directly shattered by a mysterious force before it even touched Luo Mu. Immediately after the explosion, the remaining power was completely swallowed by this world, leaving no trace. The black beam of light carrying the power of infinite destruction stopped 1 meter in front of Luo Mu, then shook violently, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. The entire space was shattered by this energy, and the huge force of destruction was shattered, like a ripple on the surface of the water, passing to the surrounding. And shake violently in space, as if telling pain. Boom. Chapter 148. One World. Luo Mu's True Strength. If you have this bit of strength, don't come out and be embarrassed. Luo Mu's eyes flashed green light. In the green lines on the face, the crystal energy is constantly wandering, and the green light is constantly flickering. Immediately, crack. In the green circle pattern on Luo Mu's forehead, a deep green appeared in the crunch of the bone burst and the pumping sound of the heart. Not only Luo Mu's forehead, head, torso, Luo Mu's entire body instantly burst into a flaming green light. It is like a green lighthouse standing on the coast, shrouding this piece of heaven and earth in green light. In front of Luo Mu, an emerald green sky appeared leisurely, as if it was a celestial sage in the space. Next moment, after the black beam of light disintegrated, the blazing light of the green sky slowly disappeared, and the green light spots continued to expand in all directions. In everyone's astonished expressions, a radius of tens of kilometers was shrouded in green light. Marineford, the nearby coast, and the whole sky are within the green glow. Boom. In the sea shrouded by Luo Mu, huge splashes of water surged out from the bottom of the sea and rose to the surface, bringing up huge waves. The whole ground shook, and the roar of the roar continued to spread out beneath the marine fortress in Marineford. See this scene. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji were all stunned. And that Imam's clone was really silent at the moment, watching everything that happened in this world. He felt an inexplicable pressure at this moment. The 5 elders on the other side felt a lot of excitement in their hearts. The sweat on their foreheads showed their nervousness. Luo Mu's ability and explosive momentum were completely different from before. In the air, Luo Mu's expressionist was very indifferent, not caring at all about what everyone was thinking right now, just standing quietly with the huge red flower in midair. And just when the light curtain in front of Luo Mu disappeared, the lines on Luo Mu's face flickered suddenly, and the green lines slowly returned to a silent state at this moment. I saw Luo Mu slowly raise his fingers and gently move towards the space in front of him. Advertisement leisurely. Just like a point on a pool of calm water, layers of ripples emerged from Luo Mu's fingertips, and the ripples continued to spread around. Vibrant energy spreads to Luo Mu's space as the ripples spread. Everyone's movements have become slower at this moment, only the shock of these ripples is still the same as yesterday. First, the space in front of Luo Mu, dark green appeared, and then with the diffusion of vitality, the surging seawater below turned green. The sands of Marineford had turned green, the steel walls had turned green, the naval headquarters had turned green, and even the gravity artillery had turned green now. Quiet. The violent energy of everyone stopped abruptly at this moment, the tumultuous waves slowly fell, and the chaos in the world on this side was completely subsided, and there was no sound. This moment. Whether it is marine around the island, or pirates in Crescent Bay, soldiers, revolutionary troops, or the decadent-looking five elders, the 100-meter-high I Am clone. Even I Am in the ancient city of Pan, his face was filled with a strong shock. I saw that Luo Mu in midair still had a calm expression, his pants were being blown, and in the world covered in green, Luo Mu seemed to be a god. This boundless land is covered by a stream of vitality, and those things that turn green have become things that Luo Mu can control. The vitality that filled the world swept through the audience, and everyone could feel the clear plant breath that filled the air. The people who were still stunned at first were completely dumbfounded. Especially those who have heard Luo Mu's actions in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but haven't seen that scene. The sound of swallowing saliva came out, and people stared blankly at the absolute field formed under the influence of Luo Mu. It is full of green vitality. With a simple finger, this world was directly smudged into a field. Feeling the boundless energy in his body, Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his attention quickly converged. The strange green lines on his face circulated again. After awakening Sage Mode, Luo Mu has not really made a move, because in the past 40 years, no one in this world is worthy of Luo Mu's achievement. So Luo Mu is not entirely sure how strong this move is. Advertisement, but it is undeniable that this trick must be more than enough to deal with people in this world. Is this the power of the gods? The five elders slowly recovered from their shock and looked at Luo Mu's figure at the moment. And with that light finger, Luo Mu, who turned this world into a realm, murmured. God, I should be a fairy. Luo Mu heard the words of the kimono old man very clearly. As Luo Mu who has turned on Sage Mode, everything in this world is shrouded in his super perception at this moment. Soon, Luo Mu put such self-deprecation behind him and whispered. The backhand of the five elders? Then let you test the power of Sage Mode? A thought moves. Luo Mu's hands were raised slightly under the gaze of countless eyes. The green around Luo Mu became crystal clear again, as if the surrounding space had become distorted at this moment. Boom. A loud noise came out, and the seawater that changed from azure blue, Jiao Qianjiao, to green stopped rolling. And then, suspended in midair in another form. In that space of heaven and earth, the seawater under Luo Mu turned into a green solid. A little bit of green color is accompanied by surging energy, constantly circulating in the solid, and gradually condensing into the substance. Paper in the next moment. The seawater also stopped flowing at this time, and then gradually changed from liquid to solid. Along with the earth-shattering roar, the seawater completely disappeared at this moment. The crystal-clear energy flows slowly in this huge solid body, with the green light becoming more and more intense until the seawater in the entire field has become solid. As Luo Mu's hands moved up slowly, a huge sound creaked. The green solid seawater slowly ascended to the sky under the pull of Luo Mu's hands. Chapter 149. The Final Showdown. The Collection of Yimu Energy. It wasn't over, however, as the suspended green solids stagnated in the air. On Marineford, the ground rumbled, and everything covered by green light was shaking slightly at this moment. Marine fortresses, city walls, even marine warships, everything is now under this field, turning green. With Luo Mu's hands waving, it slowly rose up. At this moment, everyone in Marineford had a dull expression, and their pupils shrank suddenly, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Especially the golden lion, looking at these things rising out of gravity, was shocked. As someone who ate lion fruit, he certainly couldn't achieve this level. That is the seawater of an entire area, and it flew into the air under Luo Mu's 1 year, and it was completely different from the previous appearance. I saw Luo Mu's palm move slightly, and the surrounding space trembled violently, resulting in green streaks. The light of this world skyrocketed again, and the originally blue sky was covered with a layer of green. People's hearts couldn't help beating violently at this moment. 787, Luo Mu. Is this your strength? Seeing the passing trees, stones, and even clods slowly drifting into the sky, the five elders shouted through gritted teeth. His eyes were full of fear and shock, because in their opinion, relying only on their own ability to reach this point, it is impossible for human beings to do it, it must be in contact with the power of gods. In other words, his own strength has reached a position comparable to that of the gods. Just when the five elders were shocked, the light on all things suspended in the air lit up, and an extremely powerful energy permeated from Luo Mu's body. Under this kind of way, everyone present was horrified to find that at this moment, not only their movements had slowed down, but even the energy in their bodies had slowed down. Slowly tend to stagnate. Although his consciousness was not affected in any way, Lin Hun felt a sense of fear in the depths. Advertisement in the ancient city of Pan. Yimu's face became ashen, and he felt the breath of a god on Luo Mu's body. Such power has surpassed anyone he has encountered in these years. At the same time, Luo Mu's thoughts moved. Those green things that were suspended in the air suddenly moved, constantly changing their forms in the air. Just like breathing, all the green ons are tightening and expanding at the moment. But with each cycle, these otherwise unrelated foods are more closely connected with other things. Accompanied by a sound like the beating of a god's heart. At this moment, it is impossible to tell whether those in the air are stones, walls, warships or seawater. There is only that huge green glowing solid energy. But it's not over yet. These shaded greens seem to have life. They are still shrinking and expanding, getting smaller and smaller, but the green ons above them are getting brighter and brighter. With the passage of time, the whole piece of green things that enveloped the sun in the sky slowly condensed into an energy body the size of a red flower. The brightness reached ultimate, just like the natural sun was picked by the gods and placed in front of Luo Mu. The dazzling light made everyone unable to look directly. It's just that unlike the yellow light of the sun, what this ability body emits is green light. Under its green light, this space is displayed in front of people's eyes. I saw the sea dried up, and the seawater inside was directly drained by this strange force, revealing the cracked riverbed underground. If someone can look far into the distance at this moment, they will find that in the periphery of this world, the sea is raging against a transparent barrier. However, no matter how the waves beat, they could not enter the field for half a minute. And in Marineford, dealing with the two sides who have stopped fighting at this moment, as well as those lands, all things have turned into green abilities and are integrated into that ability body. As far as the eye can see, the Marine headquarters, Marineford, is deserted and nothing exists, as if it were an abandoned site. At the same time, the green energy body floating in the air was slowly drifting towards Luo Mu. At the same time, the 100-meter-high I Am clone also felt a lot of pressure, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Advertisement and the hundreds of black spheres beside him were spinning rapidly at this moment. Looking at the green flower that shone to the ultimate, there was a surging fighting intent in the vigilant look. Next moment, the imposing manner of the body of 100 meters was suddenly mentioned, and a monstrous energy burst out from his body. The light on your body reaches the ultimate, and the radiance is constantly scattered outward, and these radiants are not falling down in the surrounding space. Instead, they were all absorbed by the spinning black sphere, without the slightest omission. And the hundreds of black spheres, after absorbing the dazzling brilliance, directly climbed upward, like a high-speed machine. There was a constant booming sound from inside. Next moment, these hundreds of black spheres moved in space, then intertwined, and within a few breaths, hundreds of spheres disappeared beside the phantom. In front of him, a huge black sphere appeared. The dark hole seemed to devour everything, a strange energy spread around it, and the surrounding space was slowly distorting. The air becomes thinner and then disappears. Around the black hole, a vacuum appeared, and all the food affairs that touched the black sphere were absorbed. Only the brilliant light emitted by Luo Mu's green energy body can escape around it. The next moment, the 100-meter-high body was continuously stirring with both hands, and all the light from the body was absorbed by the black hole. A powerful life energy burst out from Yimu's body. Those green rays of light around were faintly shaken by these energies. Today is your day of death. Boom. Just as Luo Mu's thoughts moved, he threw the dazzling energy body out. The majestic energy surged on the 100-meter-high body, and then was poured into the black hole in front. Chilling air permeated the whole world. Chapter 150. Terrifying Energy Crash. Luo Mu's Power. In the black hole, black light burst, and the air of death filled the space, and an aura of extinction covered the sky, even if it was still a long distance from the ground. But people can still feel the smell of death from it. And faintly, there are some silent souls surging in it. At this moment, Luo Mu, without a doubt, became the biggest enemy of the 100-meter giant. He survived the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. In the past 40 years, the power has been continuously developed in secret, gradually eroding the prestige established by the world government. You must use all your strength to kill Luo Mu directly here with a single blow. Either you die or I die. Just a breath of time, full of destructive energy roaring incessantly around it. In the huge black hole, the energy flowed to the ultimate at this moment, where it slowly condensed into substance. Bang! 35. A dull and powerful voice came from inside, resounding in everyone's heart, hitting the depths of their souls. Whitebeard. At this moment, the golden lion floating in the air suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the Whitebeard on the ground. Without any nonsense, the imposing manner on his body was suddenly mentioned, and he directly charged and blasted away into the distance. This matchup, it's terrifying, and it's not something he can handle now. 35. It was the only thought in Golden Lion's mind right now. And Shin Zi opened a hole for the Marines in this world. It was as if he knew that his attack would be devastating, and he knew that someone would escape from it. Now is the best time. Ace, with the help of Luffy, has been rescued from the execution stand. And after this blow, whoever wins to the end, there is no doubt that Naval Headquarters Marineford will be destroyed. Whitebeard's body paused, then turned to look at Ace, Luffy and the captains in the distance. He looked at the huge body in the sky, the destructive power leaking from it, and Luo Mu's extremely dazzling energy body, which was swept toward the 100-meter body. His brows were furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Woo! Advertisement. A scorching breath emerged from the corner of his mouth, and his aura suddenly exploded, swept away in the direction of the Golden Lion. Retreat! A loud noise came out, and all the Whitebeard pirates gathered at this moment. Followed by Whitebeard, running towards the distance. Kaido, on the other hand, was transformed into a green dragon, and looked at Luo Mu with big lantern eyes. He believed in Luo Mu's strength more than anyone else. Although the 100-meter body was showing a strong destructive power, he didn't think it would be the opponent of Captain Luo Mu. Staying here is meaningless. It can't bring Luo Mu the slightest help, but it will increase the casualties of his subordinates. Go. Keep up with Whitebeard. A roar came out, and all the people of Beast's pirates gathered at this moment, rushing towards the distance with the fastest speed. The people in the Luo Mu alliance also gathered together at the first time. Go. The leader explained it. When he formed a dazzling energy body, retreat directly, the leader of the revolutionary army, Long, said calmly. Sengoku. Seeing that the pirates were evacuating at the fastest speed, Kong did not hesitate at all, signaling Sengoku and others to retreat as well. A hole. Sengoku scolded angrily, turned his head to look at the 5 elders who had disappeared long ago, his eyes froze, and the next moment his body flashed and disappeared directly in place. And Marine 3 Admiral and Garp, and some of the Marine executives who are not yet killed are also close behind. Brush brush brush. Along with the sound of breaking air, the originally fierce Marineford battlefield. It immediately became barren, and all those who were still alive put down their grievances and ran towards the distance at this moment. They knew very well what was going to happen here, and even the most common Marine could feel the aura of destruction. That is no longer a force that humans can resist. But neither that body nor Luo Mu paid attention to those who disappeared from the battlefield. Now in their eyes, only the other exists. Next moment. In the black hole, a burst of energy reaching the ultimate burst out from it, and the power of destruction climbed to the ultimate at this moment, and even the air was full of the smell of death. The space was all shattered, a path of nothingness appeared where the laser swept, the space debris kept falling, and the terrifying power devoured everything. Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers the next moment. The huge black light beam of ultimate and the slowly approaching green energy body collided directly. Boom. The two collided. Before possessing the black beam of light that tore everything apart, the energy body was the size of an ant, but the burst of light directly covered the black. The two collided, and the terrifying energy exploded directly, and a strong wind swept across the sky, and the earth-shattering explosion sound was clearly heard by people in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The two forces constantly collided in the air, and the black and green rays of light constantly flickered. Those blacks that collided with the green light did not disappear in an instant, but the moment they touched the green, they unexpectedly turned green. .0 boom. Between the lightning and flint, a shocking bang exploded, and the entire Marineford burst into a dazzling light, and green became the absolute master of this world at this moment. The blackness faded, and the power of destruction slowly dissipated in the air, replaced by a green aura of life. Everyone who was fleeing in the distance felt as if their hearts were being grabbed with force, and a cold air rose from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to their brains. Immediately, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Fortunately, I didn't stay there just now, otherwise it must be a corpse at this moment. And the bursting green light curtain did not stop at the moment when the black light beam was engulfed, and a huge light curtain slashed directly at the huge body. Boom. A crisp cracking sound sounded, and the moment it touched the light curtain, the protective cover shattered without any resistance. Like a fragile piece of white paper. Im's avatar's face changed suddenly at this moment, his hands were in front of him, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the originally dim body. Husband. Turn it into a protective cover to surround it in the middle. The life force that had been sucked from Marineford's corpse had all exploded at this moment. The green light curtain carried a violent aura, and appeared around the 100-meter body in the blink of an eye. Crack. Next moment. Chapter 151. The sinking of Marineford, influence of the Summit War. And the Imam clone completely lost the means of resistance after the protective cover was broken. At the moment of touching the green light curtain, the whole body exudes green light. Boom. With a loud bang, Im's clone completely turned into a green figure and immediately exploded in the air. Turned into a little bit of light scattered above Marineford. How so? In the ancient city of Pan, Im slammed and stood up directly from his highest throne. His eyes were full of wonder and shock. He didn't expect that at the moment of the collision, the direct force and the life force on the tens of thousands of corpses would actually be like thin paper in front of Luo Mu, shattering and fragile when touched. At this moment, Yimu felt the fear. Luo Mu's strength, 790s, had already made him feel the fear of this ultimate life form. Next moment, immediately disappeared into this huge room with a move and swept deeper into the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Mu was suspended in midair, stepping on a huge red flower under his feet. At this moment, he was a god. The chilling air in this space dissipated, and the broken space was mended again. The blue sky reappeared, and the light fell on this space, and the vision was clear. The site of Marineford came into view. It was a barren place, and everything was blown up under this destructive energy, as if it had been detonated by a giant bomb. Scorched earth covers every corner of Marineford. And around this island, no trace of seawater can be seen, all of which are converted into green solid energy under Luo Mu's power. And right now, advertisement, boom. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble again, and with the cancellation of Luo Mu's field, the seawater from all directions rushed towards the island frantically at this moment. Caused the earth to shake. In a few breaths, these seas carried this monstrous wave, which instantly submerged Marineford in it. The breath of life in the air has not completely faded away, but there is already a piece of Wang Yang below. Since then, Naval Headquarters Marineford has disappeared from this world. And Luo Mu looked at everything that was happening in front of him with an indifferent expression. The next moment, his figure stopped, and he disappeared directly into the Wang Yang. However, although this battle is over, the influence he has produced continues to spread around the world. Within a few days, the entire process of Marineford's battle, as well as the final battle scene, spread to every corner of the world. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, wrote all the details of the battle and the various news exposed in it into an article in the first time, and attached the title that he came up with after careful consideration. Summit War. The battle of the world's powerhouses, the Luo Mu alliance emerges, the Marineford sinks, and the world pattern will be reshuffled? Anything in this title is released, it will undoubtedly be a big news. However, at this moment, all these things have been brought together into one title, and the information revealed in it will directly make people explode in place. The fact is that the newspaper was sold out in the first time it was published. To this end, Morgans worked overtime urgently, but no matter how many were published, they would be sold out. Some people who have watched the live broadcast will take the newspaper and study it carefully, recalling the shocking power they saw in the Summit War middle-aged and the explosive news they heard. And those who haven't watched the live broadcast even spend a lot of money to buy it from others. In the past few days, the fame of Morgans directly overshadowed those of the four emperors, and what happened in the Summit War spread to every corner of the world. And a person named Luo Mu, at this moment overshadowed everyone's light, and was instantly known by people all over the world. Streets and alleys, bustling cities, and even extremely remote areas are all discussing this young man named Luo Mu. Advertisement 800 years. How powerful and terrifying the forces of the world government and marine are, they have left a deep imprint on almost everyone's heart. However, in this top battle, the god named Luo Mu not only destroyed Marines strong, but also defeated the five elders head-on. Even at the end, the power that would shake the world and shatter the entire space, turned into a light spot in Luo Mu's hand and dissipated between the sky and the earth. The entire naval headquarters was sunk by one person, and the forces deployed in advance by the world government and marine were completely destroyed like a turkey. And such a victory is not the first time. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago, Luo Mu defeated the world government by himself, and broke the treasure land of celestial dragons into the sea. Then, in the past 40 years, he has been hiding himself all the time, forming his own power, supernova. Two of the four emperors and Luo Mu have a deep friendship. And the most shocking thing is that the revolutionary army that opposes the world government is actually all Luo Mu's people. At this moment, people all over the world who have been oppressed by the world government and the celestial dragons regard Luo Mu as their greatest savior. And those pirates in East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, Great Root, and New World regard Luo Mu as their spiritual pillar. The previous One Piece Roger, the pirates were all dismissive after learning of his deeds 40 years ago. But the impact of the battle goes far beyond that. 3.4 After the Summit War, the credibility of the world government, and the drastic reduction of Marines' power, led to riots all over the world. Rebellion against the world government has emerged everywhere. Under the surging undercurrent of these forces, many people are looking for news of the Luo Mu alliance. For a while, being a pirate is no longer the first choice for those who oppose the existing order of the world government. Instead, join the Luo Mu alliance. However, to their disappointment, there has been no news about the Luo Mu alliance since it appeared in Summit War. Like it never happened. And the extremely powerful, the soul of this alliance, Luo Mu, disappeared in this battle, and no one was found even if everyone looked for it. Chapter 152, Five Elders Meeting, World Conscription. Holy Land Mariajoy. In one of the highest halls, next to a huge round table, all the high-level marines gathered here. The five elders' faces were decadent, looking at the people in front of them, the arrogance and indifference on their bodies completely disappeared from their faces, and they were replaced by pale faces and a sluggish demeanor. And at the giant round table, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Marine 3 Admiral all sat around the round table. Compared to the five elders, their expressions were not much better, and their bodies were more or less bandaged. The wounds at the Battle of Marineford were serious and have not yet healed. At this moment, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was very solemn. Cough cough, a coughing sound appeared, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. The old man in kimono swept his gaze to the crowd, and habitually reached out his hand to touch the first-generation ghost at his waist, but the hand he had just stretched out was withdrawn. His expression became even more lonely. The old man paused, sorted out the kimono on his body, and said slowly. This time on the top of the battlefield, our world government lost miserably, and Marine also lost miserably. Now we not only lost to Luo Mu in terms of strength, but also fell to the bottom in terms of fame over the years. And now what's happening outside the 14 sides, you should all have a general understanding of it. Luo Mu's fame has reached its peak, and more people want to follow in his footsteps and join the Luo Mu alliance, and all the powerful pirates have come out. Operations against the world government in various sea areas are becoming more and more frequent. Also, Luo Mu disappeared immediately after the Summit War. He must be planning another huge conspiracy. Although the words of the old man in kimono are very weak, they are very clear in this empty room. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Just like what he said, the situation in the world at this time is extremely bad, even worse than what the old man said. There are more and more reactionary forces and more rampant. The world government has the intention to stop it, but it has more than enough power to stop it. Not to mention pacification, just to resist the counterattack horns blown by those pirates, they are already exhausted. What's more, there is a mountain of Luo Mu pressing down on everyone. Now, our situation is terrible, worse than ever. Sengoku's face was heavy, his body was shaking violently, and some blood was oozing from his bandaged arms. Advertisement without a doubt, Marine's current state is the worst since its inception. It was much worse than the previous battle of the Valley of the Gods. Not only the Marine soldiers suffered heavy losses, but the naval headquarters Marineford, which symbolized Marine's prestige, was directly destroyed, turned into a piece of scorched earth, and sank in the sea. Sengoku. Kong reminded Wei Wei when he saw Sengoku's excited expression, causing the wound to burst. He was in no better mood than Sengoku. Now not only Marine, but even the world government is in a precarious state. Luo Mu's existence is like a time bomb, threatening everyone's safety. But the most helpless thing is that they don't know when Luo Mu will explode, and they have no ability to deal with this bomb. Marineford has sunk. A naval headquarters must be rebuilt first. Stabilize Marine soldiers first. The old man in the kimono lowered his eyes and said weakly. Not only the lowly pariahs now, but Marine is also extremely unstable at the moment. Although none of Marine's high-level officers died in the Summit War, the fall of the headquarters was a great blow to Marine soldiers. Not to mention that Luo Mu's strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. First make Marine Branch G1 the Marine headquarters. As Marine's largest branch, it's currently the best choice. The white curly-haired old man next to the old man in the kimono muttered in a low voice. The G1 branch has a special geographical location and is far away from the previous naval headquarters. It is an important place for the Red Line to guard celestial dragons. The selection of this place as naval headquarters would also serve as a good protection for the now dangerous celestial dragons. Hearing this, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Marine 3 Admiral all frowned and nodded slightly. There is no doubt that it is the best choice for the naval headquarters location at present. And then, it's the strength to form Marine. The old man in kimono looked at the silent crowd and said in a low voice. The voice fell. Brush, everyone's faces were shaken, and they looked at the old man in kimono with eyes. Advertisement at present, Marine's power is at its lowest level in history. There is no doubt that it is necessary to quickly form a force to suppress those rebellious organizations everywhere. It's just that they are curious, what kind of method is used by the old kimono to mention this matter? Seeming to understand everyone's doubts, the kimono old man coughed twice, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a loud voice. Conduct the world conscription. The voice of the old man in the kimono just fell, and it even reverberated in this huge room. Everyone was stunned. World conscription? Such a plan is insane, and without a doubt, at this point in time, this is the fastest way to expand Marine's power. In the current situation, the prestige of the Luo Mu alliance has reached its peak, while the prestige of the world government and Marine. Kong 797 frowned and said. The premise of world conscription is that people are willing to join the Marine. But after the Summit War, the influence and credibility of the world government declined seriously. With world conscription under such circumstances, no one can know what will happen. I am not discussing with you, but giving you orders. Boom. As they spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from the 5 elders. Although they don't have the power of Lord Yimu, their strength is also crushing for Kong and others. The yellow-haired old man leaned forward slightly and said. The 5 elders waved their hands and motioned everyone out. Say it, and so do others, except for Garp, who was on the loose at the moment, because he had decided to quit Marine, and he wanted to take advantage of the 5 elders to bring this up. Hearing this, a cold sweat appeared on Kong's forehead, and he didn't say any more. It's settled, you all start to prepare now. After the people left, they looked at the location of Pan Gucheng and frowned. But at this moment, he didn't want to touch Jutsu, so he chose to remain silent, and he didn't even listen to what the 5 elders said just now. Lord I am. Where did you go? Chapter 153. The Disappearing I Am. Luo Mu's meeting. The decadence of the 5 elders is not just because Luo Mu defeated them head-on in sunk naval headquarters. More because of their beliefs, Lord I Am suddenly disappeared. When Kaido Pangu was the first to report the situation to him, he found that there was no one inside. For the result of such a fiasco, Im's disappearance made them feel a little overwhelmed. But these 800 years of rule of the world government made their mood stabilized quickly, and they would not consider the disappearance of Im as an escape. After all, that is the god of this world. It must be silently executing some kind of plan, targeting Luo Mu, who has grown to a terrifying level. At some point in the future, Im will definitely get in touch with himself again. What we need to do now is to minimize the impact of the Summit War and increase the power of the world government and Marine. So the first time they came back from Pangu, the 5 elders held a meeting. Explain the next action clearly. At the same time, in another place, there is also a large meeting going on. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in the main council room. Luo Mu sat on the main seat of the room. After the Summit War destroyed Marineford, Luo Mu returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. These days have not appeared in front of the world. At this moment, everyone in the alliance was convened to discuss the future changes in the world and the measures that need to be taken. There were 2 beauties standing beside him on the throne. Tianyueshi and Empress Hancock. At the bottom are the main members of the alliance. Revolutionary Army Chief Dragon, Lonely Red, Jinbei, Hawkeye Mahawk, Tyrant Bear, Enel, Tezolo. Everyone was slightly injured. However, unlike everyone in the world government meeting, the expressions of these people were a little excited. The victory in that battle made them feel a little blood boiled all over. Chief, advertisement, now all over the world, the Summit War is being spread. Those who are oppressed by the world government regard you as their savior. In the crowd, Luo Mu's ultimate fanboy, Bartolomeo, was the first to speak, breaking the brief silence, his face full of excitement. He has infinite admiration for the leader Luo Mu, and after the Summit War, that admiration is even greater than before, and now that the whole world knows the leader, he feels an inexplicable sense of pride. Hearing Bartolomeo's praise, Luo Mu smiled faintly. This result was what he wanted to see. The attack on Marineford, chosen to appear at this point in time, is not for the purpose of destroying Marineford and severely damaging Marine and the forces of the world government. That can only be regarded as the second largest goal. The biggest purpose is to announce his return in front of people all over the world, and to use the influence of this event to make plans for the next step. Thank you for your hard work this time around. The world government will definitely take corresponding measures after this Summit War. Luo Mu crossed his arms in front of him, glanced at everyone and said, "Do they want to bury this piece of history again and suppress it with force?" Jinbei, who was sitting in the middle, spoke up. According to the style of the world government after the Battle of the Valley of God in the past, they will deliberately cover up the unfavorable news, and erasing it is their most skilled thing. No, this battle is not like the Valley of the Gods, but it was broadcast live all over the world. And yesterday, related newspapers and some videos about this matter spread to every corner of the world. Such explosive news, the world government is not capable of forcibly suppressing it, or, forcibly suppressing it will lead to even greater backlash. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, who was sitting at the front, said slowly, the wind blowing in by the window stroked his coat and hat, revealing his sharp eyes. Not only that, the strength of the world government is not enough to support them to do such a thing. 99. To put it horribly, the world government is now a little difficult to protect itself. Long's words are very reasonable, but Lonely Red next to him added another sentence. Hearing this, the rest of the people also nodded. That is to say, the strength of the world government and Marine is extremely lacking now. Then their next move. Hawkeye Maha clasped his hands on his chest, a gleam of light flashed in his sharp eyes, and continued. Advertisement, we will expand our strength as quickly as possible. Yes, their next step will definitely be to directly expand their strength. Tetsulo next to him nodded slightly and said, but, how will the world government achieve this goal? Enel propped his chin and thought for a moment. And Koshiro, Cavendish, Green Pepper and others also frowned slightly. For a time, the meeting fell into a brief silence. Everyone subconsciously looked at Luo Mu who was sitting in the first place. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Luo Mu, who had been silent for a long time, faintly flashed the lines on his face, the corners of his mouth drew a slight arc, and his thin lips were slightly opened. World conscription. Brush. The voice fell. The leaders of the Revolutionary Army, Long, Lonely Red, Tetsulo, and others all changed their faces. They had no doubts about what the leader Luo Mu said, but they were still shocked by this incident. Recruiting troops facing the world is indeed the fastest way to expand strength. That's why I called you here. Luo Mu stood up from his seat, good money, looked at the quiet people and said. Hearing this, everyone was refreshed, and the excited expressions on their faces disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Boom. Pull. The world government is recruiting for the world. 99. At the same time when the world government was conscripting troops, the Revolutionary Army also called for forces abroad. Everyone present felt that their heads were suddenly hit by lightning, which was too explosive. There is no doubt that this has completely pushed the forces of the Revolutionary Army to the forefront, forming an organization that is completely opposed to the world government. Obviously, what the leader will say next is very important and will be related to the changes in the world in the future. It is the final preparation for the overthrow of the world government. Why can't we Revolutionary Army do this? Luo Mu's words are very light, but they fall on everyone's heart like heavy lead. Chapter 154. The World Conscription of the Revolutionary Army. The World Pattern 2 years later. After this battle, our Revolutionary Army really doesn't need to hide anymore. 39. Maybe this is our best chance. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, recovered from the shock and said. Before the Summit War, although the forces of the Revolutionary Army were constantly expanding, they had always been developing secretly and had never appeared in front of the world. Even the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army has always been hidden. After the Summit War, there is no doubt that the people of the world have lost confidence in the world government. And those who have been oppressed by them are even more so. Before, they suffered from no one to stand out, but the appearance of Luo Mu gave them the courage to resist. This courage is like a sickle, in which the world government will be harvested. This idea is very feasible. In the past few days, many people around the world want to join the Revolutionary Army. Even want to join the League, but they don't have any access, and now they're given a chance. A ray of light flashed in the lonely red eyes, and the white hair was blown slightly in the wind. Hearing this, everyone else's face was completely 830. There is no doubt that the future world pattern will undergo earth-shaking changes because of this decision. The headquarters of the conscription is set up here, Baldigo. Contact the president of the World News Agency now and let him spread this matter as quickly as possible. Also set up recruiting points on East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, and Grand Line. Besides that, the world government's world conscription sends some people who haven't surfaced to try out. 35. Tezzolo, you're in charge of the money, Lonesome Red. It took dozens of minutes for Luo Mu to arrange the plan, and even the role of everyone. Follow your orders, Chief. Advertisement. Everyone present shouted in unison, say it. Luo Mu waved his hands to them, telling everyone to go back and complete the things that were explained to them. Soon, they all moved, and they did not dare to be sloppy about this matter. Because this world is about to be turned upside down by this decision, bead. And Luo Mu, with his hands behind his back, looked at everyone leaving the room, his eyes moved slightly. The next confrontation will be the final one. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the past 2 years, the world has undergone tremendous changes. The impact of the Summit War is still being talked about from time to time. Unlike the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, there is nothing hidden in this history, and the world government has not made any efforts in this regard. As if to understand that this matter cannot be hidden, so simply let it ferment freely. All the energy is spent on expanding strength and training recruits. In the past 2 years, the world pattern has also changed, and many things have been talked about by people. The first is the world government. Shichibukai was abolished by the world government, Marine Branch G1 became the new naval headquarters, and the names of other branches rose at one time. Sengoku resigned from the position of Marine Marshal, and Marine 3 Admiral also had a character change. Akainu and Aokiji, 2 Marine Admiral, compete for the position of Marine Marshal. An unprecedented War of the World occurred. The two fought on the Ice and Fire Island for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, Aokiji was defeated and a leg was broken. Akainu was then Marine Admiral, while Aokiji quit Naval Headquarters. Fujitora, who was called up in the world recruitment, took over as Marine Admiral, along with Magellan, the former warden, and impelled down. Garp submitted a resignation application to Naval Headquarters, retaining his rank and taking a back seat to train Marines at the headquarters, along with Sengoku, who retired. 2 years ago, the world government passed the world conscription, which allowed Marines' strength to be restored to a certain extent. Advertisement. Although it is not as good as it was 2 years ago, on the eve of Summit War, it is not too different. On the Luo Mu League side, the changes are also very big. The decision made 2 years ago exposed the base of the Revolutionary Army to the eyes of people all over the world. And through the world conscription conducted in the same time as the world government, the forces summoned were even more terrifying than Marine. The Revolutionary Army, which was originally only powerful in Baldigo, has now spread throughout the world. In the 4 major sea areas, the Grand Line and the Red Line, there are branches of the Revolutionary Army. The main members of the Luo Mu Alliance serve as leaders in these branches. And these branches are far away from Marine's branch. In the past 2 years, miraculously, there has been no conflict, and they are all training their own forces. However, the people of the world know that this is just the calm before the storm, and the two sides will fight after all, because the purpose of the Revolutionary Army's existence is to overthrow the world government and kill the celestial dragons of Mariajoy. If there is going to be a war, it will definitely be bloody, and it will be a battle even more brutal than the Summit War. And those pirates, under the secret confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, are still sailing on the sea. A little change has taken place in the 4 emperors. After the Summit War, the original Whitebeard, who was already seriously ill, died naturally after aggravating his condition. In this pirate group, there is no captain, only relatives. The original subordinate Blackbeard took his abilities and developed his own power to become the new 4 emperors. The son of Plains, Luffy, still regards becoming the Pirate King as his goal within 2 years. In this way, the world pattern was reshuffled, and the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates were 3 pillars. The Whitebeard pirates disbanded because of Whitebeard's death, and Ace and Marco failed to block Blackbeard together. But people all understand that the so-called 3-legged confrontation is only on the surface. The 4 emperors, the most important forces among the pirates, and the great pirates, many have a deep relationship with Luo Mu. Go to the Fishmen Island, go to Punk Hazard, form an alliance with Luo, then go to Ko Chang, land on Big Mom's Cake Island, and have reached Kaido's territory. After that, he took those captains to form a new pirate group, inheriting Whitebeard's will. The strength of their crew has been greatly improved, the members reunited after parting, and successfully entered the New World. Chapter 155. Go to Ghost Island, meet Auntie, Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldigo. In a humble room, Luo Mu held several pirate reward orders in his hand. The Straw Hat Boy at the top is especially conspicuous. Those below are the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. 2 years after Summit War, the Straw Hats have made their mark in New World. I hope you don't touch people in my alliance, otherwise I will beat you down even if you are the son of the plane. Luo Mu rubbed his eyes and put aside the billions of reward orders. Luffy, as the son of the plane of this world, a person who wants to become the Pirate King, has no conflict of interest for Luo Mu. But if he wants to sacrifice people in his alliance on his way to become the Pirate King, then he will not sit idly by. Reaching out to pick up some documents next to the reward order, Luo Mu frowned slightly. During the 2 years, he has been training the Revolutionary Army recruited from the world conscription in various branches. And to establish the internal rules of these branches, there are many affairs within the organization to deal with. During this period, there is no doubt that the strength of the Revolutionary Army has been greatly improved, and many powerhouses in this world have joined the Luo Mu alliance. For example, many of the 11 supernovas joined in, as well as Rob Lucci, who was originally a member of the world government, but was blamed by the world government for losing to Luffy. After 2 years of precipitation, the forces of the Revolutionary Army have almost grown. People in the alliance can really be on their own. It's time to start preparing to overthrow the world government. A flash of green light flashed in Luo Mu's eyes, and his thin face revealed an air of dominance over the world. And right now, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then the door of the room was pushed open. Boss. A battle is taking place on the island of Oni. It looks like the Straw Hats are fighting with Kaido's Beast's pirates. Lone Gao Jihong lowered her body slightly and said respectfully. Hearing this, Luo Mu raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. Have already hit the Ghost Island. It looks like the fruit will be awakened after this battle. Looking at Lonely Red, Luo Mu said lightly, I'll go there myself. 35. The affairs of the Revolutionary Army will be left to you and Long to manage for the time being. Hearing the leader's words, Lone Gao Jihong was obviously stunned. Advertisement. It seems that he didn't expect the leader to make a trip in person because of this matter. You must know that since the Summit War, the leader has nothing else to do in person except the internal affairs of the Revolutionary Army and the Alliance. Usually it is explained to others or simply too lazy to manage. And although this Straw Hat Boy is the son of the dragon, he can actually attract the leader's attention. It seems that he still underestimated this group of people. After all, at this point in time, it is extremely difficult for the leader to spend time. Follow your orders, Chief. Although there were some surprises in his heart, Lone Gao Jihong was only slightly taken aback. After that, at Luo Mu's signal, he backed out. Next moment, the lines on Luo Mu's face in the room lightened slightly. With a swipe, he immediately disappeared in place. Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers. A huge island was floating in the sky, and it was still slowly falling down. On the island, a terrifying skull stands in the middle of the island, with two huge ghost horns on the skull. One of the horns has been chopped off in half, and around the island, circles of flames like clouds rose up. With the support of these flame clouds, the gravitational influence of the entire island was minimized. On this island, various forces are fighting fiercely. After many rounds of fighting, the Straw Hat Pirates and the warriors of Wano-kuni have gone through many battles with the people of the Beast's pirates. As Onishima draws nearer in the flower capital, Yamato takes Momonosuke to solve the Onishima crisis. Only Luffy, who has been defeated by Kaido many times, still retains enough fighting power. Boom! A huge sound came from the Ghost Island, and the clouds around the Ghost Island were directly blasted away. Stones fell into the sea below, and among these stones, there was another person falling rapidly. Wearing a black coat, with pink hair tucked behind his head, his bucket-like body looks like a ball. It's Charlotte Linlin, the aunt of one of the 4 emperors. For flowers, Prometheus, help me. Under the action of gravity, the aunt shouted in horror. Advertisement is a demon fruit power. She fully understands what happens if she falls into the sea. No matter what kind of powerful character, as long as he eats the fruit, he will be dead in the sea. Boom! A burst of splash sound came out, and the ant fell into the sea without any resistance in the air. Grumpy grumpy. The sea water continued to pour into the innermost part of the ant, making a grunting sound. Pooh, Luo, mi, shoo, see, the ant's hands were constantly fluttering in the seawater, and her mouth was still muttering. Next moment, a mass of fire like the sun suddenly jumped out of the Ghost Island, and then rushed into the sea at a very fast speed. Mother! Prometheus shouted and plunged into the sea. In a few breaths, the ant was rescued by it. Mama, 35. The ant who was rescued and sat on Prometheus was as happy as a child, and Napoleon also came to her side at this moment. Quickly headed towards the Ghost Island, and right now. A tyrannical breath came from a distance. Who? 35. The ant, who was still excited a second ago, suddenly changed her face and couldn't help but exclaimed. He stared blankly at the surroundings, hoping to find the owner of this breath. As one of the 4 emperors, she can be said to be a person standing at the peak of the world's strength, but she can still feel the strength of the other party from this breath. Luo Mu. Zhang. Long time no see. Hearing this, the ant's heart trembled violently. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Ant's ear. The sense of oppression of ultimate, even if I don't see anyone now, still makes people feel terrified. Even ally Kaido would never have this kind of pressure. I saw a huge red flower slowly approaching her, and a thin man stood on the red flower. She couldn't remember how many years no one had called this name, and then turned her head sharply to look. Charlotte Linlin. 35 Chapter 156. Supernova's Fighting Intent. Showdown with Luo Mu. Seeing the ant's face change, the excitement of the rest of her life just now disappeared. In the past 2 years, Luo Mu's name has spread all over the world. No one does not know him, and what is more clear is the strength of the man in front of him, which is almost invincible in this world. But soon, the ant's face softened. She and Luo Mu were in the same boat as the Rock's era companions. Obviously, Luo Mu didn't come to trouble him. Immediately, the shocked expression quickly changed, and he laughed. Mama, Luo Mu. Why are you here? Hearing this, Luo Mu's mouth twitched with both hands on his chest. Secretly in my heart, the big beauty from before has turned into an ant. Take the trouble to Kaido, Luo Mu said. The voice fell, and the ant laughed even more happily, 857, and patted the yellow flame lightly. Prometheus, however, Prometheus did not respond at all under the signal of the ant. Lai's face was full of horror, and his body was shaking slightly, including Napoleon who was sitting next to his ant. A worthless thing. The ant cursed fiercely and slapped Prometheus hard. A swipe. Prometheus forcibly endured the fear of Luo Mu in his heart, and quickly swept in the direction of Ghost Island. Luo Mu followed closely behind, and the safflower vines quickly elongated under his feet. Who? This old woman has finally been beaten down, said a young man. He has a red spiky head, black sunglasses on his head, scars from the left side of his face to his chest, and he wears an open black jacket and a dark red coat. A mechanical arm is very conspicuous on its body. Kid, 99, 4 emperors can't be killed so easily. Not far away, a young man in a furry winter hat with leopard spots said. His eyes have special personalized black bags, and there are some special imprint tattoos all over his body. Carrying a saber called Giku, Luo, kid, someone is up. Not far away, a man with a mask and waist-length golden hair said. Advertisement not far away, Zoro and Luffy who were fighting against Kaido were also frowning, and they also felt a breath approaching them. Mama mama. A familiar laughter entered the ears of everyone, coming from below the Ghost Island. Damn. This old woman is so haunted. 35 kid listened to this laughter and felt a big brain. Obviously, the ant was knocked into the sea just now, and she did not drown in the sea. Next moment, I saw a huge fireball rushing up from below, and the ant was sitting on it and laughing wildly. Seeing the 4 emperors, Luo, Zoro, and Kid appearing in front of them again, their faces were extremely ugly. More than that, there is a more powerful breath below. At this moment, Luffy, who was fighting Kaido, shouted loudly. He was in 4th gear at the moment like a large meat tank, hockey wrapped around his arms and legs, glowing red in the sun. Hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 suddenly changed, and it was obvious that they also felt a more powerful aura approaching the sky above the Ghost Island. Next moment, a huge vine suddenly rushed up from the bottom. The speed was no less than the falling of a meteor. At the foremost position of the vine, there is a huge red flower blooming on it. And on the red flower, there stood a person who made everyone feel terrified. Brush. At the moment when the man appeared, everyone's expressions suddenly changed, and the audience was silent. Golem. The voice of saliva swallowing was incomparably clear, and cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of these supernovas. They knew very well who this person was. In the Summit War 2 years ago, the man who looked like a god single-handedly took down the 5 elders and sank Marineford's man. He is the true leader of the Revolutionary Army, the man with the strongest voice in the world, Luo Mu. Captain Luo Mu. Why are you here? Not far away, Kaido saw Luo Mu appear and said with some doubts on his face. Kaido never revealed this to Luo Mu at all, because in his opinion, such a thing really has nothing to say. Could it be that he is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and he can't even deal with a straw hat, so he still needs to ask the captain for help? That's a big joke to spread out. Kaido, step back. Advertisement. I'll take care of the straw hat boy myself. 35. Luo Mu looked at Kaido, who had turned into a dragon, and understood what the question on his face meant. The son of the plane is not as easy to deal with as you think. Hearing this, Kaido directly transformed into a human form from the state of the blue dragon and stood beside Luo Mu. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he still did not ask him out. He always chose to completely believe what Luo Mu said. When the time comes, you'll understand. Luo Mu knew the question in Kaido's mind, turned to look at him and said. It's not that he doesn't trust his strength, but it's really bad enough. Luo Mu, last time you rescued Ace in Summit War, I haven't thanked you yet. Luffy changed his mind from surprise when he saw Luo Mu appearing. Said out loud. Hearing this, Luo Mu was expressionless as he looked at Luffy who was in 4th gear. It's just a coincidence. This is Luo Mu's sincere words. Summit War saving Ace was not his purpose. Looking at Luffy, Luo Mu continued. Straw Hat Boy, go back. The water here is too deep, you can't handle it. 95. Luo Mu's plan to come here is to subdue Yang's forces here into the forces of the Revolutionary Army. Because at this juncture, what the Revolutionary Army needs most is the people's hearts and the strength of the people. And Kaido's current behavior is actually not in line with the plan in the lead. But before that, the first thing to do is to send everyone from Straw Hat Crew away. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Luffy was silent for a while. I'm the man who wants to be the Pirate King, Luo Mu. I can't grant you this request. I have to defeat Kaido today. If you stand 3.4 in front of him, then I'll knock you down too. Luffy roared, and as he shouted these words, a blast of haki suddenly spread from him. An invisible wave of air rolled up around him, extremely domineering. What if it's that man? Yes. The next moment, the 4 of them looked at each other. The fighting spirit on their bodies was suddenly released, and their momentum continued to rise. How would you know if you don't fight? No one's face was burning with strong fighting intent and extremely solemn expressions. The strongest man in the world. The body was shaken violently, and the horrified color on his face quickly faded away, replaced by a surging fighting intent. They knew that the next battle was going to be. Not far away, Zoro, Kid, Luo, and Kira felt the high-spirited fighting spirit from Luffy. Chapter 157. Joining forces in extremely evil times, 4th gear. Next moment, Luffy, who was on the other side of the 4, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The aura on his body burst out suddenly, and the gust of wind blew the black robe on his body, making a hunting sound. 4th gear. With a roar, Luffy raised his arm and took a bite. A purple-black air wave formed on the arm, and in an instant, a powerful breath swept out. The next moment, Luffy suddenly blew a breath toward his arm, and suddenly, his arm seemed to be charged, and it swelled several times in the blink of an eye. And this change is not only in the arms, the whole body is like an inflated balloon at the moment. The originally thin body swelled a few times, and the muscles were knotted. Purple-black magic flames appeared on the limbs, then disappeared, and Luffy's limbs were instantly covered with a layer of pale red armament hockey. Stretch, man! With a low shout, Luffy rushed towards Luo Mu's position at a high speed. The wind swept across the path and blew in all directions. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the same time as Luffy shot, Kid exhaled a long breath and ran towards Luo Mu on the ground, spreading his hands towards the surroundings. A powerful ability swept out from him, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Purple magic flames covered this area, and the strange energy in the air was reckless, like purgatory. Zzz. With the sound of magnets attracting each other, I saw that the metal scattered around suddenly trembled. Next moment, these metals seemed to have been pulled by some mysterious force, escaped gravity, and flew into the sky. And gathered towards the position of Kid's purple airwave. In a few breaths, the metal in this area appeared high in the sky. In the next instant, the collected metal fragments spun rapidly in the air, and purple airwaves continued to act on these fragments. At the same time as it rotates, purple lightning appears. Boom! The speed of metal rotation is getting faster and faster, and some fragments are actually changing their own shape. The sound of metal collisions rang out, and soon a mechanical palm was formed, and a majestic momentum suddenly spread out. Ah! Advertisement Kid's facial features twisted together, a roar came out, the mechanical arm on his body stretched into the air, and then slammed down. Suddenly, the violent energy exploded, and the fruit ability was used to the ultimate. The purple energy center rotates as fast as ultimate, and the sound of collision becomes more frequent. Metals are rapidly deforming and melding together. Magnetic Demon. Kid's dashing figure jumped up and jumped into the purple air. The next moment, two huge mechanical arms formed on his arms as if being guided. And under him is a huge mechanical skeleton, ferocious and terrifying. And flew towards Luo Mu. At this moment, a calm voice sounded on the ground. Luo's eyes were slightly opened, the saber in his hand was against his shoulders, his arm engraved with black lines was lifted into the air, and his 5 fingers were spread out. Immediately, an ability burst out from him, and the ability of Op Fruit was activated. A round transparent ball of light appeared under Luo's 5 fingers, exuding a strange light, like a crystal glass ball. Next moment, this ball of light quickly expanded, and instantly covered the entire area with Luo as the center. A layer of enchantment like a glass cover is formed. Baton. With a low voice, Luo's wrist opened, and the 5 fingers that were originally facing downward were turned over, and the fingers were gently hooked up. Immediately, there was a loud roar from the area enclosed by the circular glass cover. Next moment, the land in the entire area was suspended and flew away from gravity to the sky. And under the action of strange energy, it is divided into extremely fast soil cones of the same shape and size. Hum. A soft sound came out, the clods spun rapidly in the air, and layers of airwaves were released privately in the high-speed rotation of the soil cone. Accompanied by Luo's low drink, he swiftly swept towards Luo Mu, like a giant beast with its teeth and claws slaughtering forward. A time. The 3 best pirates of the young generation of the extremely evil era shot at the same time, and shot towards Luo Mu without any reservations. The monstrous aura swept over them, and the rushing airwaves fluctuated. Advertisement everyone knows who this person is in front of them is an existence that is several times more terrifying than the 4 emperors. He is the man who truly stands at the peak of strength in this world. What a bunch of fools. Luo Mu's face was as calm as water, and there was no change in the momentum that the 3 of them burst out. The next moment, Luo Mu's arm slowly lifted upwards, and suddenly a destructive momentum swept the entire Ghost Island. The warriors fighting below, the members of the Beast's pirates, can feel a breath of gods appearing above their heads. What's the matter? This powerful sense of oppression, the island is shaking. This godlike oppression comes from above Onishima. Is Kaido of the Beasts angry? It's terrifying. Is this the repressive power of the 4 emperors? Wait, it doesn't seem to be. How is this sense of oppression so familiar? It seems to be. Luo Mu. In an instant, the faces of the warriors and Beasts pirates who were fighting fiercely below changed suddenly. The 860 battle above the Ghost Island is far beyond people's imagination. Yamato, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and the warriors of Wano Kuni all had their pupils shrunk suddenly. Because they thought of a near-divine existence, Luo Mu. Thinking of this, the main force of these 2 sides fighting, tacitly stopped. Run towards the top of the Ghost Island, as fast as the ultimate. However, this powerful sense of oppression did not end, nor did Onishima's trembling. Suddenly, at the top of Ghost Island, in front of Luo Mu, a gleaming green light appeared in the ground. Luffy's momentum, with the voice skyrocketing, covered emission armament Hockey's right arm shrank. The huge body was right in front of Luo Mu, and the ferocious dragon head was glowing with a faint green glow. The energy is continuously accumulated in it, and the skyrocketing arm carries the violent energy. Swipe forward sharply. The giant dragon sword, a little bigger than Kaido's blue dragon. Rubber Ape King gun. In the next moment, a wooden dragon instantly formed on the ground, its huge body covered the sky, and a violent aura swept through it. Like a pressure pump, a huge iron cone was formed, and the fist was shrunk in it. Boom. 35 Chapter 158. Everyone is shocked. I want one to fight 5. Boom. A huge sound came out, and a heavy steel fist like a mountain smashed on the wooden dragon, and it was a white wave. A shallow fist mark appeared on the dragon's body, which was as high as 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, Luffy's other arm was charged, and the violent energy from his body converged toward his arm from all directions. Chong. Another sound came out, and the overwhelming force of the words poured out from the bones and poured into the wooden dragon composed of vines and trees. However, such a powerful force did not cause much substantial damage to it, but only made the wooden dragon tremble slightly. So strong. There was a hint of amazement in Luffy's eyes with black eyeshadow. He knew that Luo Mu was very strong, but he didn't expect a wooden dragon that was randomly transformed to have such amazing defensive power. But soon, Luffy's eyes narrowed, surging fighting intent erupted from his body, his muscles tightened, and a powerful aura swept all over the place. I know your wooden dragon is tough, but no matter how hard it will crush you with machinery. At this moment, Kid on the other side drove the mechanical devil and came to the front of the wooden dragon. There was no trace of fear on the ferocious face. He waved his hands forward, and Mine Arbor's energy exploded from him. Crunch. The mechanical devil is approaching at an extremely fast speed, making a metallic clatter. There was a lot of dust on the ground, and the dust filled the 4 fields. Purple lightning flashes intertwined in the huge mechanical arms. Magnetic vice. A roar came out, and the magnetic magic man became violent in an instant, running towards the wooden dragon with his teeth and claws. The 2 mechanical arms carrying purple lightning suddenly opened, and under the force of the magnetic link, they expanded to a terrifying length. Next moment, the mechanical arm was pulled by the kid fruit, and the purple lightning became more and more numerous, and then it was under the action of a strange magnetic force. The 2 open arms slammed together in the air, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, and in the blink of an eye, a section of the wooden dragon's body was sandwiched in the middle. Zzzz. The arms that clamped the wooden dragon burst out with purple lightning and red sparks, and were trembling slightly, as if they had been attacked by some huge force. The next moment the green light on the wooden dragon lit up slightly, and the section of the dragon body that was clamped swelled up instantly, and several thick vines broke out from the inside in an instant, and crawled towards Kid along the mechanical arm. The speed approached ultimate, as if there was a green lightning flash, and it came to Kid's side in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kid's eyelids jumped violently, his aura suddenly exploded, and the demon body under him was about to hit the vine directly. However, the time was too late. Just when Kid was pushing his energy, the vines had come to him. Peefed. A sound of flesh being pierced sounded. Kid's whole body slumped, as if his whole body was drained of strength. Eyelid drooping, and even consciousness became a little blurry. Kid. At this moment, those who were rushing up from below had come to the top of the Ghost Island, and people saw a huge wooden dragon hovering over the Ghost Island. And several super rookies are launching a violent attack on it. Wait. This wooden dragon, and those green glows. Really Luo Mu. The moment people discovered the wooden dragon, they thought of the strange green awns, vines, and plants in Marineford that were suppressing all the world government. Undoubtedly, the one who exuded that godlike aura just now was Luo Mu. Moment. Everyone was shocked, whether it was the samurai, the Straw Hat crew, or anyone else. Originally, there was still a chance of winning against Kaido, but now the person facing him is Luo Mu, the strongest man in the world, the man who suppressed the 5 elders alone. Is there any chance of winning then? Baton. At this moment, Luo Mu, who was carrying a huge earth and stone in the air, moved. I saw that he raised his hand and stretched out into the air, his fingers gently pointing down, and the huge soil cone fell from the sky. Under the dual blessing of gravity and fruit ability, the speed is extremely fast. Boom. 35 in the blink of an eye, the soil cone slammed into the wooden dragon, and suddenly a piece of dust was splashed, the airwaves rushed, and the wind swept through. However, after the dust dissipated, every little bit of influence on the wooden dragon. The attack of the 3 was extremely violent, but for the wooden dragon Luo Mu created, it couldn't even break the defense. Good posture. Advertisement. Unfortunately, there is no lethality. 95. Luo Mu said softly, only to see him wave one hand. Mu Long's eyes light up slightly, and he flew to the side. A hole. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Just as the wooden dragon flew to the side, Kira, who had been waiting for the opportunity, scolded, and the eyes hidden under the mask were full of anger. Kid's state directly triggered his blood rage. Decapitation whirlwind. 35. The 2 deadly scythes in Kira's hands were spinning at a frantic speed, like 2 fans, glowing with a cold light, and Kira's whole body exuded a dazzling light blue light. At the same time, his feet stomped on the ground, constantly rushing forward, the earth and rocks crumbled, and dust rose. 3 swords. Purgatory Demon Slash. Not far from Kira, the same roar came out, and Zoro activated the first time he saw the wooden dragon being removed. The aura on his body suddenly climbed to ultimate, and green light covered his entire body. He Dao Yuan, 3rd generation Goosh, and Yanmo wielded 3 knives. Haki swept away, blasting away at a terrifying speed in the air, and the airwaves rushed like a meteor flashing green light. Cut in the direction of Luo Mu. Seeing this, Luo Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at the 2 rays of light that came in a hurry, Qian Wang's, without the slightest change in expression in his eyes. Interesting. Next moment, there was a green glow on Luo Mu's arm, and some vines emerged from the air and gathered in the palm of his hand. Zoro. 35 in the air, Zoro and Kira's bodies suddenly shot backwards. I saw Luo Mu raised his hand and slashed forward sharply, and suddenly 2 powerful sword chi emitting a dazzling green light appeared, and shot towards the position of the 2 of them. The next moment, from the position of the fingertips, it continues to extend forward, expand, and interweave changes. Like a kite with a broken string, it fell directly to the ground, smashing up a huge piece of dust. In an instant, a green knife made of plants took shape in Luo Mu's hand. Two huge voices came out, accompanied by two dazzling rays of light. Boom. Thing. Chapter 159. Absolute advantage, instant defeat. Seeing that Zoro was directly slashed by Luo Mu, the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked. There was worry on his face. How could this be? How could Luo Mu also use sword energy? I never saw him use it during Summit War. Horrible. Not only the pirates, but also the samurai who used their usual swords to accompany them were full of shock. The sword chi that Luo Mu used just now was no less powerful than the strongest warrior Odin they died. Even stronger than that. The next moment, George and Nami rushed towards Zoro's position at a very fast speed. At the same time, Kira was pulled out of the pit. I saw that the two of them were bleeding out all over their bodies, their fierce aura disappeared, and their expressions were sluggish, as if they had been sucked out of their strength in an instant. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives, but they were no longer able to participate in the battle. The situation is almost exactly the same as Kid. Damn it, 35. Green algae head, you have to stand up, 99. What about the bull you usually blow with me? Sanji roared at Zoro, hoping to wake Zoro up in this way. However, there was no effect at all. Zoro's eyes were still filled with 863 lead, and he couldn't get the slightest interest. Luo Mu. Sanji clenched his teeth, these two words popped out of his mouth, and the next moment his aura exploded. The magic flames on his legs rose, and he had to fight with Luo Mu. At this time, Nami on the side grabbed him in time. Sanji, Luo Mu should have no malice towards us. Otherwise Zoro would be a cold corpse instead of losing his combat effectiveness, 39. Hearing this, the angry expression on Sanji's face gradually eased, and after thinking about it, it seems that this is indeed the truth. With Luo Mu's strength, he can kill Zoro directly without that trick. Thinking of this, looking at Luffy who was fighting against Luo Mu, his worries were much less. Not bad, 35 inches. It seems that the Straw Hats are not all fools, but some people have some brains. While speaking, the green sword in Luo Mu's hand turned into a little green light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Advertisement: the green sword energy just now wasn't real sword energy, but the green energy slashed from the vines. And what Nami guessed was good. Luo Mu doesn't want to kill these people, because these people are pirates, and they are also a force to overthrow the world government. And most importantly, Luffy is the son of the dragon. However, Luo Mu thought so, but Luffy didn't. Seeing Zoro and Kid fighting against him, they lost their fighting power. Luffy's anger was full. The aura on his body suddenly soared, and a monstrous aura erupted from his body. The black forehead wave surrounded him, and the color on his arms became deeper and deeper. Astonishing pressure swept out from him, and his black hair danced wildly in the air. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Accompanied by a roar, the muscles on the arms suddenly swelled in a circle, and the black and red muscles were agitated and stretched rhythmically. The fist is indented into the arm like a cannon, and the arm that looks like 1,000 jins is glowing with the unique luster of metal. Next moment, Luffy's toes slammed on the ground, and the ground instantly turned into pieces of gravel, flying in all directions. Like an elastic cannonball, Luffy's body disappeared on the spot and shot towards Luo Mu. And at the same time, Luo, who was on the side, did not give in at all, holding a sword in one hand and running wildly on the ground. Lift left and right into the air, room slaughterhouse. The voice fell, and Luo's palm gently lifted up. In an instant, his body turned into a dazzling white light, followed by a white trail in the air before appearing in front of Luo Mu. At the same time, the left hand slammed upwards, and a yellow lightning exploded from the sky, falling towards Luo's position. The next moment, I saw Luo holding the yellow lightning bolt in his hand, and at the same time, his figure flashed again and again, disappeared like a teleport in place, and then appeared behind Luo Mu in the blink of an eye. Scalpel. The yellow lightning in Luo's hand was like a sharp blade shining with the ultimate light, extremely sharp and aggressive. Mama, what a wonderful scene. Sitting on Prometheus, the ant who had been watching the battle couldn't help laughing when she saw such an intense scene. Luo Mu, I'll deal with these little devils. The ant's face was very excited, and she was deeply angry with these guys who pushed him into the island. I want to take this opportunity to directly kill them here. Advertisement: Lin. Did you forget what Captain Luo Mu said? Just watch it by the side, 39. Kaido on the side found that the ant seemed to want to join the fight, and stopped Dao in time. Kaido doesn't mean to disobey what Captain Luo Mu said. He said he would deal with it himself, then he didn't want others to interfere. It was better to just watch it by the side, and not have any extra actions. Otherwise, it is likely to have bad results. Hearing this, the ant's eyes narrowed slightly, and the momentum on her body immediately fell silent as if the fire was extinguished. He may be too lazy to listen to other people's big words, but Luo Mu is different, because this person has the strength to completely crush her. And when the two communicated, Luffy and Luo's attack had already been shot, and Luo Mu was bombarded wildly. How come? It can't be stabbed at all. Luo, who was holding the yellow thunderbolt, kept stabbing towards Luo Mu, but the sharp scalpel in front of Luo Mu couldn't pierce it. It was as if an invisible energy barrier filled Luo Mu's surroundings. No matter how hard he tried, it would be of no avail. And in the same situation as him, there's Luffy who keeps throwing punches at Luo Mu. The fist strength that can smash the mountain range can't advance half an inch at all. Alright. I also saw your power, so let's end it like this, 99. Luo Mu raised his eyes to look at the two and said softly, but he was struck by lightning when he heard the two. Obviously, Luo Mu was about to make a move. Quick, get out first. In an instant, Luo made a judgment, and his figure was about to burst backward. However, at this moment, at an unknown time, in the void space, a green light suddenly flashed. In an instant, a green cage appeared in front of the two of them. Before they could react, they were directly locked in the green cage. Next moment, some tiny vines emerged from the cage and penetrated into Luffy and Luo's bodies. In an instant, the expressions of the two slumped, and they lost all their strength and fell into the cage. Boom! Luo Mu waved his fingers forward, and the cage was dissipated. The two fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 160. Fruit Awakening, 5th Gear. On the huge skull dome, everyone was shocked. In just a few encounters, the most powerful newcomers in the world were directly defeated by Luo Mu. Kid, Zoro, Lo, Kira, and Luffy all lay on the ground. Everyone's face is extremely sluggish, and there is no strength in their bodies. Among them, Luffy's condition was the most serious, and there was no blood on his face. For Luffy, driving 4th gear was already a huge drain on his body, but after Luo Mu's blow, he was even more motionless like a corpse. 35 however, although all 5 of them lay down, Kid, who was the first to be drained by Luo Mu, slowly got up and let out a breath of heat. After him, Kira, Zoro, and Luo also stood up one after another, their bodies swaying on the ground, as if they might fall down with 863. It was obvious that just standing up had exhausted all their strength. Combat is completely impossible, totally, no parry. Luo Mu showed mercy to us, 99 Luo, who stood up, said slowly, even if he was stupid, he could see it. In front of Luo Mu, they are no different from ants, and they can be crushed to death by raising their hands. In the battle just now, Luo Mu didn't do his best at all, and didn't even take it seriously. At this moment, they felt what a real strong man was. Why isn't the captain up yet? He's alright. At this time, Sanji, who was beside him, saw that all 4 of them got up from the ground, and confirmed his thoughts. Luo Mu didn't want to kill them, but at this time, he found that Luffy still seemed to be lying on the ground. Not only him, but the rest of the Straw Hat crew were also worried. Captain. Zoro frowned, his voice full of worry. Luffy lay straight on the ground, making him feel very bad. Judging from the usual captain's situation, he is a man who will never fail. He will be the first man to stand up and stand in front of everyone, and is worthy of being entrusted behind. Advertisement next moment. Zoro wanted to check the captain's condition, but Naihe's feet seemed to be filled with heavy lead, and he couldn't take a single step. The strong wind blew the yellow sand all over the ground, and the dust splashed in the surrounding fields. Luffy lay on the ground, still no sign of getting up, even breathing was extremely weak. Between heaven and earth, only the cold wind whistled past. Suddenly, a sound came from the Straw Hat Boy's body. The sound was very weak at first, but gradually became louder and louder. All the people above the skull dome felt strange energies emerging around them. Who? Is it still coming? 35 Luo Mu's eyes narrowed slightly and muttered. In the previous attack, Luo Mu deliberately attacked Luffy harder, hoping to directly make Luffy lose all combat power and fall into a coma, and then stopped. But unfortunately, this goal was not achieved, and the result still appeared. However, Luo Mu is not afraid of Luffy's awakening, he just doesn't want to spend any more time trying to sell a person who can be a killer. And just when Luo Mu thought for a while, Luffy's fingers trembled slightly while lying on the ground. Suddenly, a magical laughter came from the ground. Everyone looked for the sound and found that the end of the sound was Luffy lying on the ground. From their perspective, Luffy's scarred body was exuding heat. The body gradually melts into a colloidal form between liquid and solid. It even violated the laws of physics and began to float upwards without gravity. With the laughter of Nika, a mysterious momentum instantly filled the entire skull dome. The powerful conqueror's haki swept the audience, and even enveloped the entire Onishima. At the same time, those Luffy's partners also felt the vitality of Luffy. Everyone looked at Luffy in astonishment, thinking his name without squatting. Boom! Just heard a loud noise, and in the dust that covered the sky, the powerful vitality was extremely rich. When the dust clears and the vision clears, under the moonlight, people saw a man whose limbs were bent beyond belief walking in the air. It was Luffy the Straw Hat. Advertisement at this moment, Luffy felt that there was inexhaustible power in his body, all the fatigue was swept away, and there was a kind of happiness in his heart that spread to his mind. Made him laugh out loud. He felt that as long as it was what he wanted to do, he would definitely be able to do it. Looks like we can keep fighting. The sound of the heart sounds fun too. This is my top point, this is my 5th gear, 35. The next moment, the mighty conqueror's haki was like a punishment from heaven, and black lightning was screaming and roaring to destroy everything around it. This moment, the ordinary people who were fighting under the skull dome fell into a coma, leaving only the strong men on the dome staring at the scene in front of them. But the sweat on their foreheads can still feel the pressure on them at the moment. At this moment, everyone is guessing whose conquerors this is, so powerful. However, the next moment in the uppermost position, suddenly, a huge palm came out from the hole. He grasped the wooden dragon's body made by Luo Mu. The gigantic wooden dragon whose body is nearly 100 meters tall looks a little thin under this gigantic palm. Kid, Luo, Kira, including Zoro on the other side were all stunned. Is this still Luffy? Luffy? Really, Luffy? Immediately afterwards, he lifted the huge dragon with a force, and then Luffy bent his arms to charge. His whole body became incomparably tall, and his arms were even more bulging. I saw that Luffy in 3.4 above did not respond in the slightest, and there was still a happy smile on his face. The steam streamer wraps around his neck and underarms like a fourth gear, his eyebrows are curved like Sanji's and his pupils change. Because they have seen this person clearly, he directly squeezed the wooden dragon tightly around his waist, his exaggerated muscles bulged from his arms, and then Luffy laughed loudly as he lifted the wooden dragon and rotated at a high speed. Inside the Straw Hat Pirates, with tears in his eyes, Chopper was quite sure that this man was his captain, shouting his name. It was like the body of a giant, the hair and clothes turned white, and the hair became like flames. At this moment, everyone on the Skull Dome was stunned. Chapter 161. It's not paramecia, it's zone fruit. Everyone on the Skull Dome looked at the scene in front of them with shock on their faces. Although the person in front of him has undergone tremendous changes in appearance, they can still recognize that this person is Luffy from some details. Especially the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates, watching the captain who came back to life were full of tears and snot flowing. Captain. It's always surprising, Zoro said with Yanmo's pestle on the ground, supporting his body. He was still worried about the captain's accident just now, but now it seems that he is completely overthinking it. At this time, there were several masked CPO personnel below the Ghost Island, drinking tea. Aware of the above changes, everyone's complexion suddenly changed, and the eyes under the mask flashed with unease. Because there are two powerful breaths that are spreading downwards from above, the terrifying oppressive force makes people feel that their body is trembling slightly. The Conqueror's Haki from 14 just now doesn't look like Kaido and Big Mom's, said a member wearing a smiling face mask with sunflower petals around the mask. It's not just that Conqueror's Haki, there's also a more powerful chi, stronger than that Conqueror's Haki. The man wearing the monkey face mask said ponderingly. Even though he was wearing a mask, he could still hear the solemnity in his tone. Go. Look above the Skull Dome. Be careful to stay hidden, whispered the last CPO member on the other side of the two. The voice fell. The other two members nodded slightly. In the next second, their bodies flashed and disappeared directly in place. The cups in their hands were still in the air, and then they lost their support. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the tea was spilled all over the place. Meanwhile, on the Skull Dome, the huge rubber arm firmly grasped the wooden dragon's body, as if grasping a toy. Next moment, the fruit-awakened Luffy laughed loudly, and the power on his arm raged violently. Changed his posture, his waist sank down with force, grabbed the wooden dragon and beat it up and down. Under such a huge force, the wooden dragon's head kept hitting the ground, and the earth and rocks collapsed. The huge air wave carried the dust all over the sky, and the rumbling sound continued. Advertisement. After a while, Mu Long's emerald eyeballs drooped weakly and turned white. Seeing this, Luffy loosened his hands and lay on the ground laughing, as if there were very happy memories in his mind. I saw that the wooden dragon, who was still terrifying and full of oppression at the beginning, was actually slightly damaged by the vines on his head, and there was dust all over his body, which made him look quite embarrassed. See this scene. Kaido, who was watching from the sidelines, only felt a chill behind him. He now finally understood why the captain wanted to let himself back down, and look down. If it wasn't for the appearance of the captain, there is no doubt that the wooden dragon that Luffy grabbed and beat just now would be himself. Mama. The kid from before, now he's jumping up and down again. 35. The ant sat on Prometheus, looked at the huge Luffy, whose power after transformation was obviously improved, and said with a laugh. His eyes were full of curiosity and playfulness. Prometheus. 5. Change location, I'm going to watch a good show. The ant patted the yellow hormies under her body, and then came to a position with an excellent view, looking at Luffy, who was laughing, and Luo Mu, who had always been calm. Mama. What should Luo Mu do? Waving Napoleon in her hands, the ant stood up and jumped on homies, her face full of excitement. From her perspective, Luo Mu just smiled slightly. The next moment, Luo Mu's fingers moved slightly, and a huge roar sounded. The gigantic wooden dragon that was smashed by Luffy just now seemed to be nourished by the most primitive life. Roar. The wooden dragon's body was half standing on the ground, and the powerful pressure swept out, as if a real green dragon was roaring in this world. The next moment, the wooden dragon's green eyeballs twitched, and a green light suddenly appeared. The dragon's head was raised high, the huge mouth opened, and a group of crystal clear green energy was ejected from it. The power was extremely terrifying. Seeing this oncoming blow, Luffy, who was still laughing, was stunned. Advertisement. The eyes flew out directly from the sockets, the mouth grew to an incredible extent, and the tongue stretched forward straightly. It looks like a cartoon character. I saw Luffy's hands clasped into the ground, and a mysterious energy was released from his palms. The originally hard ground, under Luffy's ability, turned out to be like rubber, and was grabbed by Luffy. Next moment, Luffy used his arms, and the ground in the entire area softened, and then lifted it up hard. The rubber wall that was pulled up immediately blocked Luffy's body, completely isolating the green energy group from Luffy. In the blink of an eye, The green energy group bombarded the rubberized wall, without the imaginary explosion, nor the wanton collision of energy. In the next instant, Luffy continued to exert his strength, his teeth were clenched tightly, and blue veins burst out on his arm. ONG's voice. Luffy directly bounced back the wooden dragon's attack intact. However, upon seeing this, the wooden dragon did not choose to dodge, the huge dragon's mouth blew violently, and the mass of energy directly dissipated into the air as a little green light. When Luffy saw this, he couldn't help laughing again, his palms over his eyes, and he turned back and forth. However, unlike Luffy's expression, Kaido's face, who was watching the battle, was full of doubts. The thing you touch is directly rubberized, this is the awakening of the paramecia fruit. But this changed body is like the ability of zone fruit. Kaido pondered in a low voice, he couldn't figure it out in the end, and unconsciously looked at Luo Mu who was indifferent beside him. He thinks that Captain Luo Mu must understand why. Feeling Kaido's doubts, Luo Mu, who stood proudly on the side, clasped his hands on his chest, turned his head. It's Renren fruit, you demons, Nika form. Luo Mu's simple sentence fell, but it was like a thunderous explosion. Everyone's face changed suddenly, and their eyes were full of doubts. Paramecia fruit, how? Became zone. Chapter 162. Funny form, warm-up is over. Luffy awakened the zone fruit. No wonder there is always the physical strength of this immune to death. 35. Kaido heard Luo Mu's words and said in shock. Not only him, but also everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates were the same, with their eyes popping out of their sockets, their mouths growing exaggeratedly, and their cartoon-like faces were full of surprise. Under Luffy's awakened fruit power, even they were invisible. The ability they always thought their captain possessed was paramecia. After all, the ability of rubber fruit is too similar, and the captain can directly rubberize the ground just now. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Mu did not continue to explain the idea, and looked at Luffy's childish cheek. The next moment, Luo Mu's eyes flickered, flashing green light, and the wooden dragon, as if being guided, opened its bloody mouth and bit Luffy. Luffy burst into laughter on the ground, with his feet upside down. Luffy had no defense at all, and was directly swallowed into his stomach by the wooden dragon. But the next second, a strange thing happened. After swallowing Luffy, the 100-meter-long dragon jumped up on the ground. The long body is bent up and down, like a roller coaster in an amusement park, one is higher and the other is lower. And from time to time there was a rumbling sound inside. The captain was swallowed by the wooden dragon. Captain Luffy will be all right. Wait, the situation with the wooden dragon is not quite right. 99. The captain seems to be running inside the wooden dragon's body. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed when they looked at the captain who was swallowed by the wooden dragon. But soon, they discovered that things are not so simple. Mu Long's body tossed on the ground, as if something was constantly tossing in his stomach. The next moment, amid the exclamations of the crowd, Mu Long's eyes gathered slightly in the middle, and his originally slender body was slowly getting bigger. Advertisement, as if someone was constantly inflating it, it finally turned into a huge round balloon. It was as if a huge balloon had been swallowed into the abdomen, and under the buoyancy of the air, the balloon started to sit, and the huge dragon body escaped gravity under the action of buoyancy and slowly rose upwards. It looks hilarious. Immediately afterwards, a familiar rubbery rubber sound came from the wooden dragon's body. Two arms stretched out from the wooden dragon's eyes, and then grabbed the wooden dragon's nose. The arms exerted force, like a catapult, and rushed out directly from the belly of the wooden dragon. In the eyes of people in amazement, they saw a huge rubber balloon flying out of the wooden dragon's mouth. And there were bursts of laughter echoing in the air. The demonic laughter of Nikonika came out, and the people who were now exhausted were infected and wanted to laugh along. Next moment Luffy, who rushed out of the wooden dragon's mouth, did not fall down, but swept up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he submerged directly into the clouds. For a time, there was an explosion in the sky, and a terrifying aura spread, and I saw the sound of rubber again coming from the clouds. The sound resounded throughout the skull dome, making everyone below feel refreshed, and subconsciously skimmed upwards. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. I saw that in the cloud layer, an oversized giant was stepping on the air, falling from the air, lifting up the huge words and taking off his shoes to step on the wooden dragon's face. However, this time, the wooden dragon did not evade in the slightest, its huge body flew up, and then bit Luffy directly. The bite force was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing Luffy to scream in pain. The expression of the whole person was exaggerated to the extreme. Except for the skin, there was no facial feature that grew on the face. However, in the next instant, Luffy recovered from the pain, grabbed both sides of the wooden dragon's body with both hands, exerted force with both arms, danced back and forth, and performed aerial rope skipping directly in the air. The speed is extremely fast, with the wooden dragon transforming into a series of spherical afterimages, and it rapidly descends towards the ground. However, during the time of the fall, the wooden dragon took advantage of the gap to spray a crystal green light directly at Luffy. Luffy, who couldn't dodge, was directly hit by this energy. In the blink of an eye, his figure became a little sluggish, and he was directly blasted out of the sky above the Ghost Island by the shockwave of this energy. Seeing this, Straw Hat Luffy and the warriors shouted Luffy's name, their voices full of worry. However, the next moment, Luffy, who was hit by the green light group, immediately returned to his normal state. Advertisement and his expression became a little angry. The figure in the air is stable, and the feet are like Hot Wheels, constantly stepping on the air. After leaving a long flame trace in the air, he came to the wooden dragon. Before it fell, he raised his arms and kept accumulating power on the rims in the air. However, at this moment, the wooden dragon's body bent, and the next moment, like a sharp sword, it directly slammed into Luffy, who was shooting from the air. The huge body coupled with the ultimate speed instantly produced an overwhelming impact. Boom! I saw an explosion, and at the moment when the wooden dragon hit Luffy, a green light appeared, and Luffy was smashed and flew out. The turbulent impact made Luffy's expression distorted for a while, and his facial features were separated from his face again. And not only that, Luffy's head was directly smashed by the wooden dragon to smash the roof below, and a cartoon head that did not exist in this world came to the people fighting below with a loud bang. Immediately, the two parties seemed to have seen a ghost, and the facial features were exactly the same as Luffy's, and straight, Qian Zhao's, jumped out of their faces. Even the powerhouses on the Skull Dome. In particular, the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates still had hot tears in their eyes, but their eyes were not in their sockets, which was extremely funny. Next moment, Luffy's body exerted strength and penetrated 2 floors, almost shrinking his head, which was ignoring and scared to death by the pirates. Snapped. Due to too much force, the retraction elastic force was too strong. When the cheeks squeezed on the roof returned to their positions, the strength was not well controlled. With a loud noise, the cheeks directly crashed into the brain. It belongs to oneself slapping oneself in the face. This operation, not to mention the strong ones, even Luo Mu, who was on the side, shook his head slightly. Staring at the comical Luffy in the air, he let out a breath of anger. Woo, the warm-up, that's it, Chapter 163, 5th Gear Luffy vs Luo Mu. However, at this moment, Luffy, who fell from the sky to the ground, suddenly changed his expression. The original excited expression disappeared, and the sound of laughter also disappeared above the Skull Dome. The body gradually became smaller and returned to its normal size. The 5th gear state faded. His legs were kneeling on the ground, and his arms were drooping and hanging beside him. He looked down at the ground feebly. The whole person exudes a sense of frustration, which is completely different from the previous state. And even more terrifying, Luffy's youthful face was rapidly aging. His face became slack, wrinkles appeared on his face, and his face drooped directly to the position of his chin. In just a few breaths, he changed from a spiritual boy to an 80-year-old old man. It can be seen that Luffy lost all his strength in the battle just now. And the drumbeat from Luffy's heart disappeared at this time, and Luffy also lost his fighting spirit. He bowed his head and said something depressing to himself. I'm going to die. Consuming too much, however, as he spoke, Luffy laughed. The next moment, Luffy, who was sluggish and lost all vitality in an instant, struggled to stand up again. He kept chanting the names of the crew and friends. That 873 was the reason he fought for it. At this time, Luffy's expression became firm again. The body began to gradually turn white, and the hair, clothes, and body were surrounded by white streamers, dancing recklessly in the strong wind. It is a sign of awakening and re-entering the 5th gear. Next moment, I saw the black lightning reappeared, and the wonderful drum sound rang again. The cheerful laughter resounded on the Skull Dome again, and Cool Fly recklessly spread his happiness, running wildly on this dilapidated land. See this scene. Everyone present couldn't help but marvel again. Luffy's vitality was so tenacious that it seemed like there was no end in sight. Advertisement. After receiving Luffy's emotional infection, people felt a little happy. Against this backdrop, they felt Luffy was on their side. Even if the opponent shines brightly in the Summit War, the strongest man in the world is not without the power of the fight. However, Luo Mu, who was on the side, watched what was happening and raised his eyebrows slightly. Bead. It's still burning the power of life, the voice fell. Luo Mu grabbed slightly forward with his right hand, and the wooden dragon suddenly disappeared in this side of the world, turning into a little radiance, scattered on the top of the Skull Dome. In an instant, a powerful aura swept across, and the entire Ghost Island trembled slightly under this powerful aura. Whether it was the people on Skull Island or the people on both sides fighting below, they all felt a powerful momentum permeating the entire island. Everyone's body is trembling slightly, like the whole Ghost Island. And everyone felt a chill coming from the soles of their feet at the moment, and went straight to the brain along the back, as if Lion Majesty was crawling on the back. Under the powerful chi that seemed to be locked to the individual, everyone dared not make the slightest movement. Everyone felt that they were being targeted by a wild beast. What a powerful sense of oppression, is this Luo Mu's true strength. Even the aura he exudes makes people lose their resistance. When we fought just now, it turned out that we didn't use all our strength at all. Not only that, even when I just played against Luffy, it was just a random fight. Wait, we seem to be slowing down. Kid, Zoro, Luo and Kira felt this powerful pressure, and their pupils shrank suddenly. They found that at the moment they were oppressed by this powerful aura, and they were completely unable to resist, and even the most basic movements were affected. At this moment, they realized how powerful Luo Mu was in front of them. I saw the live broadcast at Summit War before, although I had the same feeling, but when I was really immersed in the scene, the feeling was completely different. It was a kind of despair born from the bottom of my heart. Advertisement. Even if they are the most evil forces in this new world, they are all reckless people, they feel this way. Apart from them, the others on the Skull Dome felt more deeply, their bodies were sweating coldly, their whole bodies became stiff, and their eyes became a little slack. Next moment, I saw Luo Mu's palm turned up and his fingers slightly bent. In an instant, a powerful force of life gathered from Luo Mu's body and was released from his fingertips. A strong energy diffused out and appeared between the heavens and the earth, and the space became distorted under this force. On the skull dome, the wooden dragon that had previously dissipated, and the green radiance that fell on this side of the world, at this moment, under the influence of these life forces, actually flickered slightly on the ground. Boom! A huge sound came out, and the vibration of Skull Island became louder and louder, and it continued to come from the ground, in people's shocked eyes. I saw a thick vine breaking out of the ground, waving constantly in the air. It's like a giant octopus waving its tentacles constantly in the sea. And these vines continued to grow and change in the air, and soon the ground of the entire Ghost Island was covered by vines. During this process, those vines seemed to have life and self-consciousness. While covering the ground, they perfectly bypassed everyone. And if you open your field of vision at this time, and look from the distance of the island, you will see the skull on the Ghost Island, which is covered by green in a few breaths. It's like putting a green hat on the skull. In the upper position, the space is a piece of green light. Mama, Luo Mu, are you finally real? The ant looked at the changes around her, her plump body dancing happily on Prometheus. Next moment, Luffy, who was walking in the air, felt the changes around him, and his aura became different. Black lightning struck from the sky, and Luffy's fist instantly grew bigger. The violent power radiated from him, his legs ran wildly in the air, and afterimages appeared behind him. Chapter 164. Rubber Giant Fist vs Vine Giant Palm. Luffy's huge fists are completely out of proportion to his body, even though he's gigantic now. That mountain-like fist slammed down, violent energy rage, and the airwave entered the frontmost position of the fist, turning into layers of white air clouds, spreading out to the surrounding positions. Even at the top of the Ghost Island at the moment, this fist is not aimed at him, and everyone present can feel the monstrous power carried from it. Next moment, the huge fist smashed directly at Shinzi, half accompanied by Nikonika's laughter from Luffy's childlike face. Yet at this moment, on the ground covered with vines, the vines dancing in the air danced, and some trees grew out of their positions on the ground, starting from a small sapling. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it continued to grow, and in a few breaths, it became a towering tree, and these trees were constantly intertwined in the air. In an instant, a strong vitality swept through the audience. Everyone present was like a spring breeze, and even the injuries in the upper body seemed to be slowly changing. In contrast, however, the energy in their bodies is stagnant. Soon, the trees intertwined in the air turned into a giant hand, bigger than Luffy's fist, a lot. It is half the size of a skeleton, and when viewed from a distance, it looks as if a huge arm is stretched out from the top of the skeleton's head. The entire island was shaking slightly at the moment, and the flame clouds surrounding the island seemed to be under the oppression of this force, not daring to fight with it, and the light was a little bit. As a result, the entire island swayed slightly in a large cloud of clouds. What's the matter? What's up with those green vines on the skull dome? And that giant green palm, 35. My god, isn't that Luo Mu's move? That can't be. He's on Ghost Island right now? And fighting? If it's him, is there any chance of winning? At the bottom of the island, the ordinary samurai and pirates who fought fiercely on both sides finally discovered the changes that had taken place at the top of Onishima. Those familiar plants, as well as the huge plant palms, were telling them one thing, that Luo Mu was now above the Ghost Island and was at war with others. And the object of this battle, there is no doubt, will not be the pirates of the Beast's pirates, because Kaido is a former team member of Luo Mu, and this matter is already known in the world. Then it must be the people who are fighting on their own side. Advertisement for a time, the samurai and the pirates had different thoughts, and the expressions on each person's face were different. Despair, joy, battle, and desperate struggle are all there. But while facing the opponent, everyone is still paying attention to the huge battle above the Ghost Island. On the other side, on the Skull Dome, Luffy's fist had already smashed towards Shinzi, but those huge palms composed of trees and vines seemed to be able to move autonomously. At the same time as Luffy's fist fell towards Shinzi, he moved directly on the ground, as if a special track was installed underneath. The next moment, just hearing a loud bang, the fist that was comparable to a mountain smashed directly into the palm of the plant, and at the moment of contact, violent energy was blowing towards the Buddha in all directions. Kid, Zoro, Luo, and Kira are already weak and struggling to stand. Under this turbulent airwave, he almost fell backwards. What a strong energy wave. After awakening, Luffy's strength has improved by more than 1 grade. Luo put the saber in his hand on the ground and leaned on it. Obviously, Luffy in 4th gear and Luffy in 5th gear are not the same level of strength. The 5th gear can not only rubberize other objects or even others, but also has a strong vitality. Just when Luo thought about this, the palm of the plant that hit Luffy's fist suddenly changed, and green light flashed frequently on it. At that moment, Luffy felt a sense of crisis, and wanted to pump his fists and organize the next attack. For flowers. However, he found that his fist seemed to be stuck to the palm of the plant, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. And the palm that wrapped Luffy's fist was slowly closing, directly wrapping it tightly. And the vines above are still growing up, climbing up Luffy's arms. In a blink. To cover Luffy in it. Advertisement, Luffy. Captain. 35. Everyone looked at Luffy's state with worry in their eyes. At this moment, no matter how stupid they are, they understand that Luffy's state is extremely bad, not to mention that they are all strong. Mama, 35. The kid has been caught. Luo Mu is going to kill him. The ant laughed happily when she saw Luffy being restrained by Luo Mu. When she was on Cake Island, it was this Straw Hat Boy who led the team to make trouble on her territory, and now she saw Luo Mu grabbing Luffy and fanning the flames. And Luo Mu didn't change his expression when he heard the ant's words. Next moment, hearing something agitating, Luffy's body, restrained by the vines, suddenly swelled, and violent energy rushed out of his body. The pressure was full, and under the pressure of this huge energy, the vines slowly appeared some fine cracks, and then collapsed directly. Brush. The first time Luffy broke free, he swept away. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Luffy, who had become sluggish again, and murmured unconfidently. However, after a while, Luffy's huge body shrank and slowly returned to normal size. The whole person is sluggish. Those giant canes that were stretched in the air immediately fell silent, and then fell into the ground. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had used up all his strength. When Luo Mu saw this, he just turned his palm slightly. Luffy's body fell on a clearing among the vines, with some greenish light marks on his arms. Captain should be alright, husband. Chapter 165. Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey released. Fist as big as an island. Black hair, drooping limbs, and loose skin. It's all showing that Luffy has reached his limit at this time. Boom. Boom. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in this world, dull and powerful, like a drum beat rhythmically. No one else could hear this voice, but Luo Mu could hear it clearly. This drum-like sound is called the Drum of Liberation. In this form, stamina will be quickly depleted, but will be regained as soon as the Drum of Liberation is heard. Moment. Luffy, who was lying on the ground and was sluggish, stood up slowly again. The black hair turned white in the blink of an eye, the green marks on the arms healed quickly, and the extremely bad mental state was swept away by 880 at this moment. Laughter resounded in this area again. Is this the terrifying ability of the Son of Plains? Sit-ups, boy. Luo Mu let out a faint smile, looking at Luffy, who was glowing again under the Drum of Liberation, and murmured. Next moment, I saw Luffy, who was running wildly on the vine, laughing loudly. Amid the amazed gazes of everyone, Luffy jumped into the air and looked down at Luo Mu condescendingly. At this moment, several huge white lightnings fell from the sky, and were directly held in Luffy's hands. The violent energy swirls in the thunder and lightning, as if one after another divine punishment descends. The next moment, the momentum of Luffy's whole body suddenly skyrocketed, and the rubberized body circled comically in a circle, and then quickly returned to its original position with the help of the rebound. During this period, Luffy threw the thunderbolt in his hand towards Luo Mu with all his strength, as if he was throwing two silver-white javelins. Rubber ray. Advertisement in a short and powerful sentence, the thunderbolt shot towards Luo Mu at a rapid rate. Seeing this, Luo Mu's eyes moved slightly, his toes slammed on the ground, and his figure was like a streamer in the long night. Instead of advancing, he retreated, and shot towards the thunder and lightning at a rapid speed. At the same time, green plant dragon claws appeared in both hands, and instantly turned black and red. There was a sound, and in the rapid flight, Luo Mu grabbed the two javelin-like lightnings into the dragon's claws with both hands, and then threw them forward violently. Two air-breaking sounds sounded, but this time the speed was faster and stronger. In less than a breath, only a loud explosion was heard. The sound was not as loud as the explosion of a cannonball. Not only the people on the Skull Dome could hear it clearly, but they felt their brains were shaken. Even on the entire island, the pair of opponents who could hear this loud bang fighting all covered their ears one after another, and some of the weaker ones even had their eardrums oozing blood. Two lightning bolts hit Luffy's body impartially, and a huge amount of energy swept away instantly. At Luffy's position, an extremely dazzling white light erupted, and at this moment, the entire sky was like daytime. The dark clouds in the sky, as well as the huge island slowly approaching the flower capital in the dark clouds, were clearly visible at this moment. In the flower capital, the people who fell into the atmosphere of laughter for the party celebration, even at this moment, do not know what is going on above. Only a sound of explosion and a bright light suddenly appeared one after another. For this reason, people raised their heads and looked into the sky, but it was a piece of darkness, and there was no abnormal phenomenon. So he continued to run his own business, and at the top of the Ghost Island, Luffy, who was hit by the lightning frontally, exploded backwards. Although as a rubber man, he can be immune to lightning, but he is not immune to the power hidden in the explosion of lightning, and the huge impact makes Luffy unable to stabilize his position at all. However, the flying Luffy did not fall directly into the ground, but swept into the air. Disappeared in the huge clouds. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed suddenly. They didn't know that Luo Mu's blow just now knocked Luffy into that corner of the sky. I don't even know what happened to Luffy now after receiving such a terrifying blow. Luffy. What a tough opponent. On the other side, Kaido, who has been watching the game with Auntie, looked at Luffy, who had played several tricks with Captain Luo Mu and said with emotion. Advertisement, although he knew that in the process, his captain didn't take it seriously and put some water in. But this doesn't mean Luffy's strength is not strong. The more he hits the back, the more shocked Kaido's heart is. Now, to him, he finally understood the meaning of the words that Captain Luo Mu said to him at the beginning. You'll know when you look back. There is no doubt about this sentence. Luffy's current strength is completely qualified to play against him, and it can make him spend some effort. As a rookie pirate, in this new world, he can have such strength in less than 2 years. He was destined to be a man who was going to the top of the world, a true genius. Of course, it is a pity that he is now encountering his own captain, a monster that is even more enchanting than a genius. Mama, Straw Hat, this kid is really immune to death. 35. The ant looked at Luffy, who was blasted out by Chin Z and submerged in the clouds, and said with a big laugh. She is not worried at all about this battle, because there is no doubt that, no matter what moves Luffy uses, Luo Mu will win in the end. Talking room. The ant looked into the clouds. Suddenly, her face changed suddenly. Not only her, but those strong men on the top of Skull Circle 3.4 also changed their faces drastically, and their expressions were even more exaggerated than Auntie's. They were looking at the scene in the clouds at the moment, the boss with his eyes wide open, his chin could touch his chest. I saw that in the clouds, there was a huge fist sticking out from the cloud. The huge fist was extremely dark, and it was surrounded by red and black hockey, and the lightning kept flashing. It looks bigger than the whole island, full of oppression. This is the performance of armament hockey and conqueror's hockey at the same time. There is no doubt that if such a fist is smashed towards the Ghost Island, the entire Ghost Island will be directly pierced by this punch. I want this to end. Luo Mu, show your true strength. Chapter 166. Questioning from the Soul, the final showdown. The voice came from the clouds, and Luffy had used all his last moves at this moment. This huge black iron fist is all that everyone hopes for at this moment. And there is no doubt that if this fist is smashed, not only the Ghost Island will be smashed, but even the entire Flower City will be completely destroyed. At this moment, Kaido on the side was full of surprise and murmured in a low voice. I know who Joey Boyle is. In his previous conversation with Jin, he had mentioned such a name. And the founding of the country that Odin has been looking forward to is to welcome the arrival of Joey Boy. This would be a very powerful man. Kaido's eyes narrowed, looking at the fist that fell from the sky, he finally understood who this person was. It's the kid I despised before, Luffy the Straw Hat. His eyes shone with light, and he was thinking, if the one who fought against Luffy just now was not Captain Luo Mu, but himself. Can you catch this punch, Joy Boy? Kaido 14, is this guy strong? Why is your expression a little wrong? The ant next to him heard Kaido's murmur and asked suspiciously. She had never heard the name, but looking at Kaido's reaction, it seemed like a very nice guy. Hearing the ant's question, Kaido retracted his eyes that fell into the clouds, and then set his eyes on the Captain Luo Mu. Strong, but unfortunately the person he met was Luo Mu. Compared to the captain, it's still not enough. Kaido's voice was steady and powerful, like thunder. The confidence and affirmation in his voice did not allow the slightest doubt. What if it's even Joey Boy? In this cruel world, coming out to mix is to talk about power and background. Can play a fart. If I can fight again, I can still beat the captain. Advertisement at this moment, Luo Mu's eyes on the vine moved slightly, as if he was sensing something. Kaido, Lin, go outside the island and catch a few people with masks and bring them here. When Luffy shot just now, Luo Mu's powerful observation hockey that enveloped the island sensed that there were faint energy fluctuations on the people around the Skull Dome. The members of the CPO special unit who came to the top of the Ghost Island from below hid on the side, although they thought they were well hidden and deceived everyone's eyes. But in fact, their actions were all seen by Luo Mu. Now when they saw Luo Mu, they looked for a while to confirm, and then shot towards the outside of the Ghost Island. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Kaido and Ant's eyes lifted, and observation hockey fully opened without any hesitation. Almost at the same time Luo Mu spoke, he swept away from the Ghost Island. Fast ultimate, leaving only a few afterimages on one side. After Luo Mu gave a simple command, he silently watched the giant fist falling from the clouds in the sky. Conqueror's hockey, it seems like I haven't used it for a long time. The voice fell. The fist in the sky was still falling, Luo Mu also moved. The aura on his body erupted suddenly, and a divine aura suddenly swept through Luo Mu's thin body. Under the vibration of this powerful breath, the dark clouds in the sky retreated to both sides. The people on the entire Ghost Island felt a strong sense of oppression attacking them directly at this moment. At the moment of feeling this breath, people's eyes turned white, and they fell straight to the ground, their eyes turned white and fainted. Among these people, there are also the strong among these two forces. And it's not over yet, those red and black conquerors hockey surround Luo Mu, like a magic flame from hell, wrapping Luo Mu in it. The next moment, Luo Mu's body trembled slightly, and the magic flame on his body condensed into substance, and immediately spread out around him. It was like throwing a stone on the water, causing a layer of ripples. Under the suppression of this terrifying breath, Kid, Zoro, Luo and Kira, as well as all the powerhouses who came to the top of the Ghost Island, were sweating profusely. There is no doubt that the sense of oppression on Luo Mu's body is not as simple as that of Luffy. Even the big pirates whose bounty was over 100 million fainted a lot, and all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, only Sanji was still struggling. Advertisement, is this the oppression of Luo Mu? What a mighty conqueror's hockey, it can knock the surrounding stones into the air just by putting it out. Can the Straw Hat really do it? Several pirates of the most evil generation frowned and whispered in a low voice. They admitted that Luffy's strength just now made them admire, but now Luo Mu's hockey alone has reached such a terrifying level. That's a mighty hockey that surpasses all living things. Just use your way to defeat you. Luo Mu's hockey swept across the Ghost Island, soaring into the sky. Next moment, a strange change was taking place around Luo Mu, and the falling speed of Luffy's huge iron fist was slowing down. The green light appeared in this space, and the air was instantly filled with the breath of plants. In the empty air, the green light kept flashing, and every time it flashed, a slender vine would emerge from it. Then these 880 vines got the fastest nourishment under the green glow of this space, rose up against the storm, and grew to the ultimate in a few breaths. And went towards Luo Mu, wrapping around his arm continuously, and then deformed and merged. And while these vines are mating, they continue to compress, starting with a few meters thick vines, and in each compression, they will become smaller several times, but the crystal green light above them is even more dazzling. Soon, these vines were all fused into Luo Mu's arm and fist bone. Moment. A huge iron fist and Luffy appeared in Luo Mu's hand, and the power of the tyrant swept through. Luo Mu's eyes moved, and he looked at the huge fist in front of him and clenched it with one hand. I'm going to create a world where my friends can eat as much as they want. Luo Mu aimed his fist at Luffy and sent out a soul-like question, and the stagnant feeling in the space disappeared instantly. In an instant, the green giant fist turned black and red, as if it had been painted with a layer of paint. Zung. 39. Luffy, what kind of world do you want to create? Can you do all this when you become the Pirate King? Compared with Luffy's fist, it is more intense. The voice from the clouds was firm and loud. In such a world, what is needed is innovation. 99.